Chapter 301 Script from the scriptwriter. Ilya said in a serious tone. Speak clearly? The man nodded and continued. In Zangwill once encountered Nast, the king of the five seas. On the sea, the two sides fought a battle in the spiritual world. Later, only Nast left the spiritual world. According to our investigation, Nast snatched 008 at that time. But no news was released to the outside world. Only a few deputies around him knew about it. Our source comes from Nast's third officer. He can guarantee that Nast did take 008 from Zangwill. Ilya was silent. If it is confirmed that Nast took away Zangwill's 008 when he arrived at Puning Port, then their investigation will have to change direction. Their main purpose this time is to find the cause of the abnormality in Zangwill, and to find out the whereabouts of sealed artifact 008. Among these two things, retrieving 008 is the highest priority task. Sharon and Haster's side may be related to the Yellow Monk organization, which may be the reason why Zangwill's anomaly occurred. After thinking for a while, Ilya decided that if the news was confirmed, she would lead the two Red Gloves members out to sea to find the whereabouts of Nast and 008. Several other members of the Red Gloves stayed in Puning Port and continued to explore along the line of Sharon and Asta. I want to go to the sea to find the whereabouts of 008, and I ask Ms. Ilya to agree to my willful decision. The person who spoke was Leonard. He voluntarily chose to leave Puning Port and head to the sea to carry out a relatively dangerous and unpredictable mission. Ilya glanced at him in surprise. You have a good relationship with Haster? He is the first friend I made in Backland. Okay. Just follow me out to sea. Ilya satisfied Leonard's little willfulness. He didn't want to personally investigate his good friend, but for the sake of friendship, he chose to take the initiative to carry out more dangerous and unknown tasks. Such a choice made Leonard's whole image radiate with brilliance. Facing the admiring looks cast by the members of the Red Gloves team, Leonard was like a statue of a warrior, his eyes full of determination and silence. After returning to his room and lying on the bed, Leonard began to yell at the old man to come out and chat. Old man, do you think I'm stupid? It's obviously safer to stay in Puning Port. But I chose to stay away from here and go to the vast sea to find the king of the five seas. That's the ocean. That's the king of the five seas. Why did I make this choice in a moment of trance? Oh, Haster, you have harmed me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to suffer this unjust crime. Leonard kept complaining, but he didn't have much regret in his heart. He doesn't have many friends. Haster is the first friend he made when he came to Backland. They also experienced the witch incident together. He cherishes this friendship. I really don't want to face Haster as an interrogator for the second time, so it's better to excuse myself and stay away from here. Old man, why don't you say anything? Do you also think that I am too stupid to make this decision? Leonard was a little anxious. After a while, the old man's faint sigh came from deep in his heart. It turns out that I wanted to praise you for your decisive choice this time. After all, it's rare for you to show your intelligence. But I didn't expect that I thought too much. This time it was Leonard's turn to be silent. Why did this sound wrong? This means that the old man approves of his choice this time, and even plans to praise himself. But his constant complaining breaks the old man's fantasy? He cleared his throat and said, Old man, you misunderstood. I just said casually. I made this choice after full consideration. Not because I wanted to escape anything. Do you believe this yourself? Leonard choked for a moment and asked instead, Old man, why do you think it's better to stay away from here? What do you think? The old man's words faded away, leaving Leonard lying alone on the bed in a daze. In an ordinary house in Nin Harbor, Mrs. Lisa slowly put down the pen in her hand. It was a very ordinary feather pen that she had just bought on the street for 5 pence. She doesn't need a gorgeous pen, nor does she need a pen with magical power like 008. As long as she holds the pen in her hand, she can naturally write a script of destiny. Scriptwriter. She used to love this sequence too. Of course, she is still unable to compose a perfect script, so she must go out for a walk herself. The little girl known as the Eyes of the Goddess is a sequence 3 beyond her. As time goes by, she will realize that she is affected by some kind of power, and thus break away from the script. Mrs. Lisa opened the door and walked on the street. She walked towards the hotel in a leisurely and unhurried pace. When she came to the door, she raised her head slightly and looked up, then walked up the stairs to the second floor. She passed by the door of each room, and when she passed the room where Ilya was, she paused for 2 or 3 seconds, and then returned along the original path from the stairs. Hey, argued the Mrs. Lisa in Haster Castle, who is still writing a book late at night? Suddenly a voice called her. Mrs. Lisa looked back with a kind smile on her face, nodded and said, I'm here to buy some useful quills. Leonard said with emotion, It's great. When I get old in the future, I will also prepare to write a few books for myself. Writing a book is a very interesting thing. If you need help in this regard, you can come to me. I'm afraid of bothering you. No trouble. You are the Earl's friend. Lady Lisa changed her words specially. After the two chatted for a while about how to write a book. Mrs. Lisa took a deep look at Leonard before leaving and said, If you need help in other aspects, you can come to me. Thank you for your kindness. If necessary, I will definitely come to your door to bother you. After Leonard watched Mrs. Lisa leave with the crowd, he said with emotion, What a hospitable and energetic old man. At such an age, he can still insist on writing late at night. Those who only write 2 or 3 chapters a day, the author should be ashamed of himself. Back at the hotel, Leonard went up to the second floor and was about to go back to his room to rest when Ms. Ilya's door opened. Leonard walked forward and said Hello. And Ilya nodded slightly. We will take a boat sail tomorrow. If you need anything else to prepare, you can prepare it today. In this regard, Leonard asked curiously, Have you confirmed that 008 is in the hands of the King of the Five Seas? Well, we should leave early so that we can return to Backland as soon as possible. Okay. I'm going to prepare things now. Leonard went down the stairs again and went to the shops on both sides of the street to buy some daily necessities. On this trip to the sea, I don't know how long I will stay at sea, so it is better to stock up on some things to avoid having to rely on fish every day. After working for most of the day, it wasn't until after 9 o'clock in the evening that Leonard came back with a large bag of things to finish today's shopping. After taking a shower first, Leonard lay comfortably on the bed and rested for a while before shouting in his heart, Old man, you are very quiet today. Ah, old man, you don't seem to be in a good mood? Heartless people are always happier. Hey, old man, I'm really caring about you. Why did you suddenly attack me personally? I'm just telling the truth. Leonard was used to the old man's tone and was too lazy to talk to him. He thought for a moment and said, Old man, do you think 008 really fell into the hands of Nast, the King of the Five Seas? I always feel that something is wrong with this matter. If someone wants 008 to fall into his hands, it must fall into his hands. Old man, why do you keep talking in circles? Leonard muttered dissatisfiedly, but no one answered him. Around 7 o'clock the next day, Leonard and another team member followed Ilya out to sea on a boat. When the ship gradually disappeared at the end of the sea and sky, Mrs. Lisa withdrew her sight and closed the window facing the sea. In the old castle, Haster is also letting people pack their things. He is planning to go to Puning Port to settle down for a while and reorganize the navy in the 3 ports. After Mrs. Lisa came back, she went straight to the study to meet Haster. Is the matter done? Some of them have gone to sea to look for 008. And your friend is among them. Asta raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Is this also your arrangement? No. It's his choice. It seems that he doesn't want to stay here and face me. Asta laughed. Feeling pretty good? Mrs. Lisa was a little uncertain and said, There seems to be something in his body that can interfere with destiny. Or he is parasitized by a powerful, extraordinary person. Haster asked curiously, Can you clearly see the secret of Leonard? You can probably guess what it is. We are very close to each other. I am quite sensitive to unusual fluctuations in fate, especially the ability to parasitize and steal. Haster waved his hand and said, You don't need to intervene in this matter. Just pretend that nothing happened. Mrs. Lisa didn't say anything more and left the study quietly. Chapter 302 Star Traveling God. Pudding Port. Without the eyes of the goddess here, the remaining members of the Red Gloves team are like running naked in the eyes of a group of scriptwriters. And they can be depicted in any way they want on their bodies. Even if Haster, the person responsible for their investigation, was right under their noses, they would not be able to discover it. Haster was too lazy to pay attention to them and concentrated on handling port affairs. Some time ago, the Archduke of South Wales was forced to take over 3 ports under pressure from Backland. These 3 ports are all in the south. If the southern continent really attacks, these 3 ports are the most likely battlefields. In order to manage this place well, Haster personally took charge of Puning Port, while others were sent to garrison the other 2 ports. It was relatively easy to take back the command of the port garrison. After all, Not many people dared to disobey what the Archduke of Southwell said here. With power, Hastur's first step in taking office was to lay off half of the defenders. Most of these defenders cannot be reused and need to recruit fresh blood. After stabilizing, Asta will eliminate some more people. As for who to eliminate first, it is very simple. First, take a simple physical test, and then take a written test. With both hands, you can always roughly distinguish those who need to be eliminated. Considering that people here have not yet universalized 9-year compulsory education, Asta put more thought into the essay test, such as adding a few more picture reading questions, or reading in succession. If you want to recruit new people into the army, the fastest way is money. Pudding Port is a large port in South Wales. Many merchant ships from the southern continent choose this place as their berthing point. But because of the Archduke of Southwell, most of the benefits here were taken away by him, and the income of residents here is generally not high. As long as the military salary is higher than the average, it will be easy to recruit people. Not to mention that in the eyes of many people, the Navy in South Wales is just a sinecure, just getting paid and not doing any work. Within 7 days, Hastur had completed the initial renovation. Seeing that the effect was not bad, he asked the other 2 ports to follow suit. If there are not enough young and strong men at the port, then we can use printed newspapers to spread the news inland and attract more human resources. Then Asta formulated a 1-month training plan, which was mainly divided into 2 parts. One was basic physical training, and the other was familiarity with maritime operations. After a month, Hastur will be ready to lead them out to kill some pirates, gain some experience, and focus on cultivating their courage and murderous nature. A soldier who has been on the battlefield and seen blood is completely different from a soldier who only knows how to train. After formulating the relevant matters, Hastur had some free time to rest. He carried Azhara as he walked around the port dock, observing the customs and business transactions here. The bulk of Pudding Port's tax collection comes from merchant ships berthed by foreign merchants. Tax bills are issued based on the approximate total value of the goods on merchant ships, which is very expensive. For ferries that only carry passengers, the fees are charged according to the number of passengers, and basically 1/2 to 2/3 of the profits are taken away. It seems that the Grand Duke of Southwell also understands the principle of not fishing in the lake, and does not squeeze too hard. Hastur just watched and had no intention of changing these things. Developing port business is not something he needs to worry about now. When the war begins, the more prosperous the port is destroyed, the more brilliant it will be. He did not want to see the port he had worked so hard to build destroyed by the war. This is like when playing a game. Your opponent is frantically blasting troops, and you are just hiding at home building wonders. Finally, your opponent comes in front of you, praises your wonders for being beautiful, and then puts out a cannon to blow your wonders to pieces. At night, Hastur came to the Hall of Stars, scanned the stars as usual, and then his eyes fell on the light spots next to the stars of the high-dimensional overlooker. In the small town where the faith was spread at the beginning, now more than half of the residents have begun to believe in the high-dimensional overlookers, when what they believe in is not the honorable name of high-dimensional overlooker, but the honorable name of star-wandering god. They believe that the pair of white crystal eyeballs that suddenly descended on the bell tower came from outside the sky, or from the depths of the starry sky, thrown from the hand of a god. This is a gift from the stars. In the missionary manual written by this devout believer, it is described as follows: that is a god who likes to play in the stars. He is always spreading his gifts to the world inadvertently. This pair of balls, which are like balls forged from white crystal, are objects that he plays with suspended in his palms all year round. They are called wandering stars, and they are his favorite toys in daily life. If this pair of wandering stars can be sent back to the starry sky, they will be able to see the dreamy starry sky gate. At that time, he will drive a carriage car from starlight and appear deep in the starry sky gate. He is in a happy mood after seeing his beloved toy. He can grant the 3 wishes of the kind-hearted person who sent back the gift, and he can be allowed to enter his eternal kingdom of God. Hastur silently read this missionary manual, and I have to say that it is very well written. It is estimated that there should be instructions from the high-dimensional overlookers, and maybe the high-dimensional overlookers have already passed down the oracle. Otherwise, that devout believer would not dare to randomly compose the image of a god like this, let alone use an honorable name like Star-Traveling God. The Star Wanderer may be sequence 0 of the extraordinary path of the high-dimensional overlooker. The only thing that made Hastur feel weird was that the missionary manual described the high-dimensional overlooker as an innocent and childlike child. This is not a metaphor, but a real image of a half-grown child as the Star Wanderer. The child was riding on a star-like carriage pulled by a Pegasus. He was lying slightly on his side, as if he had just woken up from sleep. He was also holding a small and exquisite thing similar to a magic wand in his left hand. His facial features it's blurry. Even the figure is a little blurry. Not to mention, the image of a god depicted in this way can easily win the favor of others. At least it will not attract ill will. People are always very patient and loving towards children, so that they don't get too defensive. Even Hastur felt that the child's drawing was very pleasing to the eye at first glance and looked very comfortable. Moreover, using children as images is closer to people's understanding of how it is easier to deceive gods in mythological stories. In general, Hastur can give the high-dimensional overlooker 9 points for this wave and save the remaining 1 point. Maybe the high-dimensional overlooker will come up with other surprises in the future. Hastur patiently observed for a while and found that there was nothing unusual about the believers. So he continued to let them go, in order to learn more about the high-dimensional overlookers. On the sea, ships slowly moved forward in the direction of the ocean current. After a period of consumption, there were not many supplies left on the ship. Mr. A decisively threw the extra crew members into the sea and kindly gave them each an empty oak barrel. Mr. A doesn't know where the god's abandoned land is. And now, he doesn't take this issue as seriously as he did at the beginning. As the ship sailed slowly toward the distance, the feeling of pilgrimage in his heart became stronger and stronger. He began to calm down, and his soul felt unprecedented joy and comfort. He didn't need to think too much. It was enough to have the Lord accompanying him on the journey on this ship. Now, in addition to his routine of paying homage to the Lord every day, he spends the rest of the time sitting cross-legged on the bow of the boat, staring into the distance and letting his mind go. When Hastur arrived and saw this scene, he couldn't help but secretly smacked his lips. The heart has no worries. So there are no worries. There is no fear. Stay away from upside-down dreams, and you will finally reach nirvana. This is a passage of scripture that suddenly came to Hastur's mind, and it is very suitable for Mr. A at this moment. Isn't it possible that I have cultivated a Buddhist? Well, it would be more appropriate to call him an enlightened one. Hastur smiled, opened the door to the spirit world, and left without disturbing Mr. A. He doesn't have that much free time to stay on the boat all the time. Accompanying Mr. A to appreciate the nature of the world and all living beings. The spirit world travels very quickly, and Hastur has already locked onto the ship of Nast, the king of the 5 seas. I had wanted to chat with him before, but due to Bernadette's presence, I was temporarily delayed. Now that Mrs. Lisa has written the script, he just happened to put this black and shiny black pot on Nast's head. It is a very reasonable thing for a king of the 5 seas, who has traversed the sea for many years, to snatch 008 from Insanguil. It is also very reasonable to help yourself attract the attention of Adam and the goddess of the night. When Hastur descended on the Black Emperor, Nast's first reaction was to break into the spirit world and use it to escape. But the next second, Hastur appeared in his captain's cabin, face to face with him. Nast was silent for a while, gave up struggling, and sighed as if resigned to his fate. I knew you would come again. A good hunch. Hastur sat casually on his seat, and his clear eyes just glanced at Nast, making him feel like his whole body was being seen through. What do you want to do with me? Nast got straight to the point. Having been in the sea for so many years, he naturally understood that the mysterious visitor who suddenly arrived in front of him wanted to do something with him. Hastur glanced around and said playfully, "This Black Emperor of yours is very good." Chapter 303, about dominating the sea without knowing it. Nast's eyes instantly turned sharp. You want to take away my Black Emperor? I'm not interested at the moment. You can keep it for me first. Nast's face darkened, but he didn't dare to have an attack yet. It's just that I feel very depressed. What's going on in the world these days? A bunch of evil spirits and demons have appeared, and even the sea is no longer as peaceful as it used to be. You seem to have been wandering the waters off South Wales lately? Did you come to me because of this problem? Nast didn't answer, but asked instead. Austin narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with a hint of joy in his tone, "It seems that you still don't understand what humility is a virtue." Before Nast could answer anything, 2 chains of order protruded from Hastur's body like sparks, binding his body before Nast could even react. Nast's expression changed greatly, and he wanted to break free. But no matter how he tried, the chains wrapped around his body remained motionless and could not be destroyed. Nast's face turned completely dark and he said, "Do you really want to do this? I'm just letting you realize the reality." With a smile on his lips, Asta said lightly, "Kneel down." Thump. Nast's legs were uncontrollably paralyzed, and his originally tall and majestic body could only lower his proud head at this moment. Ah! The stimulated Nast roared and revealed his mythical creature form. The chains that could be wrapped around his body tightly bound his body and soul. After struggling in vain, Nast gradually calmed down from his previous rage. Clear your position, so that our future communications will not be so tiring. Hastur retracted the 2 chains of order wrapped around Nast. But just when he took back the chain of order, Nast's eyes sparkled, and he suddenly became violent. Countless black tentacles filled with chaos and corruption protruded from all directions, as if to drag Hastur into the abyss of death. At the same time, the Black Emperor cooperated with Nast's urging and began to crash into the spiritual world in an illusory ghost state. Nast himself, on the other hand, boarded the phantom Black Emperor and quickly escaped into the spirit world. Hey, that's interesting. Only then did Hastur understand that the Black Emperor was actually a ghost ship. But it could overlap with the real ship on weekdays. Nast should have built a ship exactly like the Black Emperor, and used it as a container to carry the real Black Emperor. Therefore, on the Black Emperor, Nast can display various strange abilities. Hastur was not too anxious about Nast, who had escaped into the spiritual world. He just slowly opened a portal and entered the spiritual world. The Black Emperor moved very quickly and disappeared deep into the spiritual world. But Hastur still knew where it was, even though Nast thought he could block this feeling. Hastur silently communicated with the Palace of Stars and obtained the Black Emperor card through the Palace of Stars. With the Black Emperor card in the hands of the star container, there are even more tricks that can be played. Using it to sense the fleeing Nast is just a very ordinary ability. And the eyes of the stars are upon everything. There was no way to avoid even an existence like the high-dimensional overlooker. So how could Nast hide his traces? When Hastur found the Black Emperor, Nast was kneeling on one knee on the bow deck, lowering his head, and his body was shaking slightly. In front of him was a huge firebird with a wingspan of about 10 meters. To be precise, this is a phoenix that has grown many times larger. Hastur landed firmly on the bow deck and looked at the phoenix in front of him. This is the first time they have met in this way. Just by looking at each other, Hastur knew that Phoenix Grey Carey had recognized his true identity. After all, there was a contract between them. And this is the spiritual world, where they can gain insight into more hidden secrets. Why are you here? Chirp. Grey Carey still didn't speak human words, but Hastur still clearly understood what he meant. He sensed his aura in the spirit world, so he went out for a walk, and then helped catch this little bug. Hastur smiled and nodded. You have grown up a lot recently. Chirp. The original phoenix with a wingspan of 10 meters turned into a small flamingo the size of a palm. Go back and rest. I will deal with this little bug myself. Chirp. The little firebird didn't hesitate at all, flapped its wings, and flew away like a small ball of fire. He was also very considerate in driving away the powerful spiritual creatures that came to watch nearby. It wasn't until the figure of the little firebird completely disappeared that Nast, who was kneeling on the deck, dared to raise his head slightly, and his body no longer trembled. But he still didn't get up, still kneeling, because Hastur stood in front of him, holding a Black Emperor card that he dreamed of in his hand. Aren't you going to say something? Hastur's understatement made Nast's body tremble unconsciously. The majesty of the Black Emperor that seemed to materialize made his heartbeat slow down for half a beat, and his breathing became heavy and difficult. What if? Nast had a wry smile on his face. But in the end, he didn't finish his words and just sighed. If this mysterious visitor had taken out the Black Emperor card earlier, he would definitely be willing to cooperate with the other party, and even please the other party. If he had known that there was such a terrifying existence in the spiritual world, he would definitely not have even the slightest thought of resistance. It's really terrible. When the huge firebird appeared in front of him, he felt that his soul was frozen. He could only kneel down and surrender. This was not a level of existence at all, and he didn't even dare to think about escaping. At least it is a terrifying existence in Sequence 1. Maybe even more terrifying, as it is only one step away from ascending to the throne of God. As for the higher point, he didn't dare to guess. He is just a small Sequence 3. I really can't help so many big guys tossing me around. For the first time in his life, Nast felt how small and helpless Sequence 3 was. Even if he is just one step away from becoming an angel on Earth, I am willing to surrender. Nast, who had been silent for a while, did not need Hastur to speak, and he chose to surrender on his own initiative. After what happened today, Nast finally understood that Sequence 3 Beyonders also need a backer. Just like Bernadette, Many people in the sea have recently been talking about Bernadette being the apostle of the stars. Today, Bernadette has been successfully promoted and is one step ahead of herself. But even so, she has become a believer in the stars. Why can't I hug my thigh? Is this too much? No. That makes sense. Nas can already foresee that in the future those who do not have strong backers will definitely be cleaned up. Following this mysterious visitor with the Black Emperor card in front of him, and also having such a terrifying foreign aid in the spirit world, Nas felt that this thigh was quite strong. Instead of waiting for others to speak, it is better to be more direct yourself. And maybe you can leave a good impression of being aware of current affairs. You're very good. Hastur's sense of Nas was indeed a little better. I just want to live and witness the glory of the Black Emperor. There was some hope in Nas' eyes. The Solomon Empire was a country that was not too far away. He had always been aiming to regain this great empire, until he fell to the sea and became a pirate king. The glory of the past faded away, and after the wasted years, his initial goals gradually changed. The Black Emperor. Hastur sighed with emotion. That was the direction he wanted to work towards. But time was not with him. April 1st. In the early morning, in the study, Hastur received a letter of visit, signed by Alfred, Audrey's second brother. If he hadn't sent the letter, Hastur would have almost forgotten that such a person existed. During this time, he had been busy dealing with other things and really didn't have the heart to think about too many irrelevant things. For Miss Audrey's sake, I still want to meet her second brother, Hastur quickly responded, saying that he would be free around 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon and welcome his visit. After settling this matter, Hastur leaned back slightly. At present, the training of new recruits in the port is on the right track, and there is no need for him to work too hard for the time being. Nas' surrender also gave Hastur more initiative in the future war. If you think about it carefully, most of the current forces in the sea are related to him. The mysterious Queen Bernadette is a believer in the stars. The uncrowned king of the high-dimensional overlooker can be regarded as an ally. And Nast, the king of the 5 seas, is a surrendered subordinate. I feel a little bit scary myself, Hastur murmured. He actually did not deliberately plan the sea. But as things develop, whether intentionally or unintentionally, he can now be said to dominate the sea. Chapter 304 High-Dimensional Overlooker, targeting every foreign god equally. At night, the Palace of Stars. Hastur sat at the top, stretching out 4 chains of order, pulling the Jinn, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, and the High-Dimensional Overlooker respectively. The Jinn god noticed that the High-Dimensional Overlooker sitting below him didn't say a word, completely pretending that he didn't exist. In my heart, I was thinking, luckily I had the shamelessness to change my seat. Otherwise my position now would be that of a high-dimensional overlooker. When he thought of the scene where he was sitting alone across from him, facing the high-dimensional overlooker, the Mother Tree of Desire, and the Superstar Lord, the Jinn god felt a sense of joy and fear. But now, his position was above the high-dimensional overlooker, which made his originally depressed mood much better. The Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master were a little surprised when they faced the arrival of the high-dimensional overlooker, and their eyes deliberately ignored the high-dimensional overlooker and landed on the Jinn. But today's Jinn has been silent, and he doesn't feel any joy when facing the arrival of the high-dimensional overlooker. If he follows the usual character of the Jinn, he will definitely be arrogant and high-spirited. Could it be that there was a quarrel between them? The Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master looked at each other and didn't speak for a while. Asta did not speak, but quietly watched this scene that was similar to a Shira field. Why? Don't you all welcome my arrival? After all, we have been neighbors in the stars for thousands of years. The high-dimensional overlooker smiled and spoke, then looked at the lantern god, who was in a complicated mood, and said, "Don't you always expect me to ascend to the Hall of Stars, and then help you fight against the cooperation between the Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master?" Haha. I don't dare to have such extravagant hopes anymore. The Jinn's unabashed eccentricity amused Hastur, who was eating melons. TSK. The love and hatred between the outer gods in the past. The high-dimensional overlooker said calmly, "You still have to have wishes. Maybe one day it will come true. Do you think I will believe what you say?" Meeting. The high-dimensional overlooker's affirmative answer made the Jinn god stunned for a moment. But he quickly sneered, "I won't suffer losses in the same place twice. It's not like you haven't done this kind of thing before." The Jinn tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart and said angrily, "Are you coming to the Hall of Stars just to settle old scores with me?" Galway looked down and said in a brisk tone, "It is undeniable that this is also one of the purposes of my coming to the Hall of Stars. The Jinn completely darkened his face, and no longer wanted to talk to the high-dimensional overlooker, because he already understood the bad character of the clone of the high-dimensional overlooker. The body and clones of the high-dimensional overlooker are not the same concept. The clones transformed by him all have vivid and independent personalities. Even if the clone curses the main body, it is a normal phenomenon. This time, the clone of the high-dimensional overlooker, who came to the Hall of Stars, obviously did not inherit the original personality. Seeing that the Jinn did not continue to argue, Haster, the Mother Tree of Desire, and the Superstar Master all felt that they were still a little unsatisfied. Snort! The Jinn noticed this gaze, and let out a deep groan to express his dissatisfaction. The high-dimensional overlooker laughed and said, "It's really interesting. This is the charm of the meeting of stars. Haster has somewhat figured out the character of the high-dimensional overlooker. His position is undoubtedly closer to that of the Jinn. If we use the metaphor of playing games, the two of them are teammates. It's just that the Jinn God is a naive and fun-loving player, while the high-dimensional overlooker is a relatively advanced player. When facing the Deng God, a teammate who is lagging behind, he always likes to ridicule and attack him, and even make fun of his embarrassment. Haster feels that this mentality is very suitable for the relationship between the high-dimensional overlooker and the Jinn." Seeing that the Jinn stopped making a sound, Galway looked down at the Mother Tree of Desire and said curiously, "All of your followers are dying, and you don't seem to care at all." The Mother Tree of Desire said calmly, "They are all necessary sacrifices." "Oh, that's it. Even your stupid son, who worked so hard to give birth, can be sacrificed at any time. He is truly the Mother Tree of Desire." "What are you saying?" The Mother Tree of Desire noticed something was wrong in these words. "Sacrifice. Sacrificing yourself for your mother is a more heroic way to die. Are you exaggerating? Do I need it?" Galway looked down and leaned back slightly, his posture tending to move closer to the Jinn. The Mother Tree of Desire said in a heavy tone, "What did you see?" "Nothing. It's just your stupid son that the Church of the Seven Gods has targeted." The expression of the Mother Tree of Desire changed slightly. The only followers she can really use now are the indulgent sect led by the God Ca. Other believers can sacrifice at will, but the God Ca can't for the time being. A sequence one can do many things in the real world. After all, the highest sequence within the Church of the Seven Gods is only sequence 2. Unless God descends. Don't think your opponents are too stupid. If you are willing to lower some of your strength, you might have a chance to change your destiny. The high-dimensional overlooker left the Mother Tree of Desire deep in thought, looked at the Superstar Master, and said after a light sigh, "Your balls have been broken. How can you still be in the mood to come here to attend the party?" The Superstar Master just said calmly, "That was just a small episode." "Oh, you can still take the loss of your balls so lightly. You are truly worthy of being a Superstar Master." Ha ha ha. The one who laughed heartily was the Jinn, who understood the ultimate sarcasm in the words of the high-dimensional overlooker. But the Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master, who have been entrenched in the depths of the starry sky, will most likely not understand this sentence. "If you want to mock me with this, there is no need to waste your time and energy." The Superstar Master really doesn't understand the so-called double metaphor, but he can understand the noisy and mocking laughter of the Jinn God. "Indeed, I have always underestimated you before." Galway looked down and looked away, then gave a look to the Jinn. "It means that I am not targeting you specifically. I am targeting all outer God old times equally." The Jinn chuckled softly and said nothing. The high-dimensional overlooker turned his gaze to Haster, who was sitting at the top of the table, sighed and looked back. After the high-dimensional overlooker set the tone for this meeting of stars, the Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master were discussing how to solve the crisis faced by the God Ca. The gods descended, and they were descended by 2 gods. If the situation is as urgent as the high-dimensional overlookers say, they must send down part of their power to help the evil God Ca resist the possible divine descent from the 7 gods. The high-dimensional overlooker sitting opposite them, the figure in the smooth mirror, seemed to be squinting, like a little fox successfully stealing a chicken. At this moment, the high-dimensional overlooker, who had a strong desire to share, kept trying to talk to the Jinn, but the Jinn obviously lost his temper and ignored him. Finally, the high-dimensional overlooker's eyes fell on Haster again, but they quickly moved away. The Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Lord, who had negotiated a charter, turned their attention to the high-dimensional overlooker again. The Mother Tree of Desire said, "Thank you for reminding me this time." Galway, who looked down at him, let out a soft chuckle and said nothing. "You have been lingering on the sea. What are you planning?" The person who asked the question was the Superstar Master. "Since it's a calculation, how could I tell you? It's so stupid. Even those curly-haired baboons know to put on a smiling face when asking for food. Galway looked down and replied disdainfully. And then looked towards the mother tree of desire said, if you don't want to lower your IQ, you'd better stay away from him. Stupidity is contagious. The mother tree of desire glanced at the djinn lightly. You need to consider this issue more than I do. Yeah. Well, it's a bit annoying. Galway looked down and sighed, showing that he was very tired. The djinn, who was shot for no reason, almost couldn't bear it anymore. But when he saw Galway looking down at him with amusement in his eyes, he deeply suppressed what he wanted to say. This gives Hastur, who has been eating melon silently, a great sense of satisfaction. It turns out that even the djinn has a moment of weakness. TSK. This is really rare. But speaking of it, the djinn doesn't seem to deal with anyone very much. And even those he considers allies like to say a few words of harm to him. Alas, the end of being unpopular. In the sea, on board the Dawn, the genie of the lantern began to curse as soon as he returned to the wishing lantern. Sometimes he cursed the mother tree of desire and the superstar master, and spent most of the time cursing the bastard Gao, dimensional overlooker. He definitely deliberately refused to let himself go, and took pleasure in appreciating his own downfall. The more angry and furious he is, the more pleasure he gets. So in the Hall of Stars, he had been resisting the urge to curse the high-dimensional overlooker, just because he didn't want him to see his incompetent and furious look. The djinn lost his temper inside, and the wishing lamp kept flashing. In the room, Bernadette, who had been ignoring the djinn, said coldly, if you don't stop, I will throw you into the deepest trench so that you will never have a chance to come out in your life. Snort. A disdainful snort came from the wishing lamp. But the lamp finally stopped, and the wishing lamp returned to normal. Did you feel stimulated by something? Bernadette was rarely curious about what happened to the djinn. This was the first time she had seen the djinn look so helpless and furious. It should be related to the uncrowned king. Bernadette thought for a while, and decided to ask Chuanxing to report the current situation and ask some questions. Chapter 305 Dream Weaving. Late at night, when the stars were shining brightly, Hastur, who was descending on the star container and experiencing the feeling of an angel on earth, received a call from Bernadette. This forced him to temporarily return to the Hall of Stars and give up his wandering tonight. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur looked through the starry sky world and saw Bernadette, who was staying alone in the room. He didn't speak, just stared at Bernadette quietly. Stars, I need a guide. Can you show me the way? After hearing Bernadette's words, Asta knew that she was going to ask about Russell again, and he will never let Bernadette find Russell now. The fallen mother goddess has been waiting for him. You can get the right guidance at the right time. Hastur directly poured cold water on Bernadette. Bernadette looked stunned, hesitated for a while, and then said, Is there anything else that the stars can't do? Gee, this sentence is really lethal. Hastur sighed secretly and said calmly, Your urgency will only accelerate his death. Is it really? Bernadette's eyes were dull, and no longer as bright as before. For her now, finding the original truth and saving her father is the meaning of moving forward. Hastur chuckled. A sequence too. Your heart is too big. Bernadette was silent. She knew that her father's predicament involved gods, but she just couldn't wait quietly. She was already at sequence 2, and it would be extremely difficult to go further. She might never get this chance in her lifetime. Before Bernadette could say anything else, Asta cut off the contact. It seemed that he needed to find something for Bernadette to do. Her performance tonight clearly showed that she had been free recently. After thinking for a while, Asta felt that he still had to put his hope in the mother tree of desire and the superstar master. When they make a big fuss in Intis, they can send Bernadette to do some serious work, so that she won't have to sit around all day. Thinking of this, Asta looked at the largest light spot next to the star of the mother tree of desire. The god Ca was instructing some people to build something that seemed to be an altar, probably because he wanted to inherit the divine power of the mother tree of desire. As for the superstar lord's broken balls, he is currently repairing the cracks and trying his best to make them whole. With the state of this egg, if it encounters a divine descendant again in a short period of time, it will probably be beaten to the point where the egg white is separated. After observing for a while, Hastur left the Hall of Stars. The next day, in the afternoon, Alfred Hall came punctually and brought many special gifts from the southern continent. Hastur still welcomed such hospitality, even as Hara leaned over the pile of gifts and smelled them, as if she smelled the fishy smell of the sea coming from across the ocean. You are younger and more promising than I thought. When I was your age, I was always at odds with the eldest brother in the family, making the kid lose his temper. Alfred Hall's eyes made no secret of his admiration for Hastur, as if he saw the shadow of his youth through Hastur. Asta also praised politely. You are also more gentlemanly than Miss Audrey introduced in her letter. Gentleman's demeanor. In Audrey's eyes, I am still the same as before I left Backland. Alfred Hall raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then sighed. The southern continent does not pay attention to our lone gentleman. His demeanor is barbaric and vulgar, and he doesn't like to drink afternoon tea. In the evening, he likes to dance around the bonfire with his heart open, like a primitive man who has stepped into the civilized world. Alfred, you are so prejudiced. Miss Sharon is also from the southern continent, and her elegance is not inferior to that of Miss Audrey. This proves that the upper-level ruling class of the southern continent still maintains a certain degree of elegance and respectability. Hastur did not refute, but quietly listened to Alfred's various descriptions of the southern continent, and occasionally asked questions about places he was interested in. Alfred talked most of the time, and he was very talkative. Hastur seriously doubted that Alfred's career in the southern continent was that of a successful businessman. After chatting for about half an hour, Alfred stood up to say goodbye and left. Before leaving, he invited Hastur to attend his dinner party 3 days later. There was no mention at all of his intention to stay in South Wales and make great achievements. He did not talk about his personal matters during his first visit. This may be the unique reservedness of the Lone Kingdom. Meow. Azhara jumped onto the right thigh of Hastur, who had not yet stood up, raised her little paw and waved it twice, then stared straight at the gift Alfred sent today. He actually sent dried fish from the southern continent. He was really thoughtful. Hastur immediately guessed the little thoughts of Azhara's greedy cat. He stretched out his arms to hold it, walked to the table full of gifts, and asked the maid to take the box of dried fish that Azhara was interested in. Come out. Perhaps because she thought the maid was too slow to open the package. Azhara jumped directly onto the table, raised her little paws and tore it apart, then quickly held a fragrant dried fish in her arms and ate it. Hastur shook his head and smiled. Azhara, you must learn to control your eating habits and be elegant. Azhara held the small dried fish in her paws, licking it slowly for a while, then glanced at Hastur with disgust, and then resumed her original eating posture. We have made no progress at all in the recent period. We can't even enter Hastur Campbell's castle. If this continues, we won't be able to explain to the church. In a room on the second floor of a hotel, 4 members of the Red Glove team were discussing the next investigation. A long time has passed since Ms. Ilya took Leonard to the sea, but their investigation has made no progress at all. According to their original plan, they went directly to the castle to visit, but every time, they could not successfully enter the castle and see Hastur. There is nothing we can do about it. We have tried our best. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere became silent again. Yes, they thought they had worked very hard. They worked outside all day every day, and came back to rest when they were exhausted. But when they were about to write to the church today to report the latest progress, they were shocked to find that they were so busy. I kept going back and forth, but there seemed to be no progress at all. Let's think about how to reply to the church first. Someone spoke to break the silence. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. The member closest to the door motioned for others to be quiet. He stepped forward and opened the door. The person who came was an old man, wearing a shirt, vest, formal suit, a pair of round-rimmed glasses, and a silk top hat. The slightly exposed hair was completely white, but he looked energetic, not losing to young people either. Old sir, what's the reason for your sudden knock on the door? The old man nodded and said, I'm here to help you get out of the predicament you are in. Dilemma? Old sir, are you kidding me? I'm serious about talking to you about these things. But we don't know each other. It's hard for us to believe what you said. It's getting late. You'd better go back and rest early. In the face of doubts, the old man did not get angry, and his tone remained calm. Have you often encountered coincidences or accidental things recently? Have you been repeatedly doing investigations that seem busy but are actually of no use? How do you know this? I'm here just to help you solve this dilemma. You listen to me. If you want to get rid of it, here it is. So fast. The old man raised his head slightly to look at the sky. Soon, his body exploded like a string of bubbles and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The members of the Red Gloves team in the room were mentally shocked and were about to do something when the world in front of them suddenly cracked and collapsed. Hufufu, this is actually a dream. The people who were sleeping soundly in their rooms suddenly woke up, glanced at the dark room, and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. His heart was still beating rapidly, as if he hadn't recovered from the dream just now. Was it really just a dream? The 4 members of the Red Glove team had this idea in their minds at the same time. They didn't care to continue sleeping soundly, and hurriedly got up and contacted others. After everyone gathered together, they were shocked to discover that the 4 of them had just had the same dream. All the details in the dream, even the old man's clothes and words, were exactly the same. If they still regard this as an ordinary dream, then they are not worthy of becoming members of the Red Gloves team. After realizing it, they felt deep fear. If the old man who pulled them into a dream tonight is really here to rescue them, then it means that they are falling into a huge dilemma. Even the old man didn't know whether he was frightened away or killed in the end. We must save ourselves. This was the first consensus they reached. All investigations are suspended. During this period, we must be together whether we have food, accommodation, or rest at night. No one can act without authorization. Find a way to get in touch with the church and let them know the predicament we are currently in. Finally, don't act rashly. After reaching a certain consensus, they began to write letters, preparing to send the news back to Backlund through spiritual messengers. But when they finished writing the letter and blew the brass whistle to summon the spirit messengers, they couldn't wait for any spirit messengers to arrive. Fear and helplessness began to spread, like the dark and lightless world outside the window. Tonight, the light of the crimson moon did not shine on them. They began to anxiously discuss various ways to get out of the predicament. Some said leaving Pudding Port first, while others said they would create chaos and then take the opportunity to leave. In the end, they found that they had to do nothing to gain temporary safety. The dark night will eventually dissipate, and until the sun shines through the window, they can feel a little relieved after a sleepless night. Chapter 306 Puppet. Sharon. It's daybreak. What can I do? It seems that nothing can be done to change the current predicament. The 4 members of the Red Glove team looked at each other, each lost in thought. After the sun rose a little higher, they went out to do errands as normal as yesterday to see if they could hide it from those people in the dark. After the morning time passed, they gathered back in the hotel room and began to discuss countermeasures. After testing in the morning, they did not find any suspicious people around them, nor did they encounter anything suspicious. This made them think that the person who was secretly watching them might have been lured away by the old man last night. Someone proposed to take advantage of this opportunity to try to leave Pudding Port. If they could leave Pudding Port, they could invite rescue. Some people also doubted whether the dream last night was directed and acted by the old man. Maybe nothing happened from beginning to end. Finally, they split into 2 teams of 2 people each. One team stayed here and stood still. One person from the other team left by land, and one person escaped from Pudding Port by sea. In the afternoon, they boarded their carriages and boats and left smoothly. At night, the 2 members of the Red Gloves team who stayed in the hotel and continued to wait for their teammates, who had just left less than 5 hours ago. The 4 people gathered in the room again. There was silence for a while. Then the man who left in the car coughed lightly and began to talk about his experience tonight. The carriage I got on in the afternoon suddenly went crazy on the road, and the whole carriage almost fell apart. The carriage driver had no choice but to let me get out of the car and walk. I originally wanted to wait and see if there were others leaving Pudding Port, the carriage, but after waiting for an hour, no other carriage was seen. There was no carriage, so I just thought about leaving here on foot, and then set off to the villages and towns near Pudding Port as shown on the map. In order to avoid being discovered, I deliberately avoided the main road and walked on the dense forest path. After walking for more than an hour, I came back to the same place. This is definitely not normal. So I went back to the hotel first and wanted to discuss it with you again. After he finished speaking, the people who went out to sea in the boat also talked about what happened to them tonight. Everything was normal at first, but after about 2 hours, the captain told them that it might be due to fog at sea. The ship had been circling in the nearby waters and could not find the original channel, so it had to return. The captain, who has been making a living on the sea all year round, said that some of them might have caused the displeasure of the Poseidon, and it was the Poseidon who prevented them from going to sea. The captain and crew believed this story, so he was sent back to shore. Coincide? Accidental? This could no longer explain what happened to them tonight. The noble goddess will not sit idly by and watch her believers suffer. As long as we do not send the letter back on time, the church will know that we are currently experiencing difficulties. Now, the most important thing for us is to survive safely and wait for the church's support. Let's all take a rest for the night and think about how to solve this dilemma tomorrow. At around 10 o'clock at night, under the dim light, Hastur was sitting at his desk, flipping through a new book sent by Mrs. Lisa. This was another book praising the great King in Yellow. It mainly focuses on some stories encountered by the King in Yellow when he walked around the world in his incarnation. It has a fairy tale style with a little bit of dark reality. Asta personally still feels that the writing is very good, and Mrs. Lisa seems to be very talented in this aspect. After reading the book, Hastur moved a little, and was about to take a bath and rest. Suddenly, he saw Azhara coming to the window in excitement, and meowing twice into the dark night outside. Sharon is back? With a smile on his face. Asta came to the window, and saw the light flashing in the window in front of him. And a figure appeared in the window. Meow. Azhara scratched at the window glass with her little paws, as if she wanted to dig out Sharon inside, but was unable to do so. Bang! Azhara used too much force, and scratched the stained glass on the window, and most of the stained glass fell towards the ground. The broken glass remaining inside the window frame had more than a dozen cracks, and Sharon's figure appeared in every small piece of mirror. Azhara's blue pupils widened, unable to understand the magical sight in front of her. After looking at it for a while, it wanted to extend its paw again, but when it saw broken glass on the ground, it took its paw back again, and then let out an aggrieved cry. Soon, Sharon's figure and the glass gathered together, and then came to the other piece of glass on the opposite side. Meow! Azhara came closer, her eyes almost touching the stained glass. Sharon inside the glass stretched out her hands, picked up Azhara, and entered the mirror world. Azhara looked very excited after entering the glass for the first time, happily lying in Sharon's arms, with only her little head exposed. Hastur looked at this scene, and didn't bother to argue with Azhara about destroying the stained glass. After playing for a while, Sharon moved the tabletop from the remaining glass into the mirror, and then walked out of it. Sharon, who was successfully promoted to Sequence 4 Puppet, is not much different from before in terms of appearance and temperament. Sure enough, before she was promoted, she already looked like an emotionless puppet. Although she was playing around with Azhara now, her face was so calm that there was no emotion at all. Her eyes were as clear as water, and there was no emotion flowing through them either. It became increasingly difficult to see Sharon's true inner thoughts. Hastur observed for a while, and smiled. Welcome back. Sharon nodded, then placed Azhara in her arms on the table and said, Many people came to investigate me. Hastur raised his eyebrows slightly, and said nonchalantly, Maybe they are just doing it as a matter of routine. Sharon said nothing, and her eyes, which were almost the same color as Azhara, just stared at Hastur. They came because of Zangwill's incident. They recognized the breath and traces you left at night. Hastur had no choice but to explain, and then talked to Sharon with a playful smile. They looked at each other and said, Come to think of it, it was because of you that I was put on their investigation list. That night when he attacked Zangwill, he had his own secrets. Later, when he snatched away 008, he eliminated all the scent and traces. Logically speaking, members of the Red Gloves team cannot lock him, even with the eye of the goddess. They must have noticed themselves through Sharon, based on her movements. In other words, Sharon's troubles during this time were problems of her own making. Hastur's eyes always fell on Sharon's face, but he was unable to observe even a little bit of emotional fluctuations on her face. At this moment, she really looked like a real puppet. Although she can talk, when it comes to controlling her emotions, she is just a large and exquisite puppet. The only pity is that I can't play any dress-up games. Ahem. Hastur suppressed those abnormal thoughts, paused and said, I am also thinking about how to deal with them. Although Mrs. Lisa is now handling this matter, Sharon should not be involved too much in the matter of the monk in yellow. Sharon said calmly, 008 is an unknown sealed object. It's best to stay away from it. Hastur laughed. It's really annoying sometimes, but it's still somewhat useful. Now, 008 is still lying quietly in the box in the corner of the desk. It was only because of Sharon's presence that he didn't jump up an object. Seeing that Hastur insisted on keeping 008, Sharon did not continue the topic. Hastur asked Sharon to sit down first, and then said, Tell me about your experiences during this time. Very good. That's all? Miss Sharon, you are more precious with your words than before. Meow. Azhara also echoed. Have you ever seen a puppet who talks a lot? Yes, I have. Hastur answered in the affirmative, causing a rare flash of astonishment in Sharon's eyes. In the novel I wrote for you, the seemingly cold and emotionless puppets have fire-like passion in their hearts. And they also long for communication with other people. You see, although Azhara cannot speak human language, she always likes to interrupt when we are talking. This shows that communication is the instinct of living things. Meow. Azhara glared at Hastur angrily and ran to Sharon. She felt aggrieved and covered her eyes with her little paws, as if she was crying sadly. Look, even a cat can have such vivid expression changes. How can a human be inferior to a cat? Hastur also pointed out that he knew that he didn't like to talk or show emotions. This was Sharon's nature. But when she plays a puppet, it's easy for Sharon to completely assimilate herself with the puppet because they are so similar. It's easy to get in, but it's not so easy to get out. He didn't want Sharon to end up as a person who had lost all emotions. Sharon is still more adorable because she can laugh and cry. Sharon nodded. Her eyes seemed much gentler. How about you try to smile again? Sharon ignored Hastur's obviously selfish suggestion. After staying for about 20 minutes, Sharon left here. Her arrival tonight is, firstly, to tell Hastur that she has been successfully promoted. And secondly, to give Hastur a little reminder. As soon as Sharon's front legs left, 008, who was lying in the pencil case pretending to be dead, started jumping up and down, clamoring to come out. Chapter 307, Stealing Destiny. It must protest. Even if it is what Miss Sharon says, it must be justified. It is the most loyal penholder for its owner, and is not an unknown thing that brings harm. Hastur walked over, flicked the top of the pen box with his right index finger, and bounced it back on the table. If you make a fuss again, I will really give you to that bigot. 008 calms down in an instant, and assessing the situation has always been its strength, but it still shook slightly, as if it was expressing its grievances. Asta came to the desk and sat down, took out a piece of paper, but did not open the pen box containing 008. Instead, he picked up an ordinary quill pen and slowly began to practice calligraphy. At first, 008 could tolerate this kind of ignorance, but after waiting for a while, seeing that Hastur really ignored its intention, it started to jump up again, eager to immediately fill a blank paper with its heat. Unfortunately, Hastur still ignored it. After writing a piece of paper, he glanced at the time. It was past 11 o'clock. He yawned, stood up and left the study, leaving behind 008, who kept jumping around. Late at night, on the streets of Pudding Port, an old man with silver hair, neatly dressed in black formal clothes, round glasses, and a silk top hat was slowly passing by the door of the hotel on the street. As soon as he reached the main entrance of the hotel, the old man stopped, took off his silk top hat with his right hand, and gave a slow salute to Mrs. Lisa, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Dear madam, I have no intention of offending you. I just happened to be passing by and have some friendship with the Church of the Night Goddess, so I help those lost children. I hope you won't be offended. Mrs. Lisa just watched his performance quietly. After he finished speaking, she spoke calmly. Dreamweaver walks the world as a clone, weaving the dreams of thousands of creatures. Such a transcendent ability makes you feel like you are in a dream. The gods also make you completely lose your respect for other extraordinary beings. The old man just smiled and said, dreams are like life. Life is like dreams. Even death is just a deep sleep. When you wake up at dawn, everything will be like yesterday, and life will still be so wonderful. Mrs. Lisa shook her head and sighed. You are ignorant and fearless. If you are a Sequence 2 observer, you should have only one thought right now. Escape from here with all your strength, and don't let fate catch up with you. The old man frowned slightly, and carefully looked at Mrs. Lisa in front of him for a while, but he still couldn't completely see through her. The second mistake you made was that you shouldn't be chatting with me here. The old man didn't quite understand Mrs. Lisa's words, but he began to feel inexplicably uneasy, with unknown fear spreading. Dear madam, it's very late now. Let's meet again if there is a chance. The old man's figure burst like a string of bubbles and then disappeared. Mrs. Lisa whispered, to kill or not to kill. Lord God Envoy doesn't seem to like too much killing here. Just give him an unforgettable lesson. In a small town outside Pudding Port, the old man walked out of an alley and felt slightly relieved when he saw that no one was chasing him. Just now, he actually felt strong fear from the old lady. This was a taste he had not tasted for a long time. It's better to be careful. The old man changed his body shape and became shorter. His silver hair began to dye into black and white. He put away his round glasses. There was a scar as wide as an index finger on his left cheek. A sparse beard grew on his chin. There is also a cane of sunken wood with silver edges. The whole person looks 20 years younger than before. And his temperament is completely different from his previous image. He has always had many identities. He is Barrows Hopkins, the king of the Black Sea, one of the 4 pirate kings. He is also Eric Drake, a famous hermit in the Sinea Sea. He is also the Backland Medical School, former principal, royal medical advisor. He has so many identities that even he sometimes forgets them. Dreamweavers weave dreams, and they can also weave their own dreams. In the dream, he could be anyone. I really don't know which organization that old lady just now is a member of. Are you sure you want to know? The old man paused after taking just a few steps. His face darkened, and his originally relaxed mood was tainted with a layer of gloom. Because the inexplicable voice just now came from his own mind. And the voice was very familiar. It was the old lady I had only met once before. The old man suppressed the shock in his heart, chuckled and applauded. It's a wonderful method. Even I didn't notice it for a while. It's really eye-opening tonight. Does this shock you? You're still too young. The old man's eyes flashed slightly, and his voice was a little colder. I said, I have no intention of intervening in your affairs. I just happened to be passing by. The first time, I let you go, but you didn't leave. You were still lingering around there. Since you like to be nosy, you have to pay a price for it. Uh-huh. This is just a clone of me. Who said this is your clone? As soon as these words came out, the old man felt that he had completely lost control of his body, and his entire consciousness condensed into a small point of light, imprisoned in a dark and lightless world. It wasn't until this moment that he truly realized that he had hit a brick wall this time. Barrows Hopkins, Eric Drake, the Royal Medical Advisor, Polly Delaw, you do have quite a lot of identities. As his identity was revealed layer by layer, the old man's heart sank completely. Just now, he tried to end the life of this clone, but found that he was just a passerby and could not affect this body in the slightest. The old lady whom I had only met once was now the real master of her avatar. The old man asked in a deep voice, Who are you? Don't you think it's too late to ask this question now? What do you want with my body? The Garden of Eden seems like a nice place. Just in time for a stroll. Uh-huh. Even if you occupy my clone, you still can't enter the Garden of Eden. Your clone? Alas, you still don't understand what you have lost now. Mrs. Lisa sighed, closed the clone's eyes, and entered the collective subconscious world. The Garden of Eden exists here. It is very difficult to find the Garden of Eden in the collective subconscious. But for this clone, his true body is sleeping deep in the Garden of Eden. Polly Delaw. His true identity is the current president of the Psychological Alchemy Society. He regards the Garden of Eden as an absolutely safe place. So when he goes out for a walk, he will place his true body deep in the Garden of Eden. The clone walking outside is like a bubble, and it will break when it breaks, without affecting his true body at all. But now, he finally felt a suffocating feeling of being grabbed by fate's neck. The Garden of Eden was opened by a person occupying his own clone. She even made it all the way to the place where she kept her real body without any hindrance. None of the members of the jury she met on the way recognized her identity, and completely regarded her as herself. She even stopped to chat with a friend she had a good relationship with about her adventures during this time. His friends didn't realize that there was a new soul in this clone, and everyone naturally thought that she was him. Your destiny has been replaced. No, to be more precise, the destiny of my clone was stolen. Polly Delaw's heart was particularly heavy, since the other party could steal the fate of this clone. Then when he came to his true body, he could also steal the fate of his true body. In this way, he will completely lose his destiny, his identity, and everything about him will be completely replaced by others. If he could still sweat now, he would be sweating profusely. If I had known that I would encounter such a terrifying existence, I should have stayed away from putting port as soon as I landed, instead of relying on the specialness of being a dream weaver to go and take care of other things. Regret? Such emotions are redundant in the extraordinary world. Well, Polly Delaw sighed heavily, closed his eyes, and waited for his fate. Deep in the Garden of Eden, the clone has met the original body. Another part of the consciousness in the sleeping body woke up, and was a little stunned when he saw the clone that suddenly appeared in front of him. According to the time schedule, now is not the time for this clone to come back. Could it be that it has encountered some difficult problem? Why did you come back suddenly? This is a warning to you. The main body is confused. What is this? Does the clone want to rebel? Once some dreams are broken, they will be lost forever. and they will never be able to wait for the new life the next day. With these last words, Mrs. Lisa left the Polly Delaw clone and returned control to him. Of course, even if you come here, you always have to bring something back. She took away Polly Delaw's 3 identities and left a back door on his body to facilitate her entry and exit if necessary in the future. Polly Delaw, who regained control of his clone, was silent for a long time before sighing. People always have to pay a price for their choices, even if the price is very expensive. After regaining control, he knew he had lost something, but he couldn't remember it. What is lost forever and can never come back. Chapter 308. Audrey, Susie. We are different. The next day, Mrs. Lisa came here specifically to talk about the members of the Red Gloves team and the matter of stealing Fate last night. After listening to Mrs. Lisa's description, Hastur really felt that the extraordinary path of the King in Yellow was very scary. Once promoted to Sequence 3 life stealing, it is a qualitative leap. You did a good job in this matter. Hastur smiled and gave a compliment. There may be some trouble with the Church of the Goddess of Night. Let them not set foot in Southwell County again. If they agree, let them leave. Hastur thought for a while, and then said, remember to clear all their memories related to this before leaving. I don't like trouble. I will obey the instructions of the Divine Envoy. Mrs. Lisa respectfully withdrew. On the desk, 008, who had been holding back all night, started jumping around again. Hastur glanced at it, but still didn't open the pencil box. So he let it sit there for a few more days. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Dohasta went to the recruit training camp to provide guidance on relevant training. At the same time, he himself was also learning various knowledge needed for maritime combat. As a commander, if you don't understand anything, you can't lead the soldiers. In the army, the soldiers still believe in real men who are capable. Backland, St. Samuel's Church. Archbishop Anthony finally received instructions from the Church of Serenity. The Red Glove team that went to South Wales to investigate in the past few days did not report on the progress of the investigation in a timely manner, which showed that they were in trouble. So serious that they could not even send news. The last time they reported the situation was not long after they arrived at Pudding Port. If nothing else, they are currently trapped in Pudding Port. Regarding this matter, they did not dare to act rashly. They could only send the news back to the Serenity Church and wait for instructions from there. The monk in yellow is good at compiling scripts to make people fall into them. Be careful of accidents and coincidences. Although the reply received was very concise, it already expressed the attitude of Tranquility Church, which was to send personnel to rescue and strive to uncover the dark iron curtain of Pudding Port. That is the territory of the Lone Kingdom, and it is a place protected by the Church of the Night Goddess. It is necessary to find out what is there. And according to the news that Archbishop Anthony has learned in the past few days, maritime trade at Pudding Port is still continuing. There are no restrictions on personnel exchanges, and no particularly major changes have occurred. All this shows that the only people who are really in trouble are the members of the Red Glove team, and other ordinary people are not affected at all. Therefore, they must take this opportunity to understand the new organization of the Yellow Monks, so that they can formulate countermeasures against them. Archbishop Anthony, who had made a decision in his mind, summoned Gres Sessima, who had returned to Backland some time ago and was known as the Sword of the Goddess. In the beginning, he was responsible for handling Zangwill's affairs. After Zangwill died, he turned to other tasks and left the search for Zangwill and 008 to the goddess. Ilya, who has the title of I, is in charge. Half an hour later, Grest, who had short golden brown hair, a cold face, and a pair of dark green eyes, arrived at St. Samuel's Church. After Archbishop Anthony exchanged a few words with him, he told him about the incident at Pudding Port and hoped that he would go and deal with it. Remember, when you arrive at Pudding Port, you must not act rashly. Try to act in secret. It is best to contact the local Church of Storms first. Archbishop Anthony gave some special instructions to avoid any surprises in this task. Well, I will be careful and won't reveal my identity until the critical moment. Gress nodded and left. He was always very cautious when dealing with these extraordinary tasks, because those who have lost their respect for extraordinary events have turned into piles of graves. Earl Hall's house. Audrey is systematically learning about psychology from her psychology teacher, Ms. Isolent Osaslika. This psychology teacher was the one who recommended her to join the Psychological Alchemy Society. A lot of knowledge in psychology is boring, and the gentle breeze blowing in the afternoon made Audrey a little sleepy. in order not to do the impolite thing of dozing off later. She could only focus on the face of Ms. Isolent Ossislika. This Ms. Isolent Ossislika has waist-length black hair, a pair of eyes as blue as lake water, and a baby face. She is obviously a mature psychiatrist, but she still looks like a girl studying in school. This sense of contrast gave Audrey a little more comfort in the boring class. Woof! Susie's voice sounded, and Audrey, who was trying to doze off, suddenly became energetic. She subconsciously looked towards where Susie was to see if anything interesting was happening. But when she met Susie's eyes, she understood. Nothing special happened. Susie's cry just now was to stimulate her to get rid of her sleepiness and cheer up. Although the effect of this behavior was very obvious, Audrey really wanted to cover her face with her hands. It was really embarrassing to be reminded by Susie like this. Audrey began to listen to the class attentively for a while. It was not until she heard Ms. Isolent Ossislika saying that today's class was over that she really got rid of the trouble of being sleepy. With an elegant and decent smile on her face, she warmly bid farewell to Ms. Isolent Ossislika as she left. Susie! When no one else was present, Audrey came to Susie's side, squatted down slightly, reached out and pinched its right ear. She said earnestly, Susie, next time I'm in class, you can't shout at will. This will disturb my thoughts and make me lose concentration. Susie looked innocent and said, Audrey, I just wanted to remind you not to use your wonderful study time to doze off. Audrey said with a serious face, I was thinking. Close your eyes to focus more. But every time I feel sleepy and doze off, I look exactly like you just now. Audrey was silent for a while, then left with her head slightly raised, leaving only one sentence, Susie, you and I are different. After returning to the room, Audrey, who couldn't lie down on the bed and sleep immediately because Susie also came over, sighed and sat at the desk near the windowsill, holding her cheeks with both hands and looking out the window. World. This year, as an adult, she has been much busier than in previous years. She has met more people, learned more knowledge, and done more things. Even if you want to sleep secretly sometimes, you need to worry about Susie's presence. She felt that it was so difficult for her. I don't know if Mr. Hastur and Alfred have started to contact each other. Boom boom. There was a knock on the door, and Audrey asked, knowing that it was Earl Hall who was looking for her. She stood up and pushed the door open. In the study, Earl Hall handed a letter to Audrey. This is a letter written to Hastur. Please help me deliver it. Audrey collected the letter and asked in confusion, why bother? My identity is relatively sensitive, so it would be better for you to send me a letter about your second brother. Dear Earl Hall, I will have a letter sent to South Wales shortly. Audrey smiled and left with the letter. She just happened to write a letter to check on Mr. Hastur's current situation. Woof. Susie also followed Audrey into the room. Susie, don't you also want to write a letter to Mr. Hastur? Woof. Susie, you are just a dog. Even Mr. Hastur can't understand the words you wrote. Right? Audrey had a troubled look on her face. She really didn't want Susie to keep in contact with Mr. Hastur. She always felt that every time they contacted her, Susie looked at her with more complicated eyes. Susie took out a letter from the kennel where she slept. The words on it were crooked and varied in size, filling the entire page. Audrey, I have learned the basic rune writing. After Audrey was silent for a while, she said with a surprised look on her face, Susie, I don't remember that I ever taught you to learn rune characters. She only taught Susie how to understand and speak loan, but not how to write. After all, it is too difficult for a dog to practice writing. Audrey, have you forgotten? You have a book called Basic Linguistics and a book called The Origin and Evolution of Rune Writing on your bookshelf. Are you self-taught? Yes. After all, I'm just a dog. It's not like you have a dedicated teacher responsible for teaching you knowledge. Audrey's face became more complicated, and she tried to ask in a low voice, how long have you been studying? Have you learned everything? I've been studying for half a month, but I still haven't fully mastered it. Huh? Fortunately, I am still ahead of Susie in this aspect. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, but then she became distressed. She was actually being chased by Susie all the way, and was almost overtaken by it. This feeling was really terrible. Her eyes fell on the letter written by Susie again. If you write like this, can Mr. Hastur understand what you want to express? In addition to the rune text, there are also Susie's dog paw prints on it, which are obscure and difficult to understand. Susie raised her head slightly and said, Audrey, Mr. Hastur is different from you. Audrey suddenly didn't want to send a letter to Mr. Hastur in South Wales. Chapter 309 Klein, should I start fighting? Boom boom. In the evening, Klein, who had put on an apron and been busy in the kitchen for 20 minutes, had just finished making a pot of beef brisket stew with potatoes when he heard a rhythmic knock on the door. He put down the fork he was using to taste the beef brisket, put the lid back on the pot, and leaned out half of his body to look in the direction of the door. At this point in time, it is indeed time for Benson and Melissa to come back. But they all have keys with them, so they can just open the door when they get home, without knocking. Could it be that Benson was in a hurry today and forgot to bring his keys? Klein thought briefly for a few seconds, wiped his hands on the hem of his light blue apron that was stained with oil, and then walked out of the kitchen and came to the door. Just in case, he first cautiously asked the identity of the person knocking on the door outside. I am Grest, and I worked with you and Leonard on the Zangwill incident in Tianjin. The man at the door spoke with a familiar voice. Klein relaxed his guard slightly and opened the door in a small arc. When he saw Grest standing alone outside, Klein opened the door completely and said with a smile, Mr. Grest, why did you suddenly come to visit my house? Mr. Klein, we meet again. Grest added, this time I took the liberty of visiting, which is really disturbing. Would you like to come in first? Do you want tea or coffee? Klein stepped aside and invited Grest to come in. Just have a regular cup of tea. I'm out and about all the time, so I don't have much attention to this aspect. Grest walked into the house and sat on the sofa. She saw that Klein was still wearing an apron, and the smell of food was faintly wafting from the kitchen. He chuckled and said, it seems I came at the right time. I'm going to make you laugh. I got off work early today, so I cooked something for myself at home. It's just ordinary home-cooked food. As Klein spoke, he made Grest and himself a cup of tea each, then took off his apron and came over with a teacup. The two chatted for a few words while drinking tea, and Grest explained the purpose of coming here today. He wanted to invite Klein to go with him to South Wales to deal with the matter at Pooning Port. Archbishop Anthony allowed him to pick a few people to assist him in this matter, and the first person he thought of was Klein. Why did you choose to invite me to South Wales? There was a puzzled look in Klein's eyes. After coming to Backland, he had no contact with Mr. Grest, and his personal friendship was relatively average. Grest glanced at him, and then explained the reason, because this matter is related to Zangwill, and you have had contact with him. Having said this, he smiled and said, of course, this is not the main reason why I chose you. The real reason is that I think you have a kind of good luck, and this kind of good luck is what I lack. Klein also laughed and said, such a statement is too unreal. No, this is not illusory at all. When it comes to extraordinary things, some people are easily favored by good luck. The specific manifestation is that they can often turn dangerous situations into danger. You have fully proved it in the 008 incident. This, Grest explained patiently. Klein relaxed a little. He thought that Mr. Grest had noticed something special about him. He thought for a while, and then asked, since this matter is official, why don't you directly recruit me, but instead visit me privately? Grest said in a sincere tone, I just want to give you a chance to choose freely. If it is a business recruitment, it will indeed save time and effort. But you don't seem to want to leave Backland, so I chose to visit you privately. Klein was silent for a while, raised his head slightly, and asked curiously, how do you know I don't want to leave Backland? From your daily life. You go home to spend time with your family after work every day, and you don't show any personality like going out and being lively. Based on this, I made the inference that you don't want to leave Backland. Seeing that Klein's expression was a little unnatural, Grest added, don't get me wrong. I didn't follow you privately, nor did I find any private detective to investigate you. I just learned a lot about you from your colleagues. Klein's expression softened slightly, but he did not immediately answer Grest's invitation, and the scene fell silent for a moment. Click. It's the sound of a key turning in a lock. Before the door was fully opened, Benson's slightly exaggerated voice was heard. Klein, are you preparing anything delicious tonight? I just smell the aroma of beef stew in the corridor. Benson walked in and took off his shoes that were stained with a lot of mud. When he looked up, he saw that there were guests at home today. He was startled for a moment and looked at Klein. Benson, this is Mr. Grest. He once helped me in Tianjin and is also my colleague. He has been working in Backland. Klein gave a few brief introductions. Grest showed a kind smile to Benson, then stood up and looked at Klein again. I will leave Backland at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I hope you can think about it carefully. After Grest left, Benson frowned slightly and said, Klein, are you leaving Backland? Klein shook his head. I haven't decided yet whether I want to go on a business trip. And Mr. Grest allows me to make my own choice. I'm on a business trip. Benson hesitated, then looked towards the kitchen and smiled. Let me taste the fruits of your labor tonight first. Potato stew beef brisket. I am very confident in this dish. Klein smiled and followed Benson into the kitchen. About 10 minutes later, Melissa also came back from the academy and caught Klein and Benson in the kitchen secretly eating several pieces of beef brisket and potatoes in the name of tasting. At night, Klein was lying on the bed alone. He was thinking about what Mr. Grest said today. Even Mr. Grest, who had little contact with him, could tell that he liked comfort and was unwilling to leave Backland and go out to explore. Is it really that obvious? He goes to work at 8:30 every day to deal with work matters, and can go home at 6 o'clock in the evening. He only needs to work overtime when there is an emergency or unexpected incident. He was allowed 1 day off every week, and he tried to arrange his rest time on Sunday so that he could take Benson and Melissa out for fun and visit the beautiful Backland. Such a comfortable and relaxed life is like working as a 9-to-5 worker in the original world. Maybe we should really go out and take a look. Klein had already made a decision in his mind. After thinking for a while, he got up and went to the bathroom. He walked 4 steps backward to reach the top of the grey mist. He wanted to use divination to see if his journey to South Wales would go smoothly. The final divination result was that although the process was somewhat bumpy, the result was still good, and it also involved some major changes in my life. As for possible major changes, whether they are good or bad, it is impossible to predict with such accuracy. Would you like to try to divine the whereabouts of 008? Klein thought for only 2 seconds before giving up on this act of seeking death. After all, no one knows what kind of person 008 is now, and prying into it rashly is a big risk. In the early morning, at 7:50 at the steam train station, Grest arrived at Klein. There was no surprise on his face, because he knew that Klein would definitely come. Mr. Grest, I need more care from you along the way. Mr. Klein, this is what I want to say to you, Grest said with a smile on his face. On the sea, a small ship has been sailing on the sea for more than 10 days. On the bow deck, Leonard was facing the sea and fishing in the cool sea breeze. Since leaving Pudding Port, they have been traveling on the sea, encountering several waves of rampant pirates. Unfortunately, no one among them knows the current specific location of the Black Emperor. They had no choice but to inquire and search. Oh, the fish in this sea are just stupid, and they bite the hook so casually. Leonard used his wrists hard to throw a big fish weighing nearly 20 kilograms on the deck, and pretended to glance casually at a teammate who had not caught anything yet. Seeing that his face didn't look very good, and there was an obvious bitter smile on his lips, Leonard felt much happier. Thump thump. There was a sound of footsteps on the deck. Leonard put down his fishing rod and looked at Ms. Ilya, who came out of the captain's cabin. Ilya glanced at Leonard and another teammate, and then said slowly, "There is news from the church that the team members who stayed in Pudding Port to investigate are in trouble, and they can no longer even deliver the news normally." Having trouble? The first thought that came to Leonard's mind was that he was glad that he did not choose to stay in Pudding Port. The second thought was that he was worried about the situation of his teammates. Leonard asked tentatively, "Ms. Ilya, do you think we were deliberately lured out of Pudding Port?" "Well, this matter is indeed a coincidence. And coincidence and chance are the obstacles we need to overcome most in this investigation." Ilya felt the same way, especially after being far away from Pudding Port. Another team member said, "Then let's return to Pudding Port now. This is why I come to you now." As soon as Ilya finished speaking, the shadow of a ship appeared at the end of the distant sea and sky. As the ship gradually approached, Leonard and others saw clearly that the ship was the Black Emperor that they had been searching for. Leonard's face was extremely solemn, and he said, "Is this also an arranged coincidence?" Hearing this, Ilya's face changed slightly, but her eyes were still full of calmness and confidence. "Whether it's a coincidence or not, we shouldn't pass up this opportunity." Chapter 310 about becoming the dungeon boss. Leonard and others still chose to stay where they were, waiting for the Black Emperor to approach. Even if they want to sail away, they can't get rid of the Black Emperor, whose performance far exceeds that of ordinary ships. As the ship approached, they saw the burly figure standing on the deck. Nast, the king of the 5 seas. The Black Emperor was 3 to 4 meters higher than the ship Leonard and others were on. When the two ships approached, Nast was overlooking them from a high position. A group of crew members gathered behind Nast. Some of them were blowing cheerful whistles, and some were staring at Ilya's beautiful figure and face with covetous expressions. Well, there are one or two with more unique tastes, staring at Leonard with naked eyes. The expected conflict did not occur. The cable ladder was lowered from the Black Emperor, signaling Leonard and others to board the ship for a discussion. "Let's go!" Ilya walked in front without much hesitation, and Leonard followed behind. On the deck, the crew of the Black Emperor, who had been watching the show, had been dispersed by Nast, leaving only a third officer beside them. Nast glanced at the three of them with a sharp look. "I heard that you have captured a lot of pirates. Do you want to force them to find out my whereabouts?" "Not bad." Ilya admitted this decisively. Nast chuckled and said, "You are so brave. Do you want to openly challenge me on the sea?" Ilya looked normal and said, "I just want to ask you something. You are a man who lacks awe. I just have to be in awe of the goddess." Even on the Black Emperor, Ilya's attitude remained calm and strong, and she was not worried about her situation at all. If you really think about it, this is the territory of the storm, not the country of the goddess of the night. Night will always come. You are indeed a devout believer of the goddess of the night. Nast seemed to sigh, but soon he put away his unnecessary expression and said coldly, "Belief on the sea is not worth even a penny. Even if it is inadvertent, the waves that come out can make a louder noise than it does. So if you lose your faith, you will also become worthless." Ilya's words were very sharp, and she said calmly, "We only asked 3 things during this trip, and we will leave after asking. If you want to try to keep us, as you said, this is the territory of the storm." She is not a reckless person. After going to sea, she got in touch with the Church of Storms. They are the 3 major churches in the Kingdom of Lone, and they often help each other. How could I not inform the Church of Storms when I came to the sea? Nast laughed and looked at the powerful MS. Ilya in front of him with some pity. The Church of Storms has indeed always had a strong position on the sea, but that was in the past. Now, the new uncrowned king has risen from the sea, but he has always been at odds with the Church of Storms. He often targets the Church of Storms, and sometimes even goes to the outer areas of the Abyss of Storms to circle around. It's a pity that he came with a mission this time. Otherwise, he would have to let these 3 followers of the night goddess see the ruthlessness of the sea. Boom! There was a violent sound, and a large splash of water exploded. Leonard and others subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound. The ship they had just been on had been sunk by SHLS. Ilya said with a cold face, "Do you want to compensate us for the Black Emperor? Want the Black Emperor? It's a pity that you are a step late. This Black Emperor has been booked in advance." Nast thought helplessly in his heart and said, "Don't be so anxious. Meeting each other on the vast sea is a rare fate. I just want to chat with you for a while." "Before chatting, answer me first. Did you take sealed artifact 008 away from Ensangwil?" Nast was quite surprised and said, "So you are here for this matter?" "Yes. I happened to lack a suitable quill in my study at that time." The look on Ilya's face became much more relaxed. "If you don't want to cause more trouble, you'd better return it to us." "Oh, I took it from Ensangwil. This thing no longer belongs to you. Moreover, you actually want to take back something that was stolen from a pirate king. Don't you think it's too much? Naive?" With sarcasm on his lips, Nast asked Ilya and others to stay on the ship as guests for a few days. "Can." Ilya agreed immediately, which surprised Leonard. Are they trying to steal a pirate king's loot right from under his nose? In putting port, Asta wanted to invite Sharon to go out for a walk during the weekend break. But Sharon just stood motionless in front of the windowsill and started her puppet show. Now Sharon is like a lifeless puppet. Sometimes at home, she can stand motionless in one position for several days without even blinking. Azhara likes to mess with Sharon most at this time. She often climbs on her shoulders and stretches out her little paws to gently pull her hair. Sharon was a little uncomfortable with it at first, but as she got deeper into the role, she accepted Azhara's behavior. No matter how much Azhara tried, she was still like an exquisite puppet, without any expression or movement. Hastur also found Sharon's state of mind very interesting, and for a moment, he actually resonated with the vampire who liked dolls. A beautiful and delicate doll that cannot speak, and will only stay by your side silently. What could be a more perfect gift for lasting companionship? But this thought was only temporary. Asta still preferred to see Sharon, who could talk and move. Meow. Azhara, who had climbed onto Sharon's head and laid down on her head, gave Hastur a proud expression. Sharon's generosity and tolerance when playing the puppet was only given to Azhara. Sometimes Hastur also wanted to try to tease Sharon in the puppet state, but she would often move away or speak. This forced Hastur to criticize her performance, since she was playing a doll. How could she treat herself and Azhara differently? Everyone should be treated equally. Sharon looked at him with a look that looked like a fool and said, "I'm just playing a puppet. Not a real puppet. Let alone a puppet that can't move." In this regard, Hastur could only lament that this should be the longest sentence Sharon had said to him during this period. With Sharon and Azhara, who like to stay at home, Hastur has no idea of going out. I just took this time to think about how to arrange Alfred. After attending Alfred's dinner last time, Alfred finally revealed to him in a vague way the idea of staying in South Wales. Even if it wasn't for Audrey's sake, Asta would arrange a good position for Alfred because of the 100,000 gold pounds Earl Hall provided when he left Backland. Logistics work was too important, and he had to take it into his own hands. Going to the battlefield was too dangerous. He couldn't take care of Alfred all the time. The best arrangement could only be in administrative management. This position was both safe and had enough political achievements. Thinking of this, Hastur came to the study and wrote a letter of recommendation to the Archduke of South Wales. The approval of the Archduke of South Wales is also required for the appointment and dismissal of official positions in South Wales. After writing the letter, Hastur just put it away first and waited for Earl Hall to express his attitude before he decided whether to keep Alfred. Beside the desk, 008, still locked in the pencil case, quietly came to Hastur's elbow and lightly touched Hastur's arm with the pencil case. During this period of time, it has been locked in the pencil box and is almost going crazy. The attitude is pretty good. I'll let you come out for some air today. Hastur smiled and opened the pen box. 008 immediately stood upright and landed on a blank piece of paper. "Master, I will always be your most loyal pen." Whoa. 008 was finally able to write out the grievances in his heart. Hastur said in a gentle tone, "I am looking forward to your future performance. You will definitely not disappoint your master." 008 suddenly became energetic again and began to write quickly on the blank paper. The predicament of the Red Gloves team attracted Backland's rescuer, Klein, a character I don't like very much. He arrived at 9:10 this morning, arriving in South Wales in 2. He was accompanied by Grest, an extraordinary person known as the Sword of the Goddess. They wanted to conceal their identity and sneak into Puddingport to investigate. It's a pity that even though they have been very careful, they still can't hide it from my eyes, let alone the Great Master. They are determined to investigate the truth of the matter and rescue the members of the Red Glove team trapped in Puddingport. However, without the permission of the Great Master, they cannot fly away from Puddingport even if they become female mosquitoes. As my master's most loyal writer, I will keep an eye on their every move 24 hours a day and never let their presence affect my master's good mood. 008 eloquently wrote a large text, and Asta looked a little weird when he looked at the contents. From the description of 008 and everything that has happened recently in Puddingport, Puddingport is simply regarded as a copy for the protagonist to take risks. And I, Count Hastur Campbell, the envoy of the Yellow Monk organization, and the mysterious figure holding 008, are the final boss of this copy. The more Hastur thought about it, the more he felt that things were heading in this direction. When encountering an extraordinary event, someone is trapped and asks for rescue. The rescuer arrives to investigate, find out the culprit, solve the dungeon boss, and finally successfully leave the dungeon. What a familiar routine. Chapter 311 Investigate Yourself? I didn't expect that I would become the dungeon boss. Hastur was silent for a while before regaining his energy. Even if it is a dungeon boss, it must be at least Nightmare or HL level. Right? With Klein's current sequence, he shouldn't be able to swipe himself. Mrs. Lisa alone can stabilize the situation. There is just one thing. The situation in Puddingport cannot get worse and worse. It must be dealt with earlier to avoid people from the Church of the Goddess of the Night bothering me every day. The Red Glove team had two main purposes for this trip. One was to find out what happened to Nsangwil, and the other was to find sealed artifact 008. 008 is now in the hands of Nast, the King of the Five Seas according to the arrangement. As for Nsangwil, everyone is dead, so it is not difficult to find a reason. Hastur clarified the context of the matter and had an idea in his mind. Just use Klein's hand to solve everything here at once. And also add some credit to Klein. At least you can get a bonus. Right? For Mr. Fool who lives in poverty. This is definitely the best gift. On the blank paper, 008 was still writing, Master. Which unlucky guy are we going to kill next? How about choosing Grest? He was chasing me all the time. It was so annoying. Asta chuckled and said, Do you still have such a grudge and hatred between you and him? Humph. His strength was not enough to make me afraid. But I fell into the hands of Nsengwu. You know, he is at best a third-rate screenwriter. The scripts he wrote are not beautiful and have loopholes. It's like a piece of shit that always makes Grest come after him. TSK. Your level of swearing has improved again. Thank you, Master, for the compliment. I'm so happy. Seeing that 008 has a tendency to assimilate to the dog-licking mirror, Haster decisively ended the chat with 008, leaving the study and going to the room where Sharon rested. Sharon still maintained the same posture as when he left just now, standing in front of the windowsill, looking into the distance. Azhara had also curled up on the windowsill and fell asleep, without bothering Sharon anymore. Haster just looked at it for a few moments and then left without disturbing Sharon's puppet show. At Pudding Port, Klein followed Grest to this terrifying port where the previous Red Gloves team was trapped. Although Grest told him a lot of weird things about Pudding Port on the way, he didn't explain clearly what exactly happened here. It just told him to be careful about coincidences and accidents. Details that seemed easy to ignore. When someone approaches you on the ferry and asks for directions, or when a vendor selling snacks and fruits passes by, you need to be extremely vigilant and think twice, in order to attract as little attention as possible. Grest and Klein disguised themselves as businessmen from the neighboring East Tucker County and wanted to come here to look for war business opportunities related to the southern continent. Klein is the boss, and Grest is the bodyguard who is strong, powerful, and observant. When arriving in Pudding Port for the first time, the first thing to do is to find a hotel where you can stay temporarily, in order not to be secretly arranged. Grest and Klein drew lots to select a hotel from several suitable hotels, and then gave up their plan to live in this hotel and chose to rent a private house instead. The living conditions of private houses are poor, but the place is relatively spacious and there are fewer people coming and going, which is very suitable for them to enter and exit secretly for investigation. In the evening, Grest and Klein closed the doors and windows to discuss the results of today's investigation. I have not investigated the information left by the members of the previous Red Glove team. They may really be trapped somewhere and cannot move freely. Grest was the first to share his findings from today's investigation. After renting a room, he visited many shops and street stalls in the name of buying various daily necessities. Perhaps we should not use this as a breakthrough, but should return to the original issue. Klein expressed his views carefully. You don't think we should just go looking for the trapped Red Gloves members? Klein nodded and said, Well, we should continue to investigate further based on what they discovered during their previous investigation. He has rich experience in dealing with 008 and knows how to break 008's methods of arranging coincidences and accidents. First of all, you must not be led by the nose. Instead, you must always have your own opinion and focus on one thing to pursue it all the way to the end, no matter how many changes you encounter during the investigation. Secondly, we must distinguish the beginning and end of the matter and do not reverse the order. Take this Pudding Port incident as an example. The members of the Red Gloves team were trapped. This is not the real focus, nor is it the direction they should work hard to investigate. Why they were trapped is the focus. Finally, be careful. Grest silently listened to Klein's personal experience and said with emotion, I am indeed lucky to choose you to handle this matter together this time. Klein just smiled. He was just scared of 008's ability to arrange scripts. So he thought about many possible ways to help. As a great man once said, you must distinguish between primary and secondary conflicts. This kind of ability to arrange the direction of the script, spending a lot of time writing the script, is to cover up key information that really does not want to be discovered. While he was on the road, he was thinking about how to solve the problem in Pudding Port. In the end, it was believed that pursuing the investigation along the direction of the Red Glove team's previous investigation was the most likely way to break the situation. Grest pointed to his head and said, I have already written down the list of names that the Red Glove team was going to investigate in detail. Klein admired, Your memory is really good. This is my habit. Information written on paper is always easy to forget or leaked. It is safer to write it down here. Then, Grest rewrote the list that the Red Glove team had sent back to St. Samuel's Church, word for word. When Klein saw Haster's name also on the list, his eyes showed surprise. The keenly observant Grest asked, Is there anyone you know? Well, a baron from Backland. We should call him Earl Campbell now. Leonard has a good relationship with him. That's it. Grest's eyes stayed on it for a while. Do you think we should use Earl Campbell's influence here to investigate this matter? When he was inquiring about information today, he heard someone mention that the current person in charge of Puddingport was Earl Campbell. Currently, the young Earl is actively rectifying the Navy and causing quite a stir. Klein hesitated for a while and said in a calm tone, his name is also on this list. We can't trust anyone easily. Grest laughed and said, Klein, you are really good. We can first seek help from the Archduke of Southwell, and let him come forward to ask the young Earl to assist in the investigation. Seeing that Klein was confused about this, Grest explained, Archbishop Anthony asked me to hide my identity as much as possible before setting off. This is indeed convenient, but it is also easy to disappear suddenly. He added meaningfully, many times. It is safer to stand on the bright side. Really going out to deal with things and staying in the church and speculating are two completely different ways of action. One is biased towards practical action. The other is biased towards verbal theory. In his opinion, the reason why the previous Red Gloves team was unable to even send back news after problems occurred was because they did not rely on the power of official organizations. Look at this Puddingport. Merchant ships are still busy coming and going, and the streets are bustling with people. It seems to be prosperous, and there are no problems at all. If the last Red Gloves team had an official identity, it would never have suddenly disappeared without a trace. The confusion on Klein's face disappeared and he asked, Is the Grand Duke of Southwell credible? Grest chuckled and said, Here, you can always believe in the Grand Duke's loyalty to the kingdom, despite his many shortcomings. The next evening, they received a reply from the Archduke of Southwell. In the letter, the Archduke of Southwell expressed his willingness to help them, and had written another letter to the leader of Puddingport, Earl Hastur Campbell, asking him to cooperate in investigating the whereabouts of the members of the Red Glove team. This is a truth that Grest wants Klein to understand. In this land of Lone Kingdom, they not only represent the Church of the Night Goddess, but also legitimate official personnel. How to use the power of local official agencies to solve problems is a must-learn course in dealing with extraordinary events. With the instructions of the Archduke of Southwell, no matter whether Earl Hastur Campbell is good or bad, he must bear some responsibility for this matter. As for the two of them, they can choose to hide their identities and stay in Puddingport to investigate secretly, or they can choose to find Count Hastur Campbell and work together. In this way, they have a certain amount of initiative. Even if they do nothing, Count Hastur Campbell still needs to actively do something. For a new powerful person who came to South Wales from Backland not long ago, the most important thing to avoid when his foothold is not stable is to create extraneous problems. Grest knows this. Chapter 312, The Flying Kite String. Investigate yourself? The Archduke of Southwell would really find something to do for himself. In the study, Hastur read the letter sent by Archduke Southwell, put it aside casually, and tapped the table with his right index finger, making a rhythmic sound. This should be Klein and Grest putting pressure on themselves through the Archduke of Southwell. A very good strategy and test. And also gave myself a suitable excuse. Hastur thought for a while, then got up and went out, and then asked people to post notices all over Puddingport to offer rewards. He also contacted newspapers and asked them to publish things related to the members of the Red Gloves team. Anyone who can provide information can get it. A handsome reward. Of course, on the surface, they cannot be said to be the Red Glove team of the Church of the Night Goddess, who are responsible for handling extraordinary events privately. Instead, they can be defined as tourists who came to Puddingport from Backland to play. At the same time, Hastur also ordered the garrison of Puddingport to send out several small teams to sweep all the dark corners of Puddingport. It's one thing to be useless, but you must do enough superficial work. Such a massive movement naturally alarmed Grest and Klein. The speed of work is really fast. Grest also admired the young Earl's speed of action. In just one day, the opponent had already created such a huge battle. Klein said nothing. He was always naturally wary of Mr. Hastur. I always feel that there are too many mysteries about this person, so it's better not to get in touch easily. But in this matter, there is nothing suspicious about what the other party did. Hostile. For members of the Red Gloves team gathered together to discuss the content published in the Haitian Morning News early in the morning. Should we take this opportunity to make contact with Earl Hastur Campbell? Maybe we can ask him to send us out of Puddingport. You can try it. After a discussion that was not too intense, they finally decided to send 2 people to test. And the remaining 2 people tried their best to leave messages in various places in Puddingport so that subsequent rescuers could see it. The two members of the Red Glove team took a newspaper and went to the former governor's mansion. They met Hastur easily and smoothly. Of course, they have forgotten the memory of being unable to find Hastur, and they only regard this as the first time they have come to Hastur for help. As soon as the two arrived, they described the problems they faced to Hastur and asked Hastur to send someone to take them out of Puning Port. Hastur suggested setting off by sea, and the two readily agreed. That afternoon, Asta contacted them with a ship that sailed directly from Puning Port to Backland. If there are no accidents or coincidences, they will return to Backland smoothly. Before they left, Hastur specifically asked them if any other members were trapped. The two did not speak directly, but said that if they left Puning Port safely and got out of trouble, other team members would also come looking for his help. Hastur didn't care much about such a small warning. Now all we need to do is send the remaining two members of the Red Glove team back to Backland before Grest and Klein, so that they cannot exchange information face to face. The memories of these 4 Red Gloves have been tampered with, and if they communicate face to face, their memories may be seen to have been tampered with. On the 3rd day after the notices and newspapers were issued, 2 other members of the Red Gloves also came to seek Hastur's help. In response, Hastur was very enthusiastic about booking a ship for them to return to Backland. After all 4 of them leave Puning Port, Hastur will let the Yellow Monks modify their memories about themselves. The reason why they were able to get out of trouble was the result of their own efforts and had nothing to do with themselves. It makes the entire Puning Port incident look like an own incident, which sounds a bit absurd but is acceptable. Being trapped in one place and unable to get out. There are many reasons for this phenomenon in the extraordinary world. A powerful sealed artifact, a high sequence beyonder, etc. If the Church of the Evernight Goddess wants to investigate, they will have to send people over, which is another problem. Before Grest and Klein could investigate any useful information, Hastur had already picked himself clean. The rest of the time is just waiting for their visit. Based on the speed, the first 2 members of the Red Glove team will arrive safely at Backland in a few days. After they return, the person in charge of Backland will definitely give Grest and Klein new instructions. In the sea, the Black Emperor sailed steadily on the rough sea. Inside the cabin, Leonard was lying on the bed, thinking about this unusual encounter. It had been almost a week since they arrived on the Black Emperor, although they tried hard to find out the news. In the end they only got the answer that 008 was in the hands of Nast, the King of the 5 Seas. Although Ms. Ilya often tried to communicate with Nast to see if 008 could be returned to the church, there was no result. Originally, they expected the Church of Storm ships to arrive in time to block the Black Emperor, and then together they could retrieve 008 from Nast. But after so many days, not a single ship from the Church of Storms was seen. What about dominating the sea as promised? Is it said that the storm is the biggest on the sea? Without the cooperation of the Church of Storms, they would not have been able to take 008 away from the Black Emperor. What surprised Leonard the most was Nast, the King of the 5 Seas, too kind and friendly. He is the King of Pirates. When faced with 3 people who wanted to steal his treasure, he not only invited them on board but also treated them courteously. This almost made Leonard suspect that the King of the 5 Seas had an ulterior motive for Ms. Ilya. Compared to his anxiety, the old man was not anxious at all. He also said, "Wouldn't it be nice to be treated politely and sent back to Backland?" Boom boom. There was a knock on the door, interrupting Leonard's thoughts. He got out of bed and opened the door. Outside the door was another teammate, saying that Ms. Ilya had something to discuss and asked him to come over. Arriving at Ms. Ilya's room, the doors and windows were closed. Ilya said nothing, but gave each of them a blank paper and a quill. This is their main form of communication during this time, and is generally used to discuss courses of action. People from the Church of Storms have contacted me and said that tomorrow, 3 of their ships will intercept the Black Emperor in the waters ahead, allowing us to wait for an opportunity. After Ilya finished writing, she held up the paper and showed it to Leonard and the other 2. A few glances. Is the news reliable? It was Leonard who asked. Ilya nodded without writing anything else on the paper. How do we need to cooperate? Another teammate wrote on the paper. Find the specific location of 008. Will you take it with you? I checked. And 008 is not on his body. The captain's cabin and study are more likely. After discussing for a while, Leonard wrote on the paper, what if 008 is not on the Black Emperor? This was what he had always suspected. Always try. This was Ilya's answer to him. The next day came quickly, But the Church of Storm ship did not appear on the sea as expected, and they were let go. Nas talked to them about this, and then kicked them off the Black Emperor because of their bad intentions, and only gave them a barely usable boat. Fortunately, their current location was not too far from the coastline. After sailing for 2 days and 1 night, they could already see the towering lighthouse. On the boat, Leonard secretly glanced at Ms. Ilya, who had a solemn and complicated face, then looked away and sighed heavily in his heart. What is this? A trip to the sea would accomplish nothing except a waste of time. It was not even sure whether 008 was really in the hands of the King of the Five Seas. It always feels like they are like a kite, being led by someone to spin around on the sea. When others have had enough fun, they cut the kite string and give them freedom. Coincidence and chance. Their experiences during this period seemed like a scripted story written in advance. I have been fooled around by 008, and I don't have much feelings about it. It's just that Ms. Ilya, who is known as the Eye of the Goddess, must have very complicated feelings. As the boat approached the shoreline, they finally saw the dock obscured by water mist. They returned to Backland. Go back to where you started. The old man was really foresight. How did he know that Nast, the King of the Five Seas, would send him and others back to Backland? Leonard sighed in his heart. And at the same time, he was very grateful to be able to return to Backland alive this time. After they returned to St. Samuel's Church, they learned that the Red Glove team, which had stayed in Pudding Port to investigate the situation, had also returned to Backland, arriving only 1 day ahead of them, flying kite strings. The expression on Leonard's face was very complicated. It was really unpleasant to be manipulated like a kite. When he learned that Klein also went to Pudding Port to rescue the Red Glove team, the expression on Leonard's face became even more exciting. Ms. Ilya was very angry and determined about this matter, and stated that she would go to Pudding Port again to investigate what was hidden there. But this idea was stopped by Archbishop Anthony, who asked her to wait patiently for instructions from the Serenity Church. Chapter 313. Mr. Fool, are you considering getting a new job? Pudding Port. Haster, who had been waiting patiently, finally received a visit from Grest and Klein. When he saw Klein, he had a delighted smile on his face. Mr. Klein, I didn't expect that we would meet in such a small port in South Wales. Earl Campbell, I didn't expect this to be your territory. You should call me Mr. Haster. It sounds more pleasant. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and Haster invited them to sit down and drink tea. Then he looked at Grest and asked, Are you here for the notices and the news in the newspaper? The church asked me to thank Earl Campbell for his help this time. Without your intervention, they would not have been able to get out of trouble so quickly and return to Backland. Grest's words seemed to have meaning. Asta deliberately ignored the speculation in his words and said with a smile, I am only providing the help that I can. They are tourists who have come from Backland. They are also my hometown, so naturally they should do their best. Grest smiled and said, They are lucky to have met Earl Campbell. Asta also smiled and said, Your arrival is also my luck. But it is a pity that Leonard is not here. He has returned to Backland. Hey. He left without even saying hello to me. Next time I return to Backland, I must have a good chat with him. The three of them had a fairly harmonious conversation. After talking about business matters, Haster naturally brought the topic to Klein. Mr. Klein, what is your current job? Assisting the church to handle some matters. I am considered a non-staff member of the church. I also work in a security company. Klein answered naturally. Yes, their Nighthawks team's superficial identity in Backland is still a security company. Asta nodded and pretended to ask unintentionally, You look more like a university teacher, with a bookish atmosphere. I always thought you were working in a certain university. I just hold a clerical job in a security company. I search for some information and process some documents on weekdays. Asta narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Excuse me, may I ask, how much is the weekly salary of a civilian employee in a security company? 5 £10 solars. 6 days a week. 4 days off a month. Work is pretty easy. Klein answered this question very seriously, but added in his heart, to be precise. My weekly salary is exactly £12. This does not include the overtime expenses, and some rental subsidies, and work benefits. The total monthly income is close to £60. And with the year-end bonus, the annual salary can be close to £800. This was last month. And in a month or two, his salary level will continue to rise. Next year, he will have a weekly salary of at least £20. and his annual income is expected to exceed the 1,000 gold pound mark. With such an income, one can live a decent life even in a place with a high living standard like Backland. At least you can eat beef brisket and stewed potatoes every day, and buy Melissa a small cake. Hey, why do you only have such a small weekly salary? Asta's slightly shocked words attracted the attention of Grest and Klein. He explained, I have always been very optimistic about Mr. Klein and think he is fully qualified to win. Remuneration commensurate with his abilities. The most basic monthly salary should be more than 100 gold pounds. Haster offered a salary that was far higher than Klein's weekly salary of 5 pounds 10 solars. Klein looked slightly stunned. A little dazed. This feeling of being favored by others was really weird. The monthly salary is 100 gold pounds, which is equivalent to twice his current salary. In Backland, jobs with an annual salary of more than 1,200 gold pounds are basically in financial industries, such as banks. Is his work ability so valuable? Grest next to him smelled something different. Could this Count Campbell want to pry into the corner of their Church of the Goddess of the Night? Want to use a high salary to lure Klein into giving him a job? Sure enough, his worries came true the next moment. Has Mr. Klein considered changing his job? Klein looked at Haster in front of him in surprise. He really didn't understand which aspect of his ability the other party valued. If you are willing to leave Backland and come to South Wales to help me handle things, I can pay you 200 gold pounds. No, 300 gold pounds every month. Asta tried his best to give Klein a reward in irresistibly high salary. A monthly salary of 300 gold pounds? So that's 4,200 gold pounds a year. With the style of the wealthy Earl Haster Campbell, there will definitely be other income. And the annual income may exceed the 5,000 gold pound mark. I only need to work here for a few years before I can return to Backland and buy a big house of my own. Maybe you can still have some money left to buy a farm and become a free farmer. Klein silently made a calculation in his mind, and couldn't help but sigh that this was really an irresistible temptation, based on his knowledge of the Church of the Goddess of the Night. Even Archbishop Anthony of St. Samuel's Church does not earn more than 5,000 gold pounds a year. Of course, the rights represented by that position are the most important. How much money can be earned in a year is no longer something that needs to be considered. Klein was silent for a while, and said with a wry smile, Mr. Haster is really flattering. I don't think I am qualified for such a high-paying job based on my ability. Ability is only one aspect. Personality and character are also a bonus here. I really think you shouldn't stay in Backland and be an ordinary civilian employee of a security company. That would be too condescending. You are more suitable to go out and make a career. One time, Klein admitted that he was a little tempted, but still chose to refuse. He is quite satisfied with this job now. And staying in the Nighthawks team is equivalent to staying within the system. At least the harvest will be guaranteed despite droughts and floods. If you choose to work here, it depends on the face of Lord Haster Campbell. If you are fired if things go wrong, or if you are forced to lay off in middle age, there will be no guarantee for the future. What's more, there are extraordinary factors in this world, and staying in the Church of the Night Goddess is more suitable for him to use his abilities. What a pity. Haster had an obvious expression of disappointment on his face, and then asked Klein to bring a message to Leonard, asking him if he would like to come to South Wales to make a living. I will convey your kindness to Leonard. Klein accepted the entrustment with a message. Haster sighed. Oh, I'm in dire need here, and I really need help from someone I can trust. It's getting late. We've been disturbing you for a long time. It's time to leave. Grest said goodbye. He was afraid that if the conversation continued, Lord Haster Campbell would set his sights on him. Staying here to have a meal together in the evening will allow me to do my part as a landlord. Grest and Klein both chose to refuse Haster's warm invitation. Grest didn't want to talk anymore, and Klein felt it was heartbreaking to refuse such a large amount of money, or he just turned a blind eye. After sending the two of them away, Haster laughed. The expression on Klein's face, just now, was very interesting. When he extended the olive branch, he at least felt moved for a moment. And maybe he was still calculating a score in his heart. What a pity. Mr. Fool just refuses to change jobs and find a new job. Haster still felt it was a pity. It would definitely be interesting to keep Klein by his side and use money to stimulate the poor god from time to time. He suddenly thought of the original Miss Audrey, when his financial situation was at its most difficult. Audrey had also taken pleasure in his poverty. Suddenly I miss Backland's life a little bit. Grest and Klein were walking slowly on the street, trying to regain their mood a little. Grace smiled and joked. TSK. A monthly salary of 300 gold pounds. This is an extremely well-paid job. Even in Backland, it is difficult to find such good treatment. Are you really not tempted at all? I may have an income of 5,000 gold pounds a year. Do you think I am not interested? After working for a few years, I can buy a big house in Backland and buy a farm as a local owner. Do you think I look like a person who is not short of money? Klein wanted to say these words to Grest, but he quickly suppressed the bleeding thoughts in his heart and said with a smile, I still prefer to stay in Backland, even though the weather there is far worse than here. Grest laughed twice and said with a hint of fear, Fortunately, you didn't agree to stay and work here. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to the church. Klein thought for a while and said, Perhaps you can suggest that the church give me a bigger salary increase. This will give me more resistance in the face of temptation. It's a very reasonable suggestion. I'll mention it to Archbishop Anthony when I get back. Can you not say it was me who suggested it? Of course. This is entirely my personal opinion. The two of them laughed and chatted for a while. When they returned to the door outside the residence, their steps suddenly stopped, and they remembered another thing. After what happened today, how should they investigate this Earl Haster Campbell? No matter in any aspect, they have no evidence that the other party may have problems. And without any substantial evidence, a count is still very valuable. Chapter 314 Peeping Through the Grey Fog Partition. After a while, Grest sighed and said, We can start investigating from other people first. If there are no problems with them, well, that's actually a good idea. Klein also agreed with this course of action. Instead of taking the risk of investigating the ignorant Earl Haster Campbell, it would be better to use the elimination method. When all possibilities are eliminated, the last one left must be the truth. As evening approached at the port, a sea-smelling breeze blew. The sky was a little dark, and a black cloud that looked like ink was eroding away. It's going to rain heavily. Klein looked at the seagulls flying hard on the seashore in the distance. They seemed to be oppressed by black clouds, and their figures were so low that they were almost close to the sea. He felt a little cold for no reason. Maybe he wasn't used to the changeable weather at the beach yet. Back in the room, Grest and Klein discussed for a while, split the people on the list in half, and each was responsible for the investigation. At night, when he was about to go to bed, Klein felt a little restless. After thinking about it, he got up and went to the bathroom, walked 4 steps backward and entered above the gray mist. When we came here, the prying eyes finally disappeared. There was no doubt that someone was watching him and Grest in the dark. Could it be the person sent by Count Haster Campbell? After thinking for 2 or 3 seconds, Klein decided to do some divination. What happened to the red gloves is related to Lord Haster Campbell. The citron pendant did not give the revelation that Klein wanted. It moved as if it was stuck in a quagmire. To be precise, it should be tightly attached. And even moving is a luxury. Klein looked at it for a while, and then changed his divination sentence. 008 is in the hands of Count Haster Campbell. This time the proportion still did not yield any useful information. All divination involving Haster yielded no useful answers. When he divined 008, although it was obscure and difficult, he was still able to get some inspiration. Does this prove that the secret hidden in Haster is far more terrifying than 008? Klein tried to make such an analogy, and felt more and more that the young Earl was terrifying and deeply hidden. At this moment, Klein, who was sitting on the long bronze table, once again felt prying eyes. The sight seemed to be coming from a distant place, from the starry sky. Klein was shocked and subconsciously looked up at the sky shrouded in gray mist. The prying eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the gray fog and fall on him. Vaguely, Klein saw a vague, invisible figure overlooking him in the starry sky, covered by fog. The fool. The light words penetrated the cover of gray fog and exploded throughout the space like thunder. Klein's scalp instantly went numb, and he quickly looked away, trying to use the power of gray mist to cut off this connection. Fortunately, the violently rolling gray fog disrupted all prying eyes. The place had once again returned to its former peace. But Klein's heart was still beating like boiling water in a boiler. After a while, after confirming that there was nothing abnormal, he gradually relaxed. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a terrible thing just by divination twice about Earl Haster Campbell. That blurry and invisible figure. His gaze could not only penetrate the gray fog, but also recognize the identity of the fool. He was definitely an ancient existence. Could he be the ancient mystic whom Lord Haster Campbell believed in? His many fortune-tellings attracted his attention, so he cast his gaze to reveal his identity. There is also a possibility that he has known about the existence of the fool for a long time. This time he came to reveal the identity of the fool and wanted to give the fool a warning? Klein's brain began to work extremely fast, thinking about various possibilities. But in the end, it just stayed at speculation, and nothing could be confirmed. But one thing is for sure. He can no longer divine things about Earl Hastur Campbell, lest it cause another accident. Klein couldn't help but remember that during the day, Earl Hastur Campbell wanted to use high salary to attract him to work in South Wales County. Could it be that at that time, he had already discovered that he was a follower of the fool? Not too possible. I have always behaved very cautiously, and I have never met him a few times. How could he see through his hidden identity? I have never prayed to a fool. Klein thought a lot, and felt that he still thought too much. Maybe it's because I've been under too much pressure recently. Before leaving the gray fog, Klein looked up again at the sky covered by the gray fog. When there was still nothing unusual, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, in the Hall of Stars, Hastur sat high up, still looking at the stars tonight. When Klein divined him twice, he was in the Hall of Stars. Ordinary people's divination would not be able to alarm him. But Klein, who was doing divination on the Origin Castle, continued to divination things about himself, and finally caused a subtle reaction in the Palace of Stars. Hastur's eyes naturally focused on it. When he saw that it was a gray mist, he guessed that the person who alarmed him tonight would be Klein, who was above the gray mist. In order to verify his guess, he deliberately said the fool's honorable name. Looking at the gray fog that suddenly rolled violently, he knew that he was right. Deep in the gray mist is Klein. Unfortunately, Klein's relationship with the Palace of Stars is very weak, and it is impossible to drag him to the Palace of Stars for a meeting. In addition, with the instinctive defense of Source Castle, he currently cannot break into Source Castle and directly bind him with the chain of order. Go Klein. I hope Mr. Fool can sleep well tonight. Would you like to give him a dream? Hastur thought for a moment, but still did not disturb Klein, who was already greatly shocked. In the early morning, Grest had gotten up, freshened up, and was about to go out for breakfast. When he passed Klein's room, he saw that he hadn't gotten up yet, so he tried to knock on the door. After waiting outside the door for a while, the door opened from the inside. Klein appeared in front of him. His hair was a little messy. He had a pair of dark circles under his eyes, and his mental condition was not very good. Grest asked curiously, Klein, you didn't have a nightmare last night, right? Absolutely. Klein forced a smile. He almost couldn't sleep last night, for fear that the vague figure would suddenly appear in his dream while sleeping. Fortunately, he didn't dream last night. Of course, he couldn't reveal these things to Grest. He changed the subject and said, Mr. Grest, do you ever feel like you are being spied on? Grest's face became serious. Now? No. It was yesterday. Klein shook his head. He didn't feel spied on now. Only when he was wandering on the street yesterday. It seems that someone has started to pay attention to us. Grest added, I am going to go out to eat something. If you want to eat something, I will bring you some back. Don't bother me. Let's go out together after I finish washing. What you need now is rest. Sometimes too much inspiration is not a good thing. Faced with such a misunderstanding, Klein did not explain anything. He indeed felt mentally tired and needed to rest. Don't be so nervous. Our mission to Puning Port has been basically completed. Let's try our best for the rest. We must believe that the goddess will always guide us. Grest tapped her chest 4 times with her right hand, drawing a crimson moon. And Klein also praised the goddess. At this time, Klein was a little more serious than usual. In the past, when he praised the goddess, he was somewhat formulaic and insincere. Now, he hopes that the goddess can really protect him. On the distant sea, Mr. A, who was gradually awakening, looked calmly into the distance. Even at this moment, the end of the sea and sky is shrouded in thick black clouds, and lightning is constantly tumbling inside. This kind of shocking natural beauty could no longer make any waves in his heart at this moment. Is this the world as the Lord sees it? Mr. A couldn't help but put his own mentality into the Lord's vision, and his original calm state of mind was immediately broken. Things about the Lord can always easily shake his persistence and will. Mr. A does not think this is a bad thing. On the contrary, it is a proof of his devout faith in the Lord. This ship has veered off course and is heading towards unknown waters. Do you need to inform the owner? Perhaps the great Lord has noticed all this, thinking that the Lord was with him on the boat at this moment. Mr. A felt relaxed and happy again. But when a familiar figure appeared at the end of the sea and the sky, his whole body trembled slightly, and his voice came out of his throat. Lord Aurelius, the angel where the Lord sat. the angel of destiny who truly serves the Lord, appears here. Did he come to welcome the return of the Lord? Mr. A quickly cheered up, quickly packed his clothes, straightened his back, tried his best to suppress the trembling in his heart, and tried his best to show an indifferent expression. He had already thought about the first words he would say. Lord Aurelius, I will escort the Lord back to his kingdom of God. Chapter 315, the first meeting between the stars and the true Creator. Black clouds were rolling. Waves were rising on the sea. And the sea breeze that had been blowing gently now became impatient and suppressed. Mr. I was standing at the bow of the boat. The sea breeze ruffled the hem of his clothes, and even his straight and handsome facial features were a little sloppy by the wind. Looking at the figure getting closer and closer, his mouth went dry, his body trembled slightly, and the courage he had built up was gradually blown away by the wind. He originally wanted to show off a little in front of Lord Aurelius how much he was favored by the Lord. But when the words came to his lips, he changed to, I have met Lord Aurelius. While talking, he uncontrollably bent his straight back, in front of a true angel like Lord Aurelius. Courage and courage are too small. The sea breeze was blowing by, and as he approached the ship, the tall and thin figure standing in the sky, even though his facial features were soft, his eyes did not show any hatred. But Mr. A suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck, as if his head was about to be chopped off with a knife in the next second. He didn't dare to raise his head to observe Lord Aurelius's expression at this moment, so he could only bow his head respectfully and remain silent. After 2 or 3 seconds of silence, the wings behind Aurelius flapped slightly, and strong winds of more than 10 levels surged around him. The waves began to surge, the ship began to rock, and the dark clouds gathering in the sky began to rain heavily. Mr. A was blown back 2 or 3 steps before he could barely stand firm. Lord Aurelius came here with anger today. Was he also trying to kill himself? A traitor to the Aurora Society who had been saddled with misunderstandings? Mr. A's whole body was filled with coldness, and even his soul was about to be frozen. In front of Lord Aurelius, he had no chance to escape. Fortunately, the expected death did not come, because the Lord he believed in came. The violent wind and rain stopped at this moment. The sea surface returned to calm, and a hole was torn open in the black clouds in the sky, revealing the orange-red light of the sunset. Looking at the figure, who was as handsome as himself standing behind Mr. A, Aurelius slowly uttered a word, blasphemer. This voice exploded in Mr. A's mind like thunder. Blasphemer? Who is the blasphemer in the mouth of Lord Aurelius? Is it yourself? No. With a creature as fragile as his own, there is no way he would be able to arouse the interest of Lord Aurelius to even take a second look. So, the existence that this blasphemous sentence refers to is the Lord that I have always believed in devoutly. Isn't Lord Aurelius an angel who serves the Lord? Couldn't he recognize that this was the incarnation of the Lord? If Lord Aurelius is right, who is the Lord that he has always believed in devoutly? Despite the waves of turbulence in his mind, Mr. A still did not dare to raise his head. Instead, he lay prone on the ground with a look of confusion on his face. After a while, as if grasping a life-saving straw, he began to close his eyes and chant the Lord's name continuously. I am God. So why should I blaspheme God? Hastur calmly looked at Aurelius, who was fanning his wings of white light. Ever since he saw Aurelius leaving the true Creator, he knew that Aurelius would find this place sooner or later. Mr. A is a believer in the true Creator, and it is not difficult to locate him. So Hastur had made several calculations in the Hall of Stars about how to face Aurelius. Although today's meeting was a bit quick, it was not surprising. Destruction is the Lord's greatest kindness to you. Wearing a simple linen robe, Aurelius chose to land on the bow of the ship, and stood not far in front of Mr. A. He did not look at Hastur in a condescending manner, even if he is the angel of destiny where the Lord sits. He cannot look at a god from an overlooking perspective. I will go straight to the kingdom of God along this sea route. Do you want to come with me? Asta didn't care at all about Aurelius's threatening words. Come with us? Aurelius glanced at Mr. A, who was lying on the ground and chanting the Lord's name in a daze. He's a true believer. Mr. A, who was originally lying on the deck, full of despair and confusion, heard this compliment, and his heart suddenly surged with great joy and warmth. I want to cry for no reason. Ignorance and stupidity. Ouroboros withdrew his gaze from Mr. A and gave an evaluation. Asta chuckled and said, faith in the heart and sincerity are far more important than anything else. The Lord still understands me. Mr. A's body was twitching slightly. He really wanted to lie down at the Lord's feet, and use tears to describe how moved he was at this moment. Aurelius said nothing more, and did not choose to take action. He just kept staring at Asta, as if he wanted to see clearly what kind of soul was hidden in this container. Taking action was not his purpose this time. The oracle from the Lord did not ask him to take action, but only asked him to see which mysterious being this container fell into. Seeing that Aurelius had no intention of taking action, Hastur was too lazy to make big fuss with him here, so he had better let Mr. A deal with the aftermath slowly. He walked back to the cabin, lay back in the coffin, and then returned to the Palace of Stars. After a moment of meditation, his eyes focused on the star where the true Creator resides. The true Creator within still has not shown up, and the sacred mountain suspended above the black ocean remains as stable as ever. When Hastur no longer deliberately concealed his aura, behind the shadow curtain, the pair of eyes that contained the corrupted nature of all living things was finally revealed. Stars. A pair of eyes made a dull and majestic voice. The ancient sun god. Hastur unceremoniously exposes the true Creator. After a long silence, the true Creator slowly spoke again. Can the stars really see everything? Hastur chuckled lightly, and did not directly answer the question of the true Creator. Instead, he issued an invitation. Are you interested in attending a meeting of the stars? He has not allowed the real Creator and Adam to enter the Hall of Stars for a meeting. On the one hand, it is out of fear, and on the other hand, it is a choice. Should we choose Adam, or should we choose the true Creator? Although he had no intention of participating in the struggle between divinity and humanity between the true Creator and Adam, as the situation developed, his relationship with the true Creator unknowingly became closer, and there was a slight hatred between him and Adam. Now, it's time to make a choice. I don't want to get involved in too many things. The true Creator declined Hastur's invitation. My invitation stands. Hastur withdrew his gaze and returned to the Hall of Stars. The starry sky spread silently, blocking all possible peeps. Stars. The pair of eyes also returned behind the shadow curtain, and everything returned to its previous calm. The ships that were still sailing forward faced the afterglow of the setting sun and cut through the sparkling sea. On the deck, Mr. A stood there tremblingly and fearfully, walking on thin ice. Even though he knew that he and Lord Aurelius were equal in believing in the Lord, his body still felt weak. He wanted to stay away from Lord Aurelius, but he was afraid of making him angry. There were several times when Mr. A accidentally met Lord Ouroboros's eyes, and he felt that the other party wanted to slap him to death. It is unmistakable that Lord Aurelius has murderous intentions towards him. Is it because you have robbed the Lord of his favor? Such an idea only flashed through Mr. A's mind, and he did not dare to think deeply about this issue in front of Aurelius. What he didn't notice was that when this thought flashed through his mind, Aurelius looked at him with a bit more coldness. Lord Aurelius, do you want to go into the cabin to rest? Mr. A, who was gradually getting used to this strange situation, finally plucked up the courage to talk to Aurelius. Aurelius just glanced at him lightly and sat on the bow of the boat, facing the direction of the setting sun and remaining silent. Mr. A was silent for a while, and then spoke in a low voice. Lord Aurelius, I will stay at the stern of the ship. If you need any instructions, you can call me at any time. Aurelius still had no reaction. Mr. A breathed a sigh of relief, stepped lightly, and retreated to the stern of the ship without making a sound of footsteps. Although he lost the best viewing position, and may be further away from Lord Aurelius, Mr. A finally felt that he was alive again and could breathe freely, sitting at the stern of the boat, looking at the ripples on the water dragged out by the boat. Mr. A recalled what had just happened, and it really felt like a dream. Even now, he still doesn't understand why Lord Aurelius came, and why he chose to stay on the ship. It was clear that Lord Aurelius did say the words blasphemer, but he did not choose to take action. Could it be that the blasphemer was really talking about himself? Does it mean that a person like me is not worthy of staying at the Lord's side and serving him? Are you the one who blasphemed God? Mr. A's heart skipped a beat. No wonder Lord Aurelius has made no secret of his intention to kill him. It was the Lord's love and favor that saved him from Lord Aurelius. Mr. A's eyes were red with dissatisfaction. But fortunately, the Lord never gave up on him. Being able to become a believer in the Lord is definitely the greatest luck in his life. After being excited, Mr. A's mind started to come alive again, and he couldn't help but whisper in his heart, so what about Lord Aurelius? I am the most favored believer of the Lord. Chapter 316 Mr. Fool, the game experience is extremely unfriendly. Miss Sharon, are you sure you are playing a puppet and not a ghost? Hastur, who returned from the Hall of Stars, was a little surprised when he met Sharon's bright and clear eyes as soon as he opened his eyes. Sharon just looked at him and didn't speak. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with him, she slowly retracted her gaze and turned to look out the window. Just now, about 20 minutes ago, Hastur was holding Azhara and openly discussing how to interfere with his puppet performance in front of him. Suddenly his face changed slightly, and he said that he still had something to deal with. So he put Azhara on his shoulders and returned to his room. She was a little worried, so she took Azhara to Hastur's room, only to see Hastur lying on the bed sleeping soundly. Although she didn't know why, she still stayed here quietly and didn't let anyone disturb her. Hastur lay on his side on the bed and did not get up immediately. It was not until Azhara climbed onto the bed and wanted to sleep on his chest that he lifted Azhara up, got out of bed, put on her shoes, and walked to Sharon. Merrick has been writing to me recently to complain, saying that he wants to leave Backland and come here. He also said that he wants to be a naval captain. Sharon did not speak and still maintained her puppet performance. Hastur had become accustomed to her current situation and continued to speak. I plan to go to sea in a while to practice as a soldier. There are many pirates wandering around here and committing crimes. We should also establish some prestige. Otherwise, as the current situation becomes turbulent, they will take the initiative to harass the fishing villages and ports along the coast. And we need to scare them first. The Red Glove team of the Church of the Night Goddess has returned to Backland. Currently, there are only 2 people left here trying to investigate something. They may also investigate your matter. While I'm away, this little guy will be taken care of by you. Feed him up to 2 small dried fishes a day. A too monotonous diet is not conducive to his growth and development. It's best to eat some vegetables. Meow? Azhara, who had been listening honestly, quickly ran out of Hastur's arms when she heard that her dried fish was about to be confiscated. Want to play a little treasure hunt game? Sharon's eyes moved slightly, and she followed Hastur out of the door. The 2 of them silently observed Azhara's behavior of secretly hiding the dried fish. Azhara, who was afraid of being hungry, was hiding some dried fish that she had not eaten on weekdays in various hidden corners, hoping to use these dried fish as food reserves. Remember to confiscate it while I'm away. Sharon's eyes lit up slightly. The sea approaching may always brings waves of humid sea breeze. The sky is thunderous, and countless water droplets drip from the sky like an unbearable harsh curse. Heavy rain disturbed the dusty ground and muddy roads in the past, making many idle people prefer to stay at home, after being soaked in the rain for a long time outside, with their trousers covered in mud. Grest and Klein finally returned to their rented residence. They looked at each other's embarrassed appearance soaked by the heavy rain, smiled knowingly, put on a set of clean and fresh clothes, and went to a free study room, closing the doors and windows to prevent possible eavesdropping. How's the progress over there? It's much more troublesome than expected. It's the same here. Grest and Klein looked at each other and fell silent. They thought they could find the correct answer by elimination, but the process was more tortuous than they thought. There are 35 people on the list to be investigated, excluding Earl Hastur Campbell. There are still 34 people left. They are responsible for investigating 17 people respectively. Half a week has passed, but they have only investigated the 3rd person separately. Each of these people under investigation has a rich and colorful experience, and there are also many suspicious things about them. This forced them to investigate deeply, but after spending many days investigating, they found that it was just a minor problem. This made Klein feel that when playing a game, the game author deliberately stuffed a lot of things into the game that seemed useful, but were actually useless in order to extend the player's gaming time. It looks rich, but is useless to play, which greatly prolongs the time it takes players to conquer the final boss. Take the 2 people he has investigated so far. One is said to be a member of a cult organization. He behaves very abnormally on weekdays. When Zangwill arrived at Pudding Port, he happened to disappear. People also called the police. The second one was a captain of a distant sea fishing boat. When Zangwill came to Pudding Port, he also happened to be returning from the sea. It is said that while fishing, he brought back a precious item from the depths of the seabed. It is a treasure that makes everyone who has seen it fascinated and deeply immersed in it. There was something fishy about these 2 people, so he naturally wanted to investigate clearly. As a result, the first person was indeed a believer of a mysterious organization. But it was not an evil extraordinary organization, but an organization that assists the reproduction of wild creatures. During the few days he disappeared, He happened to follow members of the organization to the deep mountains and forests to observe the reproduction of wild creatures. The second person, the mysterious treasure he brought back, was neither a sealed object nor an extraordinary item with unusual power. It was just a pink pearl that was one size larger than ordinary pearls. Klein even took a few glances at it, and it was indeed quite attractive. The third person who is currently being investigated is a foreigner with unknown origins. He is also at conflicts with Viscount Stein. He even said in front of many people that he would use some magical power to kill Viscount Stein. According to Klein's current investigation progress, the so-called magical power is most likely a means of stabbing villains or voodoo dolls. But until the investigation reaches the end, it is impossible to completely rule out the suspicion on him. The first few are relatively easy to investigate, but there are many people who have left Pudding Port, and it will take time to search. Overall, the gaming experience is very unfriendly. Klein poured a cup of hot tea for Grest, who was leaning on the sofa with his eyes closed, and asked, "What did the church say?" Grest opened his eyes, touched the corner of his eyes a few times, took a sip of hot tea, and then slowly said, "Let us act according to the situation. Don't be too anxious. Safety is the most important thing. If there is no particularly important discovery, the church we won't send anyone here again. Extraordinary incidents have occurred in many places recently, and we are in great need of manpower." Klein remained silent. The church's attitude indicated that they did not want to use force to solve possible problems here unless it contained great harm. But looking at the current appearance of Pudding Port, it is prosperous and everything is normal. Grest glanced at him and said, "The church is also very helpless in this matter. It is impossible for them to use all their limited power on the investigation. And it is impossible for every matter to be solved perfectly. As long as if nothing happens, you can just turn a blind eye." Klein was puzzled with the importance of sealed artifact 008. "Isn't it worthy of the church's attention?" Grest sighed, put the hot tea on his knees, and said with a wry smile, "You know that Ms. Eyes of the goddess Ilya, who led Leonard and the others to investigate this matter last time, is an extraordinary of the highest order." Klein shook his head. He didn't know Ms. Ilya very well. Sequence 3 Fear Bishop. Klein opened his mouth and didn't say a word. He just drank hot tea silently. He just felt that the gaming experience was even more unfriendly. What else could they do if even a Sequence 3 couldn't solve the problem? Even if they find the final boss, they still can't defeat it, and may even be crushed to death at any time. How can I play this crappy game without nerfing the boss? Above the gray fog, the weekly tarot meeting was held again. Sitting at the top of the table and looking around at the tarot club members who came for the meeting below, Klein was in a pretty good mood. Only here, when you appear as Mr. Fool, can you get a complete and comfortable gaming experience. After reading the only entry in Russell's diary, Klein glanced at Miss Justice, whose eyes were a little evasive. If I remember correctly, Miss Justice has only turned in one Roselle diary in the past 3 weeks. This production is seriously insufficient. Although the Roselle diary she handed over in the past was seriously watered down, it was still a large amount of information. After reading it, there was always some gain. But now, there is no chance for entertainment. But as Mr. Fool, he can't hit Miss Justice for this kind of thing. He can only give her a look and let her experience it for herself. Ah, Mr. Fool, are you blaming me for not turning in Russell's diary recently? Miss Justice felt a little panicked as she felt the special care from Mr. Fool. It's not that she doesn't want to hand in Russell's diary. It's just that she hasn't been able to find a new one recently. Mr. Haster's side was now far away in South Wales, and she was too embarrassed to bother him about this matter. In order not to reveal her identity, she could not quietly entrust Zio and Forsey to help collect them, and could only search for them silently by herself. After reading Russell's diary, it's time for free trading and conversation. Little Sun was still talking about his experiences and gains in that dilapidated temple, and then started arguing with Mr. Moon, who was obviously missing a point in his IQ. The others turned into a group of melon-eating people, and occasionally brought up a few topics for the two of them to continue arguing. One has the historical heritage passed down from the Silver City to this day, and the other is a vampire family that lives a long time. The descriptions in some historical stories and myths and legends can always make the people who eat melons gain a lot. When they had reached the point where they were arguing, the others started to talk about the topic they were arguing about. Regarding such an honest situation, Mr. Fool said that it was not bad. He also likes to listen to Little Sun telling some distant historical secrets. Chapter 317 Miss Justice, Mr. Hangman. Happy cooperation. Some time ago, 3 ships of the Storm Church were sunk in the waters near the Rosyth Islands. Alger spoke solemnly, describing what happened on the sea during this period. I received the news relatively late at sea. It happened about 10 days ago. The Church of Storms was furious. Next, there will be a storm on the sea. When Alger said this, worry and fear flashed in his eyes. Only the insiders of the Church of Storms know how angry the Church of Storms is this time. 10 days ago, the ships of the Church of Storms, could they be the reinforcements from the Church of Storms that went to support Leonard and the others, but gave up in the end? Klein's heart moved slightly, thinking of Leonard's letter a few days ago, which contained a rough story of their adventure at sea. Due to the absence of reinforcements from the Church of Storms, they were kicked off the Black Emperor of the King of the Five Seas and returned to Backland. Leonard also mocked the Church of Storms for its incompetence. Now it seems that the Church of Storms is really not to blame. Audrey blinked and asked curiously, isn't the Church of Storms the master of the sea? Who has the ability to target them? The new uncrowned king has risen on the sea. He is more terrifying than the original 4 pirate kings. And he hates storms even more. Alger's face looked a little strange. He had once traveled with the uncrowned king. It was only recently that he learned that the mysterious young man who appeared next to him was actually the uncrowned king who was currently in the limelight on the sea. Many pirates heard about his brilliant deeds, and their behavior became increasingly extreme. And they seemed to have a tendency to establish their own country. This is not groundless. Many pirates are singing about the heroic deeds of the uncrowned king and dreaming of establishing a free kingdom belonging to pirates. Is there any unknown secret here? The person asking was Forsey, who was good at eating melons and making up stories. Alkin shook his head and said, I don't know. This matter is considered taboo within the church. Only the archbishop and others are qualified to read any information related to the uncrowned king. Could it be that the uncrowned king is the illegitimate son of the Pope of the Church of Storms, or someone high-ranking? This was the first conjecture that came to Forsey's mind. In many novels and stories, the private lives of important people are always inappropriate, which leads to the plot of many illegitimate children returning for revenge. Audrey said sincerely, the sea is really scary. She couldn't help but think of Mr. Hastur. He was stationed at the coastal defense line in South Wales. Would he have to face such a terrifying existence as the uncrowned king in the future? After thinking for a moment, she looked at Alger, raised her voice slightly and said, Mr. Hangman, I want to know the general movements of the pirates in the future. Mainly things related to South Wales. This is a long-term mission, and I will reward you accordingly based on the value of the intelligence you provide. I can pay 500 gold pounds for this in advance. Pay 500 gold pounds in advance? Next to her, Force's eyes widened slightly. Her annual remuneration may not be this amount. Alger was also shocked, but he gradually got used to Miss Justice's behavior of throwing money at people. I will help you pay attention to this aspect. After Alger finished speaking, he added, there is an incident recently that may be related to South Wales County. Audrey suddenly became focused. There is a relatively famous pirate group entrenched on Damere Island, called the Dark Hand Pirate Group. Their behavior is cruel and disgusting, and they often rob fishing villages and ports along the coast. In order to help Miss Justice understand better, Alger drew a small map of the area. Damere Island is located in the eastern waters of South Wales. At a moderate distance, pirate groups often rob passing merchant ships nearby all year round. I heard that it's because a powerful man from Backland recently came to putting port in South Wales and is training and reorganizing the navy. The nearby pirate group is afraid that he will really train a qualified navy, so they have a secret hand. A pirate group is about to attack the port of South Wales. This news was circulated among the pirates, and most pirates did not take it seriously, thinking that the navy in South Wales was just a bunch of softies no matter how well trained it was. But Alger didn't think so. In this turbulent era, anyone who tried to change something was worthy of attention. He also didn't expect that he could exchange this news for a huge reward. It turned out to be because of that Earl Hastur Campbell. Klein, who had been listening, now concentrated and began to think about this matter. He is currently in Pudding Port. If a pirate group really happens to harm the coastal areas, he will definitely reveal the news in advance so that Count Hastur Campbell can be prepared. Audrey said with a solemn tone, do you know the approximate time of the pirate group's attack? It won't take more than half a month. Mr. Hangman, your news is very important to me. This 500 gold pounds is the reward you deserve. Audrey approved the deal. The 500 gold pounds in exchange for this news seemed too expensive. But for her, it was really a good idea for her to use 500 gold pounds to know, in advance, the pirate group's intention to attack the coastal areas of South Wales. It's such a good deal. Miss Justice, maybe this news is important to you. But to me, it is not worth the 500 gold pounds. I only need half of it. And I will pay for the other half with other news. This is a long-term business. And Alger doesn't want to take advantage of Miss Justice too much, even though he knows that the other party may not take 500 gold pounds seriously. Moreover, next he needs Miss Justice to help him find out some decisions made by the top leaders of the Lone Kingdom. He couldn't afford such a high consultation fee, so it was more cost-effective to leave a good impression on all the Tarot Club members. Sure enough, Alger received the admiring looks of Little Sun and Forsey, and even that annoying vampire couldn't help but show some recognition in his eyes. Such a look made Alger straighten his back slightly, with an expression on his face that was exactly what it should be. Audrey smiled and said, Mr. Hangman, happy cooperation. Backland, the home of Earl Hall. As soon as this week's tarot session ended, Audrey came to the study. Susie, who guessed that she might want to write a letter, also got up from the ground and followed her to the study. Audrey, did something happen? Susie noticed that Audrey was acting a little impatient today, and she was walking much faster than usual just now. Well, I just learned some important information and need to tell Mr. Haster in time. As Audrey spoke, she set out pen and paper, sat down at the desk and started writing. I don't know if there's enough time. Audrey was a little worried about the speed of letter delivery. It usually took about 5 days to send letters from Backland to South Wales. The time Mr. Hangman mentioned was within half a month at the latest. Seeing that Audrey was really anxious this time, Susie lay quietly at her feet and did not disturb her again. Pudding Port Klein, who had just finished getting rid of his bulging belly in the bathroom, was also thinking about the pirate group's attack on nearby coastal areas. The main reason is that it is difficult to solve the problem of source of information. After all, he is a night watcher of the Church of the Goddess of the Night, and he has nothing to do with the pirates. How could he know about the pirate group's attack? After thinking for a while, his expression became strange. Do I really need to tell Count Haster Campbell about the pirate group's attack? With his mystery and the secrets hidden here in Pudding Port, a pirate group might not even be able to fill the gaps between their teeth. But what if the pirate group didn't come to attack Pudding Port? Klein began to worry again. He still couldn't be a bystander. You don't have to tell Lord Haster Campbell. You just need to spread the news. Klein made a decision in his mind, and his steps became much brisker. On the other side, Haster is training the Navy in Pudding Port. After nearly a month of training, most of the Navy's physical fitness has improved significantly, and their energy and spirit have gradually gained a bit of the edge that belongs to soldiers. Now all that's left is the baptism of blood. Lead them out to see the blood tonight. Asta looked to the east of the sea. According to reliable information, there were pirates on Demir Island east of Pudding Port all year round. The nearby merchant ships would rather take a long detour than pass by there. There are pirates at home, let alone other places. He still prefers a cleaner doorway. At night, around 10 o'clock, Haster asked someone to blow the assembly call, and then selected 1,000 naval personnel to drive a total of 1 large warship, 3 medium-sized warships, and 10 small warships. Originally, the Navy at Pudding Port had about 1,800 people. After layoffs and recruitment, Asta expanded the number to 2,000. The night was deep, with only a slight breeze. Meow. As Hara curled up in Sharon's arms, looking at the sea shrouded in darkness. It is rarely separated from its owner, but it doesn't like taking boats. Sharon gently stroked Azhara's black hair, looked at the sea in the distance for a while, and then whispered a few words into Azhara's ear. Azhara's eyes widened, and she immediately broke away from her arms and ran to change the dried fish she had hidden to a new hiding place. It's time to start a new round of treasure hunt. The corners of Sharon's lips were slightly raised, and she silently stared at Azhara, who was busy hiding the dried fish. Chapter 318. Destroy everything with artillery fire. Damir Island. To the west is Pudding Port in South Wales, and to the southeast is Bancy Island, where the famous Bancy Port is located. Haster stood at the bow of the ship, observing the movements on the sea with his naked eyes. It was now the time when darkness shrouded the sea, and the sea was like a mass of black water, and they were sharks traveling in the black water. When a shark smells prey, it opens its ferocious mouth. Do you like the sea? Haster suddenly spoke, and the 2 adjutants standing beside him were stunned for a while. One of them laughed dryly and said, What do you like or dislike? I remember the first time I came back from a long boat trip. I almost fell ill. I had a phobia of the ocean, and had nightmares for a while. Another adjutant said, I like the sea because it always accepts every creature that arrives here. No matter it is dirty, poor, or dead, the sea will give it a place to rest. Hastur nodded slightly, and said nothing more. As the ship gradually approached the waters near Damir Island, they encountered the patrol ship of the pirate group. The pilot lights on the warship are too dazzling in this dark night. Once the distance is close, it is normal to be discovered. But for the pirates entrenched on Damir Island, such lights are the golden light that symbolizes wealth. There will always be some merchant ships that stray into the nearby waters in the dark and become their prey. The two patrol boats quickly called their captains, saying that a big fat sheep was coming to their door. As for this light, it could be a Navy warship? The joke wasn't very funny, and the nearby pirates were having a hard time gaining a sense of superiority over South Wales Navy when it came to mocking it. After all, people can't always be compared to a puddle of mud. Hastur asked people to temporarily turn off the headlights on other warships, leaving only the lights on the two leading warships. When about 8 pirate ships came one after another under the cover of darkness, wanting to tear apart their prey, the two leading warships stood still, waiting for them to deliver their goods. Who is the hunter, and who is the prey can only be known when the gunfire sounds. Most of the ships of ordinary pirates are ordinary fishing boats that have been modified. They can carry 4 or 5 cannons, which is considered a good firepower. Only those large-scale pirate groups have warships that can compete with warships. Therefore, when they hunt merchant ships, they usually fire a few cannons in the waters near the merchant ships to act as a deterrent. Unless necessary, they will not directly attack the merchant ship itself to avoid capsizing the ship, causing it to catch fire, and causing damage to the cargo on board. The grappling hook is a somewhat ancient weapon that can help pirate ships secure merchant ships. Firstly, it can avoid being thrown away by the speed of the merchant ship. Secondly, it can allow pirates to climb onto the merchant ship along the cable rope built by the grappling hook to rob. This is the common method of plundering carried out by pirates. The first batch of pirate visitors that Hastur and the others encountered tonight wanted to use this method. The sailors on the ship had already lined up with guns in hand, and were guarding their combat posts in accordance with the combat methods they practiced in daily exercises, just waiting for a gunshot. About a few minutes later, several rounds of gunfire rang out. The two lieutenants beside Hastur have already led people to capture the captain of this pirate group and asked him to tell the story about Damir Island. Then, the captain was hanged on the gallows along with the other pirates. Whether they are pirates who laid down their weapons and surrender, or pirates who resist stubbornly, their destination is the gallows. Hastur didn't have the time or the intention to screen out the innocent people who might be among the pirates. Half an hour later, the warship had arrived at Damir Island. Fire! As the order fell, neat artillery fire took care of every inch of the entire Damir Island without any partiality. Hastur narrowed his eyes and looked at the shocking scene of artillery fire washing the ground. This island is not too big, and there is only one port for entry and exit. When the sound of cannons rang through the port of Damir Island, the first reaction of the sleepy pirates was not that the Navy was attacking, but which pirate group started fighting again. When the SHLS landed not far from where they lived, they were so frightened that they quickly got up from the bed and cursed, "What a heartless bastard! A brainless pig's son! Actually fired into a residential area. When you hug my mother-in-law and have no place to sleep at night, I will definitely gather a large group of people to watch." It is said to be a residential area. That is, there are rows of wooden houses, most of which have only one floor, and a few have 2 floors. The house was built crookedly and not beautiful at all. Under the baptism of artillery fire, they would still face the fate of being burned. After more than 10 rounds of artillery fire, and when the barrels of the guns were so hot that they could burn people to death, Hastur ordered the Navy on board to form a formation and land. All pirates who show up will not be allowed to let go. It wasn't until gunshots took away the lives of the pirates that they saw them wearing Navy uniforms. And then they died with stunned eyes. Here, no pirate would have thought that the Navy of South Wales would take advantage of the darkness to catch them off guard. Hastur stood at the bow of the ship, watching as nearly 800 sailors swept away every trace of pirates. When it was discovered that there were so many extraordinary people who wanted to take advantage of the cover of night to escape or resist, the gardener and chef who went to sea with Hastur, under Hastur's nod, also joined the battlefield with their own scissors and boning knives. Even if the two of them didn't take action, The bodies of several Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 Beyonders were still very fragile in front of firearms. A shot to the head or the heart can easily take away their lives. Even a powerful shepherd like Mr. O would not choose to use guns and cannons. Bullets may not cause fatal injuries, but the recovery speed of a body that is constantly bombarded is far less than the speed of destruction. Of course, the most powerful thing about such powerful extraordinary beings is not whether their bodies can withstand the baptism of artillery, but their high degree of flexibility. This is the basis for their powerful threat capabilities. The gunshots that resounded through the night sky continued until the sun rose the next day. Except for some smart pirates, who took advantage of the chaos and left with empty oak barrels. The other pirates on Damir Island were all here. The broken limbs, intestines, and heads on the ground were colorfully mixed together like a hot pot party. The strong smell of blood becomes even more obvious when the sun rises, making people feel nauseous. Last night, at least half of the Navy who was like a god coming down to sweep away the pirates were vomiting. And a third of them had secretly vomited. Only a few of them were pale, and still trying to calm down. There is no way. The power of artillery is far beyond that of guns. And under its raging, not many intact corpses can be left. Some pirates, who surrendered early, were also shocked by this bloody scene. Among those corpses, many of them had just drank and had fun with them last night. And now they had completely turned into cold corpses. Some of them could not even be preserved intact. In order to survive, they knelt on the ground and kept begging Hastur, the highest status, for mercy. They had all kinds of begging words. In response, Hastur said calmly, "Bring them on board." The pirates who thought they were lucky to have saved their lives burst into tears of gratitude. And some even shed tears and cried with joy. When they boarded the ship and saw the corpses of hanged pirates, panic and horror began to spread. But under the aim of rows of black gun barrels, even though they kept cursing, crying and begging for mercy, in the end, they all turned into hanging corpses. It's not that Hastur wants to imitate his predecessor, the Archduke of South Wales, but at this time, he needs to give the increasingly rampant pirates a little shock. And at the same time, it can boost morale and confidence. No matter how powerful a pirate is, he still has one head and two arms. As long as you have a gun in your hand, everyone is equal under one shot. As the pirates on Damir Island were cleared, Hastur naturally took back the wealth they collected as trophies. During this period, the gardener who had washed the big scissors came to see Hastur and said that he had captured the leader of the Dark Hand pirates, a Sequence 7 navigator. How else to deal with it? Also hanging on the gallows, and then arranging his body at the front. He should also be given some respect to the leader of the Sequence 7 pirate group. Before the ship arrived at Puning Port, word had spread that the pirates on Damir Island had been wiped out. Many people came to the port and waited eagerly for the return of the Navy. Some people who had relatives in the Navy started to straighten their backs and speak loudly, telling uninformed people how different the Puning Port Navy is now. From the layoffs of the Navy to the expansion of recruitment. And then to talk about daily life. Train. It greatly satisfies many people's melon-eating mood. Klein was also a member of the crowd. He had no idea that things would unfold like this. He was about to tell Count Hastur Campbell about the pirate group, but he didn't expect that the other party had already wiped out the pirates on Damir Island first. I don't know if the Dark Hand pirate group mentioned by Mr. Hangman has also been wiped out. When the setting sun began to shine on the sea, the neatly arranged fleet finally appeared in everyone's sight. When the fleet approached, they discovered that the pirate corpses were also arranged neatly and hung on the ropes. Chapter 319 Hastur, Mr. Klein likes the bathroom very much? The corpses of pirates were hung at different heights by ropes, with eyes as wide as fish eyes. No one cares about why the pirates die with their eyes open. What they care about is the victory of this war. Puning Port has been suffering from pirates for so many years, especially the businessmen who are doing business. They simply hate these pirates who are wreaking havoc. In the past few years, due to the rampant pirates who robbed merchant ships many times, several big businessmen stepped forward and donated a large amount of money to eliminate pirates. But the governor who received the money never implemented the matter and kept making excuses to delay it. Over time, they no longer trusted South Wales Navy. Today, the returning warships greatly inspired the local residents. After a brief silence, there was thunderous applause and shouts. The greatest kindness you can do to pirates is to hang them on the gallows. This was the sentence that Hastur left the deepest impression on them. At night, the entire Puning Port is brightly lit, and all the pubs are offering discounts and carnivals. If you are a naval soldier participating in the war, you can even drink for free. Every pub was full, and many people brought chairs and stools from home and placed them at the door of the pub, drinking and laughing. It's hard to imagine what the residents here have suffered in the past years. Grest and Klein also suspended their investigation tonight and went out to find a less popular tavern to have a few drinks. Klein ate half a piece of dry fried fish, drank another glass of beer, burped slightly and said, "The greater the joy today, the greater the suffering in the past. Pirates are rampant, and the residents here have suffered from bullying for generations. And more or less they all have blood feuds with the pirates." Grest raised his wine glass, clinked it with the wine glass in Klein's hand, and took a big sip. "When I lived in Backland, I always thought that the seaside was suitable for business, and there should be places more prosperous than Backland. Economy. But when I really walked out of Backland, I realized that the seaside is hard, and the fishermen who go fishing for a living are even harder. Natural disasters and man-made disasters. TSK. Especially when there is an incompetent person. Let's not talk about it. Just drink." Grest was obviously a little drunk and was much more sentimental than usual. Klein shook his head and sighed, then turned to look at the lively scene in the tavern where people were singing passionately and laughing happily. It was almost 10 o'clock, and the tavern was still bustling with people, and Klein had no intention of staying up all night with them. His wallet didn't allow it, even if he split it evenly with Grest. He spent £1.09 solely in this tavern in a few hours. This is a 50% discount at the pub tonight. Klein stood up and put on the black coat he had just taken off, and half supported Grest back to his residence. While walking on the street, I heard a voice coming from behind me. "Mr. Klein? I didn't expect to meet here." Klein subconsciously glanced back and saw that the person greeting him was Asta. Grest, who was already a little drunk, was completely awake at this moment. He raised his head with a stern look, a bit wary. "Earl Campbell, why are you here?" "I just finished drinking from the military camp and thought of taking a walk on the street, and I happened to meet you," Asta explained, and then smiled. "This is not a formal occasion, so there is no need to be so respectful. Mr. Hastur, you have only been in South Wales for 3 months, and you are able to train a navy that can fight pirates. It is really not easy." The person who spoke was Grest. At this moment, he was no longer supported by Klein. His figure was stable, tall and unyielding. Hastur said calmly, "The king has high hopes for me and asked me to come here just to solve the coastal defense problem in South Wales." He glanced at Klein and Grest, who were in high spirits again, smiled and pointed to a pub that was still open on the side of the street, and invited them to have a drink together. Klein, who had drunk a lot, originally wanted to refuse, but Grest agreed before him, so he could only follow him to the tavern. There was a square wine table with several side dishes to go with the wine. The other empty seats were filled with wine, half of which was taken by Grest and the other half by Hastur, who asked the tavern owner to take it. Klein sat between Hastur and Grest. He always felt that tonight's drinking party was a bit unusual. Sure enough, before he had even taken a few bites of the wine and appetizers, Grest invited Hastur to drink several glasses of wine in succession, saying that Hastur was young and promising, was well organized in the navy, and had done great work in pacifying the pirates. This posture made Klein silently move his position back a little to avoid being involved. He has a normal alcohol tolerance. He occasionally drinks with Benson at home, but usually only 1 or 2 glasses. He has participated in several drinking parties at work, but he never drinks too much, let alone heavy drinking. If he drinks like Grest, he will have a headache tomorrow. Extraordinary people are stronger than ordinary people, but that doesn't mean they are better at drinking. Originally, Klein thought he could avoid it, but after Grest and Hastur drank to a certain level, they teamed up to drag him into the drinking room. In the end, he was dizzy and didn't know how much he drank. In order not to get drunk, Klein repeatedly went to the bathroom to wash his face to sober up his stomach, and then walked out of the bathroom after the alcohol had subsided a little. In response, Hastur said with a smile, "Mr. Klein seems to be very fond of bathrooms." Such words made Klein's heart beat slightly, and for a moment, he couldn't tell whether Hastur was teasing or seeing something. Grest also smiled and said, "The bathroom is a good place. When middle-aged men are upset, they like to hide in there to be clean." Having said this, he looked at Klein up and down and said, "I believe that Klein definitely did not secretly induce vomiting in the bathroom." Hastur also looked at Klein and said with a smile, "The bathroom is indeed very quiet. One can hide in it and do a lot of things secretly, in order not to make Klein suspicious." Haster deliberately made these words ambiguous. Gress burst out laughing and winked at Klein, his eyes full of teasing. Klein smiled and said nothing. He really didn't want to talk about this topic, even though he liked the bathroom very much. After all, the bathroom is equivalent to Mr. Fool's kingdom of God on earth. When Klein woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. He first rubbed his aching head a few times, and then took stock of his surroundings. Fortunately, this is my room. My clothes were intact, and I felt no pain anywhere else on my body. When his thoughts came here, Klein was stunned for a while. And in the end, he could only blame Russell for such thoughts. If he hadn't read too many Russell's diaries, he wouldn't be so knowledgeable about the special hobbies of the nobles. It seemed like we were talking about the bathroom last night. Klein shook his head, which was still a little dizzy, and carefully thought about what happened last night. Fortunately, he didn't say anything he shouldn't have said. Last night, he also half-supported Gress back. When he came back, he went to the bathroom to take a bath, then smiled silly in the mirror for a long time, and finally lay down on the bed to sleep. It's better to drink less alcohol. Klein sighed and rested for a while before getting up and washing up. What he didn't expect was that Gress had woken up early and was sitting on the sofa in the living room, drinking coffee, reading the newspaper with his legs crossed, and thoughtfully preparing a fish soup for him. Klein came back after washing up, and finally couldn't help but ask him if he was so drunk last night that he could hardly walk. Why was he so energetic today? Drinking can ruin things, so I never let myself get drunk. The same goes for Earl Campbell. He was still very energetic last night. So I'm the only one who's drunk? Klein didn't want to speak, and sat silently drinking the still warm milky white fish soup. After Klein finished drinking the fish soup and became completely awake, Gress closed the newspaper in his hand and said solemnly, "We will return to Backland tomorrow." Klein was stunned for a moment. "Are you going to continue the investigation? The church asked us to abandon the mission and return to Backland. Is it because of the annihilation of the pirate group? There are other reasons as well. Backland has been unsettled recently and needs manpower." Klein didn't say anything else. Gress stood up and said as if joking, "Relax. At least we are still alive. Nothing is luckier than being alive." What exactly happened over at Backland? Klein was a little worried about Benson and Melissa. It said a powerful evil spirit appeared. Evil spirit? The news that came was not too detailed. But for the church to pay so much attention to it proves that the evil spirit is not simple. Klein nodded. "Let's buy a boat ticket later." In the evening, after Klein and Gress went to the port to buy tickets, Gress received another message from the church. Let them go to Bansi Port to investigate first, saying that something major and extraordinary happened there, and let them join forces with the people from the Church of Storms to investigate. Klein looked at the 2 boat tickets he bought for 10 gold pounds inside. "Can I still refund the tickets now?" "Don't worry. The church will reimburse all our daily expenses outside the home." After Gress finished speaking, he turned around and bought 2 ferry tickets to Bansi Port. Chapter 320 Red Priest. There will be weapons on the earth. "You actually left?" Asta, who had just had dinner, was surprised when he heard the report. The 3 of them had just had drinks last night, and judging by the tone of their conversation, they had no intention of leaving. Maybe there is some new assignment from the church. Haster didn't think too much. The departure of Klein and Gress made him feel a lot cleaner. Recently, he asked the monks in yellow to search for the extraordinary materials of the Sequence 5 Chaos Mentor, and the results have come. Now you just need to wait for the corrupted Baron potion to be completely digested before you can be promoted. According to his own estimation, it should take another 2 to 3 months. Probably around the middle of the year. The further you go, the harder it is to get promoted, and the easier it is to have problems. He got up and went to the study on the 2nd floor. He was about to open the pencil case and take out 008 to take a look at the latest developments of Klein and Gress. Meow. Azhara jumped onto his lap, raised her little eyes, and looked at him aggrievedly, as if she was accusing something. After listening for a while, Asta understood what was going on and said with a smile, "Sharon bullies you. Then you bully her back while she is playing the role of a puppet, and then run away after flirting with her." Meow. "Oh, you said what the little fish did. How about reducing the number from 2 a day to 1 a day?" Meow. Azhara quickly jumped off Haster's lap and left without looking back. After the interlude, Haster opened the pencil case, took a piece of white paper, and put it on the table. "I want to know how Klein and the others are doing." 008 skillfully wrote a line on the paper. The new mission from Backland has transferred them away from Puddingport. They are planning to take the ferry to Bancyport tomorrow. Those who are loved by fate are destined to walk on a rugged mountain road. The stable and warm life will eventually be crushed by the ruthless waves and swept away. A corner of fate is signaling the beginning of an extraordinary life. Klein, a man full of mysteries, is about to undergo huge changes in his life. Today's 008 Shinshin now feels a bit like a bad guy. Bancyport? He would actually go to that place. Haster leaned back slightly and thought about this with half-squinted eyes. As the war in the southern continent begins, the Red Priest, who symbolizes war, will escape from trouble, and abnormalities will also occur in Bancyport. These are all foreseeable things. But why would Klein be asked to deal with them? Is this an oracle from the goddess of the night? Even he can't stand the fact that Klein has been living a peaceful and stable life? So I deliberately gave him a little stimulation so that he could quickly embark on a path of growth. Or maybe it's because the outer god's frequent actions in the past have made the goddess of the night realize that something is wrong. So she wants to speed up the emergence of the new Lord of Mysteries. Haster thought this was the most likely guess. Do you know what happened in Bancyport? Asta thought about it and deliberately tested 008. That will be the starting point of the war. And characters who should have been buried in history will return as evil spirits. He is the ultimate Red. The Red of War. When he returns, a wave of trembling weapons will surely arise on the earth. Hearing this, Asta asked with a smile, "Then do you know the honorable name of this Red Priest?" Medici. Perhaps in order not to be noticed, 008 deliberately wrote these 3 words in 3 paragraphs. No. This is just his original name. And now he has a new name. Haster shook his head and rejected this answer. 008 was stunned for a while. Then he happily scribbled on the paper. And finally drew a circle with 3 heads entangled with each other. Asta took a look and praised, "Not bad. I didn't expect that in addition to your good calligraphy. You are also good at painting." 008 became even more excited and urged Haster to get a new piece of white paper, obviously intending to draw a more shocking painting. Asta obeyed it and allowed it to draw on the paper in its excitement. In his mind, he was thinking about Medici. No, it should be about Soren Einhorn Medici. If South Wales will become a battlefield in the future, it is very likely that the Red Priest will come here after he escapes. In order to prevent him from coming to trouble, you still need to prepare in advance. Asta thought for a moment and realized that the painting drawn by 008 had been completed. It turned out to be a sunset picture of Puddingport. Although it is just a black line outline, the artist's profound skills can be seen in every stroke. Even if this work is put up for auction, there will be people willing to spend money to collect it. I'll have it colored later. Put it in a frame and mount it. Upon hearing this, 008 hurriedly blacked out the painting, and then slowly started to write on a new piece of paper. Obviously, 008 is going to use his real skills this time. Haster just smiled and admired 008's painting. In comparison, 008's painting level far exceeded him. 20 minutes later, 008 completed the new painting. It's the same sunset picture of Puddingport, but the sense of space is grasped more accurately. As for the overall light and dark tones, this requires color grading in the later stage. 008 asked for a good painter to color his painting. Of course, Asta would not refuse such a small request. After you finish it, hang this painting in the study. Master, you are so kind. Woo woo woo. Haster has gradually become immune to 008's sugar-coated bullets. Put 008 back into the pin box and left the study. The third room on the right side of the corridor is Sharon's room, next to Haster's bedroom. When she came outside the door, she saw Azhara being held in Sharon's arms and being kneaded. Apparently Azhara had done something outrageous just now and was being caught by Sharon. Seeing Haster arriving, Azhara immediately cast a look for help. Haster gave Azhara a reassuring smile, then closed the door and returned to his room to rest. Backland, St. Samuel's Church. After Leonard finished his work during the day and returned to his room to rest, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. He quickly lay on the bed and called the old man to come out and clear up the confusion. "Old man, I suddenly feel something is wrong. Is something big going to happen? Can you change anything?" Leonard choked directly on this sentence. When you don't have any ability to change things, just stay silent and be an ordinary person. "Old man, listening to your tone, is something big really going to happen? The earth will rise up with swords." "When?" "No more than a year at the latest." Leonard was silent. He suddenly felt that what the old man said was right. He knew what could happen to these things. It was not that nothing could be changed. When Leonard sighed and was about to take a rest, there was a sudden knock on the door. He quickly got up and opened the door. Outside the door was a clergyman from the church. He said that Archbishop Anthony had something to see him. Leonard's bad premonition became stronger, and he hurried to the church. Under the bright candlelight, every detail of the carvings in the church was reflected. Archbishop Anthony stood in the center of the empty church with a small note in his hand. When Leonard arrived, Archbishop Anthony handed him the note in his hand. After taking a deep breath, Leonard spread out the note. The situation in Bancyport has changed. Klein's whereabouts are unknown. The handwriting on it was slightly messy, and it was obviously written in a critical situation. Taking another deep breath, Leonard clenched the note tightly and said calmly, "The bishop called me here tonight. Does he want me to go to Bancyport to help? Someone has already dealt with this matter." Archbishop Anthony looked at Leonard, who looked a little off, and paused for a few seconds before saying, "You have a good relationship with Klein. If anyone in his family asks about it in the future, you will be asked by go ahead and explain. It's just that his whereabouts are unknown. It's not that serious. I believe that with Klein's good luck, he will definitely be able to come back alive, and the goddess will definitely point him in the direction of return." Praise the goddess. Archbishop Anthony said nothing more, and Leonard returned to his room with heavy steps. Lying on the bed completely weak, he took out the note and looked at it a few more times, then let out a long sigh. No wonder he felt suddenly uneasy today. Something happened to Klein. According to the tradition of the Nighthawks, if you write that your whereabouts are unknown, you can default to death. But he didn't believe that Klein would die so easily. In Tingen, under the control of Zangwill's script, Klein could survive safely. Can Bancyport be more terrifying than Zangwill plus 008? And this time, the people responsible for handling the Bancyport incident were also members of Grest and the Church of Storms. With Klein's cautious temperament, he would not let himself fall into danger by mistake. This situation must have occurred because of other changes. "Old man, I want to go to Bancyport. It's best to stay away at this stage." Leonard's expression moved slightly. "Is there really any great danger there?" "Huh? What do you think you can change?" Leonard was completely silent. The old man always kept saying this, but he didn't take it seriously. Only now did he truly understand the weight of this sentence. Chapter 321. Should the monocle be worn on the left eye or the right eye? After leaving Backlund, where are you going next? Of course, I want to find a way to separate. I don't want to stay with you two bastards all the time. Even the air I breathe is filthy. Join me in secretly returning to the Rose of Redemption, joining the serpent, and becoming an angel where the Lord sits. This is the right path for us to take. Get out of this body with your disgusting beliefs. Uh-huh. Do you really think I want to stay with you two guys who are neither men nor women? You can choose to commit suicide, and we will never stop you. I haven't found out whether you two are a boy or a girl. I'm not willing to leave this world like this. Shut your stinky mouth, and staying with you is 10,000 times more disgusting than being soaked in a stinking ditch." Under the crimson moonlight, three completely different voices came from a body that looked relatively young. They seemed to be talking to themselves, but also seemed to be in opposition to each other. "Everyone, please be quiet. We should discuss the next thing. This weak body cannot sustain it for long. You can first find a suitable caretaker as a temporary residence. In Backlund, weren't the believers of the night the most suitable candidates? It's a pity that you two useless guys have backed down. Heh. Medici, you only have this powerful mouth. Backlund is always being watched by the Dark Knight. Do you dare to directly deal with his followers? At least I will give it a try. Even if the night comes, as long as I pray to the Lord, I believe the big snake will come to join us soon. Then I would rather be imprisoned by the night. TSK. After so many years of knowing each other, I never knew you had a hobby of being imprisoned. Stop arguing. Aren't you tired of arguing after so many years? You're so useless if you haven't gotten used to this kind of relationship after all these years. Indeed, you should temper your character. It would be great to be as casual and peaceful as I am, without being anxious at all." Faced with the sudden joint attack between Medici and Einhorn, Sauron stopped speaking. After a brief silence, Medici chuckled and said, "Someone is opening the things I left behind. Do you want to go and take a look?" "Oh, the things you left behind are as stinky as you. I don't want to get close to them at all. It's better to head to the southern continent first, where the atmosphere of war is the strongest." "Where is this?" "South Wales. This body is really troublesome, and I have to buy a ticket to take the boat." After another discussion, The young man rushed towards Puningport. On the desk, 008, who was locked in the pen box, began to beat, and the pen box made a slight shaking sound. This made Haster have to pay attention. Then open the pen box and release 008. Master, I sense the breath of war approaching. 008 quickly wrote on the blank paper. It came so quickly, Haster murmured. It had only been 3 days since his last conversation with 008, and Soren Einhorn Medici had already arrived at Puningport. With its particularity, you should find that there is an unusual atmosphere in this port. Although the monk in yellow is good at concealing his aura, he can still be sensed to some extent in front of the trinity of red priests. Fortunately, I had made some preparations in advance, and Mrs. Lisa completely concealed her whereabouts. According to her own words, in terms of hiding destiny, unless it is a sequence one of the destiny path or a true god, it will not be easily seen through. Meow. As Hara jumped to the windowsill and lay down, her eyes far deeper than usual. Master, he is here. While Haster was still thinking, 008 suddenly wrote a string of words, then flew to Haster's hand, lightly touched his finger, and motioned for him to hold her. Haster gently held 008, his eyes slightly focused, looking at the figure that suddenly appeared on the sofa. He didn't know that young man, but the aura hidden in that man was very scary. Soren Einhorn Medici came to the door so quickly. Is it because of 008? In their opinion, there is no danger at all in a small place like Puningport. It's strange that Alzahad's pen would appear in such a small place. I thought I had sensed it wrong. The young man spoke words that were inappropriate for his age. Sure enough, it was attracted by 008. It was probably because Sauron Einhorn Medici noticed the relevant aura when 008 reminded him to pay attention just now that they suddenly appeared here. Haster understood in his heart. His expression was calm, and he was not panicked at all. Instead, he gently turned the 008 in his hand a few times between his fingers. You seem to have guessed that we were coming. Was it because this pen tipped you off? Seeing Haster's calm expression, Soren Einhorn Medici couldn't help but become a little more serious. Haster said calmly, the right pen should naturally be in the hands of the right person. If Adam hears these words, I don't know what his expression will be. I'm inexplicably looking forward to it. The person who said this now should be Medici. Only he has the confidence to comment on Adam at will. Asta glanced at Medici, with a slight smile on his lips. I'm looking forward to what his expression will be like. After all, can such a paranoid person be moved by other things? As soon as these words came out, the expression of Soren Einhorn Medici, a young man sitting on the sofa opposite him, changed slightly, and his eyes became piercing in an instant. Not everyone would call Adam bigoted. Under their gaze, Haster slowly opened the newly bought glasses case on the table and took out a crystal monocle from it. Soren Einhorn Medici's whole body exuded a dangerous aura. Wait a moment. It's a little dirty. Haster slowly wiped the monocle with the glasses cloth, and then put it on his left eye. The solemnity in Soren Einhorn Medici's eyes faded a lot, and the corners of his mouth were raised slightly, as if he was sneering at something. Haster looked at them and smiled, then slowly put the monocle on his right eye. Where did we talk just now? The corners of Soren Einhorn Medici's mouth froze in mockery, and his eyes changed several times. Finally, he glanced at Haster up and down with suspicion. You are not him. I haven't seen you for so many years. Medici, your suspicion is still so serious. Rub. Soren Einhorn Medici stood up from the sofa at once, his eyes full of shock. Especially Medici. He never expected to meet Amon here. If you think about it carefully, with Amon's personality, it is indeed possible to take away the pen of Asulhad and deliberately create some trouble for Adam. Haster just looked at Soren Einhorn Medici, who stood up with a smile, and then took off the monocle from his right eye. Asta sighed slightly. I'm really not used to wearing this thing, especially when looking at people. It's always easy to mistake people for someone else. Soren Einhorn Medici's expression changed again, and finally he sat on the sofa again and said in a cold tone, no one dares to joke like this to my face. Everything has a first time. If you encounter it a few times in the future, you will get used to it. Ha ha ha. Medici, you too will be fooled one day. Shut up. You are so angry that you are so angry. Ha ha ha. Medici, you were successfully provoked by a young man. This must feel good. Right? Did you two successfully tell them apart just now? We are not as familiar as you and Amon. The proud laughter was mixed with an angry scolding. As the three of them quarreled, another face grew on each side of the young man's cheeks. Suddenly, the desk in front of Hastur suddenly exploded. The three of them, Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici, who were originally suspected of being involved in internal strife, suddenly united in their thoughts and wanted to kill Hastur sitting behind the desk in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, their attack was somehow drawn to the desk. Hastur, sitting behind the desk, was not injured at all. "I've been on guard against you old Ingvi for a long time," Hastur sneered. Since he dared to use a mon to tease Sauron, Einhorn, Medici, he naturally made certain preparations. The current Sauron Einhorn Medici is just an evil spirit with empty qualifications and a serious lack of strength. He was able to scare even Adam back in the beginning. And after 3 days of preparation, he was naturally not afraid of Sauron Einhorn Medici's sudden attack. "This is just a courtesy joke. I hope you don't mind." After getting angry, Sauron Einhorn Medici suddenly calmed down, with a warm smile on his face. Gee, this is obviously because he is afraid that if he continues to fight, his true situation at this moment will be exposed. So if the attack failed, it was deliberately said to be a courtesy joke. If it's just a joke, I naturally won't care. Hastur smiled, then looked at the desk that had been shattered into powder, and said in a cold voice, "But if you destroy something, then we need to talk about compensation." "Blackmail? This is a reasonable request. After all, you broke into my house for no reason and broke my desk. What if we don't pay compensation? Then you are certainly a bad visitor." A smile appeared on Sauron Einhorn Medici's lips. He leaned back slightly, leaned on the sofa, and raised his arrogant and confident long legs. Chapter 322. I raised a cat and a bird. This casual and arrogant self-confidence reminded Hastur of the Jinn. When he first came to the Hall of Stars for a meeting, he was so carefree and casual, putting his 2 long legs on the table. "I really didn't come here with any good intentions. At first, I just thought the atmosphere here was weird. I didn't expect that the people here are also weird both inside and outside." The frivolous tone sounded like Medici speaking. Hastur just smiled and said, "Since you are here to visit, don't you need to prepare a gift in advance?" "TSK. I'm not in the habit of preparing gifts for people." Sauron Einhorn Medici shook his head and said with a face on his left cheek, "Which old friend are you?" "Friends? Isn't the word friend too luxurious for you?" Hastur's tone was undisguised sarcasm. "We have a lot of enemies. But if they were really here, they would never talk so much nonsense." The person speaking was the face on the right cheek. "It depends on how you want to resolve this matter today." Hastur brought the topic back again. This fine desk was worth 100 gold pounds. They had to pay at least a small price to get over it. "What do you want from us? Hey, do you have anything valuable on you?" Hastur's slightly raised eyebrows made Sauron Einhorn Medici sneer. Sheep always want to disguise themselves as lions to scare predators. "Sheep or lion? Do you want to try again?" There was no panic in Asta's eyes, and he was so confident that Sauron Einhorn Medici could not make up his mind. They who are on the hunter path are inherently suspicious, and will not easily attack their prey when they are not sure. "You want this card of blasphemy?" There was a red priest card floating on the fingertips of Sauron Einhorn Medici's right hand. Roselle on this card of blasphemy is standing on a chariot wearing black and red armor, holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, looking towards the fierce fighting battlefield ahead. I have to say that Russell on this red priest card is a bit handsome. Hastur just looked at it and said, "It's barely enough." "Uh-huh. Okay." Sauron Einhorn Medici laughed. 3 faces and 3 pairs of eyes were all staring at Hastur, as if he wanted to observe from the subtle facial expressions that Hastur was most real at this moment. Idea? Unfortunately, they didn't see anything. As for his expression management, Asta believes that he has reached a point where even he can't see through it. At the meeting of stars, playing the role of stars in front of a group of outer gods in the past is much more difficult and stressful than the current situation. Meow. As Hara suddenly called out, jumped from the windowsill onto Hastur's lap, and glanced at Sauron Einhorn Medici with scrutiny. Just this glance made Sauron Einhorn Medici's expression become slightly more solemn. Hastur lowered his head slightly and stroked Hara's hair, and said calmly, "Today, you should make a decision whether you are a guest or an evil spirit." "Ah, threat. Even Adam sitting here today would not dare to talk to me like this." Sauron Einhorn Medici's expression turned completely cold, and his whole body exuded the aura of iron-blooded killing as when the war started. Hastur curled his lips slightly and said, "If Adam was really sitting here today, you probably wouldn't even be able to get out of this gate. Just bluffing and trying to scare away the predator's sheep. Do you think you've got us?" Sauron Einhorn Medici put away his long legs and leaned forward slightly. His eyes were cold and menacing. and an aura of iron-blooded killing was like billowing smoke, heading straight towards Hastur. A sneeze. Azhara wrinkled her nose and sneezed, and the aura of war that came straight away disappeared. Hastur lowered his head and rubbed Azhara's head. "Does this breath disgust you?" "Meow," Azhara replied, lying on Hastur's lap and closing her eyes slightly. "This cat is very interesting." Sauron Einhorn Medici's eyes fell on Azhara again, and this time they looked at it longer. Hastur didn't speak, just looked at them. "Who are you?" This is the second time Sauron Einhorn Medici has asked this question. No matter how they looked at it, they could not clearly see the true origin of Hastur, and even a cat was a bit elusive to them. "Solve the matter here early, and you still have time to catch the last ferry leaving Puddingport today." "Heh. My stuff isn't that easy to get." Sauron Einhorn Medici chuckled and flicked the Red Priest card on his fingertips to Hastur. Azhara opened her eyes in confusion, subconsciously stretched out her front paws, grabbed the Red Priest card like a small dried fish, and took a bite of it. She felt that the taste was a bit off, and she sighed with disgust on her face. Sauron Einhorn Medici was also a little speechless. This cat really stole the show. The face on the left cheek said, "Are there any other survivors alive in the Solomon Empire? Gee, do you think you are a descendant of Solomon?" He should have sensed the aura of the Black Emperor on his body, Asta thought in his mind, with an elegant and calm smile on his face. History will never be cut off. Medici sneered, "Even if he is really a descendant of Solomon. Are you two rushing to show your loyalty?" The faces on the left and right cheeks were silent, seeming to be recalling the days of the Solomon Empire. The two of them were initially loyal to the Black Emperor Solomon. Later, the Black Emperor Solomon fell due to the alliance of the six gods. They then turned to follow the Night Emperor Trunsoist. Unfortunately, the Night Emperor also died in the War of the Four Emperors. The Crazy Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor was successfully promoted to Sequence 0 Red Priest. They play a vital role here. But even the crazy and bloody Emperor Alistair Tudor lost in the end, leaving only the Hades Emperor as the biggest winner in the War of Four Emperors. That magnificent era was far from being comparable to the current era. Speaking of loyalty, your loyalty is the strongest. Hastur said this sincerely. The hunter died of loyalty. And he was talking about the Red Angel Medici. Is the Black Emperor Solomon worthy of being compared with my lord? Medici raised his head slightly, very proud. And at the same time, he did not forget to belittle the Black Emperor Solomon. After all, belittling the Lord is equivalent to belittling his followers. Sure enough, Sauron and Einhorn started to curse. Hastur looked at Medici deeply and said nothing. The Black Emperor Solomon cannot indeed be compared with the real creator. After all, the Black Emperor did not sacrifice his loyal subordinates. It is ridiculous to talk about loyalty without talking about interests in the mysterious world. That's why Medici's loyalty is so impressive. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Asta, who was a little annoyed by the noise from the three people opposite him, issued an order to evict him. Today's visit from Sauron Einhorn Medici was not what he expected, and he did not want to have too much to do with them. It's just that Yingwe has plucked his feathers, so it's not bad to take the opportunity to leave a Red Priest card. He just needs this Red Priest card to understand the situation of the Red Priest path, so as to provide options for the future. As for imprisoning the evil spirit Sauron Einhorn Medici, Lady Lisa alone does not have that ability. If Aurelius hadn't been staring at the star container on the ship, there would still be a chance. The key thing is that the Sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics of Sauron Einhorn Medici are no longer there. Even if he cooks hot pot again now, he still won't be able to be successfully promoted to the Red Priest. Not to mention that he is still far from being able to cook hot pot. Sauron Einhorn Medici chuckled and had no intention of getting up and leaving. Instead, he chuckled and said, "A broken desk is not worth this Red Priest card. If you want to keep it, you need to have it." More chips. While speaking, Sauron Einhorn Medici lightly hooked the index finger of his right hand, and the Red Priest card that was originally grabbed by Azhara returned to his hand. Azhara woke up immediately. Her eyes widened, looking at her empty little paws, and then turned to the Red Priest card, which began to become deep and dark. The atmosphere in the study became completely cold in an instant. Sauron Einhorn Medici's eyelids twitched slightly, showing some surprise. Hastur stroked Azhara's head, glanced at them, and said calmly, "In addition to raising a cat, I also raised a bird. He likes to eat bugs, especially 3 mixed together. Bugs. The taste should be richer." Sauron Einhorn Medici frowned slightly, thinking about the meaning of Hastur's words. At this moment, a spiritual gap silently opened in a corner of the study. A small firebird the size of a palm flew out and landed on Hastur's shoulder. The seemingly small firebird stared at Soren Einhorn Medici sitting on the sofa as soon as he came out. His eyes were as bright as fire and full of desire, as if he had encountered something that could not be missed. Same as a big meal. Soren Einhorn Medici's body trembled unconsciously. That little bird. Walk. Soren Einhorn Medici's expression changed. He threw the red priest card to Hastur, and then quickly left here. Chirp. The little firebird looked up at Hastur, as if asking if he should pursue him. Don't be anxious yet. Eating randomly can lead to indigestion. Chirp. The little flamingo lowers its head and combs its feathers with its beak. Meow. Azhara looked up at the little firebird, then shuddered all over, and her originally deep eyes returned to their former clear stupidity. Meow. Azhara looked at Hastur with puzzled eyes. Hastur did not speak, but gently rubbed its little head. Chapter 323. Underworld Emperor Salinger? Mrs. Lisa. Thank you for staying in the same head with this little guy. Hastur suddenly chuckled and said. Lisa was hiding in Azhara's body just now, so she could make Soren Einhorn Medici feel afraid. The temptation from them was also resolved secretly by Mrs. Lisa. It is my honor to serve the Lord God Envoy. Madame Lisa's voice came from Azhara's mind. Meow. Azhara, who was originally lying on Hastur's lap, screamed suddenly, stood upright, put her two front paws on Hastur's chest, and looked around with dark blue eyes, full of doubts and fear. Hastur stroked Azhara's head and said, Don't worry so much, little guy. Madame Lisa will return your brain to you later. Meow. Azhara immediately trembled all over. What kind of devil's speech was this? Master God Envoy. The evil spirit just now is not simple. You must be extra careful when dealing with related matters. Facing Madame Lisa's reminder, Asta nodded. When Mrs. Lisa completely left Azhara's mind, Azhara let out a whimper of aggrievedness. It didn't understand what happened at all. It only knew that its brain seemed to have been stolen. It's okay. You have a small brain and can't see it. Besides, it's of little use on weekdays. If you lose it, you will lose it. Meow. Azhara, covered in hair, jumped off Hastur's lap and quickly ran out of the study, probably to find Sharon for comfort. Chirp. The phoenix gray Carrie, who was standing on Hastur's shoulder, flapped her wings, opened a channel to the spiritual world and left. Only Hastur and 008 were left in the study. You will stay in the pencil box during this period and don't come out. 008 only shook slightly, but did not protest. He probably knew that he might cause more trouble. Putting 008 into the pencil case, Hastur clamped the red priest card into the pages of the Destiny Weaver and took it back to his bedroom along with the pencil case. On the way, he met a maid who was usually responsible for cleaning the study and told her to buy a good desk. Returning to the bedroom, Hastur sat in front of the windowsill and opened the page with the red priest card in Destiny Weaver, and began to read the content recorded on it carefully. This red priest card is different from the black emperor card. It has been opened by Soren Einhorn Medici first, and does not require any opening spell. Red Priest Extraordinary Path. Sequence 9, Hunter. Sequence 8, Provocateur. Sequence 7, Arsonist. Sequence 6, Conspirator. Sequence 5, Reaper. Sequence 4, Iron-Blooded Knight. Sequence 3, War Bishop. Sequence 2, Weather Warlock. Sequence 1, Conqueror. Sequence 0, Red Priest. Hastur's eyes briefly glanced at the previous content, focusing on the content after the sequence for Iron-Blooded Knight. Different from the Witch Path. The Hunter Path can only change from female to male in Sequence 4. This is an extraordinary path for the most iron-blooded and true men. All extraordinary people above Sequence 4 are male. Hastur carefully read the promotion ceremony and potion formula behind the sequence for Iron-Blooded Knight several times until he completely memorized it. He can now let the Yellow Monk organization start looking for the extraordinary materials needed to promote the Iron-Blooded Knight and a copy of the Iron-Blooded Knight's extraordinary characteristics. While he may or may not cross pathways, there's absolutely nothing wrong with preparing ahead of time. After reading it, Hastur took out the Black Emperor card and the Witch card, arranging the 3 blasphemous cards neatly on the table. Hastur felt quite satisfied with collecting figures. The premise is to first ignore the 3 completely different images of Russell on the 3 blasphemy cards. If you have the chance, you can try to collect a complete set of 22 cards of blasphemy. After admiring it for a while, Hastur contentedly inserted the 3 blasphemy cards into the book Destiny Weaver as bookmarks. and at the same time pressed the pinned box containing 008 on top of the book. After thinking about it, I felt that it was not very safe to let 008 hold it down. So it was better to let the golden box bear this burden. I believe that no one can take the Weaver of Destiny, which contains 3 blasphemous cards, from the golden box without alerting him. Although 008 wanted to stay with the Destiny Weaver, he was too afraid of the golden box and chose to stay in Hastur's study. At the port of Puddingport, Soren Einhorn Medici was dutifully buying tickets and queuing up. They were not truly relieved until they boarded the ferry and sailed away from the port against the sunset. Today's experience made them, who were well informed, unable to help but murmur. They naturally saw that the little black cat was unusual, but they could not accurately penetrate the truth hidden in its body. This unknown makes them feel afraid. The young noble used Adam and Amon to scare people, and he could see through their true identities at a glance. I thought it might be an old friend I knew, but in the end I rejected the idea. What shocked them the most was the little firebird at the end that crossed over from the spiritual world. It was absolutely impossible for them to admit the aura emanating from his body. The breath of Hades' Emperor Salinger. In addition to his aura, there is also an even more ancient aura, which is suspected to be the ancestor of the Phoenix, Grey Carrie, who died a long time ago. Could it be that the Hades Emperor Salinger and the Phoenix ancestor were successfully fused together in the same state as theirs? So who is in charge of that Phoenix that just appeared? And what is the origin of the young nobleman who was protected by the Phoenix? Or is that young nobleman the real Hades Emperor Salinger? For a god of death, even if he dies, he will definitely leave behind a means of resurrection, unless the next god of death appears. It is possible for the previous god of death to die completely. There has never been a new death god since Hades Emperor Salinger. This means that there is a high possibility that Hades Emperor Salinger will successfully resurrect and return. Now there happens to be a war in the southern continent, and the shadow of death and war shrouds the entire southern continent. It is difficult to say that the underworld Emperor Salinger is not behind the instructions. They should be glad that the person who returned from resurrection was not the Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. Otherwise, they would have become the hot pot base for a pot of stew again today. Although the kingdom of the 7 gods is no longer on this land, we still cannot take it lightly, especially in our current state. This body is gradually unable to support it. We need a new suitable body, and we also need to seize the time to regain our strength. This place is very close to Bancyport. We can drop by and use the things left there to regain some strength. You don't want to be scared away by others all the time, right? This time, Sauron and Einhorn did not oppose Medici's suggestion. They urgently needed to regain a certain strength. If they meet Adam and Amon, their situation will be very bad. The reason why they were blamed by the Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor in the first place was not only Medici's stupidity, but also the brothers Adam and Amon who worked together behind the scenes to plot against them. If you ask me, why bother? Let me just pray to the Lord and then join the serpent. We have plenty of time to regain our strength. Stop dreaming. Sauron and Einhorn scolded Medici for his delusions in unison. Evil gods like the true creator will not go to his country. And based on the relationship between Medici and the true creator, it is very likely that the two of them will have their consciousness erased to fulfill Medici. Ignorance has led you away from the Lord. One day you will understand who is the true creator. Medici didn't bother to refute. And soon the 3 of them began to curse and argue with each other. At Bancyport, there is an ironclad ship from the Kingdom of Lone parked outside the port, as well as several large warships. It's better to flatten the entire Bancyport directly. Only in this way can we completely eliminate the trouble here. On the armored ship, a person in charge of the Church of Storms had a cold face and a tone full of solemnity. Grest, who was injured and looked weak, immediately stopped him and said, "No. There are still many people trapped inside. My teammate Klein is also missing now. Once Bancyport is leveled, he will be the last to die. Chance of survival. Do you want to use other people's lives to fill the hole in Bancyport?" It was hard for Grest to react. He had personally experienced the Bancyport incident and knew the horror inside. If they don't make it out alive before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, they will be history with Bancyport. This is the last mercy I can give them. Grest didn't say anything anymore. This was indeed the best way at the moment. As time passes little by little, from the dark night comes a new dawn. Grest's heart sank a little as the sun rose. He never saw Klein coming out of Bancyport. Time is up. The person in charge of the Church of Storms ordered the ironclad ship to fire a volley of artillery fire at the same time as other warships. Cannonballs fell on Bancyport. which was not too large an area, thoroughly cleaning every inch of the place. Under such bombardment, Klein had no chance of survival. Klein, I will take care of your family for you. Gress was filled with grief and bowed deeply to Bansi Port, which was under fire. Chapter 324 Medici. The place that was bombed seems to be your home? Isn't that place that was baptized by artillery fire the port of Bansi you mentioned? Sauron pretended to be surprised. Medici. Your home was bombed. Einhorn spoke more directly. Medici was silent for a while. When he finally came back, he saw that artillery fire was destroying his family's former residence. And he felt very complicated. Why did you suddenly become silent? It's really rare. You will also be affected by this kind of thing. Do you seem to be such an emotional creature? When you reminisce about the past, you look much more pleasing to the eye than before. Although it's still so disgusting. Sauron and Einhorn would not miss the opportunity to mock Medici. Humph! Medici snorted coldly. Just them? Even if we bombard it with artillery fire for hundreds of years, we can't really destroy this place. Sauron said, really? What if they invite that tyrant? Medici said indifferently, the things here are not enough for him to come in person. Medici, you are always so overconfident. Your self-confidence is so stupid that it makes you unable to see the situation clearly. After Einhorn finished speaking, he reminded them to look up at the storm cluster in the sky that was constantly gathering and compressing. Dark clouds hung low, as if they were about to cover the entire port of Bansi, with violent storms and thunder roaring inside. This posture is not something that extraordinary people can achieve. With the roar of the storm, the entire sea began to surge and roar. Something's not right. Sauron Einhorn Medici noticed something was wrong. The storm in the sea ahead was getting stronger and stronger, forcing the entire sea level to drop a lot lower. That tyrant is really going to come down. Medici, what on earth are you doing in Bansi Port to trigger the Lord of Storms to descend? Medici was also very confused about this. It shouldn't be. How could things here cause God to descend? Could it be that he is too idle? Soren Einhorn Medici stood on the boat and watched with bated breath for a while before his eyes showed fear. Someone actually took action against the God-descended Storm Lord in Bansi Port. Although there is only one step difference between Sequence 1 and Sequence 0. This step is a complete qualitative change. Although the Lord of Storms is just a descendant of God, the true God is there, and also possesses divine power. Who exactly is fighting the Storm Lord there? Could it be the two brothers Adam and Ammon? Look at this battle. The Lord of Storms is coming with great fury. Could it be that that little crow really stole the temple of the Church of Storms? We'd better stay away to avoid the Lord of Storms detecting our presence. Soren Einhorn Medici took a boat to open a large distance, and after making sure that he would not be discovered, he continued to watch the battle in the distance, where the outcome was unknown. Medici asked a little uneasily, is the seal there really cracked? Medici, what is hidden in Bansi Port? Sauron and Einhorn had already suspected that the Storm Lord's divine descending was abnormal. It was definitely not just because of being provoked. His descending definitely had a deeper purpose. Damn it! The more Medici thought about it, the more uneasy he became. That was the place where he first discovered and established his family. But now, he could only watch from a distance and let others break into his home and plunder what should have been his family's belongings. Own wealth. Sauron and Einhorn naturally would not let Medici hide and tuck him away. And the faces on both sides of his cheeks were struggling to be torn apart. Medici, who was annoyed by the noise, only left one sentence: either let me pray to the Lord and ask for his coming, or don't try to find out anything from me. Roaring waves, ferocious storms, and fierce collisions caused the entire Bansi Port to be completely destroyed. When the storm gradually dissipated, there was only a vast sea left in front of us. Originally there was supposed to be an island here with Bansi Port on it. But now the entire island has been sunk and has completely sunk into the sea. Since then, there has never been a place like Port Bansi. When Sauron Einhorn Medici arrived here, he could only look at the ocean and sigh. Medici was completely grim-faced and did not want to speak, while Sauron and Einhorn were slowly analyzing the outcome of the battle in Bansi Port. In the end, the Lord of Storm should have won, and he also specifically sent down divine punishment to completely wipe out Bansi Port, as if to cover up something. As for the one who fought against the Storm Lord, it was not the two brothers Adam and Ammon, but someone with a strong aura of space latitude. A bit like that Mr. Men who almost ascended to the throne of God. That is a more difficult and terrifying existence than brothers Adam and Ammon. It's time to go. It will definitely attract a lot of people to check it out later. Haha. Isn't this a ready-made bait? It's really time to change to another body. Looking forward to a good harvest. Sauron and Einhorn were discussing each other, but Medici remained sullen and silent. About an hour after they left, members of the Church of Storms arrived by boat. After the god descended successfully, they were sent away from the battlefield by the Lord of Storms. They didn't come to check until the end of the battle. On the empty sea, there is no trace of Bansi port. Even the island has been swallowed by the sea. Only some fragments of wooden houses and still smoking wood residues are left on the sea. Grest was even more sad. Not only was he unable to save Klein, he couldn't even save his body. The Lord of Storms came to perform divine punishment in person. Even if Klein was still lucky enough to be alive in Bansi port at that time, he was now reduced to a pile of broken bones. No one can survive the Storm Lord's divine punishment. St. Samuel's Church. Leonard was again summoned by Archbishop Anthony. When he learned that the Lord of Storms had descended to wipe out the entire port of Bansi, and that even Klein's body was turned into powder under the thunder, Leonard was distracted for a moment. After several days of waiting, I still didn't get good news. But bad news. I know what to do. I'll go to Klein's house in the afternoon. Leonard tried hard to suppress the grief in his heart, returned to his room, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes silently. He is no longer in the mood to ask the old man what secrets are hidden in Bansi port. He didn't know how to tell his family and the captain in Tingen City about Klein's death. Pudding Port. News of the accident in Bansi port soon spread from the sea to Pudding Port. Hastur has already known this news. He even witnessed the battle between the high-dimensional Overlooker and the Lord of Storms in the Hall of Stars. Unfortunately, he only saw the second half of the battle. The high-dimensional Overlooker lost. He was just an incarnation cast from the depths of the starry sky. After all, he was still inferior to the Lord of Storms, who had the right time and place. But the incarnation of the high-dimensional Overlooker did not dissipate because of this. It was still alive, but suffered a certain degree of wear and tear. If the high-dimensional Overlooker were not determined to arm wrestle with the Storm Lord, he could easily get rid of the Storm Lord. His authority can be regarded as a high-end version of Mr. Men, who can easily stay away from the battlefield. With the power of the Hall of Stars, Hastur also peeked into some secrets. Bansi port is indeed a place penetrated and influenced by the power of the City of Disaster. This is a bit like the tributary opened up by the River of Eternal Darkness deep in the spiritual world. As the end approaches, the seals set by the former Lord of Mysteries are gradually losing their effectiveness. And the source matter sealed in the western continent can already reveal some pollution. This is why the Storm Lord insists on destroying Bansi port. If left unchecked, Bansi port will be completely polluted by the City of Disaster. Once a high-sequence hunter path extraordinary approaches, they will inevitably be unable to resist the temptation and instinct, which will prompt the City of Disaster to be further unsealed. Asta guessed that the reason why there was so much commotion in Bansi port this time was because of Medici's escape and, secondly, because of Klein's approach. The aura of Sapphira Castle on his body is the real reason why City of Disaster's pollution of Bansi port is even more serious. On an unknown sea area, an empty oak barrel was floating on the sea. Klein was lying on the oak barrel and was woken up by the incoming waves. I'm alive? Klein gradually regained consciousness, coughed a few more times, and vomited out some seawater that accidentally washed into his stomach. His pale face was whiter than the sand on the beach not far ahead. When he was pushed to the beach by the waves, Klein turned over with difficulty and lay on his back on the sand. His eyes, that were not fully focused, looked at the blue sky in a daze. He didn't think he could still be alive. When the Bansi port incident occurred, he was indeed trapped inside and had difficulty getting out. But he did not die. When the Storm Lord came, he also felt the huge changes in the outside world. At that time, he really thought he was going to die under the thunder of the Storm Lord. But deep in Bansi port, a force suddenly came and swept him away, along with everyone around him, as well as the Storm Lord's thunder. During that time of panic and confusion, he seemed to see a huge, dilapidated ancient city flashing away in the mist, surrounded by the aura of disaster and chaos. It is somewhat similar to the aura of witches. Or should I say, it is the aura of disaster that represents a higher level. Chapter 325. It is Klein who is embarrassed. And it has nothing to do with Mr. Fool. Now, Klein didn't know where he was. At the moment, he only had one thought, to recover a certain amount of physical strength and then quickly find something to eat. He really felt that he could feed 3 pigs to 1 pig now. The only thing in his stomach was acid water and sea water. And he was so hungry that his chest pressed against his back. After resting for about half an hour, Klein felt that his hands and feet had regained some feeling, and he could move his body a little. He could no longer lie on the beach to recover his strength. When he was staring at the sky in a daze just now, he was so hungry that he wanted to shoot down the seabirds flying in the sky one by one. Put them on the fire. Sprinkle some salt on them, and roast them until they were fragrant. Overflowing. The unsatisfactory saliva was almost flowing down, which stimulated Klein to gain some strength and stand up. He staggered towards the inner circle of the island. He didn't see a single figure on the road, which made him a little panicked. If he really landed on an uninhabited island, wouldn't he become Robinson Crusoe? What's more important is that now he has no hunting ability at all, and a wild boar can knock him away. Slowly walking along the beach, the long beach line told Klein that the high tide here at night would be astonishing. About 20 minutes later, when Klein was almost unable to walk, green plants finally appeared in front of him. Unfortunately, it is not a coconut tree. The green in front of me was thorns so green that they were almost black. The thorns were overgrown and blocked all the passable roads ahead. Klein pursed his dry lips with a wry smile on his face. He felt that he no longer had the strength to get through the thorns in front of him. Just when he was feeling desperate, he suddenly remembered a key question. I just need food and water now. But these two things don't have to be obtained from this island. I'm so hungry that I even forgot such a simple method. Klein laughed to himself and then felt happy. He glanced around and found a relatively secluded spot near the thorn bushes. After confirming that nothing or anyone was nearby, he took 4 steps backwards and reached the top of the gray mist. Mr. Fool, who is sitting high on the long bronze table, looks like he is struggling to survive on a desert island. He first used the power of the gray mist to observe the movements around his body in the real world, and only after confirming that there was nothing abnormal did he finally heave a sigh of relief. After leaning back on the chair to relax for a while, Klein thought of the appropriate wording, and then found Miss Justice's light spot. First, control your body to assume a devout prayer posture, and say in as calm a tone as possible, Dear Mr. Fool, unfortunately, I am trapped on an uninhabited island with no water or food. I am willing to give you gold pounds or extraordinary knowledge. Believers looking for a deal. I need lots of water and food. Having said this, Klein swallowed unconsciously. Above the gray fog, Klein threw this prayer and pictured directly to Miss Justice. Backland, the home of Earl Hall. Audrey happened to have no homework this afternoon and was enjoying afternoon tea leisurely in the large garden of her home. There are more than a dozen delicious desserts on the dining carts on both sides. Under the influence of Mr. Hastur, she is now more and more fond of desserts, especially those that don't taste too sweet. Next to her, Susie, also wearing a white napkin, was eating a pan-fried beef short rib. Since learning more and more knowledge from books, Susie has gradually learned how to be a good person, especially in terms of diet. It is determined not to eat raw bloody meat, but like Audrey, enjoys dishes cooked by specialized chefs. It's still not used to eating those green vegetables, so various pan-fried and barbecued vegetables are more to its taste. Audrey spoke in a brisk tone. Susie, Mr. Hastur received a letter this morning. In the letter, he thanked me for reminding him some time ago. He has completely eliminated the pirate group on Demir Island and has wiped out those pirates many times. Pirates who robbed merchant ships. Susie, who was busy competing with the pan-fried beef short ribs, raised her head to look at Audrey, who was enjoying the dessert, and then looked down at the food on the plate. Woof! It finally decided to abandon human dining habits and chose to press the pan-fried beef short ribs with its 2 front paws, and then gnawed directly on it. Susie, I've told you several times, you have to be elegant when eating. Don't be in a hurry. Just like doing things in life, you have to take your time. Boom! There was a crisp sound. The sound of the teacup falling to the ground and smashing. Susie looked up again and found that Audrey suddenly stood up for some reason. She had accidentally knocked over the teacup just now, just as it was about to say something. It saw the maid who came after hearing the noise. It ignored it and continued to fight with the food in its mouth. Facing the worried inquiries from the maids, Audrey hesitated for a while, and then explained calmly, As you know, Susie always likes to move around when eating. I have told her several times that she has been unable to change it, so that it just touched the table leg and knocked over the teacup. Woof? Susie looked up at Audrey with a confused expression. Audrey gave Susie an apologetic look, indicating that she would use it to fight the incident first. After settling the matter here, Audrey got up and left the garden, went to the kitchen, and ordered the kitchen to prepare 2 appropriate amounts of food and water and send them to her room. Facing the confused looks of the maids who served the food, She could only say again, as you know. Susie is growing recently, and needs a lot of food. I am a little worried that Susie will grow too fat. Woof. Susie, who was following Audrey, naturally heard these words. After closing the door to the room, Audrey looked apologetic and said to Susie, Susie, I have wronged you just now. I can only use your name to avoid arousing their suspicion. It doesn't matter, Audrey. I can eat those 2 portions of food. Audrey was silent for a while and said awkwardly, Susie, I have other uses for those 2 pieces of food. For now, you can stay outside to prevent anyone from coming in. Susie left the room with a confused look on her face and stood guard at the door. When she was alone, Audrey patted her chest gently and breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't expect that Mr. Fool would suddenly contact her just now. The reason for contacting him was that he just wanted some simple water and food. That poor man trapped on an uninhabited island must be a follower of Mr. Fool, right? Audrey thought for a while, and then arranged the sacrificial ceremony around the 2 pieces of food and water. You are a fool who does not belong to this age. You are the mysterious master above the gray fog. You are the yellow and black king of good luck. Your faithful servant begs your attention. I beg you to accept her offering. I pray that you will open the gates of your kingdom. When the ancient mantra echoes in the spiritual wall. When the strong wind is dyed in 2 colors, silver and deep black. Constant collision. Constant fusion. And together they are thrown into the candle that symbolizes the fool. An illusory door made of wind and light slowly opened. Behind it was deep darkness. Countless nearly invisible shadows. And clear brilliance containing huge knowledge. Above everything, there is a gray mist that is so dense that it cannot be dissolved. It is an ancient palace overlooking the real world. And in the center of it all are 2 pan-fried steaks. 2 golden grilled fish. 4 different styles of sausages. A loaf of white bread. 2 red bean pastries. And 2 glasses of pure water, each weighing 2 liters. The contrast between divinity and food made Audrey's eyes sparkle. This is the truly extraordinary world. It looks ridiculous and magical. When the 2 pieces of food and water disappeared through the illusory door, Audrey prayed again, Dear Mr. Fool, please tell the poor helper that it is difficult for me to take out too much food and water in one go. Complete this transaction in batches. Facing Audrey's addition, Mr. Fool in the ancient palace just nodded slightly, indicating that he would pass on the news. After all the extraordinary phenomena dissipated, Audrey waved her fist excitedly. An episode like this today made her already cheerful mood even happier. On the beach, outside the thorny jungle, Klein looked at the still warm food and pure water in front of him, and was so moved that he almost shed tears. Miss Justice was so reliable and considerate. In addition to the necessary food and water, she also gave him 2 desserts. Klein, who knew very well that he should not eat too vigorously when he was hungry, drank water in small sips, and after his thirst was slightly relieved, he slowly tore off a small piece of white bread and ate it, and finally settled on grilling steak and grilling fish and other food. It took Klein more than an hour to completely solve this life-saving meal. His cheeks felt a little hot when he thought that he used such an inscrutable image as Mr. Fool to go to Miss Justice for some food and water. Then I thought about it. It was only Klein who was embarrassed. What does it have to do with Mr. Fool? Besides, isn't it normal to use extraordinary abilities to solve problems in an extraordinary world? Hee hee. Other extraordinary beings cannot imitate him even if they want to. After giving his fragile and shy mind a little help, Klein stood up and walked along the beach to eat. Chapter 326, A World Fed by Justice. At night, Audrey, who was getting ready to sleep, once again received a video from Mr. Fool. In the picture, the man whose appearance was unclear was standing on the beach praying to Mr. Fool. Dear Mr. Fool, please help tell your followers that today's deal will be valid until I leave the uninhabited island. After I leave the uninhabited desert island, I can use extraordinary knowledge, magic potion formulas, gold pounds, etc. to repay the debt I owe. If she has any requirements, she can put them forward. As long as I can do it. Audrey watched this scene silently, thought for a moment, and asked, Mr. Fool, how should I call that Mr. In distress? You can call him the world. The world? Audrey's eyes lit up. Is he also a member of our tarot club? Well, he will be a new member of the tarot club. Audrey said with great satisfaction, Mr. Fool, please tell Mr. World that we can discuss the matter of paying off the debt later at the tarot meeting. I will prepare the water and food he needs regularly. By the way, in addition to some daily food, do you need to prepare fruit snacks and desserts for him? Mr. Fool above the gray fog said with a full smile. I don't think he will refuse any kindness at this time. Audrey ended the conversation with satisfaction. And Mr. Fool above the gray fog was somewhat relieved. With Miss Justice's wealth and credibility, he no longer needs to worry about water and food for the time being. Have a good rest tonight, and come back to explore the island tomorrow. The next day, just after dawn, Miss Justice sent a pile of food and a sufficient amount of pure water to Klein through Mr. Fool. There are many varieties of breakfast, all delicious, and it looks very rich. In addition, there is a big bag of fruit. This should be Miss Justice's ordinary breakfast every day. Klein ate the food in front of him with emotion. The gold pounds he earned every day might not be as much as Miss Justice's daily food expenses. The gap between people is really too big. After eating a nutritious breakfast and getting enough rest last night, Klein was full of energy. He took out his pocket watch, which was still in his jacket pocket and had not been swept away. It showed that it was 9:23. He picked up a hard wooden stick on the beach, and then began to explore the inner circle of the island through all the obstacles. The further inside, the more Klein's heart sank. Apart from the seabirds flying in the sky, there was not even a trace of wild beast activity on this island, let alone any human beings. From early morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Klein walked through the jungle full of thorns and came to a relatively empty flat land. In the center of this flat land is a building made of large stones that resembles a church. This made Klein secretly happy. This building should have been built by people, which shows that there were people living on this island. Do you want to go in and take a look? Klein always felt that the stone church in front of him was a bit evil, and it was a spiritual warning. As a fortune teller, when faced with this situation, I naturally chose to do some divination first. I took out the pocket watch from my pocket and held the chain of the pocket watch to let it act as a pendulum. There is great danger inside this stone church. After making a divination statement, the pocket watch began to shake, and finally turned to the negative side. It turned out to be such a divination result, Klein whispered, and then quickly retreated away from the stone church. He has had many divination experiences, and knows that divination in the real world is easily affected by extraordinary powers. His spirituality was warning him. But there was nothing wrong with the divination results. This was definitely the result of divination after being deceived. If the result of the divination just now shows a slight affirmation, he might still hesitate. Now, hesitating for one more second is disrespectful to your own life. Just as Klein quickly fled towards the outer circle of the island, an extremely dense black mist poured out of the stone church behind him and continued to spread. The cold breath went straight to Klein's back, which made him look back. There are countless ghosts in the black mist, and some have gradually condensed into entities, as if they were wearing a black armor. Only then did Klein understand why there were only green to black thorns on this island, without any trace of animals, because they were all eaten by the things in that stone church. If he had walked into the stone church just now, it would have been like having meat delivered to his door. Klein sped up his escape. Fortunately, the thorn bushes on the road had been cleared by him when he came, allowing him to escape faster. The black mist was not chasing him too fast, which gave him time to escape. But as he approached the beach, his physical strength was severely exhausted, and the black mist was still approaching behind him. Fortunately, the bonfire he raised last night was still burning with flames. Flame jumps. Klein used the extraordinary ability of a magician to avoid the surging black mist, and then quickly ran into the sea to create an invisible air tube, allowing him to hide under the water and breathe air freely. Through the water, Klein was surprised to find that the thick black fog had enveloped the entire island, even covering a large area of the sea level. Fortunately, the black mist did not invade the seawater. Klein hid like this for more than an hour before the black mist gradually receded and dispersed. He had just come out of the seawater. The foam of the seawater made him feel uncomfortable all over. It was not until he lit up a bonfire and dried his clothes that he felt much better. Having figured out that there were no living people on the island, Klein prepared to set up piles of bonfires along the coastline and raise black smoke to attract the attention of nearby ships. Only in this way can he escape from this desert island. On Monday, Klein, who had already set up 12 bonfires on the coastline, came above the gray fog to prepare for this week's tarot session. In order to deal with Miss Justice, he used the false identity of the world, and this time he allowed the world to participate in today's tarot club. When he was in Backland, he had thought about joining the Tarot Society under a false identity, so that he could cooperate with him. But it has never been implemented. This time it is the world's turn to take action. It was a good opportunity for me to use my new identity as the world to commission Mr. Hangman to see if he could rescue me from the deserted island. After creating the world trumpet, Klein also set up his identity, personality and behavior to make the world look more like a living person. A wild and extraordinary person who is adventurous and loves to explore. In terms of personality, he is usually quiet and taciturn. But he is an activist. After finishing all these details, Klein manipulated the new identity of the world and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." "Hello, Mr. World." Mr. Fool returned the greeting with a smile. After everything was ready, Mr. Fool held this week's tarot meeting. When the other members of the tarot club came above the gray mist and saw the world, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Audrey was the first to react. Her eyes lit up slightly, and she began to observe and analyze Mr. World. Although she had been feeding Mr. World for days, she had never actually spoken to him. Today, Mr. World came earlier than them all, which shows that he has been communicating with Mr. Fool for some time. It seems that Mr. World is in a very bad situation. Mr. Fool sat at the head of the long bronze table, looked around at everyone, and explained, "This is the world. He will participate in weekly tarot meetings like you." Klein took control of the world and stood up in time, nodding with a stern face in front of everyone. The other members quickly accepted this new member of the world. Only Alger, the hangman, showed a little displeasure. He instinctively felt uncomfortable and wary of the new member. The current tarot club is basically dominated by him and Miss Justice. Miss Magic doesn't like to take care of things. She just likes to listen to other people's conversations and then secretly record them. Little Taeyong has a simple heart. Even he can't bear to keep plucking wool. And he trusts himself very much. That vampire was too childish, and its influence was completely negligible. None of them can affect their status in the tarot society. But this Mr. World is a little different. He seems to be a wild, extraordinary person with rich experience. Such people are difficult to deal with, and they are not easily satisfied. His arrival will definitely compete with him for the right to speak in the tarot club. Faced with all kinds of gazes, the expression on Shurji's face remained motionless. His whole person was like the deepest sea. No matter how big the waves on the sea were, they could not shake him in the slightest. Mr. Fool was now focusing on Russell's diary. This time Miss Justice handed over 2 pages of Russell's diary, and the content was very rich. In addition to the necessary little story about Roselle's romance, many interesting things were mentioned. For example, in sequence 0 of the Hunter Path, the Red Priest is the one, and in sequence 4, the female will turn into a male, which is the opposite of the witch. After Mr. Fool finished reading Russell's diary, he looked at the members of the tarot club and signaled that they could start talking freely. Audrey was the first to ask, "Mr. World, haven't you gotten rid of your current predicament yet?" Chapter 327 Despair and Hope. As Audrey spoke, everyone else's eyes also focused on her. Shiji said calmly, "There is indeed a bit of trouble. I want to issue a commission for this. I need a ship to help me leave that uninhabited island." Audrey and others turned their attention to Alger. Currently, only Mr. Hangman has the ability to resolve matters at sea. Alger suppressed his displeasure and said calmly, "There are many uninhabited islands in the sea. You need to give a specific location so that I can help you find a way to get a ship. It should be in the waters near the Rost Islands." The world gave a relatively reliable position. This was the approximate position he determined by observing the nearby sea area, the starry sky above his head, the direction of ocean currents and many other aspects for several days. Should? Alger frowned slightly. Yes. I drifted on the sea for a while, before landing on a deserted island. I can only guess that it is located in the waters near the Rost Islands. Alger shook his head and said, "The information you gave is too little. I don't have the ability to let people explore all the waters near the Rost Islands." The world was a little disappointed and said, "Isn't there any other feasible way? The sea is very dangerous, especially some places that have not been explored yet. There are also dangerous waters near the Rost Islands that need to be deterred. Your luck may be very bad." Alger thought for a while, and then taught the world how to survive on an uninhabited island and how to attract the attention of nearby ships. "Mr. Hangman, thank you for your help," the world said sincerely. Alger's expression softened a lot, and his wariness towards this new member dissipated a lot. As soon as he joined the tarot club, He asked Miss Justice and himself for help one after another. Even if he gets out of trouble in the future, his right to speak in the Tarot Club will still need to be divided between himself and Miss Justice. Forsey, who did not miss any detail, asked, Mr. World, how did you end up living on an uninhabited island? The boat I was on encountered a huge wave and was unfortunately swept into the sea. I happened to be drifting on the sea holding an empty oak barrel, and was finally pushed by the wave to the beach of an uninhabited island. Forsey nodded and silently recorded the relevant information about this new member in his heart. The World looked at Miss Justice. I am still trapped on an uninhabited desert island. I can use part of my extraordinary knowledge to repay the debt I owe. Of course, you can also choose to discuss this issue after I get out of trouble, Audrey said very generously. Mr. World, I deeply sympathize with your situation. Providing some food and water is just a small help. As a member of the Tarot Club, I don't need you to pay anything in return. As expected of Miss Justice, she doesn't look down on this small favor at all. Klein sighed inwardly and felt much more relaxed. After the tarot session, Klein returned to the uninhabited desert island. Based on the desert island survival knowledge provided by Mr. Hangman, he began to cut down the thorny jungle and rare large trees. The thick smoke during the day and the light of fire at night are more likely to attract the attention of passing ships. Among the knowledge on desert island survival, it includes knowledge on how to reasonably and efficiently create billowing smoke. Unfortunately, he had bad luck. After staying on the uninhabited island for another week, he still didn't encounter a ship passing nearby. This made him start to worry. Could the desert island he was on be located in those dangerous waters? There is a scary stone church on the island, and it might be listed as a forbidden area not to be approached. During this period of time, he has explored the entire island, and except for the center of the island, there is nothing special anywhere else. This is an island with poor resources. Should I live my whole life on this uninhabited island? Klein once tried to use his underwater breathing ability to leave this uninhabited island by swimming, but the waves nearby were too big, and one wave after another knocked him back hard. As for cutting down trees to build ships, there are very few trees on the island, and most of them are malnourished and distorted. If Miss Justice can sacrifice a steamship to herself, she might have a chance to leave here. Klein was thinking a bit whimsically. But unfortunately with his current strength, he is still unable to achieve this step. Maybe he will have this ability when he reaches a higher level. Sitting by the campfire, Klein ate strawberry-flavored ice cream from Backland with a sad look on his face. Well, this thing was also fed to him by Miss Justice. In addition to ice cream, Miss Justice also fed him many good things that he couldn't usually eat or couldn't bear to spend money on. This gave him the illusion that he was being held captive by Miss Justice. Another 3 days passed, and Klein was once again photographed on the beach by the ruthless wave. Lying on the sand, raising his head, looking at the seabirds flying freely in the sky, he sighed again. Just as another disappointing day was coming to an end, Klein suddenly caught a glimpse of a ship approaching on the sea. He blinked in a daze at first, then hurriedly got up and rubbed his eyes a few times. Sure enough, he clearly saw a small ship slowly approaching here. Hope has finally arrived. Klein was overjoyed and quickly put the remaining wetwood on the fire to create even greater smoke. At the same time, he waved a cracked light gray canvas drifting on the sea and shouted loudly, hoping that the people on the ship would be able to notice here. He was really lucky. The ship was steadily heading in his direction. Apparently the people on the ship had seen the thick smoke here. In addition to being overjoyed, Klein also secretly increased his vigilance. There were many pirates on the sea, and who knew whether this ship had good intentions or malicious intentions. In order to prevent any accidents, he quickly buried all the food scraps fed by Miss Justice with sand. When the ship gradually got closer enough to see clearly what was going on board, Klein took a breath and took a few steps back. The figure sitting cross-legged on the bow of the ship was tall and thin, with silver hair that reached down to his vest. He was wearing a simple and plain linen robe, with overlapping wings of light on his back. Just at the first glance, a thought came to Klein's mind. Angel! The figure on the boat basically corresponds to the angel image on the mural that Little Sun saw in the ruins of the temple. Klein's heart was beating violently, and his brain went blank for a moment. The angel entered the real world from myths and legends. I wonder if this angel could be the angel where the ancient sun god sat, or the king of the 8 archangels? Can't think about these things. Klein tried to control himself not to think about things about the ancient sun god and the 8 kings of angels. My heart is full of worries. I wonder if my specialness will be noticed. But he couldn't just turn around and run, because he couldn't slip away from the sight of an angel. And such behavior was not in line with the image of a stranded person trying to survive on a desert island. The ship slowly arrived at the shore, just when Klein tried to pretend to be ecstatic and stepped forward to chat. The angel on the bow calmly glanced at him, then flapped his wings of light and flew into the sky, heading for the center of the island. Soon, violent noises were heard there, and the entire island made a rumbling sound as if it had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, and Klein was knocked to the ground. Another figure walked out of the boat at this moment. Even though the other person's clothes and temperament were different from before, Klein still recognized the other person's identity at a glance. Mr. From the Aurora Society. It was Mr. Who took away the divinity from Lanarwith's body in front of him. Isn't he the person in charge of Aurora Club in Backland? How could he suddenly run to the sea and appear in front of him by chance? If he found out that he was a night watcher of the Church of the Night Goddess, he would definitely not let him go, let alone whether he can defeat Mr. A. the Shepherd of Sequence 5. The angel who is traveling with him can crush him to death a dozen times with one finger. Now, he could only hope that when he was trapped on a desert island for more than 10 days, his image would be very different from that of Backland, and he should not be noticed at a glance. After all, they only had a fleeting glance at that time. Klein groaned secretly in his heart, but he still showed an expression of joy on his face and walked quickly to Mr. A. He bent down and bowed. Sir, I am a castaway who unfortunately lives on a desert island. Thank you for coming. I hope you can take me away from here when you leave. I can pay enough for this. Klein's eyes were red, and he was close to tears. Mr. A., who was looking at the movement in the center of the island, withdrew his gaze, looked at Klein, and said calmly, Do I look like the kind of good person who likes to help others? Klein was stunned when he heard this. Indeed, this is Mr. From the Aurora Society. How could he do something to help a stranger? Leaving himself on an uninhabited island to fend for himself was already his greatest kindness. If there were any secrets on this island, he would most likely kill himself. Do you want to strike first? This idea flashed through Klein's mind for a moment, but he didn't have time to act on it. That angel has already returned with wings of light, and the dangers on the island cannot yet deal with a genuine angel. He didn't want to die that much when he did it in front of an angel. Klein could only continue to apologize with a shy face. As long as you can help me get out of here, I can pay you 1,000 gold pounds. Although he knew that 1,000 gold pounds was far from being able to impress an angel, he still tried his best to play the mood of a castaway who wanted to leave an uninhabited island. Mr. A ignored Klein, but spoke respectfully towards the figure that landed on the bow of the ship. Lord Aurelius. What happened just now? It's over. Dead. This angel turned out to be Aurelius the Tail Eater. The ancient sun god sat down with the angel of destiny, the king of the 8 angels. Klein's scalp was numb, and he no longer had any hope whether he could survive. Chapter 328 Klein. Did I break into the Aurora Society's lair? Klein was deeply impressed by the Tail Eater Aurelius. Just a mural left by him caused Little Sun and his group from Silver City to be trapped in the River of Destiny. Now that his true form is here, he is definitely a Sequence 1 Beyonder. This can be regarded as a follower of God. As a little Sequence 7 Beyonder, I had no possibility of escaping. Just when Klein was feeling uneasy and desperate, Aurelius' eyes fell on him for a while, and he said, There are many inconsistencies in your destiny. Klein's heart sank, and he felt more and more that he could not avoid this disaster today. Have you ever seen another Mercury snake? Aurelius' tone was higher, and his mood fluctuated a little. Another Mercury snake? Was he talking about Will? It turns out that it was the Tail Eater Aurelius who forced Will to hide in Backland. Klein opened his mouth, but finally said nothing. Mr. Followed Aurelius as he looked at Klein, and he chuckled and said, So it's you, the Nighthawk of the Church of the Night. Shouldn't you be in Backland? Alas, it was still seen. Klein sighed heavily. Since he could no longer avoid this disaster, he stopped pretending. Mr. A of the Aurora Society, didn't you also leave Backland and come to the sea? Before Mr. A could speak, Aurelius said with a cold face, He is indeed still hiding in Backland. After saying that, he ignored Klein, flapped his wings of light to tear apart the spiritual world portal, and flew away. Looking at him like this, he must be going to Backland to find Will and then devour him. Mr. A looked at Klein up and down for a while, and then said, You are very extraordinary. Even Lord Aurelius was alarmed by you. This has nothing to do with me. Klein spoke while pulling away some distance. Now that the tail eater Aurelius has left, although Mr. A in front of him is a Sequence 5 Shepherd, he still has a slight chance. Before Aurelius comes back, deal with Mr. A. Then seize the ship and leave the desert island. Without any hesitation, Klein suddenly took action. While pulling away from the body, his right hand fired air bullets by snapping his fingers, and his left hand held a few pieces of white paper and turned it into a flying knife and shot it. This was something he brought with him when he asked Miss Justice to feed him. Do you think you can survive in my hands if Lord Aurelius is not around? Mr. I didn't take it at all. His feet were surging with wind. He just dodged a few times to avoid Klein's attacks. He also moved to a place 2 meters away in front of Klein. Light. Klein threw out the unused sun flame talisman. The blazing light flashed. Mr. A squinted his eyes for a moment, and the Klein air bullet was aimed at Mr. A's heart. Very smoothly, the air bullet penetrated Mr. A's heart, and then nothing happened again. Mr. A just sneered. An attack of this level could not cause any substantial harm to him. The body approached again, and the mental impact was like a heavy hammer smashing through Klein's spiritual world. Klein groaned, blood dripping from his mouth and nose. His eyes were blurred and stupid, when countless tentacles of flesh and blood emerged from the ground and were about to wrap around his entire body. Only a part of his clear mind helped him escape from this disaster through the paperman substitute. Mr. A just glanced disdainfully. Freeze! The extraordinary ability from the witch instantly froze the space near Klein, and his legs were also covered with a thick layer of ice. Mr. A set off another gust of wind that was ruthless enough to cut through flesh and blood, and surrounded him from all directions, trying to tear Klein, who was unable to move, into pieces. Klein quickly took out a destiny charm that Will had given him before leaving, saying it could change his destiny at a critical moment. He spoke in ancient Hermes very quickly and calmly. Destiny. As the destiny charm emits bright light, an illusory Ouroboros appears in midair, and destiny begins to restart. Klein, who was originally in a desperate situation, escaped from danger and returned to the time before his body was frozen. He quickly threw a cigarette box in the direction of Mr. A, then snapped his fingers and passed through the fire 10 meters away. The flames on the pile completely distanced Mr. A from him. If you can't beat him, you have no chance of winning. Klein was breathing heavily, with cold sweat streaming down his temples. After just a few rounds of fighting, he was already on the verge of death several times. The fighting power of the Sequence 5 Shepherd is truly terrifying. With his ever-changing extraordinary abilities, coupled with Bishop Rose's control over flesh and blood, his attacks cannot really harm Mr. A at all. Unless Mr. A goes crazy and loses control and kills himself. It is naturally impossible under normal circumstances. But if there are external incentives, there may be a chance. Because the people of the Aurora Society are inherently crazy and are walking on the edge of losing control at any time. Sure enough, the contamination in the cigarette box caused Mr. A to make a painful sound. His body began to swell, and black viscous liquid flowed down his ears and eyes. The method is good, but if you want to kill me just like this, don't you think it's too naive? Mr. A took it upon himself to cut off the part of flesh and blood contaminated by the eyeball in the cigarette box. His sinister tone made Klein's heart sink. There was nothing in his hand that could threaten Mr. A. The gap between a Sequence 7 magician and a Sequence 5 shepherd is really too big. It is not easy for him to survive until now. But he would not stay and wait for death. He took steps and ran towards the center of the island. Even though the place was destroyed by Aurelius just now, there might be something that could change his fate of death. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. The space began to freeze, and time seemed to have been pressed on the pause button. The expression of surprise and panic on Klein's face gradually expanded when he felt himself regaining consciousness and regaining control of his body. A tall figure appeared in the air in front of him, and he didn't know when it would arrive. He has bare feet, a handsome face, and a pair of eyes like abyss that can swallow people's sight mercilessly. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised, as if he has encountered something interesting. Klein's breathing was rapid, and his heart was completely cold. A Mr. A was able to suppress him and beat him. And another terrible enemy came, which made him lose the idea of continuing to escape. The succession of hope and despair really echoed the words Will sent to him before leaving. This is a bumpy and rugged journey. The originally fierce-looking Mr. A next to him now lowered his eyebrows and looked at the mysterious visitor with admiration. Could it be another angel? Klein's heart was full of bitterness. How long had it been? The port of Bansi encountered the arrival of the Storm Lord, and now met two angels one after another. Such a fate is not only rough and bumpy. Sure enough, he should stay in Backland and not go out at will. Hastur looked at Klein, who had the word despair written all over his face, and slowly said, "A traveler who is stranded on a deserted island. Your experience is really wonderful." In response, Klein could only respond with silence. "Lord, he is a member of the Nighthawks of the Church of the Night. He somehow ended up on this island from Backland. Mr. I gave a brief introduction. Host? A flash of lightning suddenly flashed in Klein's mind, followed by the roar of thunder, which made the hair on his body stand on end, and he stood stiffly on the spot. The only existence that can be called Lord by Mr. A of the Aurora Society is the true creator. The mysterious person in front of me turned out to be the evil god known as the true creator. No wonder the angels of fate, Aurelius and Mr. A, are both on this ship. I have broken into the Aurora Society's lair." Klein's mouth was dry, and he couldn't say a word for a while. The already despairing mood fell completely into a bottomless abyss. But the death he was waiting for did not come as expected. Instead, he heard a sentence. "Take him with you. Do the will of the Lord." Klein's mind was filled with questions. Did the other party let him go so easily? The gift of fate needs to be repaid in the future. The mysterious man who was suspected of being the true creator left here with his last words. A gift from destiny? Klein's heart sank. Did he say these words to himself? Or to your future self? He always felt that when the other person looked at him, it was as if he was looking through the self in front of him at another self that had not yet appeared. Although I don't understand it. It is always a good thing to leave this uninhabited island. There is no second gift from the Lord. Mr. A's voice was cold and stern, and he urged Klein to board the boat with a straight face, and set rules for him. Before leaving the boat, he could only stay in the stern area of the boat, and was not allowed to set foot in other places. Klein had no objection to this. He was still thinking about what the mysterious man said just now. From the first moment he saw him, it was as if he had seen through his origins and future destiny. The feeling was like lying naked on the bed and being looked down upon by others, with not even a single hair able to be hidden. Klein shook his head, getting rid of these thoughts, and turned to worry about Will's situation. The strength of Aurelius, the angel of destiny, is absolutely terrifying, and I don't know if Will can avoid this disaster. Chapter 329. When Mr. Fool draws the Fool card. Backland. It's been a long time since Will entered Hastur's dream through the paper crane. You started sleeping during the day. Did you encounter something urgent? Will was wearing into-style casual clothes and looked slightly taller than when Hastur left Backland. You're going to be in trouble. Oh, as long as you don't bother me, I won't have any trouble. Asta raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes, then I won't bother you anymore. I wish you good luck in the future. Wait a minute. Will hurriedly stopped in front of Asta, with a flattering smile on his face. We haven't contacted him for a long time, so I'll just stay and chat more. Then let's talk about what new ice cream products Backland has in the near future. Will sighed and said, I'm still a kid. Do you want to compete with me? TSK. They are all old people who have lived for who knows how many years. Hastur joked, and told Will what happened, that Aurelius was on his way to Backland, and specifically told him that Aurelius was already sure that he was hiding in Backland. Will frowned and complained, Could it be you who sold me to that stupid snake? Besides me, don't you have contact with other people? Hastur did not speak too clearly. Oh, he was the one who caused the rough fate. But why did he turn to be implicated in me? Will's young face sighed like an 80-year-old man. I have to play hide-and-seek with that stupid snake again. How annoying it is. Seeing that Will didn't care much, Hastur ended his dream. In the Palace of Stars, Hastur began to think about how to deal with Klein's matter. Now that Aurelius is heading to Backland, it is a good opportunity to let Klein go. Just before letting him go, you can chat with him for a while, and give him a beating to make him act more cautiously in the future. Had he not happened to meet him this time, Klein would have either died in the hands of Aurelius or Mr. A. If this is the case, I don't know whether the Lord of Mysteries will awaken directly from Klein's body, or whether he will re-inject a new test object from the Source Castle. At night, the stars are shining brightly in the sky. The waves that surged during the day have gradually subsided, becoming quiet and gentle. Klein sat at the stern of the boat, holding back his hunger, holding a fishing rod, and looking at the buoy on the sea surface. I don't know if it's a problem with the bait, but this fish just refuses to take the bait. If no fish takes the bait, He will have to starve for another day. Since boarding the ship, Mr. A has been guarding the cabin door every day to prevent him from sneaking in. And he is not allowed to leave the stern of the ship and out of sight. At first, he thought this was a good thing. At least his life was somewhat protected. But Mr. A ignored him, let alone helped him prepare food. He didn't dare to go above the gray mist in front of Mr. A and let Miss Justice deliver delicious food. I can only carefully pick up the fishing rod next to me, trying to meet my basic food needs through fishing. But this fish just refused to take the bait. In his previous life, he often saw the fishing guy's remarks about the Air Force all day long on some social networks. He never thought that one day he would become a qualified Air Force officer. Mr. A, who was guarding the cabin door, opened his eyes and glanced at Klein, with a hint of ridicule on his lips. Those who cannot survive deserve to be hungry. During his time on the boat, he basically ate once every few days. He only needed some fish blood, which was enough to sustain his daily consumption. His fishing is very simple. He uses his own meat as bait, and can easily catch a fish weighing more than 10 kilograms. They eat their own flesh and drink their own blood, which is fair enough. Thump! The sound of falling into the water came suddenly, and Mr. A glanced at the stern of the boat again. Klein, who was still fishing, was nowhere to be seen. He didn't get up to look for it, and he didn't care if Klein escaped at this time. Stupid and incompetent people have no value in surviving. This sea area is classified as a restricted area that cannot be approached, and basically no ships will pass by. If you want to leave by swimming, you are undoubtedly courting death. After several minutes, there was another sound of something falling on the deck from the stern. It was Klein, who was all wet and threw a fish weighing 7 or 8 pounds onto the deck. He took a breath, turned the paper left on the deck into a knife, cut open the belly of the fish, emptied out the liver and other items, rinsed it with seawater in the barrel, and then cut the fish into thin slices. Then sashimi. Unfortunately, there was no wasabi or soy sauce, so I had to make do with it. Klein sighed secretly and glanced at Mr. A, who was still staring here. He couldn't help turning his back and slowly enjoying his belated dinner. Late at night, the cold wind on the sea carried water vapor, and the clothes were not dry yet. Klein sneezed several times while huddled behind the mast. During the battle with Mr. A, he was affected by the opponent's disease ability, and his body was already weak. Now with the sea breeze blowing, his body can no longer hold on for long. My head was dizzy, my nose was stuffy, and my whole body was cold and wet. I could only generate some heat through the shaking of my body muscles. His eyes unconsciously looked towards the cabin that could provide shelter from the wind and rain. But even Mr. A could only guard outside the door, and he was even less qualified to enter and rest inside, even though there were many rooms on the ship. After watching for a while, he shifted his gaze to the starry sky above his head. It was rare that there were no dark clouds tonight, and the stars in the sky were extremely bright. Even without the crimson moon, they could still illuminate the entire starry sky. In the bright starlight, the mysterious man seen during the day appeared again. Klein trembled all over, and his mind immediately became much clearer. But he made no noise. The starlight is bright, but not dazzling. It shines on that person, holy and majestic. Evil God? True creator? Is this really a match? Klein sighed in his heart, but immediately suppressed the thought. As everyone knows, this type of evil god is the best at hiding his true appearance, and always appears in a more convincing and friendly image. The figure seemed to notice his gaze, and slowly descended onto the deck. Mr. A, who had been waiting outside the door, immediately became energetic and came to the edge, looking like he was ready for orders at any time. I have a deck of tarot cards here. Do you want to try your luck? As Hastur spoke, 22 tarot cards covered the front and floated in midair, forming a circle shape. No, I don't want to at all. Klein subconsciously wanted to refuse. He still remembered that when he first came to this world, he once did a tarot card divination, and the one he drew was the Fool card. Later, he was indeed entangled with the Fool card. If he draws the Fool card in front of this mysterious man, will he recognize that he is the mysterious Fool? But when he met the mysterious man's gaze, Klein knew that he would never escape tonight. He could only grit his teeth and stand up, take a few steps closer, and bravely draw a tarot card from Mr. A each. There was no surprise. The card he drew was the Fool card. Klein's mind was buzzing, and he unconsciously licked his astringent and dry lips. His face suddenly turned pale. This is in sharp contrast to Mr. Who was very happy when he drew the hangman card next to him. The hangman. Sacrifice and burden. You are a devout believer. Hastur reaffirmed Mr. A's faith, which made Mr. So excited that his whole body was trembling. Then, Hastur turned his gaze to Klein, who looked a little dull, glanced at the Fool card in his hand, and said with a slight smile, "Fool? A new beginning. A new journey." Klein's whole body went stiff, with a biting chill exuding from every pore. I didn't know if it was his imagination just now, but when the other person read the word fool, he seemed to pause for a moment before continuing. Could it be that he has seen through his hidden true identity? Want to escape? This is the only thought in Klein's mind at the moment. But he also clearly understands that he will never be able to leave the ship unless the other party lets him go. He could only force out a smile and said, "It's a very good card. I like it very much." Hastur said no more, put away the 22 tarot cards and disappeared. The matter of stripping off the waistcoat will stop here first. If we continue to talk about it, Klein may be in the mood to commit suicide. Let's leave the last fig leaf for Mr. Fool. Mr. A also left and continued to guard the cabin door. Klein returned to his original position with his legs that were almost numb and sighed heavily. This was so exciting that his little heart couldn't stand it. If it happened 1 or 2 more times, he thought his heart would burst on its own because it couldn't bear the pressure. On the 4th day of Klein's life on the ship, his whole body became weaker and weaker, and rest and food continued to destroy his body. In the afternoon of this day, a ship happened to pass by in the nearby waters. Klein's eyes suddenly lit up, and he glanced at Mr. Subconsciously. The other party did not kill him and took him away from the desert island. He must have intended to help him. You must always remember that this is a gift from the Lord to you. After saying that, Mr. Drove Klein off the boat and allowed him to leave on the boat. Chapter 330, The Hangman's First Meeting with the World. Cough, cough, cough. It has been 3 days since Klein was kicked off the ship by Mr. A and arrived on this new ship. On the first day, he boarded the ship. His strength finally reached its limit, and he became seriously ill. It wasn't until today that things got a lot better. He looked at himself in the mirror, who had obviously changed a lot, and silently made a decision. He is about to start a new journey with a new identity. The old Klein needs to rest. At least, he should not appear again in a short period of time. There are really too many things that cannot be explained, such as how he survived the Bansi Port incident. When the Lord of Storms descended and destroyed Bansi Port, he had no reason to survive. And what happens after you survive? Said that he was stranded on an uninhabited desert island and was rescued by Mr. A and the angel of Fate Aurelius. And he also met a mysterious man who was suspected of being the real creator. Not only did they not kill him, but they also let him go? Are such remarks really convincing? If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't believe this kind of rhetoric. And the most critical point is that his identity is destined to attract enemies in the future. So it is better to break off the relationship with Benson and Melissa first, so as not to implicate them in the end. Klein's death was enough to leave a generous death benefit for them, so that their future life could be considered guaranteed. If there is a chance in the future, I will go to Backland to visit them. Mr. World. German Sparrow. This is my new identity. Klein looked at himself in the mirror and murmured. In order to better play the new identity of German Sparrow, he needed to give himself a make-up, which was definitely not suitable for his original delicate and bookish self. After making the decision, Klein felt much more relaxed. He couldn't help but think of what the mysterious man said that night after he drew the Fool card. Fool. A new beginning. A new journey. Is all this already doomed? Destiny is always awe-inspiring. Boom. 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 There was a knock on the door. Klein ruffled his hair before going to open the door. The person who came was the deputy of the captain of the ship. He was very tall. Nearly 2 meters tall. He said in a loud voice, "Our captain said that the sea does not support idlers. Your body has gradually recovered. You need to prepare for this period of time. It is our reasonable request to be paid a little for taking care of him." Klein nodded and said with a smile, "I will pay enough. This is a small reward for a kind person." After hearing the satisfactory answer, the big man immediately asked someone to deliver another nourishing fish soup mixed with weed medicine to Klein. Klein has always been grateful to this ship and the captain and others. When he was seriously ill, not only did they not throw him into the sea to feed the fish, but they also asked people to take care of him and recover. I didn't mention this until today. This is already a rare kind person. He bet that if he was unfortunate enough to fall into the hands of Mr. Hangman, he would probably be sunk into the sea on the second day after boarding the ship. Just as Klein was thinking, a panic sound suddenly came from outside, and the entire deck shook slightly. Klein didn't care that his body hadn't recovered yet and hurried to a crowded place to see what was going on. "It's a pirate! Pirates are coming!" The people on the ship were panicked. One of the most terrifying things on the sea is to encounter pirates, which are far more destructive than rough seas. Klein's heart sank, and he lamented that his luck was really bad. He only paused briefly before heading to the captain's cabin to show the captain that he could also help fight against the pirates. The captain patted his shoulder and said, "Very good. I didn't save the wrong person. Good people should be rewarded accordingly." Klein expressed his attitude again, then left the captain's room and came to the deck outside, along with the sailors holding weapons. He looked at the pirate ships heading here. "That's the Blue Avenger," someone in the crowd exclaimed, with uncontrollable fear on their faces. This caused some commotion in the crowd. Klein found a sailor who knew the Blue Avenger and asked about it before learning the origin of this pirate. "It is rumored that the Blue Avenger is a ghost ship. Once it falls into their hands, it will become a ghost driven by slavery forever, and even death cannot escape it." Klein's expression became more solemn, looking at the sailors who no longer had much fighting spirit, wondering whether he should try to sneak in and kill the captain of the Blue Avenger to resolve this disaster. Just when he made up his mind to do this, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the figure at the front of the Blue Avenger. The man had deep features, rough outlines, bronze skin, and dark blue hair that matched the sea. He didn't look like a lone, but closer to the colonial race in the area of Daisai Bay near the raging sea. Why does this guy look like Mr. Hanged Man? The more Klein looked at the man, the more familiar he felt, and he could easily identify him with Mr. Hanged Man. He thought for a while, then left the deck and headed to the lavatory. He walked 4 steps backward and came to the top of the gray fog. His eyes focused on the light spot where Mr. Hanged Man was, and he took a clear look at his surroundings. Klein was very sure that the captain of the Blue Avenger was Mr. Hanged Man. This made him relieved that he could avoid seeing blood today. He just thinks about the next path, and then returns to the real world, before a scuffle breaks out. Persuade Mr. Hanged Man to leave first. Klein found the captain and said that he was sure to persuade the Blue Avenger to retreat, and asked the captain and others not to act rashly. The captain looked at him doubtfully for a long time, but finally nodded and believed in his promise. When he was rescuing people on the boat that day, he felt that the person in front of him was unusual. With the captain's trust, Klein boarded the Blue Avenger in the name of talking on behalf of the captain, and met Mr. Hanged Man with an indifferent and cold face. Klein looked at him deeply and said with a slight smile, "Mr. Captain, can we talk alone? Just say it here." Alger didn't save any face for the person in front of him. "Okay," Klein sighed and then said, "A man who accidentally ended up on an uninhabited island was finally rescued and has regained his freedom." Alger frowned slightly, feeling a little baffled. Before that, the man needs to thank 2 people. One feeds him various foods, and the other teaches him how to survive on a desert island. This time, Alger finally understood what the man in front of him said. His pupil shrank, and he said in disbelief, "You are? Gehrman Sparrow. Some people also call me the world." After hearing this, Alger completely matched the person in front of him with the image of the world in the tarot meeting. This made him unbelievable. He had only participated in 1 tarot session in the world, and he had encountered it, and this was when he allowed his subordinates to rob merchant ships. Alger was silent for a while, telling his subordinates not to act recklessly, and then led Klein to the captain's room for face-to-face communication. "Are you really the world, Mr. Hanged Man? I didn't expect to meet you at this time." Klein was also surprised by this incident. Only after his codename was revealed at the Tarot Club did Alger finally recognize his identity in the world of Klein. "How did you identify me?" "I am a disciple of Mr. Fool." Klein gave an answer that he had already thought of, which would make Alger believe that he had no ill intentions. Alger was stunned at first. Then he showed a look of relief, as if he had suddenly realized something. "Did Mr. Fool guide you to find me?" "No. What happened today was a complete accident. It was the pull of fate." "The pull of fate." Alger looked moved. He thought about many things in this short moment and then said, "Are you here to make me leave?" "It was the captain of that ship who saved me. He was a very nice man." Alger nodded, stood up and went out, telling his crew to come back and let them go. After settling this matter, Alger asked Klein where to go next. "I want to rest on your boat for a while first." As Klein spoke, he coughed several times, and his face began to turn pale again. Alger frowned slightly, but still agreed, and immediately arranged a guest room for World Gearman Sparrow to stay in. Klein is still very relieved about Mr. Hangman. With Mr. Fool here, he will not harm him no matter what. He is his temporary protective umbrella on this sea. Wait until your body is fully recovered before leaving. During this time, you can also learn from Mr. Hangman how to survive on the sea. On Monday afternoon, Klein and Alger looked at each other in a tacit understanding, and then stayed in their own rooms. Klein arrived above the gray fog first, and after getting out of the world, he took Alger and others above the gray fog to start this week's tarot meeting. Audrey looked at the world and said, "Congratulations to Mr. World for escaping from the uninhabited island. But I felt a little regretful about this. It felt really good to feed her. Just like feeding a larger Susie." Chapter 331 Pirate Hunter. Gearman Sparrow. The world nodded, expressing his gratitude to Miss Justice, and telling everyone that he was now in the same boat as Mr. Hangman. Alger's eyes narrowed slightly, and many thoughts went through his mind. Finally, he settled on the idea that this was a threat and a way for Mr. World to protect himself. He told everyone in the Tarot Club that he could not leave him alone. Forsey suddenly became interested. His eyes brightened, and he silently noted in his mind that members of the Tarot Society had begun to meet in the real world and were actively playing big things. Audrey looked at the two of them with envy. She also wanted to meet members of the Tarot Society in the real world. But unfortunately, she never had this opportunity. Shiji didn't expect them to be so thoughtful. He just wanted to tell everyone about his current situation, so that they didn't have to worry about it. Mr. Fool, who was sitting at the top, said nothing and continued the regular process of weekly tarot meetings. It wasn't until the exchange was about to end that the world slowly spoke. "I once met the angel of destiny Aurelius on the sea. He should have arrived in Backland by now." Klein still felt that he needed to give the Tarot Club members a warning to prevent them from accidentally exposing or colliding with the angel of destiny. So he used the world's mouth to speak out. Mr. World actually met an angel, and he is also the angel of destiny, who is the king of the 8 angels, who sat down with the ancient sun god. Audrey and Forsey took a breath. They were in Backland, and were the most likely people to encounter the angel of destiny. Mr. Moon, who never thinks too hard about things, didn't pay much attention to this matter, and such a big shot wouldn't have much interaction with him. Alger's pupil shrank. He was still wondering how the world could drag a sick body around. It turned out that he had encountered such an incident before. What's even more incredible is that people who have seen the angel of destiny are still alive. Is it because of Mr. Fool's protection? He glanced at Mr. Fool imperceptibly, and saw that his face was calm. And he obviously didn't care about the angel of destiny. The most excited person was Little Sun, who said emotionally, he must know the news about the creator. Naturally, Klein would not tell them the details. He only let the world speak for a few words, and then stopped talking completely. That's it. After Mr. Fool ended the meeting and sent everyone away, he returned to the real world without staying any longer. He opened the door and walked out, and Alger happened to open the door and come out at the same time. The two looked at each other in understanding, and then started chatting about some hot topics on the sea. For example, the Church of Storms suddenly rose up and massacred the pirates, who had followed the uncrowned king in rebellion some time ago. At the same time, news came out that the Lord of Storms believed in by the Church of Storms descended to Banksy Port and wiped out the uncrowned king in one fell swoop. Banksy Port was affected by the battle, and was completely wiped out. Klein listened quietly, and did not comment on these rumors. He was at the scene at that time, and felt that the Storm Lord's divine descent was mainly aimed at Banksy Port. The uncrowned king might not have died. At that time, there was a change in space, and the influence of the illusory ancient city caused him to appear far away from Banksy Port. Even if he is alive, the uncrowned king should not die. After staying on the Blue Avenger for 5 days, Klein, who had recovered his health, said goodbye to Alger at a harbor and embarked on a journey that truly belonged to him. Pudding Port. Because of the power of the Church of Storms, Hastur cooperated with them during this period and wiped out several pirate groups, which brought rare peace and calm to the coast of South Wales. During this period, on the pretext of assisting the Church of Storms in eradicating the pirate group and with the voice of the people, he completely took over the remaining 5 important ports from the hands of the Archduke of Southwell. At this point, Hastur finally took over the power of the coastal defense line of South Wales. At this time, Audrey's second brother Alfred came to visit again, indicating that he had made up his mind to stay in South Wales and make great achievements. Earl Hall also wrote to Asta to take care of him. For the sake of the 100,000 gold pounds, Hastur asked Alfred to manage the internal affairs of one of the ports. If he is really capable, Hastur would not mind giving him more opportunities. It would be a bit difficult to surpass his eldest brother in title, but there would be no problem in becoming a baron or viscount in the future. Alfred was not the only person Hastur arranged. He also placed his own people in important positions in the 8 ports. Which people are loyal and useful can basically not be hidden from the investigation organized by the Yellow Monks. As long as Hastur is willing, there is no problem in arranging those people's lives. A member of the Yellow Monk organization wanted to become a small powerful member, and Hastur asked Caius to make some arrangements. There are only 6 people in the group, and the other members are more willing to hide in the darkness and follow the back of the king in yellow. As Mrs. Lisa taught, after finishing all these things, Hastur decided to go back to the castle to live for a short while making further plans for growing food. He no longer needs to worry too much about his land. What he needs to plan is the land in the villages and towns in the territory, so that they can store as much food as possible. The war in the southern continent is coming to an end, and the power of the Church of the Seven Gods is being driven out continuously. Not only is there a union of various forces in the southern continent, but there are also secret organizations such as the Witch Sect, the Aurora Society, the Spiritual Cult, and even the Shadow of the Dusk Hermit Society. This looks more like a test against the Church of the Seven Gods. Hastur estimated that the war in the southern continent would be over in about 2 months. By that time, we can begin to see whether the southern continent will use troops against the Kingdom of Lone. On the way back to the castle, when passing by a small town, Hastur stayed here for one night to make sure that the previous incident had no impact before he returned to the castle. During this time, the entire castle has been completely renovated. The castle that was more than 200 years old has been injected with new vitality, making it look much younger. Azhara likes her new home very much, and patrols every corner in her free time every day. What I like to do most is to hide in the shadows and watch the maids, who are affected by the provocation ability, quarrel with each other. In the room, Hastur and Sharon were reading the letters sent by Merrick. This was the first time that Merrick used a letter to convey information, and the envelope stated that it was addressed to Hastur. Hastur, who roughly guessed the content of the letter, naturally invited Sharon to open the letter together. As expected, most of the content in the letter was about how painful his life in Backland was, and how many things he had to deal with every day. On the surface, he was complaining about how painful his daily life was. But in fact, he was complaining about Sharon leaving him alone in Backland. In the last 2 paragraphs of the letter, Merrick asked Hastur in a serious tone, "How are you getting along with Sharon recently?" At the same time, he also revealed his intention to sneak to South Wales. In this regard, Asta criticized with a serious face, Merrick really needs to restrain his desires, and he must not be allowed to leave Backland. Sharon nodded silently, acknowledging this sentence. This Merrick. How can you ask about the progress of our relationship? What a waste of time. Asta frowned deliberately, and kept a straight face. Sharon just looked at him quietly without speaking. How do you think I should answer his question? Hastur asked this question to Sharon. He knew that Sharon would not answer such a question that was deliberately teasing her. Sharon looked at him for a while, and then walked straight to the window, continuing to act like a silent and motionless puppet. Merrick, Miss Sharon somehow saw this letter you wrote. She was very angry, and asked me to warn you. Never think of leaving Backland. Actually, I deliberately invited Miss Sharon to read the letter you wrote. I didn't expect you to be much smarter than I thought. You actually knew not to blatantly object and complain about Miss Sharon's arrangements in the letter. It seems that the exercise during this period has really made your brain use a lot better. When writing a reply to Merrick, Hastur was very casual and wrote whatever made him angry. Anyway, Merrick was far away in Backland, and there was no chance to come here to settle the score with him. Speaking of which, he also did this to temper Merrick's character and let him learn to control his emotions that were about to get out of control. It's really well-intentioned. May 25th. It has been nearly half a year since Asta left Backland and came to South Wales. He successfully digested the corruption baron potion in his body last night. It was a clear and obvious feeling. It took half a year to completely digest the corruption baron potion. This speed was much faster than that of ordinary extraordinaries. But it's still a little slower than Klein in the original work. Hastur has been hearing news from the sea for a while now. It is said that a new pirate hunter has recently emerged on the sea, And his name is Gehrman Sparrow. When Hastur heard the news, he knew that Klein should be promoted to a Sequence 6 Faceless Man. Only by successfully being promoted to the Faceless Man can Klein use the identity of Gehrman Sparrow to hunt many pirates. Fortunately, the Sequence 5 Chaos Tutor potion he needs is ready. Once he is in good condition, he can be promoted to Sequence 5 and still be ahead of Klein. Chapter 332 Jin. The fool was not born at all. I should hurry up too. In the study, Hastur held Azhara and looked in the direction of Backlund. If you want to be promoted to Sequence 5 Chaos Tutor, in addition to the necessary potions, you also need a ritual. For example, when Klein was promoted to Marionette Master, he needed to take the magic potion in the Mermaid's Song. And he also needed the corresponding ritual. You need to go to a place where order and chaos are dense, and take the magic potion with many people watching and approving you. Backlund is the best place. Before he had fully digested the potion, he had already written several letters and sent them back to Backlund, one of which was to King Lone. The content is roughly as follows. I have been away from Backlund for half a year, and I miss the life in Backlund very much. I also need to report to the king about the latest pirate eradication and coastal defense. There are several other letters, one to Earl Hall's family and one to Greg, asking them to help with operations, so that he can return to Backlund early. Other letters were sent to Susie, Audrey, Professor Wayne, Butler Neal and others. Counting the time, the reply from Backlund should already be on the way. If the king doesn't allow him to return to Backlund, then he can only go back secretly. But in this way, it will be more difficult for him to be promoted to Chaos Instructor. Being recognized by the order represented by King Lone and recognized by the people under the rule of order can help him resist the huge chaos that will arise when he is promoted to Chaos Master. Otherwise, it is very easy to develop mental disorder. If it is worse, you will lose your mind and become an out-and-out monster. Meow. You don't want to go back? Meow. You little thing. Do you know the pain of traveling and traveling? Azhara was buried in Hastur's arms without saying a word. She was simply lazy, and moving was too troublesome. And while the owner is not at home, it can eat more dried fish. It has been starving and thin recently. After only waiting for 2 days, Backlund's letter finally arrived here. Hastur had already packed his things and set off back to Backlund the next day after reading the letter. Sharon did not follow back, but stayed in the castle to accompany Azhara. According to her, it is easier to act like a dusty puppet in an old castle. June 1st. The steam train from South Wales to Backlund was roaring forward. In the luxurious single room, Hastur lay on the bed and entered the Palace of Stars. The genie seemed to be in a good mood, and he must have been getting along well with Bernadette during this period. He followed Chuanqing's advice to be less fussy, and instead provided serious help to Bernadette. Although he was still on guard, he could still come out and say a few words occasionally. The Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master seemed taciturn, and they were probably still worried about the affairs of the followers of God Sensei. The high-dimensional overlooker attracted the attention of the Jinn God as soon as he arrived. He mocked, "It's really surprising that you would suffer at the hands of the Lord of Storms. Is your mouth finally starting to work?" Galway's words were so sharp that the Jinn snorted and stopped talking. The Mother Tree of Desire focused its gaze. "With your behavior, there should be some hidden secrets in the incident at Bansi Port that we don't know about." "Smart," the high-dimensional overlooker said with a smile. "Your mind is much easier to use than some guys, unlike their brains which are just empty decorations." "Oh, you were beaten by the Lord of Storms. And even the pirates who followed you were almost wiped out by the Church of Storms." The Jinn couldn't stand the ridicule of the high-dimensional overlookers. Galway looked down at the Jinn and said calmly, "I sense the aura of the City of Disaster." "What?" The Dane god became excited instantly, and his tone couldn't help but become a little louder. "The City of Disaster appears. Will his country of disorder be about to reappear?" The Mother Tree of Desire's eyes are also a little more eager, and she is also very concerned about the whereabouts of her source of Shadow World. Only the complete Superstar Master said in confusion, "Except for God's Sea of Chaos and Tianzuan's Source Castle, all other source materials are sealed in the Western continent. It is not yet time to unlock the seal." The high-dimensional overlooker deliberately maintained a high profile and no longer discussed matters about the City of Disaster. Instead, he discussed the past deeds of God and Heavenly Lord with the Superstar Master. This made the Jinn, who wanted to hear what was going on, so angry that his teeth itched. But he also knew that this was a high-dimensional overlooker who was deliberately stimulating him in order to make him surrender. He had no choice but to give in temporarily, and asked the high-dimensional overlooker in a low voice what exactly happened in Bansyport. Galway, who was in a happy mood, said slowly, Bansyport was affected by the power of the City of Disaster. But it was a pity that it was wiped out in time by the Lord of Storms. Then what? Then Port Bansy disappeared. And the influence and traces of the City of Disaster were completely erased. That's the only way. The Jinn suppressed his anger. Otherwise, what else do you want to hear? The seal has not been lifted yet. This is just a little power seeping out of the City of Disaster. The Jinn, who didn't hear what he was concerned about, snorted coldly, and his originally good mood completely deteriorated. Galway looked down and clicked his tongue, as if to say, look at your useless performance. If you can find the cracks in the infiltration of power from the land of disorder, you may be able to get rid of the seal of the wishing lamp without returning to the starry sky. Hearing this, the Jinn god was moved and said with hope, have you found that place? No. The high-dimensional overlooker's decisive answer made the Jinn's heart be poured with water. Hastur also poured cold water. Not all sealed source matter can seep out through the cracks. The Jinn god's heart was completely shaken to the bottom of his heart. After all, he could only go back to the starry sky. After uncovering this matter, the Mother Tree of Desire talked about the new developments in the Church of the Seven Gods during this period. If it hadn't been for the reminder from the high-dimensional overlooker last time, his few remaining believers would have almost been dumped. The Church of the Seven Gods was particularly united in the pursuit of the Rose School. Last time it almost triggered the descent of the Goddess of the Night and the God of Steam Machinery. Fortunately, they avoided it in advance and didn't cause a big mess. The high-dimensional overlooker smiled and said, they have begun to pay attention to us. But their main eyes are still on the fool in the stars. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Hastur. But he didn't say anything. Nowadays, the most worthy target of the Church of the Seven Gods is the Rose School of Thought, which is influenced by the Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master. But what really worries the Church of the Seven Gods is the hidden stars and the fool. He has always been very well informed. Unless it is at the level of the Oracle of the Seven Gods, he can pry into other information as long as he wants. Hastur said calmly, don't worry. The Jinn looked slightly confused and said, which organization is the fool? Galway looked down at him with a strange look. It seems that you are being locked up very tightly. The Jinn was about to refute, but he soon thought about it again. The fool is related to the secret? Mystery was the old days of the three pathways, and the fool was just sequence 0 of one of the extraordinary pathways, which prevented him from connecting the two for a while. If you think about it carefully, there has not been a sequence 0 in the three mysterious paths for so many years, and the only one who is closer to the true God, Mr. Min, has also fallen into the hands of the fallen Mother Goddess. He always believed that it was the presence of God that suppressed the awakening of mystery. Even giving birth to the son Amon was to restrain the mysterious awakening. So Amon has not been promoted to sequence 0 until now. The Jinn thought carefully and said, has the fool been born? The half-fool from the Antigonus family is still alive. The Jinn leaned back in his chair. Shouldn't you be the one who knows the most about mysterious things? Oh, there are no fools now. This time the Jinn god spoke very firmly. He was sure that N'Banu was still alive. And as long as he lives, the fool cannot appear. The Church of the Seven Gods understands this truth better than he does. After all, it is the handiwork of the Goddess of the Night. Then, there is only one reason left. The so-called fool is the secret. A sneer appeared on the Jinn's face. He finally appeared. I thought he would never wake up again. TSK. What can you do if you are trapped in the wishing lamp? Galway looked down and made a joke, making the Jinn fall into silence again. Since Bernadette was promoted to sequence 2, her control over the wishing lamp has become much stronger. She can no longer sense what is happening in the outside world as clearly as before. Even Wayne was resurrected and returned as the fool, and he was not immediately aware of it. This is a big blow to him, who has always wanted to compete with mystery again, especially when he thought that the mystery was awakening step by step. But he could only remain trapped in the wishing lamp. His mood became even more complicated. He couldn't help but look at Hastur with resentful eyes. If the stars were willing to help, he could return to the starry sky. Before the end comes, you can naturally return to the stars. Facing the Jinn's look, Hastur could only tell him about his future again. This was the first time Hastur predicted the future of the Jinn in front of him, and it immediately attracted the attention of the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Lord, and those who looked down from higher dimensions. The Superstar Master sneered, it's such a pity. The high-dimensional overlooker nodded. On this matter, I rarely have the same feeling as you. Facing their ridicule, The Jinn god's mood actually improved a lot. Chapter 333. This is the blessing of the stars. Backland, the home of Earl Hall. Audrey was in a good mood. Counting the time, she had not seen Mr. Hastur for almost half a year, and they only exchanged letters. Susie, you seem to be in a good mood. Audrey, you are in a good mood too. Audrey raised her head slightly. Susie, I specifically told Mr. Hastur in the letter that he must not bring you any of Russell's works. Reading too many of those books will not be good for you. Susie was silent for a while, then looked at Audrey with a calm face. Audrey, I have read all the works of Emperor Russell. This time it was Audrey's turn to fall silent. After a while, she asked, when did you finish reading? A month ago. Audrey and Susie looked at each other for a few times. And then Audrey said with emotion, Susie, you are getting smarter and smarter now. Reading can increase wisdom. And the book also says so. Wong. Audrey sighed heavily. She missed the silly Susie from before. Boom. 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 There was a knock on the door. And without Audrey's instructions, Susie immediately shut up. Then found a shady place and lay down on the ground. Closing her eyes and pretending to sleep, Audrey opened the door. And the maid outside the door came to tell her that Earl Hall had something to ask her to go to the study. Susie, who was lying on the ground, moved her ears, got up and followed Audrey to the study. In the study, Earl Hall was rubbing the corners of his eyes. Dear Earl Hall, did you come to me to help you relieve your fatigue? Audrey smiled and came behind Earl Hall, reaching out to massage his shoulders. Earl Hall closed his eyes slightly and spoke after almost resting. You should know that Hastur is returning to Backland. Right. Well, will the second brother come back too? If he doesn't come back, he has always had a rift with your eldest brother. It would be better to stay in South Wales. Audrey was a little lucky that she was a girl. Otherwise this kind of internal fight among the nobles would have affected her. Even if she didn't have that idea, it would have aroused the suspicion of her relatives. The Queen has asked about you many times recently. Audrey's little hand massaging Earl Hall's shoulders paused. Susie, who was lying in the shadow of the bookshelf, couldn't help but pricked up her ears and listened more carefully. Earl Hall chuckled and said, It seems that you already know the Queen's thoughts. Who makes my daughter the most dazzling pearl in Backland? Audrey withdrew her massaging hands, frowned in distress, and finally pursed her thin lips slightly and said, I don't like the life of the royal family. Earl Hall naturally understands his precious daughter's thoughts. He also doesn't really want to be related to the royal family. There are too many rules, and it's too chaotic. He has not yet reached the point where he needs to sell his daughter to maintain his title. Therefore, he has always tried his best to deal with these things and refuse them. But recently, the Queen seems to be particularly interested in Audrey, and she doesn't know which prince has been thinking about her. Audrey was obviously just an adult, so she shouldn't be so eager no matter what. Don't worry. I will help you block these messy things. My daughter is so good. Naturally, she should make her own life choices with her own ideas instead of being chosen by others. Earl Hall comforted him with a gentle yet firm tone. Audrey nodded heavily, a smile slowly blooming on her troubled face. Woof. Susie also barked at the right time, showing that she was firmly on Audrey's side. The residence of Forsey and Zio. After finishing writing for an hour, Forsey laid down on the sofa to rest for 2 hours, with a rare sad look on his face. Recently, for some unknown reason, many extraordinary people began to investigate the followers of the stars, which made her afraid to go out and even unable to concentrate on writing. She also looked to the stars for a solution. And the stars just said that the stars would bless every believer. This made her think about whether to develop Zio into a believer in the stars. With the blessing of the stars, Zio would be much safer wandering around outside. Bang! Bang! Suddenly there was a sound of violent slamming on the door, which made Forsey's heart skip a beat on the sofa. Could there be an extraordinary person coming to your door? She looked solemn, touched the bracelet on her wrist, took a deep breath, then stood up and came to the door. Who's knocking outside? It's me, little Jerry. A familiar childish voice came from outside the door, which made Forsey relax a little. Little Jerry is a 7-year-old kid who lives on the street next door. He has a good relationship with Zio and is the youngest intelligence agent under Zio. Most of the time, children are less noticeable and are more suitable for gathering intelligence. Are you alone? Forsey was still a little worried. Yes. Someone asked me to send you a note. Squeaking. The old door made a dull sound due to its age. Forsey opened the door anyway, And there was indeed little Jerry alone outside. Little Jerry placed a crumpled piece of paper in her palm, looked anxious and spoke quickly. Sister Zio may be in danger. Stop? Forsey hurriedly spread out the note, which read, if you want your friends to be safe, come to the warehouse at No. 32 Tez Street. You was kidnapped? Or is this just a simple prank? Forsey's face turned pale. He squeezed the note and asked Jerry the details of what happened. When I was looking for Sister Zio on the street, I was suddenly stared at. A tall and thin man with a scar on his right cheek came over and handed me this piece of paper with a look on his face. Fierce asked me to pass the note to you. After listening to little Jerry's description, First told him not to worry too much and promised that he would get Zio back. If she guessed correctly, the other party must be targeting the Star's believers. During this time, many wild beyonders have been targeted. Zio has been wandering around outside. No matter how careful he is, he will be targeted one day. After letting Jerry leave first, Forsey closed the door and window and returned to her bedroom. She briefly reported the situation to Kun Xing. After receiving a word of understanding, she felt relieved to go out with a three-sided thorn that had been left at home. The warehouse at No. 32 Tez Street is located in a remote place, with only a pile of rubbish and no other debris around it. Inside the warehouse, Zio was tied to a pillar. His face was pale, and his eyes were full of worry. During this time, some people were going crazy looking for followers of the Stars. She was lucky and thought nothing would happen. As soon as she left a secret gathering today, she was targeted and arrested. These people collected information in detail. They even knew about Forsey living with her, and set up a plan to use her as bait to trick Forsey into coming here. She didn't want Forsey to come here to save her at all. If she guessed correctly, Forsey was the disciple of the Stars that these people had been looking for. But Forsey came anyway. When Zio raised his eyes and saw Forsey appearing at the warehouse door, he couldn't help but blush, and shouted, Forsey, you fool! You will fall for such an obvious trap. So you don't know how to hide. And then are you waiting for an opportunity to find someone to rescue me? Forsey smiled and said, I'm afraid that if I don't come, nothing will happen in the future. She knew very well that if she didn't show up, Zio would definitely not survive. As for whether she could rescue Zio today, she could only place all her hope on the blessing of the Stars. There were 3 people guarding Hugh, one of whom was the tall and thin man with a scar on his face as described by Jerry. Your friend only has one chance to live. Someone held a sharp dagger and put it against Zio's smooth throat. Forsey managed to keep calm. What do you want? Are you a believer in the Stars? This voice seemed to come from within my mind, full of majesty that allowed no concealment. Yes. Forsey felt that his mind was in chaos, and he blurted out uncontrollably and admitted that he was a disciple of the Stars. But before the 3 of them could be happy, vines suddenly shot out from the depths of the ground, piercing the 3 of them from the soles of their feet to their heads. Their corpses were hung on the green vines as thick as their wrists. The blood dripped down the vines, mixed into the soil, and was absorbed by the roots of the vines. The tied Zio was stunned and couldn't help but say, Forsey, when did you become so powerful? Forsey reluctantly smiled at Zio, staggered, and hurriedly held on to the door frame of the warehouse while retching. The death method of being directly stabbed in a string by vines was too exciting, and she couldn't accept it for a while. After recovering a little, Forsey bowed towards the vines and said respectfully, Thank you for your help. In fact, she had no idea who was secretly saving her. Her intuition told her that this was the blessing of the Stars. Leave, and be careful next time. An intellectual and pleasant voice came from the darkness, and several vines emerged from the ground again, completely eating the 3 corpses until they were all eaten up, without leaving even a drop of blood. I will be careful. Forsey didn't wait for an answer. She was silent for a while, then ran to Zio, took out the 3-edged thorn and cut the rope around her wrist. Wow! Forsey, when did you get to know such a powerful person? Xiao, who had regained his freedom, said in an exaggerated manner. Forsey knew that Zio was deliberately changing the topic to prevent herself from blaming herself too much for what happened today. She had a bright smile on her face and said proudly, This is the blessing of the Stars. Chapter 334 Zio also wants to become a believer in the Stars. Blessed by the Stars indeed. Bernadette left quietly in the dark, and did not choose to meet Forsey, who was also a believer in the Stars, because that would be meaningless. After finishing the matters at sea and having nothing to do, she came to Backlund to relax and have fun. She happened to receive a prayer scene from the Stars, so she went to resolve the matter. She had also heard about the fact that Backlund had been secretly tracking down the followers of the stars. She did not need to wait for orders from the stars to start investigating the people or organizations hiding behind the scenes. In addition to the Church of the Seven Gods on the surface, there is also a family almost forgotten by history that is also involved in this matter. Family of Abraham. In order to find the followers of the stars, they became crazy, which was in great contrast to their impression of being anonymous. She wanted to investigate the problems here, and at the same time, she also wanted to establish a prestige and defeat those organizations that were looking for followers of the stars. After Bernadette left, Forsey and Zio also left Warehouse 32. On the way, Zio said seriously, "We need to move. The place we live in has been exposed. If we continue to live there, we will definitely attract more people looking for followers of the stars. I'm sorry. I caused you trouble." "Humph. It's good to know. So you will be responsible for today's dinner." Forsey laughed and said that this matter would be left to her to resolve. Dinner is easy to deal with, but finding a suitable new house is not so easy. The two of them secretly went home and took away all the money and valuables. In order to avoid trouble, they did not ask the landlord to return the rent. That's £2 and 8 solars. The two wore different makeup than usual to avoid being easily recognized. "How about we go to Miss Audrey for help?" "No. Our current situation is too dangerous. If Miss Audrey is implicated." "Okay. What do you think we should do?" "First go to St. Samuel's Church to find a place to stay temporarily." Forsey made a decision. This was the escape trick that Hastur had told them. If you encounter any extraordinary incident that cannot be solved, then stay near St. Samuel's Church first, which can generally ensure safety. "I heard from Grey Lint that Mr. Hastur will be returning to Backlund soon. Let's go to him to give us some advice then." "Good." With their decision made, Forsey and Zio decided to endure the pain and spend some money to take a carriage to St. Samuel's Church. At night, Forsey closed the doors and windows in her new room and began to pray devoutly to the stars, familiar with the starry sky unfolding bit by bit from the ceiling. Forsey's confused and uneasy mood slowly calmed down. "Thank you to the stars for allowing me and my friends to escape this disaster." Forsey thanked him first, and then said uneasily, "My friend also wants to believe in the stars. Is that okay?" "The stars will not reject every devout believer." Forsey's face lit up, and she quickly said, "She is outside now. Can I let her in?" "Can." In the Hall of Stars, Hastur didn't care about an extra rest, now that Forsey's identity has been exposed. Based on her relationship with Zio, Zio will definitely be regarded as a follower of the stars. Outside the door, Zio took deep breaths several times before she had the courage to follow Forsey in. Looking at the dreamy room shrouded in the bright starry sky in front of him, Zio's eyes flashed with obsession. He stared at it for a long time, then hurriedly lowered his head and returned to the initial uneasiness. From the first impression, she has already recognized the mysterious existence of Chuanxing. Moreover, Forsey has believed in the stars for so long and has not encountered any unknown things. It can be seen that this star is a friendly god who is good to people, and is not a terrifying existence of evil gods. The uneasiness in his heart slowly diminished. And then, under Forsey's urging, he offered his faith to the stars. A sheet of starlight descended from the illusory and mysterious palace of stars, evenly covering every inch of Zio's body. This is to use the power of the stars to cover her destiny and give her a certain degree of secret ability, so that Zio will not be easily found through divination and other means. Although Forsey and Shio escaped disaster today, those who were hiding deeper would infer from what happened today that Forsey and Shio were followers of the stars. Necessary secret protection is necessary. After all, they are far inferior to Bernadette. After doing all this, Hastur dispersed into the starry sky and ended this conversation. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur heard another report from Bernadette. According to Bernadette's investigation during this period, Mr. Min's Abraham family was actively involved in the search for followers of the stars. It turns out that the fallen mother goddess was behind it. Hastur immediately thought that this was the work of the fallen mother goddess. Nowadays, the fallen mother goddess is increasingly penetrating and influencing the Abraham family. It is estimated that most of the Abraham family has been contaminated and has become followers of the fallen mother goddess. Hastur's gaze swept towards the star where the fallen mother goddess was. It was dark and difficult to see. It was impossible to see the fallen mother goddess, and it was impossible to know the specific situation of Mr. Min at the moment. But thinking about it, the fallen mother goddess must have taken some extreme measures to break through Mr. Min's blockage with her power, indirectly affecting and contaminating the entire Abraham family. Hastur asked Bernadette to continue investigating, and at the same time asked her to be careful of the fallen mother goddess. If it is difficult to deal with the matter of the fallen mother goddess, Bernadette should choose to cooperate with the Church of the Seven Gods, just like she did with the Rose School before. The next day, just before dawn, the steam train from South Wales successfully arrived in Backland. When Hastur and his two entourages stepped off the steam train, the people sent by Butler Neil to guard the place rushed over immediately to take orders, unable to predict when the steam train would arrive. They had been waiting at the station for 3 days. This made Hastur very satisfied with Butler Neil's attitude towards doing things. After riding the carriage all the way back to his home in Queens, after taking a sip of hot tea and listening to Butler Neil report what happened during this period, Greco came to visit. The information is really good. Hastur smiled, stood up, and went to the door to greet Greg. After a long-lost hug, Greco looked Asta up and down and said with emotion, "Asta, you seem to have grown a lot taller after not seeing me for half a year. The soil and water in South Wales are not bad, and they are quite nurturing," Hastur replied with a smile. After inviting Greg to sit down, the two chatted a lot about their respective experiences during this period. After chatting, Greg gave Hastur a look. Hastur understood and invited him to the study room on the second floor to talk. "Asta, I have heard about your stay in South Wales, but you have to be careful about the Grand Duke of South Wales. He has some criticisms of you." Asta raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is it the predecessor or the current one?" "This is Backland." Greco lowered his voice and said, "He thinks your ambition is too great. It can be used but not always." This is what he said. Hastur's face became more serious, and he listened more seriously. "This time the king allows you to come back. Maybe he wants to take the opportunity to knock your mind. I'll only be back for a week this time before I leave." Hastur told Greco not to worry about this matter. He did not do anything that violated the laws of loan. Instead, he worked diligently to eliminate pirates. Even the current Grand Duke of Southwell did not find a reason to blame him. Hastur turned to ask about Greg's current situation. "I'm still young, and most of the family's resources are concentrated in the hands of my uncle. It's neither good nor bad. It's easy to be a leisurely noble." Hearing Greco say this, Hastur understood that his position in the Negan family was awkward. There is a prime minister who is an uncle and is deeply trusted by the king. Anyone with a discerning eye knows which side Yabao is on. However, youth and longevity are also an advantage. There will always be a time when the old and the new will alternate. Greg didn't stay long and left after talking about business. At around 10 o'clock at night, Hastur changed into more casual clothes and came to the braid bar. Merrick had been waiting for him in the billiard room. When he saw Hastur arriving, he snorted coldly, "Look, isn't this Earl Hastur Campbell? Why did he suddenly come back from the gentle country of South Wales?" "TSK. Merrick, your level of yin and yang eccentricity still needs to be improved." Asta smiled and sat opposite Merrick, and added, "Sharon asked me to give you a message. No matter who you are in front of, you must learn to restrain yourself. Whether you are close or hateful, the emotions you let out are like the water that is thrown out can never be recovered." At first, Merrick listened carefully, but then he said in a cold voice, "When did Sharon become so talkative?" "Oh, I'm just helping Sharon elaborate on what she's going to say." Mariki chuckled softly, then turned into an expressionless face and kept away from strangers. Asta didn't care at all. He took out a bottle of red wine he brought back from South Wales and poured himself and Merrick a glass each. "How does it taste?" "Good. Why do I think the taste has deteriorated? I'd better take it back and throw it away." Merrick took the first step to put the bottle of red wine away. "People like me can only drink this kind of wine." Asta smiled and talked to Merrick about the things Backland need to pay attention to during this period. According to Merrick, Backland is currently receiving the most attention from Stars and the Fool. This is the same as what high-dimensional overlookers say. Chapter 335, Using One's Body as a Door. At about 1 o'clock in the night, Hastur came out of the braid bar. I hadn't seen Merrick for a long time, so I drank a little more wine without realizing it. He originally wanted Braid Bar to prepare a carriage for him to go back, but he sensed a familiar scent and finally chose to walk back. Along the street, through an alley, and came to the riverside. A green vine grew from the ground. Hastur stretched out his hand on the vine, and followed the growth of the vine to reach above the clouds. Asta chuckled and said, "You haven't rested so late. Are you admiring the moonlight in Backland? Or are you just waiting for me here?" Are you interested in investigating the Abraham family? Today, Bernadette is wearing a pair of red high heels and a knee-length burgundy skirt. She looks a little taller than before, with a bit more intellectual charm. Now, the rats hiding in the dark always like to come out in the middle of the night to hunt. Hastur glanced down at Backlund below and said thoughtfully, "They want to cause trouble for Forsey again. Do you know that little girl? Speaking of which, I helped her become a believer in the stars." "Then let's go." Bernadette said no more nonsense. Opened a portal at will, led Hastur through it, and arrived at a street in the North District. The two people walked instead and headed towards St. Samuel's Church. Asta asked curiously, "Are they hiding near St. Samuel's Church?" It's a smart choice. Hastur was also quite pleased with this. Although Forsey was a bit over the top, it still had some effect at the critical moment. They dared to do something near St. Samuel's Church. They were so courageous. There was a hint of coldness in the corner of Bernadette's mouth. After all, the extraordinary methods they inherited are best at escaping. Hastur's thought was right. As long as things were done quickly and a traveler was present, even the sequence for demigods would not be able to catch up with them. 800 meters away to the west of St. Samuel's Church, in a room at the end of the second floor of a hotel, Forsey and Zio were lying on the same bed. Even though it was very close to St. Samuel's Church, they were still worried about their safety tonight. Those people are like tarsal poison. Once they stick to you, you can only get rid of them by digging at the flesh and scraping the bones. Forsey stroked her wrist bracelet with one hand and grasped Zio's right hand with the other hand. If there was any trouble, she would immediately take Zio away from here. Inside the dark room, only the faint light of the crimson moon outside the window illuminated the room. "Hugh, are you shaking?" I don't. I just want to go to the bathroom." Zio couldn't help but blush. "Keep enduring it. Forsey, don't you feel your stomach at all?" "Hugh, you drank too much water." Zio blushed and was embarrassed to speak. "I'm used to drinking more water when I'm nervous." The two chatted quietly, and at this moment, the surrounding air suddenly solidified. A loud chanting sound sounded. "I came. I saw. I recorded. It is forbidden here." Before she finished reading this sentence, Forsey activated the bracelet on her wrist and took her and Zio away from the bed instantly. Click. A mysterious stone cracks on the bracelet. Forsey had already brought Shioshio to the street about 100 meters away from St. Samuel's Church. "Let's go quickly." Seeing his position clearly, Forsey's face lit up, holding Zio's hand and about to run towards St. Samuel's Church. But the street in front of him suddenly twisted and changed, and in the blink of an eye it became an increasingly narrow and dark path, and the remaining light at the entrance was disappearing. Forsey and Zio didn't have time to run out before they were completely trapped in this dark world. A sound of footsteps came from behind them. From the darkness and silence, Forsey hurriedly fiddled with the mysterious bracelet on his wrist. But this time, the bracelet lost the ability to travel through space. With their greatest means of escape ineffective, Forsey and Zio's faces instantly turned pale. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their backs leaned together. They could only seek help from the stars in their hearts. "I didn't expect there would be additional gains." A not unpleasant male voice came from in front of Forsey. "Who are you? Didn't the man who introduced you to the extraordinary world tell you about our family?" With a reply, there was a little more light in the dark world. Forsey and Zio could barely see the outline of the visitor, but they could not see his appearance clearly. "What family?" Furs asked tremblingly. "Abraham. A family destined to glory." The visitor was very proud, and his voice could not help but become louder. Black tentacles came from all directions, binding Forsey and Zio tightly. It's naive to want to delay time through dialogue. At this time, a ray of light bloomed, fell from above, tearing apart the dark world in front of him, and countless black tentacles instantly turned into ashes. The man just sneered when he saw this. He wanted to leave here through teleportation, but was unable to do so smoothly. A little panic finally appeared on his face, which had always been sure of victory. "To deal with people like you, the first step is to prohibit your ability to teleport freely." When a familiar voice came, Forsey and Zio's hearts moved slightly at the same time. Why does this voice sound like Mr. Hastur? Has he returned to Backlund? "Mr. Hastur?" Forsey tried to speak cautiously. "Hastur?" A strange and cruel smile appeared on the man's face, and he said sadly, "I've finally waited for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he knelt on one knee on the ground, stretched out his right hand, and inserted it into his chest. The blood in his heart spurted out, forming a bright red and mysterious line on the ground, like a layer of overlapping illusory portals. There seems to be a powerful and mysterious being awakening behind the portal and approaching, wanting to use this portal to cross over. When his breath spread, the entire space made an overwhelming sound of fragmentation. Forsey and Zio were choked by this breath. Their throats felt like they were being pinched hard, and they were about to suffocate. Suddenly, they felt something was wrapped around their waists. And then a huge force hit them, and the two of them were pulled away from here at the same time. It's really annoying. It's a pity. But my brain is a little hard to use. A slightly contemptuous voice came out, and the world in front of him changed. The man kneeling on the ground, using his own body as the portal, was shocked to find that right in front of him was St. Samuel's church, and there was no one else around him. Ah! The gradually widening portal first swallowed his body and sucked out his blood, and then was easily suppressed by St. Samuel's church in front of him. 800 meters away from St. Samuel's church, Forsey and Zio returned to the hotel room where they lived, as if nothing had happened just now. Hugh, pinch my face to see if I'm dreaming? Zio, who was also in shock, pinched Forsey's face hard. Forsey, who was in pain, quickly shouted, "Stop. It's not a dream." But did those things really happen just now? I don't know. It always feels like a dream. Forsey lowered her head and glanced at the bracelet on her wrist. One stone was missing from it, she murmured. Just think of it as a dream. In the clouds, Hastur looked solemnly overlooking the remaining divine power in St. Samuel's church, suppressing the Sequence 5 Traveler of Abraham. Fortunately, he had reserved a hand in advance and directed this matter to the Church of the Goddess of the Night. Otherwise, if he were alone, he might really capsize in the gutter. It can be seen from what happened tonight that the fallen Mother Goddess has deeply polluted the Abraham family. Every member of Abraham's family could be a portal through which the fallen Mother Goddess descended. They seemed to be coming specifically for him. As soon as they sensed his aura, they used their bodies at all costs to attract the power of the fallen Mother Goddess. He wants to deal with the stars by targeting their believers. This was Bernadette's judgment based on what happened tonight. Chapter 336, The Polluted Forsey. Do you feel that what happened tonight was solved too easily? Asta still has a lot of doubts about what happened tonight. Since the fallen Mother Goddess has contaminated the Abraham family, there is definitely more than one Sequence 5 person available. What's more, would a Sequence 5 traveler dare to search for believers in the stars so unscrupulously in Backland? I have only found this person from the Abraham family for the time being. Bernadette looked down at St. Samuel's church. The higher the sequence of Beyonders, the more careful they must be in Backland, even if I want to find someone. And it also takes a lot of time. Hastur nodded and casually asked about Aurelius, the angel of fate. I didn't sense his aura for such an existence, unless he himself is willing. Only the gods can know his movements. It's late at night. It's time for me to go back and rest. Austin naturally asked Bernadette to give him a lift. Under the clouds, St. Samuel's church, Archbishop Anthony's face was solemn, and his filthy aura dared to appear in front of the door of St. Samuel's church so openly. This was a provocation. He quickly summoned a red-gloved team and asked them to search the nearby area overnight. And absolutely no filth was allowed to exist. Leonard was also among those called up. There was no unnecessary expression on his face, and he had no intention of delving into the specifics of what happened tonight. As the old man said, it is useless to ask more questions when faced with things that cannot be changed. Instead, the old man suddenly said deep in his heart, has the Abraham family fallen to this level? Leonard's curiosity was aroused, but he still did not ask about the Abraham family. Yes, it seems that Klein's death has completely matured you, Leonard said calmly. I just don't want to put my mind on too many useless things. The next day, around 10 o'clock, Hastur took a carriage to Thordrak Palace to meet George III. This time, Earl Hall was away, leaving him alone with George III. Hastur tried to be as restrained as possible to show his respect for the king. This attitude satisfied George III. What you did in South Wales has been reported back to Backland. You did a great job against the pirates. Those disgusting and filthy bastards should be hung on the gallows. Died with a cry. George III said rude words with a warm face, walked over and patted Hastur on the shoulder. You have the demeanor of the former Grand Duke of Southwell. If you have time, you can go to him to ask for advice on pirates. Sometimes listening to the opinions of elders can save you a lot of detours. Hastur naturally heard the knocking meaning in these words. Before leaving, King George III asked him to attend the royal dinner tonight. Naturally, he had no reason to refuse this arrangement. After finishing his meeting with King George III and arriving outside Thordrak Palace, Hastur did not immediately board the carriage and leave, but silently felt the cold order around him. Invisible chains of black order, cold and ruthless, but extremely tough, together support the kingdom of Lone. And he, along with all other Lone nobles and ordinary people, lived under these rules of order. The difference is that the nobles can stand in the shadow of order, avoid the constraints of the rules, and use the existing order to benefit themselves, while all ordinary people are destined to be the lowest group that is unable to move freely. The stricter the laws, and the more stable the situation, the less able those at the bottom are to stand up, and can only carry mountains on their backs and move forward arduously. Hastur did not take the potion at this time, but chose the dinner tonight. At that time, many nobles will gather together, and the atmosphere of order and chaos will be even stronger. This is the most suitable time to take magic potion to advance. Back home, Greylint had already been waiting in the lobby on the first floor for a while. Seeing Hastur come back, Greylint immediately came up to greet him. Asta, long time no see. After a few words of greeting, Greylint said proudly, Asta, my beast tamer potion has been completely digested, and I am about to be promoted to sequence 7. It took more than half a year to digest the beast taming potion. Greylint, it seems that you really have no talent in beast taming. Asta still smiled and said, that's great. Your growth has exceeded my expectations. Really? Greylint was in a great mood and kept sharing with Hastur how he had become a qualified animal trainer in the past 6 months. In addition to training the pets at home, he also spent his own money to set up a circus outside and personally served as the animal trainer there. He also performed many times with the circus, winning many flowers and applause. Hastur just listened silently, occasionally talking about his daily life in South Wales. Speaking of the latter, Greylint smiled and said, Asta, do you know what the next sequence of this extraordinary path is? Have you ever heard of a vampire? Vampires? In the novel, they are those filthy creatures who hide in the castle and like to suck the pure blood of human girls. This conflict is not that great. Hastur couldn't help but think of the vampire who likes dolls. If he were here, he would definitely argue loudly. We are noble vampires, not dirty vampires. Seeing that Hastur didn't speak, Greylint's face changed slightly. Asta, don't you want to tell me that the sequence 7 of this extraordinary path is a vampire? Hastur nodded, and Greylint's face changed. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, forget it. I'd better not be in a hurry to get promoted. I'll wait until I can overcome the obstacle of blood-sucking before I consider promotion. Hastur did not force this. It was enough for Greylint to reach this point. The extraordinary path that followed was not suitable for him. It's better to just settle down and be a viscount enjoying life. After Greylint left, Earl Richard, who lived nearby, also came to visit. Hastur was deeply impressed by this crooked Earl Richard. I thought he was going to ask another question about the existence of gods in his mind this time. But he acted very normal, and seemed to be just a normal human interaction. After staying for about half an hour, he stood up and left. This change made Hastur a little worried. There are 2 possibilities here. The first possibility is that Earl Richard has completely gotten rid of the influence, and has completely returned to normal. The second possibility is that Earl Richard completely accepts the abnormal phenomena in his mind. But Asta didn't pay too much attention to him. Anyway, he would leave Backlund in a few days. If something happened, people from the Church of the Goddess of Night would naturally handle it. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Hastur went to Backlund University and met with Professor Wayne and Lecturer Folin. He chatted with them until almost 6 o'clock before returning. At 7:10, get on the carriage and head to tonight's royal dinner. Tonight's crimson moon happens to be a full moon. The crimson moon is like a large disk, shining with light, reflecting the lively and bright lights of the dinner party. The same crimson moon may turn into a deadly full moon in the eyes of different people. In the North District, a suppressive and intense banging sound was coming from a room on the 2nd floor of a hotel. Forsey, what's wrong with you? Zyle looked anxiously and uneasily at Forsey, who had red eyes, disheveled hair, and scratched the wooden door with his fingers, sometimes clenching them into fists and beating them. The things in the room had been made into a mess. If Zyle hadn't made the decision to close the door, Forsey would have gone crazy and ran out. You? Go away. It's the full moon whispering. It's a curse. Forsey gritted her teeth before spitting out these words completely. Blood overflowed from the corners of her mouth, staining her light blue pajamas red. Ah! With another painful cry, Forsey squatted on the ground and scratched his hair with both hands. And strands of hair were torn out with some blood stains. The sight in front of him made Zio's eyelids twitch wildly. If this continued, even if Forsey could survive the curse of the full moon tonight, he was destined to become a bald man without hair tomorrow. She had always known that Forsey would encounter the curse of the full moon's whispering during the full moon. But since Forsey began to believe in the stars, she never had similar symptoms again. But tonight, Forsey's full moon whispering curse appeared again, and the symptoms were more severe than ever before. Xiao did not dare to waste any more time and hurriedly knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly to the stars, hoping that the gifts of the stars could save Forsey again. About 5 minutes later, the familiar starry sky descended on this small room again. The stars were shining brightly, and Forsey, who was suppressing his madness, finally returned to his usual calm self. Forsey? Forsey, are you okay? Zio took 2 steps forward, wanting to check Forsey's current state. But when she was about to approach Forsey suddenly stood up and raised his head, revealing a face covered in blood. But what came out of her mouth was completely different from her usual tone. Qiwenqing, is this meeting unexpected? Deep in the hazy starry sky, above the Hall of Stars, Haster looked down at Forsey below with a solemn expression. A twisted and overlapping portal tightly adhered to Forsey's body. Furs was tainted. Chapter 337, The Incarnation of the Sun. The Purifier Among the Stars. It turned out that this was the plan of the fallen Mother Goddess. No wonder he always felt that something was wrong during the battle last night. Because it was too late last night, he did not go to the Hall of Stars to observe Forsey's condition after returning home. Tonight is the full moon, and the fallen Mother Goddess's call through Mr. Min, coupled with the method left on Forsey last night, allowed her to infiltrate her power and successfully pollute Forsey. Although this kind of pollution is far less than that of Mr. Fowler, it is enough for foals to suffer a lot. In the Hall of Stars, Haster watched all this calmly. Fallen Mother Goddess, are you trying so hard just to make me look at you? Who doesn't know how to taunt someone? Qiwenqing, I have seen through your reality, and now your condition is far inferior to mine. Forsey's eyes turned from black and white to completely depraved darkness, like 2 black abyss hanging high, and at the end of the abyss, the eyes of the fallen Mother Goddess were scanning the light of the stars. The depraved and evil gaze is a predator lurking in the depths of darkness. The reason why you dare not pull me into the Hall of Stars is because you are afraid of my status. Your inexplicable hostility also stems from your lack of confidence. The light of the stars will eventually fall completely into the abyss. The fallen Mother Goddess borrowed Forsey's body and talked to herself, full of confidence and ridicule in the gloom. As he spoke, gusts of cold wind blew in the room for no apparent reason. Seeing this, Zio hurriedly found a remote corner to hide, looking at Forsey, who was obviously different, with a worried look on his face. She couldn't hear the conversation between the stars and the fallen Mother Goddess, but she vaguely guessed what was happening now. The stars are fighting against the evil existence parasitic in Forsey's body. Haster said calmly, Can your abyss carry the light of the blazing sun? As this voice sounded, a golden beam of light that was so pure that it was almost substantial suddenly descended, completely covering Forsey's body. The overlapping portals behind her were shaken, purified, and turned into wisps of black smoke that dissipated in the bright sunlight. Forsey's body began to tremble violently, and he collapsed on the ground. His eyes gradually returned to their original black and white colors. Stars, is this your authority? Forsey raised his head tenaciously, looking up at the starry sky above his head and the blazing sun like a waterfall, with a hint of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. No, this is the authority of the eternal blazing sun, Haster added silently in his heart. To be more precise, this is the ability of the Sun Priest in the Sun Path Sequence 7 to summon the holy light. When he was promoted to Sequence 6 Corrupted Baron, he had already thought about gaining access to the authority of the eternal blazing sun, but he had never used this ability. His descriptive sentence is, the bright golden light contains the hope of new life, is the light that dispels the dark night, and is the opposite of all darkness and depravity. He is the carrier of light. He is the incarnation of the sun that walks the world. He is the purifier among the stars. The last chain of order turned into a curled up sun and blended into the center of his eyebrows. Today is the first time to use it, and the result is excellent. The authority of the eternal blazing sun is very consistent with his nature, as if it should be like this. The summoning holy light cast by the Palace of Stars was like the arrival of the eternal blazing sun, directly purifying the pollution in Forsey's body in one breath. The corruption of the fallen mother goddess left no room for struggle, and was completely purified in this way. Warmth. The long-lost warmth began to gush out from every inch of the skin on the body, dispelling the coldness and stiffness of the whole body. The whole person seemed to be soaked in a hot spring with the right temperature. This feeling is a bit like returning to the maternal amniotic fluid at the beginning of birth. The pores all over Force's body were dilated, and she was greedily bathed in the bright sunlight, although her face and clothes were stained with a lot of blood. In the golden sunlight, her whole body was as pure as a ball of continuously calcined glass. The dirt in the body seems to be continuously discharged with the breathing of the pores. Zio, who had been hiding far away for fear of being affected, now looked at Forcey in front of him, his breath stagnant, and he actually felt a little strange. Forcey, who was sitting on the ground with his eyes closed tightly and his hands open with palms facing upward, was like those recipients blessed by the gods in the church murals. If a pair of wings of light appeared from behind, he would be an angel, pure white angel. When the golden rays of the sun dissipated, the starry sky on the ceiling also dissipated. Forcey was still immersed in the endless warmth. It wasn't until Zio patted her cheek several times that she slowly opened her eyes. "Shio, I feel more energetic than ever before," Forcey murmured. Then his eyes turned red and moist. He turned over, knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly to the stars, thanking them for their blessing this time. When she was contaminated, she just lost control of her body, and was still aware of what was happening outside. Knowing that the stars acted to purify her, she regained her body from the terrifying evil god and regained her sanity. Without the blessing of the stars, even if her body was not possessed tonight, she would never be able to survive this full moon gibbering. That was the most helpless night she could remember. It was the stars that lit up her hope of life. Thank you for the blessings of the stars. Zio also prayed to the stars devoutly. After a while, Forcey and Zio hugged each other and cried. "Hey, Forcey, has your skin gotten better? Have it?" "Absolutely." Zio touched Force's cheek again. "Can Forcey have such smooth and delicate skin as that of a 16-year-old girl? There seems to be some changes." Forcey was a little unsure. "It's not a slight change. It's a huge change. Even the dark circles under your eyes from staying up late writing all the time have completely disappeared." Zio took the opportunity to pinch Force's cheek again and patted it several times. The bouncy feeling was so addictive that people couldn't put it down. Among the people she knew, only Miss Audrey had such smooth, delicate skin that could be broken by blows. But how can Forshoder be compared with Miss Audrey? Forcey held his cheeks in his hands and rubbed them a few times. It did feel different from before. "Go to the bathroom, wash yourself, and then look in the mirror," Zio urged, pushing Forcey, who was still confused, into the bathroom. She actually hoped that she would be the one polluted and parasitized tonight. Maybe with the blessing of the stars, she would be able to grow taller. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur carefully checked the physical conditions of Forcey and Zio again, and then looked back after confirming that nothing abnormal was found. Sun, purifier among the stars. The ability to purify pollution is indeed outstanding. And I don't know if it can also work on Mr. Door. Unfortunately, the star where the fallen mother goddess resides has been completely covered by darkness, making it impossible to detect the specific status of Mr. Min. But this does not mean that he has no test subjects. Russell is also a good experimental subject. Hastur's eyes fell on the star of the fallen mother goddess, and he did not take revenge immediately. He had other business to do tonight. Wait until he is promoted to Sequence 5 Chaos Instructor before trying again. He will only make simple attempts. As for purifying Mr. Min and Russell from the hands of the fallen mother goddess head-on, even with the help of the Hall of Stars, he still has to wait until the Sequence 2 angels have the slightest chance. Royal Estate. When Hastur came out of the bathroom, the dance was over. Seeing him appear, Greco left a young lady chatting and walked up to him and asked him if he was feeling unwell. Hastur could only pass it off by saying that he was used to the rough food of South Wales, and that he ate too much of Backlund's exquisite food after returning, causing gastrointestinal discomfort. Greg didn't think much and just asked himself to take good care of his body. As the ball ended, the eldest prince, Winton, who was responsible for hosting the dinner, stepped onto the stage and began to give a decent and complicated speech. Halfway through, he looked at Hastur and introduced enthusiastically, "Let me introduce to you a young and promising nobleman, Earl Hastur Campbell. He went to South Wales to handle coastal defense affairs at a young age. During his tenure, he cooperated with the Church of Storms many times to eliminate pirate groups that were plundering everywhere. Hang those damn pirates on the gallows one by one, and wipe away the sluggish atmosphere of the Navy during this period. Hastur walked onto the high platform amidst loud applause. On such an occasion, he did not need to say anything touching. He just needed to praise the king and the kingdom of Lone. When he was speaking on the high platform, he was keenly aware that someone was watching him. He calmly glanced around the dignitaries present, and finally landed on an old man standing by the guardrail on the second floor. Hastur recognized this man. Drink Augustus, the former Archduke of South Wales, did not expect that he would also come to tonight's banquet. Is this coming specifically for him? There was deep hostility hidden in the seemingly casual gaze. Hastur's gaze just swept across it without stopping deliberately. After finishing his speech, Hastur came to the edge of the garden alone. On one side, there are nobles chatting elegantly under the bright lights. And on the other side, there are temporary lovers in twos and threes rubbing hands in the secluded trees. At the border between order and chaos, Hastur took out the Chaos Mentor potion that he had prepared from his jacket pocket and swallowed it in one go. Chapter 338 Night of Chaos. After the viscous and slippery liquid entered the body along the mouth, it gradually became overwhelming. The internal organs also began to become disordered and torn, and the skin under the fine fabric began to develop fleshy bumps, which were itchy and numb, and tentacles seemed to grow out of them. The originally clear sense of reason gradually began to fall into chaos, and all kinds of messy thoughts were flying around in his mind. But no matter what changes occurred in his body, Hastur still stood upright with an expressionless face, while trying his best to suppress the various changes in his body. On one side is the cold rules and order. On the other side is the lively and extreme chaos. Reason and chaos are constantly colliding and tearing, as if they are tearing his body in half. In such a torn and entangled situation, he seemed to see chains of black rules extending vertically to the sky from every place in Backland, eventually converging into a large mountain of rules, steadily pressing on everyone's heads. The hard and cold chain of rules is difficult to shake, but there is a lingering shadow surrounding each chain of rules, especially right below the regular mountain. The light of the crimson moon at the top is reflected, forming a shadow of order on the earth. No matter how strict the rules are and how consistent they are, wherever rules are born, there will inevitably be a shadow of order. As the vision deepened, he saw an individual under the chain of rules, perhaps no longer able to call them human beings. Those are twisted lines, and they are being alienated, or should be said to be domesticated, by the so-called rules. Obeying the law is itself a process of domestication. Just like the turkeys on the farm, the farmer only provides a delicious meal at 12 noon and 5 o'clock in the evening every day. At first, the turkeys thought about foraging on their own, but as they got used to having 2 meals of feed a day, every time it was time to eat, they would run from various places to the feeding point. Those turkeys that stubbornly insist on themselves can only starve or be beaten. After this behavior continues a few times, when it comes time to feed food, they will obediently follow other turkeys to the feeding point and start to grab it. Food. If there is a scientist in the turkey who is good at summarizing, he can summarize a set of rules applicable to the turkey group based on daily life experience. This is another story. When chaos and reason were slightly balanced, Hastur braced himself, left the dinner, got on the carriage and left. The carriage slowly moved forward along the street. Hastur opened the windows on both sides. The cool breeze blew on his face, which slightly weakened the chaos in his mind, and his reason temporarily prevailed. In the mysterious world, chaos is the permanent resident, and reason is only a temporary visitor. So after taking the magic potion and being promoted, he must hurry up and return to South Wales. In that country where he has only one voice, his chaos will not be noticed by others. If he continues to stay in Backland, his abnormal behavior that occasionally falls into chaos will definitely be noticed by others, especially the lone royal family. So before taking the Chaos Mentor potion tonight, he had already made some preparations. He had already asked someone to buy a ticket to leave Backland tomorrow afternoon. He only needed to maintain his sanity for half a day, and he didn't have much to worry about. As for King George III, he had already taken care of it, and there was no need to report anything more when he left. He also took the time to visit Grey Lindy, Greco, Professor Wayne and others, leaving only Miss Audrey, who he had yet to see. I can just visit her tomorrow morning and meet Susie by the way to see how she is doing in her studies during this time. As for the matter of dealing with the Abraham family and the followers of the stars, leave it to Bernadette. She alone is worthy of the entire Abraham family today. While Hastur was thinking, his reason was swallowed up by chaos again, and his eyes were blurred. At a loss and at a loss, Back home, Butler Neil asked the maid to bring the sweet soup for sobering up. Asta took a sip and frowned slightly. Sweet? Is this what sobering soup should taste like? Don't you like sweet food? You even asked the chef to develop this sobering sweet soup. I like the spicy hangover soup. So I'll remember it next time. The maid looked at Asta's back upstairs in confusion. Spicy hangover soup? Do you want to put chili pepper segments into the hangover soup? But wouldn't it taste weird? Perhaps his lordship's eating habits have changed due to his life in South Wales. She didn't understand but was shocked. She turned around and headed to the kitchen to convey the latest instructions from the Earl to the chefs. In the bathroom, Hastur habitually took a bath before going to bed. But he brushed his teeth. After brushing his teeth, he shouted toward the door, "Send some breakfast." Breakfast? Shouldn't it be time for late-night snacks? The two maids guarding the door looked at each other and interpreted this sentence as using breakfast food as a midnight snack. After finishing a breakfast in the bathroom, Asta remembered to take a bath. After taking a bath and going back to the room to rest, Hastur could not fall asleep while lying on the warm quilt. There were all kinds of voices in his mind all the time. Some urging him to sleep. Some calling him to get up and get high. Some wanting him to go out and become a thief at night. And another telling him to secretly go to Earl Hall. Home knocks on Miss Audrey's window. How could he do such a disrespectful and embarrassing behavior? Earl Hall's house. Audrey did not attend the royal dinner tonight because she had declined the dinner a few days ago. She could only listen to her eldest brother briefly describe what happened at the dinner tonight. It was past 10 o'clock at night when she returned to her room after taking a bath. She stretched out, lay on her side on the bed, and told Susie not to stay up late reading. Audrey, don't you think that in the dead of night, it's best to quietly communicate with books? I don't think that night is the time for sleeping. And daytime is the time for hard work. This is why the day is divided into night and day. Well, this is the intention of the Creator. Audrey firmly opposed Susie's secret involution at night. Oh! Susie couldn't resist Audrey, so she could only close the book, lie down in her doghouse, and close her eyes to rest. Satisfied, Audrey turned off the lights in the room, leaned on the soft pillow, and fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, there was a rhythmic knocking sound coming from the window. Boom, boom, boom. Susie, who wasn't very sleepy, woke up immediately. She crawled out of the kennel, her tail raised, her eyes widened, and she stared at the window as if facing a formidable enemy. In addition to the sound of knocking on the window, a black figure could be vaguely seen hanging outside the window. Like a giant humanoid bat? Susie quickly ran to Audrey's bedside and barked loudly twice, causing Audrey to wake up with her sleepy eyes open. Susie, is it daylight yet? Audrey rubbed her eyes in confusion. Audrey, something is tapping on the window. Susie tried to lower her voice for fear of disturbing the unknown creatures outside. Susie said this several times before Audrey suddenly woke up and subconsciously looked towards the window. There was indeed a black figure that looked like a human being, and that figure was still tapping on the window rhythmically. The Batman in folk horror novels? This was the first thought that came to Audrey's mind. In a horror novel she had read, there was a record of a kind of Batman who was similar to humans and liked to come out late at night. Along with the Batman, there are also the Mothman, Owlman, etc. Audrey was a little scared at first, but she thought that she was already a Sequence 7 psychiatrist. So even if she did encounter some unknown creature, she would still have a certain ability to protect herself. Besides, there is Susie next to me, so this is still my home. Audrey regained her composure and looked at the unknown figure who was still knocking on the window. But she felt a strong curiosity. She carefully stood up from the bed, put on a pink and white coat, gestured with her hands, and asked Susie to approach the window with her. Getting closer to the window, the stars in the sky were shining brightly, allowing Audrey and Susie in the room to see more clearly the outline of the unknown creature outside the window. Looks like a figure? How could someone come knocking on her window in the middle of the night? It must have been her imagination. Audrey shook her head and suppressed this absurd thought. When Audrey and Susie were about to approach the window, the figure outside the window suddenly fell from the window as if it was frightened. Audrey hurried to the windowsill, opened the window, and looked below the window. She could only vaguely see a figure, which quickly disappeared into the night. She blinked and asked curiously, Susie, do you recognize what this unknown creature is? Susie came to Audrey, put her front paws on the edge of the windowsill, tried to stand up straight, looked out the window, and said uncertainly, Audrey, I seem to smell a familiar smell. A familiar smell? I can't be sure. Maybe it's really some kind of Batman. What a wonderful night. Audrey sighed with emotion and murmured, I happen to be visiting Mr. Hastur tomorrow morning. And by the way, I want to ask him if there is such a creature as the Batman in this world. Audrey, I also want to visit Mr. Hastur. Audrey thought for a while and frowned slightly. Then you are not allowed to let Mr. Hastur send you any more messy books. Susie was silent for a while and said, Audrey, I just want to learn knowledge. Audrey said earnestly, Susie, knowledge is poisonous. Audrey, but the book says knowledge is beneficial. Books are compiled by people, and there will inevitably be errors. Audrey sighed again. You have to learn to have your own critical thinking skills. And you can't just learn the knowledge from books. Audrey, I understand. Susie's eyes lit up, as if she had figured out an important point. Audrey had a bad premonition, but she didn't have the heart to explore it now. She had to get some sleep. Chapter 339, Mr. Hastur. A fan of Russell who turned against him. I actually went to knock on Audrey's room window in the middle of the night. He kept knocking for a long time, alarming both Audrey and Susie. In the early morning, not long after Hastur woke up, he recalled the ridiculous things that happened last night and couldn't help but lower his head and cover his face. Fortunately, when Audrey opened the window, he regained his senses and quickly slipped away, without letting Audrey see who was doing nothing in the middle of the night, and went to her house to knock on the window. If Audrey really saw her face, she would definitely die on the spot. Forget it. I won't visit Audrey today, in case Susie recognizes her. Susie, Hastur thought of the key point, got up in a hurry, went to the bathroom to take a bath, and added a lot of extra fragrance. Susie's dog nose is so bad. He must wash off the smell of last night while he is conscious now. After soaking for more than half an hour, Asta washed himself again before coming out of the bathroom. The maids waiting outside the door had a curious expression on their faces, and Hastur passed by them as if they didn't see anything. He did not go downstairs for breakfast immediately. Instead, he went to the study room first, took out a pen and paper, and listed some notes on the paper. After what happened last night, Hastur had a general understanding of his current situation. Since I have just taken the magic potion, I will be in a state of disorder and chaos in a short period of time, and it is easy to engage in a series of confusing behaviors that are different from the past. When you fall into a state of chaos, your rationality will be blocked, and you will not feel anything wrong. Only when you regain your consciousness will you regret that you have done such a shameful thing. Take the act of knocking on the window last night as an example. At the moment when he regained his senses, Asta was shocked to realize that he appeared outside Audrey's window. And then, he recalled the cause and effect. A bit like hindsight. If he wants to overcome this situation, he can use the power of the Palace of Stars to suppress it when the chaos is about to be eroded. But you can also choose to let it go. After all, this is only a short-term negative impact. It will be completely back to normal in about 10 days and a half. It's like a spring. The more you squeeze it, the more amazing power it will burst out. So you need to let it relax occasionally. Hastur took advantage of his rationality to think these things through quickly, in order to avoid irreparable behavior during this period of chaos. Hastur implanted the forbidden matters deep in his heart in the form of psychological suggestions. But after all, he is not an extraordinary person in the audience channel, and simple psychological suggestions may not be able to serve as a reminder. Are you asking Audrey for help? Hastur was lost in thought. With Audrey's intelligence, she would definitely guess the culprit who knocked on the window last night. Why don't you try Susie? It seems a bit unreliable. Hastur stayed in the study for half an hour before going downstairs to enjoy breakfast. I glanced at the time. It was past 8 o'clock. In order not to behave too strangely, Hastur went upstairs and locked himself in the study. He prepared to spend half of the morning in the study. As time passed, the feeling of chaos did not come, which made Asta feel a little guilty. He could only pray that no one would visit him in the morning. At about 9:30, Butler Neil knocked on the study door. Your Majesty, Miss Audrey came to visit, and is now in the living room downstairs. I'll go down right now. You have someone prepare some refreshments and deliver them to the study later. After Butler Neil left, Hastur opened the door and came out. After taking a few deep breaths, he cheered up and went downstairs pretending that nothing happened. Audrey smiled and said, Mr. Hastur, I take the liberty of interrupting. I welcome the arrival of Miss Audrey at any time, Hastur said, then looked at Susie who was following Audrey, and also said low to her. And Susie responded with a bark. After a brief chat, Hastur invited Audrey to the study room on the second floor to chat. Susie also followed. When she was going up the stairs, Susie suddenly came to Hastur's trousers. Her nose was slightly twitching, and she sniffed carefully several times. Asta was calm on the surface, but he was a little panicked in his heart. Could it be that Susie's nose was really able to smell that the person who knocked on the window to visit last night was her? Fortunately, Susie didn't notice anything and returned to Audrey. When I arrived at the study, the door was closed. Audrey, who was sitting on the sofa, said mysteriously, "Mr. Hastur, I seem to have met a Batman last night." She described what she saw and heard last night in detail using her imagination. Batman? Miss Audrey, you are very good at making associations. You have already guessed the head of a fictional creature like the Batman that lives in horror novels. Hastur maintained a decent smile on his face. I haven't encountered bats yet. Maybe there will be traces of their activities in the southern continent. Audrey let out a light sigh. Her eyes widened slightly and said, Mr. Hastur, is there really such a creature as the Batman? Hastur chuckled and said, the so-called Batmen may just be giant bats with an exaggerated appearance. Under dim lighting conditions at night, people can easily misunderstand them and make excessive associations with them. Audrey thought seriously for a while, frowned and said, I also think that figure doesn't look like a Batman, but more like a human being. Asta's heart skipped a beat, and he slightly looked away from Audrey, and then met Susie's faint gaze that seemed to see through everything. If it was really a Batman, when it was frightened, it would flap its wings and fly into the sky. How could it fall to the ground like a human and run into the night again? Audrey analyzed it carefully, and then lowered her voice and asked, could someone sneak into my house in the middle of the night and spy on me? Can there be such a boring person? Hastur remained calm. Audrey thought seriously for a moment, and felt that there could not be such a boring person. Maybe the figure last night was just some kind of strange creature living deep in the dense forest, and it happened to run near her home last night. After suppressing the matter, Audrey asked about Hastur's life experience in South Wales. Asta breathed a sigh of relief and began to seriously share with Audrey what he had seen and heard in South Wales. He deliberately explained everything clearly, and after finishing talking about this topic, it was time for Miss Audrey to go back. Is my second brother okay? Your Excellency Alfred. He likes living in South Wales very much. He also said that the climate here is far more pleasant than the southern continent. Asta then told Audrey some things about Alfred's career. Audrey listened carefully with a sweet smile on her face. She was just worried that her second brother was unwilling to come back to Backland because he was angry with his elder brother. If she could find a suitable road for him in South Wales, she would be relieved. After talking about these things, Audrey will lead to Russell's diary. Although she has been acquiring Russell's diary recently, the acquisition speed is getting slower and slower. Just as Hastur was about to answer, confusion suddenly appeared in his mind and began to erode his clear mind. He was stunned for several seconds, and after Audrey's soft call, he subconsciously replied, Russell is a person with a particularly chaotic private life. The more you get to know him, the closer your impression of him will be to disillusionment. Audrey asked curiously, is this the latest research result of Mr. Hastur? Before Russell rose to prominence, he had always been involved in aristocratic banquets, and his private life was extremely corrupt. He would not reject anyone from aristocratic ladies to mature ladies. Oh, by the way, he was also admired and valued by several male aristocrats. Audrey's cheeks were slightly red, and she looked at Hastur with some anger. How could she say these things in front of her face? But it sounded interesting, and she somehow wanted to hear more. Well, just a little. Susie, who was lying at Audrey's feet, also listened carefully. In addition to having a lot to criticize in his private life, he is also not good in other aspects. Standing on the shoulders of giants, he has plagiarized many works that do not belong to him. Ah! Audrey exclaimed when she heard this. And even Susie barked. What new discoveries has Mr. Hastur made in South Wales? This is obviously a turn from a fan of Emperor Russell to a negative person. Audrey asked in a low voice, Mr. Asta, are you okay? Asta smiled at Audrey. I'm fine. As he spoke, he walked out from behind the desk, sat on the sofa side by side with Audrey, lowered his head, and reached out to touch Susie's head. Susie, I will give you some books by Hermes next time. He is a master of mysticism in the spiritual field. He has also studied the spiritual dragon. His books can help you better understand and learn psychology. Woof. Susie immediately perked up and became very interested in psychology. Audrey, who was sitting next to Hastur, hesitated to speak. Her cheeks were slightly red. She also wanted to read the works left by the mystical master Hermes. That was the great figure who created the ancient Hermetic language. It can be said that he was the enlightening light of mankind in the field of mysticism. But she was embarrassed to admit that she was already on the same level as Susie. If there is a chance in the future, let Hermes give you a private lesson. Hastur casually dropped another piece of bombsh. L news. Woof. Susie looked delighted and her tail kept wagging. Audrey was stunned and asked in confusion, Mr. Hastur, Master Hermes is still alive? As a master in the field of mysticism, he is naturally also a powerful, extraordinary person. How can he die so easily and just live with a new identity? Audrey thought it right, and strong expectations surged in her heart. If such a legendary figure really came to give Susie a private lesson, she would follow him and listen. Is there any reason to bypass the owner and teach the dog a lesson? It should be more like having Susie observe her private lessons. Wait, is Mr. Hastur today a little different from usual? Audrey blinked, then narrowed her eyes and began to carefully observe Mr. Hastur today. Chapter 340, Star Organization. Sage. Except when dancing at the banquet. Audrey had never observed Hastur at such a close distance. From her tone of conversation, facial expressions to her clothing and perfume taste, she paid close attention to observing Mr. Hastur, who was nearby. The most obvious thing is his behavior and conversation. Today, Mr. Asta speaks more relaxedly and casually. In the past, he might have thought about every word he said in his mind first, or even several times. But today, what he said was open and frank, and he spoke frankly without thinking. Audrey tried to ask, Mr. Hastur, do you think I look good? Of course, this is an undoubted fact. Whether it is me or others, as soon as they see you, their eyes will naturally focus on you. Asta turned slightly sideways, looked at Audrey seriously and said, Miss Audrey can doubt many things, but she should never doubt her own beauty, unless you want to question everyone's beauty standards. Audrey's cheeks were slightly red, and she was a little more certain of her guess. In the past, Mr. Hastur would not have said such overt words of praise. Mr. Hastur, do you feel that you are any different today than before? Have it? Maybe I saw it wrong. Audrey didn't dwell on this topic, and the smile hidden in her eyes became even more intense. Mr. Hastur, how did you sleep last night? Of course it's good. Asta smiled, got up and left the sofa, returned to sit behind the desk. I drank some wine last night and slept soundly when I came back. I didn't wake up until early this morning. Suspicion flashed in Audrey's eyes. I thought Mr. Hastur went out for a walk in the middle of the night. She emphasized the word midnight quite strongly. Night is a time for sleeping. A gift from the goddess. Hastur has not forgotten that he is a believer of the goddess of night. Audrey praised the goddess in unison, and then asked, Mr. Hastur, when we digest the potion, will the knowledge brewed in the potion affect our normal behavior? The higher the sequence, the more obvious this influence becomes. Asta thought for a moment, and then added, the essence of the extraordinary path is chaos and madness. The closer to the peak, the closer to madness. Audrey nodded solemnly, and after chatting for a while, Audrey got up and left. Hastur sent her downstairs and watched her board the carriage. Before leaving, Audrey deliberately opened the car curtain and showed a bright smile. Mr. Asta, it is better to visit during the day. Hastur was not too surprised. He just smiled without responding and watched Audrey's carriage go away. On the carriage, Audrey was humming a little tune and was in a particularly good mood. Susie looked at her curiously and couldn't help but let out a bark. Susie, I discovered another little secret of Mr. Hastur. Woof? It was agreed to be a secret, so of course I can't tell you. Woof. In the afternoon, Hastur took the steam train and left Backland. This left Forsey and Zio, who came late to ask Hastur for help, to look for Audrey's help instead. The two of them now don't even have a serious hiding place, so they can only live in a hotel temporarily. The consumption is too high, and their savings cannot last long. Hugh, in disguise, arrived near Earl Hall's house and waited for about half an hour before meeting Susie out for a walk. She'll walk by as if nothing had happened, and a penny slipped from her finger inadvertently. When she squatted down to pick up the money, she used the cover of her body to stuff a note into Susie's new bag. After a brief contact, Zio came to a nearby cafe and met Forsey, who was waiting here. 20 minutes passed before Audrey led Susie into the cafe. As soon as she sat down, Susie consciously walked around and patrolled. Have you encountered any difficulties? Audrey could tell at a glance that Zio and Forsey were uneasy, as if they wanted to say something but were embarrassed to say it. Forsey nodded and said, I need Miss Audrey to help me with something. Zio next to them briefly told them what they had experienced during this period, but skipped over the matter of the Star Believers. A suitable place to live. Let me think about it. Audrey thought for a while, then clicked on 3 places on the table. I bought several houses in the early years. These 3 houses have not been rented out yet. You can choose one to move in. Forsey and Zio finally understood how wonderful it is to have a rich woman friend. The two finally chose a house very close to the Temple of Storms. As for the key, I'll ask Susie to bring it to you when I get back. Thank you, Miss Audrey. You're welcome. You have helped me with many things. Zio said with a serious face. I will definitely work hard to fulfill Miss Audrey's orders from now on. Audrey just smiled, tasted a cup of coffee, and left with Susie. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Forsey and Zio simply cleaned the 2 bedrooms in the house. Hugh, I'm so tired. Forsey slumped down on the sofa in the living room on the first floor and stretched out his hands to rub his sore shoulders and thighs. Zio brought 2 cups of hot tea, handed one to Forsey, glanced at her and said, I've asked you to exercise more, but now you start to feel tired after doing a little work. You have to work carefully again tomorrow. Cleaning up again. I'm not coming. I'm too tired. Forsey shook his head and lay down on the sofa, not wanting to move at all. That's not possible. This house has 3 floors. The first floor has a living room, kitchen, storage room, and 3 maid rooms. The second floor has 4 bedrooms, a study room, and 2 bathrooms. Zio counted carefully and added, You can leave it alone on the 3rd floor, but we must clean the 1st and 2nd floors so that they will be more comfortable to live in. Forsey closed his eyes and sighed. Zio, do you think we deserve to live in such a good house? Zio also fell silent. Yes. The money the 2 of them earn in a year is probably enough to pay the rent of this house. On weekdays, I never dared to imagine that I can live in such a luxurious house. And it is also a 3-story villa. Fortunately, Miss Audrey never mentioned a word about the rent issue from beginning to end. She just let them live wherever they wanted. If they needed anything, they could ask her for help. Fortunately, we got to know Miss Audrey. Yes. The 2 looked at each other with the same feeling. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, when Forsey and Zio were going upstairs to rest, a tall and slender figure suddenly appeared from the center of the hall. This scene made the 2 people's expressions change slightly, and they looked at the mature and elegant woman in front of them with wary expressions. I want to form an organization affiliated with the stars, and you 2 are here to help me. Bernadette just glanced at Shio and Forsey calmly, and the majesty inherent in her body made Forsey and Zio tremble unconsciously. Are you also a believer in the stars? Forsey remembered that the person who helped rescue Zio sounded like this voice. Bernadette said calmly, Well, the person hiding in Backland has not been completely uncovered yet. You 2 had better follow me to avoid being caught again. There are not many believers in the stars. And Forsey and Zio are both believers in the stars. They are also considered to be the few people she can use in Backland, and protecting the followers of the stars. This is what she should do to relieve the worries of the stars. Zio stuttered a little and asked, Who are you? You can call me Bernadette. Forsey's eyes flashed with surprise. This name really sounds nice, and it seems to have a sense of nobility. The whole person's temperament is very much like Miss Audrey. To be precise, it is Miss Audrey's temperament after experiencing many things when she grew up. Zio, who has been paying attention to various bounties all year round, felt that the woman in front of him looked familiar, but couldn't remember it for a while. Forsey gradually regained his composure. How should we trust you? Bernadette just raised her hand gently, and 2 pea vines shot up from the ground, taking Forsey and Zio to the clouds in an instant. She looked up at the stars and saluted slightly. Great stars. Believer Bernadette hereby prays for your gaze. After a while, the stars in the starry sky gathered together to create a mysterious and majestic palace of stars. In the Hall of Stars, the great stars that watch everything are penetrating the starry sky and casting their gaze at him. Forsey and Zio quickly imitated Bernadette's movements and praised the stars. Bernadette said, The stars believers need an organization that can unite. I am willing to form the stars organization. Firstly, it can give all the stars believers a shelter. Secondly, it can also facilitate the completion of the stars' instructions. Establish a mysterious organization? It's a good idea. And there really should be an organization of stars. It's just that today's followers of the stars, namely Bernadette, Forsey, and Zio, can of course add themselves and the stars container. As for Lady Lisa, they are the yellow monks, and Hastur doesn't want them involved. With Bernadette's rich organizational experience, we can look forward to the future. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur agreed to Bernadette's request after thinking briefly. The stars will always protect you. With these words, Hastur dispersed into the familiar starry sky. Then you are the Pope? Forsey asked tentatively. You may call me Sage. Bernadette had her own ambitions in creating the star organization. A wise man needs to guide the lost to the right path. It is closer to the image of a navigator, puzzle solver, and purifier, rather than the Pope who symbolizes majesty and power. Creating a new organization, developing it from scratch, and being under the gaze of the stars is very conducive to her performance digestion. Forsey and Zio looked at each other and said in unison, I have seen a sage. Bernadette nodded slightly, her eyes looking deep. If sequence 2 is not enough to save his father, then go one step further. Chapter 341 Struggled Faith. South Wales. Inside the castle. Azhara is lying comfortably in her little nest. There is a pile of dried fish on the left, a pile of dried fish on the right, and a pile of dried fish under the small pillow. During this time, Sharon was busy playing the role of a puppet, sometimes not moving for several days, and it naturally became the boss of the entire castle. As long as it wanders around the kitchen, it can harvest a bunch of dried fish without anyone stopping it. They even specially prepared a small stove for it to cook some food for it. Compared with cooked food, it feels that the original flavor of dried fish is the most comfortable to eat. In addition to material comfort, it can sleep as long as it wants to wake up naturally every day, eat some dried fish when it wakes up, and then continue to sleep. There is no need to go out to exercise at night. Sometimes when Sharon ends the puppet show, he will also please accompany Sharon to go for a walk in the meadow or forest. The days are so comfortable, until someone pinched the back of its neck and picked it up from the den, which had obviously gained a lot of weight. It knew that its dream was coming to an end. Isra, your food is very good during this time. There was murderous intent in these words. And Azhara hurriedly meowed softly to please the master in front of her, who had returned from an outing. Hastur glanced at the small dried fish divided into 3 or 4 piles in the den, and waved to the maids to clean up the den. Azhara covered her eyes with her paws, feeling so heartbroken that she couldn't bear to look directly. Your belly has gained at least a few pounds. Meow, Azhara protested. It was obviously only a small circle, and it would disappear after a few days of exercise. It seems that we need to lock all the dried fish in the warehouse to prevent you from getting up in the middle of the night to eat them. Meow. After scolding Azhara, who was about to turn into a big orange, Hastur came to Sharon's room. There was no one in the room, and there was no breath. Meow. Azhara jumped out of Hastur's arms, ran outside a closet, and scratched it lightly with her little paws. Hastur stepped forward and opened the cabinet door. In the dark environment, Sharon was acting motionless as a qualified puppet. Breathing, heartbeat, breath. If Sharon goes out to an exhibition at this moment, no one will think that she is a living person. The whole person looks like an exquisite and beautiful dress-up doll or puppet. Hastur didn't bother, just took a look and closed the cabinet door again. After leaving Sharon's room, Hastur came to the study. Caius was already waiting with a stack of documents. Hastur asked him to put the documents on the desk, leaned slightly against the back of his chair, and listened to him talk about the changes in South Wales during this period. His trip to Backlund took 13 days and back, and most of the time was wasted on the journey. Over the past few days, the storms on the sea have become more and more intense, and the Storm Church is capable of setting off huge waves to purify the entire sea. Except for pirate kings like Nast who could remain unmoved. Many pirate groups have withdrawn to the southern continent, away from the waters where the Church of Storms is located. As for the pirates near the coast of South Wales, they have basically been wiped out. During this period, there has not been a single incident of pirates robbing merchant ships, and the coastal fishing villages have not been affected. As maritime trade in various ports became more prosperous, more taxes were paid. Several big businessmen even came forward to donate money, saying that they were raising military funds for the Navy's mission of eradicating pirates. Everything is moving in the right direction, except for the increasing dissatisfaction of the Archduke of Southwell. It was unbearable for him to watch him make a lot of money and gain an excellent reputation. After all, These 8 important ports were his pocketbook at the beginning. So he said 2 waves of people to invite him to discuss some matters. Hastur had not returned at that time. So he naturally declined easily. It's just a matter of going back and forth. I'm not used to it, and I need to rest at home for half a month. No. A month. Hastur thought of any reason and asked Caius to send the invitation from the Archduke of Southwell. Wait for a while. And if there is any change in the southern continent, the Grand Duke of Nanwal will naturally stop. My subordinates will go and deal with it now. After Caius left, Hastur turned his attention to the documents on the desk. In addition to some important documents signed recently, there are also several bills related to 8 ports. Hastur first read all the data on the bill and murmured, "No wonder the Grand Duke of Southwell is so greedy. If I collect taxes at this rate for a year, I can earn at least 1 million gold pounds. 120,000 gold pounds. This amount of money is the net profit after deducting various expenses. He can transfer it at any time to enrich his small treasury. Once port business develops, huge profits will indeed be made. This is more than what Earl Hall's bankers earn. It seems that we have to let the southern continent continue to cause trouble for a while without being able to visit the north, so that I can earn more gold pounds." Hastur was deep in thought, tapping his fingers on the table. Now that the Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master have left the southern continent with the members of the Rose School, the main operator there should be Adam, the true creator, and the original witch. As for the local forces, unless the god of death returns, they are destined to become only pawns on someone else's chessboard. Grey Carey, let him continue to stay in the spirit world. Although he signed the contract, Hastur did not think that he could freely use the true god, who was not known as the ancestor of the Phoenix, or the Hades Emperor Salinger. At night, the light of the stars shines on the sea, making the waves sparkling and swaying. A ship is passing through the Sunian Sea at will. It is said that the end of the Sunia Sea is the kingdom of gods. According to the classic records of the Aurora Society, the kingdom of the Lord is at the end of the Sunia Sea. Unfortunately, there is a sea of ruins in the middle, blocking all brave explorers. Mr. A stood on the bow of the ship and carefully compared the route on the map with the stars in the sky to confirm that the ship was moving in the direction that would pass through the dangerous sea of ruins. It's a pity that Lord Aurelius is not here right now. Otherwise he would definitely know how to cross the sea of ruins and enter the kingdom of the Lord. Perhaps I will die in the sea of ruins, because the Lord cannot allow a traitor who abandons his faith to enter his eternal kingdom. Mr. I was in a complicated mood and glanced at the silent cabin. He is not a fool. Lord Aurelius's previous attitude said everything. It's just that he never wanted to admit it. So he deceived himself and used lame excuses to avoid the truth. But the closer he gets to the kingdom of the Lord, the clearer he becomes, and the harder it becomes to deceive himself. The one lying in the coffin in the cabin was not the Lord, but a god who came from nowhere. He chose himself for a reason to be his mouthpiece in communicating with the Lord. "You're upset," a voice sounded, and Mr. A suddenly felt a pious belief in his heart. "Yes, my heart is confused. Merciful Lord, can you answer my doubts?" Mr. A was lying on the ground, raised his head slightly, and looked at the figure that he should have been chasing all his life. Being too sober will only lead to trouble. "Lord, I can protect you until the end of my life." Mr. A showed a painful look on his face and said with a bit of sadness, "But I still just want to die as a believer of the Lord. Have you only learned how to seek death during this long journey?" Mr. A was silent, looking at the dreamlike sea of ruins in the distance, which was very beautiful and shocking. Perhaps only such a terrifying and beautiful place can become the only way to the kingdom of the Lord God. I really want to live. I really want to see the Lord. I really want to crawl at his feet. But I know that I can't cross that sea safely. Once the faith that has been shaken steps into the kingdom of the Lord, it will be a kind of blasphemy. The blasphemers will surely pay for their sins with death. You will see the figure you have been chasing all your life. This is my gift to you. But you might as well end your life right here. Mr. A remained silent for a long time before smiling and saying, "I will save my questions until I meet the Lord. This is the right choice. Lord, if you had appeared earlier, I might not have had to struggle like this. Does faith without inner struggle have any meaning?" Mr. A felt inexplicably enlightened, and he seemed to have figured out something. Along the way, his struggling heart is gradually finding the right answer as he moves forward on the pilgrimage. Under the moonlight, the ships move forward leisurely, and a fleet of ships suddenly appeared in front of him, attracting Mr. A's attention. Before he could take a closer look, the figure in front of him had already passed across the sea and arrived on the flagship deck of the fleet. On the future, Katla in the captain's room was disturbed by someone saying that an unknown visitor had landed on the deck. When Katla came out of the captain's cabin and rushed to the bow deck, a group of people had gathered around her. Her second officer was calming everyone's emotions so that no conflicts would arise. Katla signaled everyone to quiet down. She took 2 steps forward and said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, "I am the captain of the future. Star Admiral Katla. Who are you? And why are you here?" Hastur did not speak, but glanced around the crew of the future. His eyes fell on Frank, who was still immersed in his hybrid research, and then moved away to land on Katla, who was standing in front of him. Chapter 342 The Sea of Ruins. The place where the ancient sun god fell. Katla was also sizing up the uninvited guest in front of her. During this period, the counterattack from the Church of Storms became more and more intense. It was easy to encounter the hunting team of the Church of Storms while sailing outside. In order to reduce the necessary sacrifices, she chose to sail the fleet to the outskirts of the Sea of Ruins, using the natural barriers here to hide her traces. Although the Sea of Ruins is a famously dangerous sea area, as long as it does not go deep, the risk factor is not great. The figure that suddenly appears in front of you is most likely an illusion formed by the Sea of Ruins, and you need to deal with it carefully. Just passing by, Hastur spoke calmly, and looked past Katla to the golden Sea of Ruins. Even though they are far apart, the ancient aura mixed with madness and chaos still hits us. That was the place where the ancient sun god fell, and the golden ocean was transformed by the divine blood of the ancient sun god. After passing through this dangerous sea, you can enter the land abandoned by the gods through the projection of the giant king's court. It is not known whether the real creator welcomes his visit. Your Excellency, you also came to the Sea of Ruins for refuge, or for adventure. Katla still did not relax her vigilance. I am returning to the kingdom of God. Hastur glanced at Katla. The figure you are following is now following an unreachable figure. Katla's heart was filled with panic, as her whole mind was being seen through. Bernadette is a believer in the stars, and this news is no longer a particularly obscure secret on the sea. Who are you? Hastur did not answer the question. He swayed and passed by the future. When he passed by Frank, he left a message. Your mushrooms are very good. Frank looked happy and subconsciously raised his head, but he could only see a silhouette heading towards the Sea of Ruins. He thought for a while, came to his captain, and said excitedly, "He is affirming my research. He is really a visionary person. This vision is really different." Katla glanced at Frank and said nothing. After a while, when Mr. A ship passed by, all the cannons on the future were aimed at it. Mr. A said calmly, "I am here to explore the kingdom of the Lord, and I have no intention of conflicting with you. Are you a member of the Aurora Society?" Katla said with a bit of disgust on her face. "I'm just a devout follower of the Lord." The 3 men on the deck had cold faces, and were about to take action. The members of the Aurora Society were all lunatics. Once encountered, it was normal operation to kill them and sink them into the sea to feed the fish. Katla waved her hand to stop them and asked, "Are you the only one on this ship?" "Mr. A said with a smile, "I am just a follower, leading by the Lord to go to the kingdom of the Lord." The nagging words made Katla a little unhappy. "Captain, don't waste time with these lunatics. It's better to deal with him as soon as possible so that we can get out of here." The 3rd officer expressed his opinion. Katla looked at the silent 2nd officer Heath Doyle, who was also an beyonder on the hangman pathway. Feeling Katla's gaze, Heath Doyle said with complicated eyes, "Has the Lord really given you guidance?" Ever since he set foot on the hangman's path, he had also heard mysterious murmurs that could drive people crazy and lose their mind. "I also had the idea of looking for the kingdom of the Lord God." Unlike Mr. A, he did not choose to join the Aurora Society. "Haven't you already met?" The smile on Mr. A's lips gradually spread. Everyone felt an inexplicable cold spreading, as if there were tentacles crawling on the surface of the skin. Heath Doyle shuddered even more, with fear in his eyes, and he subconsciously looked at the figure that had already moved away. Katla said with a cold face, "This joke is not funny at all. The Lord is waiting for me. If you also want to witness a miracle, then come with me." Mr. A gradually showed a crazy look on his face, and said in a suppressed and eager tone, "The Lord is in his kingdom of God, awaiting our arrival. He is calling us. Let him go." Katla still didn't choose to take action. This was her spiritual intuition. Her spirituality told her that the mysterious figure just now was once on this ship, especially when she saw with her own eyes the coffin parked inside the cabin. When she said these words, the cold and frightening feeling around her disappeared instantly. Heath Doyle was silent for a while and said, "I wish you a smooth journey." He has become accustomed to life in the future, and finding the kingdom of the Lord is too far away for him. Mr. A stood on the bow of the ship, looking at the sea of ruins, and said regretfully, "You missed the miracle." At this time, the originally peaceful sea of ruins began to boil, as if being disturbed by some kind of force. The golden wave began to surge outward. The surrounding sea area was instantly illuminated and dyed with a golden light. In those bright golden lights, illusions began to form, and mysterious whispers came from all directions at this time. "Get out of here!" Katla did not hesitate at all and ordered the fleet to use full power and leave the sea area that had become very dangerous. The last two ships that had no time to get away were swept by the golden wave and turned into an eternal background. The future seemed to be far away from the golden wave, but the sea area in front seemed to be suddenly cut off, and the original route could no longer be seen clearly. Call! Ho! At this time, huge and slow breathing sounds regularly reached the ears of every future crew member. Katla's expression changed slightly, and the other crew members also hurriedly picked up their weapons and stared at the sea with high vigilance. This is the periphery of the Sea of Ruins. Logically speaking, this gasping sound cannot be heard. Only if you go deep into the ruins will you be affected. Heath Doyle covered his head with both hands and groaned in pain. There are corpses. There's a huge body breathing there. He only had time to say these two sentences and growled before his body began to undergo changes. His body was covered with tumor-like blood cells and covered with bloodshot eyes. Katla whispered a spell, causing the light of purifying pollution to shine on Heath Doyle's body. The third officer cursed at the side and said, "Damn it! The member of the Aurora Society must have offended something to cause this disaster." Heath Doyle regained his sense a little and said quickly, "Quick! Follow that boat, or we will all die here." Katla glanced around and realized that the seemingly insignificant boat was sailing calmly on the golden ocean without any abnormality at all. Even the sea near the boat is far gentler and quieter than other places. The channel it travels through seems like a starlight traveling through the golden ocean. "Turn around. Follow that boat." Katla made a decisive decision, and the future turned around and followed the traces left by the small boat. The future easily caught up with Mr. A's boat. He came to the stern and looked at the future, which deliberately slowed down to follow behind. Heath Doyle, who had gradually returned to normal, volunteered, "Captain, let me talk to him. I have many questions to think about clearly. I will go with you." Katla also has many questions in her heart. Mr. A just watched Katla and Katla's visit quietly. Heath Doyle couldn't wait to ask, "Did the Lord really send an oracle?" A smile appeared on Mr. A's face. "Haven't you already met the Lord?" The same sentence sounded different and shocking at the moment. What I thought was a joke turned out to be true. Is that mysterious man just now the incarnation of the true Creator? Is it possible? This is too dreamy. The incarnation of the true Creator actually passed them by like this? But if it weren't for the protection of the gods, how could such a small boat sail smoothly on this dangerous sea? If it weren't for the Lord's protection, I would have fallen into the abyss forever when I stepped into the sea. Mr. A's eyes fell on Heath Doyle and said seriously, "If you are also a believer in the Lord, then you will witness the greatest miracle. I don't deserve to see the true face of the Lord." There was a look of pain in Heath Doyle's eyes. His faith was not that firm, and it was only because of a short-term miracle that his faith was revived. What a pity. Mr. A sighed. He really wanted to share his joy at this moment with others. Katla said calmly, "Can you tell us your experience along the way? I would love to share the gifts of the Lord with you." Mr. A began to slowly talk about his journey. The journey was as plain as water, and there really wasn't much to praise. It's not so much a journey as it is Mr. A's reflections on his pilgrimage. Katla still listened patiently, trying to piece together the true story of the matter from some fragments of words. Heath Doyle listened very carefully, especially when Mr. A mentioned that the hanged man symbolized burden and sacrifice, and he became even more enlightened. After telling about his journey, Mr. A looked at the dim sky with stars and murmured, "It's almost dawn." Katla's heart moved slightly, and she wanted to ask what the special meaning of this sentence was. But she suddenly felt that her body was wrapped in some power, and she was sent to the deck of the future in the blink of an eye. Another person who shared her shock was Heath Doyle. Is this the power of the gods? While Katla was shocked, she also felt deeply frightened. The true Creator is not a good god, but an evil god, a symbol of corruption and pollution. Maybe he made such a noise because he wanted to use the future to perform a sacrificial ceremony. In the morning, a new day comes. In Pudding Port, Asta woke up from his deep sleep, with some pain still remaining in his head. During the divine descent last night, he spent too much power, resulting in a loss of spiritual power, and he has not recovered until now. Chapter 343 Fish-type Mushroom Man. Meow. Azhara jumped on the quilt, curled up on Hastur's chest, raised her little eyes, and showed a flattering cat-like smile. There was no way. The number of dried fish collected in it had plummeted in the past 2 days, and it was also strictly required to control its diet. It could only try to please the owner, who had the power of dried fish. Hastur rubbed his painful eyebrows and corners of his eyes, then stretched out his hand to stroke Azhara's little head for a while, before getting up from the bed. After going to the bathroom to wash up and come out, I was surprised to find that Sharon finally came out of the cabinet today and seemed to be in a good mood. Hastur invited her to have breakfast with her, and she did not refuse. Azhara also approached Sharon and let her hold her. In the restaurant on the first floor, Hastur and Sharon enjoyed 7 or 8 exquisite breakfasts, and Azhara ate small meatloaf mixed with nutritious meats cooked in a special stove. This made Azhara's eyes brighten instantly, and she suddenly overcame the frustration of not having any dried fish to eat. Hastur returned to Backland on this trip and brought 3 more chefs, who were dedicated to cooking various delicacies. After breakfast, Hastur and Sharon, who had rarely finished playing, took Azhara and wandered outside in the garden. Hastur also took the opportunity to update Sharon on the latest situation between Merrick and the Temperance Party. Sharon just listened silently. After Hastur finished speaking, she spoke softly. "I want to go to the southern continent." Hastur frowned subconsciously. All forces in the southern continent were mixed and entangled, and the situation was extremely chaotic. It was best to stay away at the moment. I received news that the members of the Indulgent sect have left the southern continent. It's time to go back and rebuild the True Rose School. Sharon rarely spoke too much and continued. "My teacher once assisted her father in establishing the Highland Kingdom. Now the kingdom needs help." Hearing this, Asta finally said, "Is this what your teacher meant?" Sharon shook her head. "This is my own idea. Too dangerous." "I know." Sharon and Hastur looked at each other, then fell into a brief silence. Hastur's tone softened a little. "I don't want you to take risks. This is what I have to do." Sharon's calm eyes showed little emotion, but her words were firm. "Let me ask Mrs. Lisa to accompany you. You need her help more than I do." Sharon took out the destiny charm and whispered, "It's enough for me." Hastur was about to say something when Sharon smiled slightly and said, "Trust me." In response, Hastur could only nod it and agreed to Sharon's adventure in the southern continent. Sharon should have decided on this trip to the southern continent when she left Backland. Now she is already familiar with the various abilities of the puppet sequence. A demigod can indeed change many things. Meow. Azhara reluctantly snuggled into Sharon's arms. It was not until Sharon said that she would bring it some dried fish from the southern continent that it felt much better. Sharon is a person who can go as soon as she wants. In the afternoon, she took the ferry to the southern continent. After watching Sharon leave, Hastur sighed softly and stroked Azhara's head. "Little one, it will be even harder for you to eat dried fish in the future." Meow. Azhara almost exploded and even lost the dried fish. Then wouldn't Azhara suddenly have to face double sorrow? Just when Hastur was about to take Azhara for a walk along the seaside, he heard Mr. A's urgent prayers for help. One after another. Very urgent. In the Sea of Ruins, the golden water is surging all the time, setting off a big wave that is higher than the last wave. A small boat led the way, and the future followed closely behind and moved slowly. Everything was going well until aboard the future, Frank's carefully cultivated mushrooms developed deformities and mutations. Frank, who heard Hastur's praise yesterday, began to study his mushroom hybridization technology. He thought that he had gone deep into the Sea of Ruins and would definitely not be able to get out in a short time. The food supply on the ship might be insufficient, so he wanted to develop a fish mushroom that could reproduce in the soil. In this way, the crew can not only taste the deliciousness of mushrooms, but also eat fish. The two flavors are superimposed, and they can also be paired with meat and vegetables. His idea was good, and the process went smoothly. He planted the mushrooms in the belly of the fish smoothly, then dug a hole of a suitable size in the soil in the empty barrel, planted the fish head in it, and watered it with some water from the sea, the golden water inside. It took him half a day to finally cultivate fish-shaped mushroom No. 1, and then improved it and cultivated fish-shaped mushroom No. 2 and fish-shaped mushroom No. 3. But just when everything was going well, fish mushroom No. 3 began to grow crazily. They no longer needed to absorb nutrients from the soil, and a large mushroom bush grew as soon as they landed on the ground. Moreover, the mushrooms also grow in the wind, as if they can absorb sufficient nutrients directly from the air. At first, he was a little happy, because this way all the crew could eat new food that was both nutritious and tasty. But these mushrooms grew to the size of half an adult, and even grew a pair of legs. They can walk upright and produce small mushrooms wherever they go. Sometimes they open their mouths and spit out a large mushroom bush. Soon, the mushrooms were dissatisfied with staying in the cultivation cabin and began to expand their territory. When Katla found out, she was so angry that she almost slapped Frank unconscious. There are fish heads, mushroom bodies, human legs, some with 3 legs, some with 4 legs, and some even have black leg hair on them. These weird things, she really wanted to stuff them into Frank's stomach one by one. Seeing that the mushroom people started to multiply, Katla made a quick decision and chose to burn them with fire. But she didn't expect that after the mushroom man was burned by the flames, a hallucinogenic light purple smoke would be produced, which combined with the illusion of the Sea of Ruins, would put the entire future ship in danger. Mr. A on the boat was just watching from a distance, but the light purple smoke drifted in the wind, and he was also caught. In addition, some mushroom people who were burned by the flames jumped into the sea, escaped the flames, and then climbed onto the boat and began to reproduce again. Mr. A could not handle these mushroom men by himself. Seeing that they were about to disturb the Lord's peace, he could only pray crazily to the Lord in his heart, asking for the Lord's coming. But before the Lord came, he was swallowed up by the illusion. When Hastur arrived, Mr. A on the boat had disappeared, and only a group of fish-shaped mushroom people were multiplying everywhere. This mushroom king really deserves his reputation. The corner of Hastur's mouth twitched slightly, and his fingertips raised a wisp of purifying holy light belonging to the authority of the eternal blazing sun. And the swarms of mushroom people turned into countless light spots and dissipated. After dealing with the mushroom people on the boat, Hastur came to the future again. There was no trace of anyone on the ship, leaving only a kingdom of mushroom people. After purifying these strange and unsightly mushrooms, Hastur pulled out a fragment of destiny from the air. On the screen, the moment when everyone was swallowed up by the illusion was clearly shown. It is difficult to distinguish reality from reality in the Sea of Ruins. Sometimes, illusion is reality. The fallen ancient sun god, the chaotic authority he left here, is enough to substitute falsehood for truth. Understanding this, Hastur also stepped into the world of illusion. On the blue sea, seagulls fly in the direction of the sea breeze. 3 suns hang high in the sky. One of the suns has a one eye inside, and the other sun is dragged by 2 Pegasus horses that look like they are made of gold. Running in the sky with only one sun is normal. This is not a black monastery, but more like a combined fantasy. Asta searched around and quickly found Mr. A. At this moment, he was facing the direction of the one-eyed sun and worshipping devoutly. Directly below the one-eyed sun stood a huge black mountain. A sparkling channel connects Mr. A to the mountain. When Hastur arrived, Mr. A stretched out a finger on his right hand and shushed, indicating that Hastur could not speak. After a while, he chuckled and said in a stupidly low voice, "Listen to me. The Lord is watching everything in his kingdom of God. As long as we offer our devout faith, he will lead us to his kingdom of God." Hastur listened silently, then grabbed Mr. A's right shoulder and threw him out of the illusion world. After dealing with Mr. A, Hastur walked along the sea. On the way, he met the crew of the future and gently fanned a strong wind, sweeping them out of the illusory world. After wandering around for a while, Asta found Frank, who was still obsessed with studying new mushrooms. The topic he studied this time was how to hybridize mushrooms and jellyfish to produce fluorescent mushrooms. His research encountered a bottleneck, and he kept frowning in thought. Asta took a closer look and reminded, "It is daytime now, and the fluorescence will not be obvious until night." Frank slapped his thigh suddenly, showing an expression of enlightenment. "You can grow sunshine mushrooms so that they produce harvestable sunlight like the sun. It's a good suggestion. I'll try it now." Frank continued to indulge in his research, and Hastur did not disturb him, nor did he throw him out of the illusion world. Just let him continue to toss around here. Chapter 344 Azhara. You are worse than a dog. Continuing to move along the direction of the end of the sea, on a huge black reef protruding out of the sea. Katla was wrapping her hands around her knees, leaning her head on them, staring quietly into the distance. Her eyes were filled with confusion and reminiscence, probably recalling the beautiful life she had with Bernadette in the past. Hastur just glanced at her twice and didn't choose to disturb her, so he just let her relax for a while. When he is about to leave this illusory world, he will send her out. Hastur continued along the end of the sea. He wanted to see if there was any limit to this illusory world. As he kept moving forward, things in the distance were moving back, always keeping a certain distance from him. Hastur just raised his hand to cut off the rules here, and his figure suddenly came to the end of this illusory world. When he stepped onto the holy mountain that Mr. A worshipped devoutly, the giant hanging upside down on the cross stood on the top of the holy mountain. He began to wake up from silence, and a pair of eyes appeared in the shadow curtain behind him. It was the true creator who sensed the relevant changes and cast a watching gaze. For a being at his level, it is easy to do this. Stars. The true creator's voice was not loud, but it stirred up a stormy sea, and the originally blue water turned into a black ocean in an instant. I thought you would wait until I set foot in your divine kingdom before you show up. You will not set foot in my kingdom of God. You can still tell if you look at it from a distance. Is this container easy to use? Very good. Do you want to take it back? After a while, the true creator said, "This is the price paid in advance." Hastur chuckled and said, "I didn't make any deal with you." The true creator said nothing more. He withdrew his gaze, and the holy mountain also disappeared. The price paid in advance is not enough, Hastur whispered, turned and left here. This illusory world has lost the value of exploration for him. Passing by Katla on the way back, she finally put away her reminiscing expression and stood up, with a solemn look on her face, but did not speak. She had too many questions she wanted to ask, but she was afraid of hearing words she shouldn't hear. Sometimes exploring too much is not a good thing. Asta had no intention of chatting with her, and just said, "It's time to leave." Katla nodded, and then was set out of the illusion world. She was dazed for a moment, then gradually returned to her usual ability, and began to ask people to count the crew members on the future. Finally, she discovered that Frank, the culprit of this trouble, had not returned yet. She frowned slightly and glanced at the mysterious figure on the boat. After hesitating for a while, he decided to go and find out in person. He is continuing to study mushrooms in the illusion world. This was the last answer Katla asked, and her worries eased a little. In the fantasy world, Frank is researching a mushroom that can explode automatically. It can be fried on weekdays, and can be thrown out as a bomb when encountering enemies. Putting port at night, as more and more business guests come and go. Every night, the entire port is illuminated with lights, turning it into a city that never sleeps. It seemed to be even more lively and bright than the night in the capital Backland. However, as the number of people increases, various drunken conflicts continue to increase. Especially every night, there is a little black cat walking through the eaves, roofs, and deep in the alleys, instigating fires. Guests who have drunk a lot of alcohol will inevitably start fighting and causing trouble if they accidentally encounter them. This caused the confinement room of the Port Security Patrol to be overcrowded for a while. In this regard, Hastur just asked the security patrol team to expand a few confinement rooms, and then turned a blind eye to the matter. At around 3 o'clock in the night, a little black cat came back with a yawn, and landed lightly in front of the windowsill. He raised his sleepy eyes, and looked at the owner, who was sleeping soundly in the room. He couldn't help but wave angrily. Little pause, and then returned to their own nest to rest. The next day, just after dawn, the dog was picked up from the den by its hard-hearted owner, who said that the best plan for the day is in the morning, so that he could go out to exercise and lose weight. After spending 2 weeks in this inhumane life, Azhara suddenly felt a comfortable and indescribable feeling in her body late one night. This feeling had occurred before, and its owner told it that it was a sign of complete digestion of the potion. Looking at the dim night, Azhara's little mind only thought for a second before deciding to go back to the den to sleep and tell her master tomorrow. Has the instigator potion been completely digested? The next day, Hastur urged Azhara to go out and stretch her muscles as usual, and Azhara informed her of the breaking news. Meow! Azhara raised her little head and looked at her master with a proud expression. It instinctively thinks that this is a good thing. It can be praised, and at least it can eat a few more small dried fish. Asta sighed and said, "It's really not easy. It's been more than half a year." Meow? Azhara had a puzzled expression on her face. Why was it different from what she thought? You spent more than half a year on a sequence 8 potion. You can't even compare to a dog. How can you be so proud? Hastur said, and flicked Azhara's head. If he hadn't been forcing her during this period, with Azhara's laid-back temperament, it would have taken at least 2 months to completely digest the instigator potion. This speed is already very slow. After all, Azhara already knew the existence of the acting method as soon as she entered the extraordinary world. He and Sharon taught it the key points of playing the instigator many times. According to normal circumstances, 3 months is an average time. But Azhara used it for more than half a year, which shows that she is extremely lazy. Azhara's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be inferior to a dog? How could those stupid guys compare with the noble and elegant one? Don't be unconvinced. That dog is indeed a little more talented in this area than you are. Meow. Azhara curled her lips in dissatisfaction and turned her head away, not wanting to talk to her master. Hastur smiled, held it in his arms, rubbed its little head, and then told it a little about Susie's glorious deeds. Azhara was completely shocked to hear that Susie, a dog, actually liked reading and read many books. A picture appeared in my mind unconsciously. There was a dog lying under the bookshelf, wearing glasses and starting to flip through the books. From time to time, the light of wisdom and thinking flashed in his eyes. Meow? Don't you believe it yet? When I return to Backland, I will take you to see it. I hope that by then, you will be able to converse in lone dialect. Azhara was silent for a long time. In this case, could it be someone else's child? Soon, it started to get angry. It was obviously just a dog. So why did it study so hard? So much so that it has become a poor student. In the eyes of its owner. Looking at your hard work during this period, there is no limit to all the dried fish today. Remember? It's only today. Meow. Azhara's eyes lit up instantly. And without thinking about anything, she jumped from Hastur's arms to the ground, and then quickly rushed to the warehouse where the dried fish was stored. Next is the witch. I don't know if Azhara will turn into a beautiful girl on the spot after taking the witch's potion. Asta thought carefully for a while, and decided to write a letter to Sharon first to share some relevant experiences. Counting the time, Sharon has now arrived in the southern continent. As for the witch's potion, he had already asked the yellow-robed monks to prepare the extraordinary materials, and he just had to mix them into potion. The Yellow Monk organization is very good at collecting things. When a group of winners go out to do things together, it is always easy to achieve what they want. At night, Hastur came to the study, and 008 couldn't wait to move his buttocks, jumping up and down in front of Hastur with a pencil case on his head. Be quiet first. Hastur held an ordinary quill in his hand and tapped the pen box twice before 008 stopped, taking out a blank piece of paper. Hastur thought for a moment before slowly writing. It took half an hour to write this letter and blow the whistle to summon the spirit messenger. When the crack in the spiritual world appeared in the study, 008 gently moved his position closer to Hastur. The little firebird Grey Carrie poked her head out from the crack in the spiritual world, chirped twice, and flew to Hastur's shoulder. Hey, you seem to have gained a lot of weight recently. Hastur reached out and held Grey Carrie on his shoulder into his palm, observed her carefully for a while, and finally determined that Grey Carrie was in much better condition than before. It should be the result of his recuperation in the spiritual world during this period. In addition, with the constant war in the southern continent, the breath of death is his best nourishment. Chirp. Grey Carrie raised her head slightly, looking very proud, as if she was satisfied with her current state. Here, give this letter to Miss Sharon. She is currently in the southern continent. You should recognize her. Right? Hastur stretched out his hand and gestured slightly to prevent Grey Carrie from getting the wrong person. Maybe it was the mention of the southern continent. And Grey Carrie's eyes seemed to be brighter. She nodded and flew back to the spirit world with a letter in her mouth. 008 hid in the pencil box and became active again. I have a bad feeling. Hastur's face gradually became serious. Chapter 345 When Grey Carrie Goes to the Southern Continent. The Hall of Stars. Hastur was still a little worried about Grey Carrie's condition. So he came to the Hall of Stars and watched Grey Carrie's every move from a distance through the contractual relationship between the two parties. The Southern Continent was originally the territory of the Hades Emperor Salinger. As the ancestor of the Phoenix, Grey Carrie was also on the path of the God of Death. Maybe some shocking changes would really occur. Southern Continent. Highland Kingdom. This country was originally a branch of Balaam. After the death of Salinger, the God of Death, the underworld emperor. The Balam Empire split into East Balam and West Balam. Among them, East Balam gradually became a colony of the Lone Kingdom, while West Balam was divided by warlords and colonized by all parties. The appearance of Rhiannet Tentacle helped her father establish the Highland Kingdom, a small country that was just more powerful than ordinary warlords. When the god Ca was born, changes occurred within the Rose School, and Rhiannet Tentacle was suspected of having died. The royal family of the Highland Kingdom also suffered a wave of liquidation. Fortunately, there is still blood to pass down, and the kingdom is still alive. But it is far from what it used to be, as the war against the 7 major churches broke out in the southern continent this time. The Rose School of Orgies left, and the Highland Kingdom gradually began to recover. In the royal palace of the Highland Kingdom, outside the fence on the 2nd floor, Sharon was immersed in memories of the past. She returned to the southern continent this time, firstly to help her teacher take care of the Highland Kingdom, and secondly to gather people from her temperance sect who had been exiled. "Miss Sharon, are you admiring the moon here alone?" An inappropriate voice disrupted Sharon's thoughts. She just glanced at the visitor and nodded calmly. The visitor was the 3rd prince of the Highland Kingdom. She returned to the southern continent to contact the royal family of the Highland Kingdom, and it was this 3rd prince who was responsible for liaising with her. She didn't want to attend tonight's banquet, but she needed to make an appearance to let other exiled members know that she had returned to the southern continent. "Miss Sharon, you haven't been back for several years. Do you think the moon in your hometown is rounder? Is something wrong?" Sharon interrupted his greetings and approached him. The expression on the 3rd prince's face froze for a moment, and then he put on a warm smile and said, as a host, "We cannot neglect tonight's distinguished guests. I don't need company. I want to discuss tomorrow's itinerary with you. The situation is chaotic now. The kingdom needs some allies to get through this situation more stably. The royal family of the East Balam Empire sent someone to invite us to discuss. I hope you can come with us. Come on. I believe there are many members of your lineage in the East Balam Empire." Sharon just listened quietly, nodded and said okay, then turned her back to the 3rd prince and looked up at the starry sky above her head. "Miss Sharon." The 3rd prince wanted to say something more, but suddenly he felt that the surrounding temperature became colder, and a crack in the spiritual world quietly appeared. Along with it, a small firebird the size of 2 fists appeared, with something in its mouth, holding a letter in his mouth. The 3rd prince's pupils shrank. He was no stranger to such creatures as spirit world messengers, but generally spirit world messengers were spirits and required spiritual vision to see them. But this little firebird can be directly visible to the naked eye, which is really magical. Sharon, who always had an indifferent expression, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and the look in her eyes became much gentler. She reached out to take the letter and whispered, "I'm sorry you sent the letter so late." Chirp. Grey Carrie flapped her wings, but instead of returning directly to the spirit world, she flew to stand on Sharon's right shoulder. "Do you want to wait for my reply?" Chirp. "No." There was some doubt in Sharon's eyes, but she didn't pay much attention to it. She just glanced at the 3rd prince lightly and signaled that he could leave. After the 3rd prince left, Sharon opened the letter and read its contents carefully. She couldn't help but smile when she saw Asta's complaints and worries between the lines. Hastur also mentioned to Azhara whether she would become a beautiful girl when she was a Sequence 7 witch. In her knowledge, Azhara will turn into a woman, but she has not seen any specific examples of whether she will turn into a beautiful girl, so she has no answer for Hastur's worry that Azhara will become ugly and old. But one thing is for sure, in the extraordinary world, appearance is not so important. As soon as Sharon had this idea, she caught a glimpse of the rest of the letter. "Don't say that appearance is not important. I am a firm person who controls appearance. If Azhara becomes too ugly, I will definitely give it a full face. I don't want to have your very good looks. I have to have it no matter what. About 7 or 8 points. This seems a bit difficult, so I'll lower my standards a little bit. With 40% to 50% of your looks, I can barely accept it. I really can't go any lower. No matter how low it is, it's better to maintain the form of a cat. At least it looks much cuter. You can still pet the cat. If you really want to turn into a human, you won't dare to hold it in your arms." Sharon looked at it slowly. She understood Hastur's worries very well, and had the same worries in her heart. Azhara also watched her grow up. At the end of the letter is a short poem. Her knowledge in this area is a bit lacking, and it feels like she should be excerpting sentences from Russell's love poems. After reading the letter, Sharon put the letter away and looked at the little firebird on her shoulder. I have no reply for the time being. You can go back first. Chirp. Grey Carrie shook her head. Her eyes seemed a little deep. Do you want to stay here with me to relieve your boredom? Chirp. Grey Carrie still shook her head, lowering her head slightly and combing the feathers on her chest with her beak. Sharon was a little curious. After thinking for a while, a somewhat absurd idea rose in her mind. Could it be that Hastur sent it to protect herself on purpose? Until the end of the banquet, Grey Carrie did not leave. Instead, she stayed on Sharon's shoulder with a distant look in her eyes, sometimes looking like she was thinking and reminiscing. There was no other way. Sharon could only take it back to her room, and at the same time wrote a reply letter to Asta, and sent the letter back to Puddingport using her own messenger. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur also saw Grey Carrie's somewhat abnormal behavior, but he did not say anything to stop it, but allowed Grey Carrie to stay with Sharon. With him here, even if the entire southern continent is in chaos, he can still protect Sharon's safety. And Hastur also wanted to take this opportunity to see clearly whether the Grey Carrie who signed the contract with him was the ancestor of the Phoenix, the Hades Emperor Salinger, or both. The third prince, who is silently watching Sharon from behind, doesn't look like a good person. Hastur's thoughts turned to the third prince of the Highland Kingdom. Just now, with the help of Grey Carrie's perspective, he could clearly see the third prince standing in the distance, keeping his eyes on Sharon. When Sharon was resting from Grey Carrie's perspective, Hastur withdrew his gaze and scanned the stars to confirm that there was nothing abnormal about them before going offline. Hastur, who returned from the Hall of Stars, was not sleepy. He came to the study and took out 008 from the pencil box. Master, dear Master, you finally remembered your most loyal pen. It has been waiting for your call, ready to solve all your worries and worries. 008 is very smooth and can write a large paragraph of flattering content on a blank paper. Asta tapped his fingers on the table and said, across the sea, can you curse people as far away as the southern continent? In conjunction with the Book of Prophecy, it should have a simple influence. Sushar felt that this was not enough to reflect his usefulness. And 008 added, if the master can bless the relevant destiny, no matter how small the probability, there is a high probability opportunity comes true. Then give it a try. Hastur took the rarely used Book of Prophecy, held 008, who was already eager to try it, and began to smear the Book of Prophecy on the smooth skin. The person he wants to curse this time is the third prince. Without him, I just don't like him very much. Hastur is not going to write him to death. He just wants him to lie in bed for a month or two. This time is enough for Sharon to resolve matters in the southern continent. The next day, the Highland Kingdom's convoy gathered from the palace gate and prepared to head towards the East Balam Empire. After waiting for a while, I saw someone running over in a panic to report that the third prince accidentally fell off the bed while he was sleeping last night. His spine was injured, and he needed to lie quietly in bed to recuperate for a period of time. He was unable to represent the Highland Kingdom. East Balam Empire talks. After urgent discussion for a while, the fifth prince was asked to take over. This king of the Highland Kingdom had no other ability except that he had more sons. Inside a carriage, Sharon was gently teasing the little firebird that had been following her. Apart from occasionally showing some intriguing glances, this little firebird is still very cute, and its feathers are extremely smooth. Touching it in your hand is like touching the most expensive silk. In the bustling streets of the East Balam Empire, a middle-aged man was carefully reading the books on the bookstall. He has bronze skin, a medium build, black hair and brown eyes, soft facial features, and no beard. There is always an indescribable sense of vicissitudes in his eyes. There is a small black mole hidden under his right ear that cannot be found unless you look carefully. Snap! The middle-aged man's hand holding the book shook, and the book fell to the ground. His body trembled slightly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He covered his suddenly violently beating heart with one hand, and stared into the distance. Chapter 346, The Meeting Between Grey Carrie and Azek. A familiar yet unfamiliar feeling is approaching from afar. His body was trembling unconsciously, with both desire and fear. Some dusty, long-lasting memories are being reorganized at this moment. Battlefields, death, blood, countless broken limbs, eyes that cannot be looked directly at. Azek had a splitting headache. He crouched down and turned his hands to cover his head. He could clearly feel that his soul was making a mad noise, as if it wanted to escape from his head. This is the soul's longing to be restored to wholeness. But there is a familiar and unfamiliar force that is helping him suppress this desire, binding his soul tightly in his body, making him unable to escape. The severe pain at this moment comes from the pulling of these two forces. During the tearing and tearing, he saw a pair of eyes with pale flames that were about to extinguish. A feather stained with light yellow oil fell down, splitting his complete spiritual body into two halves. Half of it entered the cloud of skulls, and the remaining half was mixed with the golden jewelry that suddenly jumped out and returned to the flesh and blood amidst the burning of pale flames. Fortunately, the tearing balance gradually tilted towards stability and calmness, and the pain began to slowly subside. Sir? Sir? Are you okay? The bookstall owner looked worriedly at the customer, who suddenly appeared abnormal in front of him. I'm fine. I made you worry. Isaac gradually overcame his headache and stood up reluctantly. His face was pale, and there seemed to be no blood at all. Sir, if you feel uncomfortable, turn right 200 meters ahead and go straight 300 meters. There is a pharmacy. The doctors there are very professional. Isaac forced a smile and said, Thank you for your suggestion. I will consider it. Finally, he selected 2 books on the bookstall, paid the money and left. With 2 books under his left arm, Isaac walked through the busy streets and chose a street-facing cafe. He sat by the window and tasted the bitter coffee while looking at the street outside. The coffee in the southern continent is very bitter, and I don't like to add sugar or milk. The strong bitter taste is very refreshing. After taking a short rest, Isaac's headache relieved a lot, and the originally scattered and fragmented memories began to gradually come together to restore his past. He is the descendant of the Hades Emperor Salinger and the Death Archon of the Balaam Empire in the 4th Age. During the War of the 4 Emperors, he followed his father, the Underworld Emperor Salinger, to participate in the war. On the battlefield, he lost his memory after being glared at by the Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. Since then, he has been going through reincarnations of death, losing his memory again and again, and starting over again. Compared to the cold life as a Death Archon, every subsequent reincarnation seems very warm, and even the memories are warm-toned. The renewed war in his hometown lit up memories of the past. But the self he remembered was not the self he imagined he wanted to be. Isaac was in a mixed mood and stared at the street outside in a daze. Suddenly, the busy and whispering sounds in the cafe were pressed on the pause button. A burly figure walked in from the outside. His body exuded a majesty that made people want to surrender. His eyes were full of reverence, and he walked to Isaac. He knelt down on one knee and said with great respect, God allows us to welcome the ruler of death. Sir. Isaac just glanced at him lightly. This man had the blood of the royal family of the East Balaam Empire flowing in his body, and he was the current leader of the East Balaam Empire. Has this day finally come? When he regained his past memories, he understood the truth behind the countless reincarnations in which he had lost his memory. His amnesia comes from the incompleteness of his soul, and the initiator of all this is his father, the Hades Emperor Salinger of the 4th Age. The so-called welcome now is to welcome his father, who will replace his body and come back again. This is the resurrection method left behind when he fell long ago. There is no one more suitable to inherit his resurrection than his offspring. The so-called father-son affection is too childish and simple for the gods. But Isaac didn't want to refuse. He just looked calm and prepared to face his long-overdue ending. At this time, another figure appeared in the cafe. A lady with ordinary features, dark eyes, wearing a simple robe, a bark belt, long black hair hanging down, no shoes and socks, and bare feet. You still have a chance to choose. That's too late. Isaac looked at the lady and smiled. You are already late. He has already returned. The reason why he came to me now is because he has absolute confidence. After a pause, he seemed to look at the person behind the lady. If he comes in person, it may be possible. And you are just a qualified believer. I can try to get you out of here. But I don't want to run away anymore. Isaac declined the lady's kindness. Now he just wants to face his own ending calmly. His return will cause more chaos and death, and your willing sacrifice will destroy everything you have ever valued. Maybe? Isaac glanced into the distance and said, my long and miserable life should also have its ending. You shouldn't give up your human side so easily. Isaac just said calmly, but humanity will eventually be replaced by divinity. It makes a difference after all. After the words fell, the mysterious lady left the cafe with Isaac, who showed no resistance at all. But they did not go far, but fell into the spirit world inexplicably. When they reappeared from the spirit world, they were still in the cafe. Faced with this result, Isaac was not surprised. The mysterious lady had no expression on her face, and her actions just now seemed to be testing something. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. The king of the East Balam Empire, who had been kneeling on the ground, finally bit the bullet and said, "Lord Archon of Death, God only asked us to welcome your return. Apart from this, there is no other oracle. It seems that he doesn't need my sacrifice yet." Azek seemed to understand something. Chirp. A crisp sound broke the silence in the entire cafe. A carriage stopped at the door of the cafe, and a girl as delicate as a doll stepped out of the carriage. On her right shoulder stood a small firebird, with a pair of eyes watching everything here. When the girl walked into the cafe, the little firebird flapped its wings and landed on the table in front of Azek. He glanced at Azek, the mysterious lady, and the king of East Balam Empire, and then his eyes fell on Azek again. After looking at it for a while, he chirped again. It was like thunder resounded in Azek's mind, and the half of his soul that was about to move was reinforced by a golden phoenix seal. The mysterious lady also understood at this moment that the resurrected being was the god of death, not the pure Hades Emperor Salinger. If Azek is forcibly swallowed at this time, the Hades Emperor Salinger will be truly resurrected. This is not a situation that the current god of death wants to see. The situation he wanted was for Azek to keep half of his soul alive until he fully grasped the power of the god of death, and then seek the integrity of his soul. I'm afraid Salinger didn't expect this ending, the mysterious lady whispered, and her eyes turned to the girl, who was as delicate as a doll, looking at her carefully and seriously. Azek also fell into silence. Although the distant memories and family ties were a bit blurry, the same bloodline still made him feel sad. He glanced at the confused and thoughtful little firebird on the table, and couldn't help but want to reach out and touch it. But he retracted his hand halfway, and turned to look at the girl, who was walking with the little firebird. I want to find out clearly what is different about those who can walk with him. Gerald Eggers, who was still kneeling on the ground, raised his head slightly at this moment and looked at the girl, because he did not dare to look at the little firebird at all. When the oracle came from the gods, what he saw was a flying phoenix that looked like a giant version of the small firebird in front of him. The fear originating from the depths of his heart had clearly told him the relationship between the two. Sharon, who was stared at by three eyes at the same time, was a little confused at the moment, although she didn't recognize any of the three people in front of her. The aura and feeling coming from them were definitely that of extraordinary beings who were much stronger than herself, especially the lady with a calm expression. Her gaze seemed to see through everything, and she had no secrets at all in front of her. This feeling seemed even scarier than her teachers. She had no intention of walking in here, but just now on the carriage, the little firebird suddenly urged her to get off the car and come to this cafe, in order to explore the purpose of the little firebird. She got out of the car and came here. The moment she stepped into the cafe, she had a strange feeling, as if everything around her was falling into some strange state. Although the guests were drinking coffee and chatting normally, it seemed that only the three people in front of them were real, and they seemed to be discussing some major event. Sharon was silent for a while, and looked at the little firebird on the table. She felt that it was better to take Hastur's spiritual messenger and leave here quickly to avoid any accidents. Chirp. Grey Carrie looked back and waved her wings, giving Sharon a reassuring look. That look seemed to say, "Don't worry. It's okay. I'll protect you." Chapter 347: A Kind Father and a Filial Son. Azek's choice. Covered by a small firebird no bigger than its head. Sharon's mood is a bit complicated, but looking at the current situation, the three people here are obviously very afraid of the existence of the little firebird, and they are also valued a bit. "Excuse me." Sharon spoke first to break the silence. "You are very lucky," the mysterious lady said, and then said to the little firebird, "I hope you will not repeat the same path as Salinger." "Chirp," the little firebird replied, and the mysterious lady disappeared, like a portrait that was suddenly erased. As she left, the strange feeling in the entire cafe disappeared. The sounds of chatting around them could be heard clearly, but they still couldn't see what was happening here. Azek was in a good mood and said with a smile on his face, "You look confused?" "Yes," Sharon answered shortly. "Then sit down and chat." "Chirp." Grey Carrie flew to Sharon's right shoulder, indicating that she could sit down and have a chat. Sharon glanced at the middle-aged man, who was still kneeling on the ground, and hesitated. "Get up." Azek's calm tone contained an irresistible majesty. Gerald Eggers raised his head and turned to look at the little firebird on Sharon's shoulder. But the little firebird didn't even bother to give him a look. After hesitating, he stood up and stood respectfully aside. Sharon then sat down and thought for a moment. "Does my arrival mean something?" Azek shook his head. "It's not you we care about. Sharon breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to get into any unnecessary entanglements with her fate. Does it have any unusual origin? Sharon asked, the biggest doubt in her heart. Don't say it. If you have a chance in the future, you will naturally know. Isaac just smiled and didn't say much. Sharon turned her head slightly and glanced at the little firebird standing on her shoulder, concentrating on combing its chest feathers. It was hard for her to imagine what kind of shocking origin this little thing could have. She had witnessed Hastur signing a contract with it, and vaguely remembered that its name was Grey Carrie. Chirp! Grey Carrie also raised her head and looked at Sharon, then lightly rubbed her cheek with her wings to show friendship. Isaac smiled and said, I hope you can guide him in a better direction. Him? Sharon was keenly aware of this unusual title, which meant that the little firebird was at least an angel. Shock inevitably flashed in her eyes. It turned out that he could really cover her. Grey Carrie raised her little head slightly, as if to say, Do you finally believe that I can protect you? Sharon sighed in her heart. An angel turned out to be Hastur's spiritual messenger, responsible for delivering messages. It was such a luxury. Perhaps this is the best arrangement. Isaac sighed with emotion, and then said, I will stay in the palace of the East Balam Empire during this period. If you need help with anything, you can come to me. You can ask him to do it for you. Sharon said politely, Thank you. It's my honor to serve you. Gerald Eggers, standing aside, lowered his attitude. Then, as an elder, Isaac imparted a lot of occult knowledge to Sharon, which gave her a clearer understanding of her future path. Before leaving, Sharon asked, What should I call you? You can call me Mr. Isaac. I like this identity. Teaching and educating people is my current job. Of course, I am on vacation now. Isaac smiled brightly. In the Palace of Stars, Hastur also witnessed their entire conversation in the cafe. He also did not expect that in a cafe, Isaac and Ariana, a believer of the goddess of the night, would gather. The failure of the night goddess has long been doomed. When Grey Carrie returns from resurrection from the depths of the spiritual world, she will no longer be able to obtain the uniqueness of the path to death. If he really fights Grey Carrie, even if he wins, then the Hades Emperor Salinger will return. No matter what, he cannot easily obtain the uniqueness of the god of death. And no matter how stupid the god of war is, he cannot remain unaware of it. Speaking of which, all of this comes from the butterfly effect brought about by oneself. If he hadn't resurrected Grey Carrie when he signed the messenger from the spirit world, the uniqueness of the path to death would still be in the hands of the goddess of the night. As for why he could awaken Grey Carrie, he could only guess that it was the special nature of the Palace of Stars. Sharon must be confused today. Asta raised the corner of his mouth slightly. I really want to see Sharon's expression at this time in person. When Sharon walked out of the cafe, she looked a little dazed. What happened today was too bizarre. Chirp. Aren't you planning to return to the spirit world? Chirp. As you wish. Sharon knew that there was no way she could make him leave. Even if an angel had the same accident as her teacher, she couldn't control it. He must have had his own plans in choosing to follow him. Got on the carriage and continued to the palace of the East Balam Empire. I thought that because she wasted so much time in the cafe, the meeting might have ended. But when she joined the others in the Highland Kingdom, she learned that the king of the East Balam Empire suddenly decided to meet them in person. And the meeting had not yet begun. When the meeting began, Sharon understood why the king of the East Balam Empire wanted to receive them in person. Because this king was the middle-aged man who had knelt before Mr. Isaac and the little firebird. With this relationship, the interview process was very relaxed. The polite attitude made the people of the Highland Kingdom very suspicious. Could it be that the country that really needs to form an alliance to resist risks is the East Balam Empire? Otherwise, why would you be so polite to them? At night, Grey Carrie finally left Sharon's side, which made Sharon feel much more relaxed. Even though she knew that Grey Carrie had no ill intentions towards her, it was too much pressure to be watched by an angel all the time. Deep in the East Balam Empire Palace, Isaac was sitting at his desk, flipping through the 2 books he bought today. A small firebird flew in from the window and landed on the table. Its eyes were deep and serene, and there was a golden flame burning inside. Isaac was not surprised by such a visit. He had already known that the day was just a simple prelude, and the night was the real beginning. He had no way of knowing what the purpose of this resurrected death god was, and could only guess. I'm here to give you 2 choices. The first choice is that you help me suppress Salinger's consciousness. When I fully grasp the power of the god of death, I will return half of your soul so that you can restore your complete soul. From now on, you will no longer lose your memory, and will still be the Death Archon of Sequence 2. If you are willing, you could become the angel I sit on. The second option is, if you are determined to resurrect Salinger and let him be reborn in your body, then I can only choose to kill you and cut off the possibility of Salinger's recovery. You should understand that when it comes to power struggles, I cannot allow such hidden dangers to exist. A voice that could not be distinguished as male or female came from the little firebird's mouth. The golden flames dancing in his eyes were vaguely visible, with a circle of pale flames. That was proof that Hades' Emperor Salinger had not been completely devoured. Originally, he did not want to meet Azek so early, because it would cause Salinger's consciousness to awaken, which would not be conducive to his mastering the complete authority of the God of Death. But with the help of the contract he signed with the stars, he saw a corner of the future. If he didn't take this trip, other variables might occur. So taking this opportunity to send a message, he stayed with Sharon and then appeared in front of Azek. Azek was silent for a while. The experience of being reborn many times made him long for the warmth of family affection. This warmth was something that Salinger could not give him, because all he left for him was the biting cold. I want to know who you really are. Grey Carey, ancestor of the Phoenix, haven't you already fallen? Salinger will leave behind the means of resurrection. So naturally I have prepared a method of rebirth for myself. Azek puzzled, when my father was promoted to become the new God of Death. Why are you still alive? Grey Carey looked at him deeply and said, the God of Death can never truly die. So that's it. Azek nodded thoughtfully. It's time for you to make a choice. Compared to dying completely, I naturally hope to live. But I don't want to be the angel you sit on. The life of the Death Archon is too cold. I prefer my current identity. Azek did not choose to resurrect his father Salinger. His resurrection means his own death. People are selfish. Since he doesn't care about family ties, he will not be bound by the so-called fetters of family ties. He prefers his current life, living as Azek, a teacher in the history department of Hoi University. He also wants to go to Lone Kingdom's Winter County and the northern part of Fasak Empire for vacation. Skiing, seeing the scenery, fishing for seals. If a person is too bored, he can also bring his student Klein. Like himself, he is gentle at heart and likes a peaceful life. Chapter 348 Dark Night is coming. I will grant your wish. Grey Carey flew in front of Azek, and deep in her eyes, a ball of golden fireworks turned into a flying phoenix and rushed into Azek's mind. In the room, Azek looked calm, and with the help of Grey Carey's power, he used the golden bird-shaped instrument to completely suppress Salinger's consciousness. Realizing that the situation was not good, Salinger began his final struggle. A huge feathered snake with dark green scales and light yellow oily feathers growing out of the huge gaps. Its eye sockets were burning with pale flames, and its face was a human face. It's another Azek Eggers who feels strange. As the phoenix and the feathered serpent competed, Azek, who was acting as the battlefield, felt that his temples were pierced hard by two steel awls, and his whole head was about to split in two. The memories and scenes of the past were like Thor's hammer hammering into his mind. He could not bear the soul-rending pain. He covered his head with his hands. His knees gradually became weak, and he almost fell to his knees. Hey! 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 Azek's hands were propped on the desk in front of him at some point, and his throat made several sounds that were not human-like. The sweat on his forehead fell drop by drop, staining the ground with a layer of light yellow oil, giving rise to fine white hairs. At this moment, he once again felt the cry and desire of the other half of his soul. The two selves who had been separated for more than 1,000 years desperately wanted to merge into one and regain wholeness. No! Azek relied on his last tenacious self-awareness to resist the soul's desire to return to integrity. He no longer wants to be that cold and crazy Death Archon. The bits and pieces of his past rebirths are his warm and precious memories. They are also his strongest shield against madness and fusion. This is his anchor. But his eyes still unconsciously raised a little bit, and dark and cold scales grew around his eye circles. The forehead seemed to have life force, bulging out on its own, and then split from the middle, leaving a long and bloody gash. A flash of golden light immediately emerged from nothingness and took shape in flesh and blood. This is an ancient ornament made of gold. It looks like a slender bird, surrounded by wings made of pale flames. Inside the bronze eyes, the rays of light overlap, forming a mysterious and illusory door. Azek's expression was even more painful. But as time passed, the ancient golden bird-shaped jewelry seemed to be reborn from the ashes, changing from static to a phoenix that could truly soar into the sky. The pale flames that filled the surrounding area were swallowed up bit by bit by the golden fireworks, and replaced bit by bit. No! Finally, Azek let out a twisted and unwilling roar. The huge feathered serpent keeps shrinking throughout its life, like a caterpillar, which is held in the mouth of the phoenix. And then it is swallowed into its belly, as soon as it raises its head. Belch. Grey Carrie pretended to burp. All the abnormalities in Azek's body returned to normal, leaving only the phoenix on his forehead, which was a golden ornament in his flesh and blood. This item was originally left behind by me, Salinger. When you began to resurrect, my consciousness was also awakening little by little. Grey Carrie sighed. And then the phoenix turned into a gold ornament again, embedded in Azek's flesh, and disappeared. Your wish has been granted. At this moment, his little body exuded a majesty that could not be ignored. Starting from this room, everyone in the palace could not help but feel the urge to kneel on the ground. This is already the result of Grey Carrie trying her best to restrain her aura. Otherwise, the residents of the entire southern continent will be affected by him, and fall to their knees to welcome their new god. The members of the spiritual cult, who devoutly believed in the god of death, felt a sense of emptiness in their hearts at this moment, as if the gods they had always believed were moving away from them. But then, there was a different kind of sufficiency that quickly filled their empty spiritual worlds. Their gods are back, and it is more powerful and more awe-inspiring than before. They all knelt together, their eyes full of fanaticism. But they no longer used the image of the feathered serpent as the totem of their faith. The phoenix that returned from the fire, is their most correct belief now. When things were waiting for the dust to settle, the light of the crimson moon was shrouded in layers of dark clouds. The cold and silent night has come. Tonight, there is not a trace of light in the starry sky in the entire southern continent. The thick darkness sweeps in, making people feel uncomfortable. At the same time, it is accompanied by the atmosphere of tranquility and sleep. People in the middle of the night barely lift their eyelids twice, then close their eyes sleepily and fall into a deep sleep. The most lively street market in the entire East Balam Empire. The lights of the bars along the street are still bright, but the people who were still drinking and having fun are now lying on the tables, or huddled in the corners and falling asleep. Some drinkers, who were heading to the restroom to solve the problem of bloated lower abdomens, just untied their belts and fell asleep on the toilet. The aura of peaceful sleep was spreading, and except for some powerful beyonders, who could slightly sense that something was wrong, everyone else was enveloped in a sweet dream. Sharon, who was still waiting for Grey Carrie's return, did not fall asleep tonight, but at this moment, she rarely felt like relaxing and lying in bed to have a good sleep. Ever since she started playing the role of a puppet, she rarely fell asleep, and she wouldn't necessarily fall asleep for half a month, let alone when she was so sleepy. Did something happen tonight? Sharon came to the window and looked at the starry sky above her head, only to see the eternal darkness blocking all the light. The crimson moon and the stars in the sky never shed any light, and everything around them didn't even make a sound. Quiet. This is a dark world with no sound at all. She wanted to explore more, so her eyelids slowly closed. Her whole body went limp, and she leaned against the corner of the window and fell into a deep sleep. Southern Continent. Port of Barons. A young and handsome young man looked at the crowd of people sleeping in the port, with a smile on his face. He walked towards one of the port directors, who had just extorted 50 gold pounds from him. He squatted down and reached into the pocket of the man's jacket. He took out a stack of gold pounds, counted out 50 gold pounds, and randomly threw the remaining gold pounds in the man's face. After doing all this, he stood up and looked up at the starry sky covered by layers of darkness. The breath of the night is so strong. This is a secret authority. It really coincides with the grand event. The high-dimensional overlooker admired the starry sky tonight for a while, and then headed to the place where the atmosphere of the night was strongest. Tonight, he just happened to come to the southern continent, and he didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing. Simple coincidence is not enough to explain this problem. It should be the pull of the stars. What happened tonight must have something to do with the stars. And because I was bound to him, I was unknowingly affected and came to this southern continent. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the returner of the stars. And his aggregation effect is terrifying. When he walked to the streets of the capital of the East Balam Empire, he narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at an ordinary priest who suddenly appeared in front of him. Haven't seen you for a long time. TSK. That's really interesting. Did you come here specifically to wait for me? Galway Overlooker chuckled and said, This makes me more and more curious about what you want to do tonight. Adam looked up at the starry sky shrouded in darkness, and said with an incomprehensible expression, Aren't you curious about the true state of the stars? I'm quite curious. But I won't just sit around and spy on him. Then stay here and be a spectator. What good do I do? The high-dimensional overlooker said with disdain, to use a saying from you humans. If you want me to stand by and watch, you have to pay more. Can you come up with enough chips? Adam looked calm and said calmly, I can help you hunt the Storm Lord. It's really a good proposal. I admit that I'm moved. Galway looked around, found a seat at the bar along the street, and said with a bright smile, I accepted your proposal. Because tonight the stars didn't call me for help. I just happened to be passing by. Adam also came over and sat opposite the high-dimensional overlooker. Galway, the overlooker, fiddled with the empty wine glass on the table with his right hand. He reached into the space next to him with his left hand and grabbed 2 bottles of wine that he didn't know where. He poured himself a glass of wine before speaking. Want to try it? I don't have the habit of drinking. Adam shook his head. Then your life will lose a lot of fun. The identities of the two of them seem to be reversed. The high-dimensional overlooker is a local who has been in the human world all year round, while Adam is a visitor from outside the universe. After Mimi drank a glass of wine, Galway looked up and glanced at the starry sky. He said with a smile in his eyes, if you want to test the stars, be prepared to be lifted off the chessboard. Even I have not yet fully grasped his authority. See through. As he spoke, he pointed to the sky again. Maybe he is watching here right now. And everything is under the gaze of the stars. Adam's face also became more solemn, and his eyes looked into the starry sky, not knowing what he was observing. Inside the palace, in the study, Grey Carey suddenly disappeared. Azek, who had returned to normal, looked at a figure who suddenly appeared in the study. This is a beautiful lady, wearing a classical robe and a black hood. Her face has no expression, and her eyes are dark but lack spirituality. Chapter 349 Night Death God of War. It's you. Azek was a little shocked when he recognized the lady in front of him, but soon felt relieved and knew the purpose of his coming here tonight. You are late. He said this to Ms. Ariana during the day. The ancestor of the Phoenix, Grey Carey, has mastered the uniqueness of the path to death. If the person in front of her wants to snatch it, she can only start a divine battle. Now is the time. His voice had no ups and downs, just like a bowl of plain water. Tasteless. Azek still didn't understand the specific meaning of this sentence. So the man said again, you just need to cooperate and don't make any resistance. What do you want to do? Start a divine war? Azek was shocked. He had already vaguely guessed what he wanted to do, and what he meant by saying it was the right time. What happened tonight should be his deliberate indulgence, in order to get Grey Carey to join forces with him to suppress Salinger's consciousness. For this reason, he did not hesitate to send his followers to look for him during the day and stimulate Grey Carey. Now, half of Salinger's consciousness was swallowed up, and half of his consciousness was suppressed. He used himself to reawaken some of Salinger's consciousness. In this way, Salinger, who had been forced into a desperate situation, realized that he was in a dangerous situation, and had no choice but to fight back desperately. And this will contain most of Grey Carey's energy, thus giving him an opportunity to win the battle between gods. Just by imagining it, Azek could see that Grey Carey had to resist Salinger's desperate counterattack, while at the same time, she had to deal with the embarrassing situation of the true god in the adjacent path. Without foreign aid, Grey Carey would have absolutely no chance of winning. It seems you already understand. Seeing the hesitation on Azek's face, he added, no matter what the outcome is, you can still live the life you want. Well, Azek sighed, with mixed emotions. He had no objection to the new god of death, but he could not resist the arrangements at this moment. The true god is high above, but he is destined to be just a chess piece that can be used easily. Whoever picks up this chess piece can take the next step. Let's go! Azek didn't resist, letting the power of the night wrap around him and rise to the night sky. In the thick night world, Azek saw Grey Carey, who had suddenly disappeared just now. A huge phoenix whose wings covered most of the night sky. Golden flames gathered on every inch of his body, and the golden crown on his head contained flames that could burn the entire southern continent to the ground. And his opponent at this moment is not the goddess of the night in front of him, but the Twilight Giant holding the Twilight Giant's sword. A tall and burly figure, wearing a dusk armor and holding a giant sword. Open the dusk of all things. The war of gods has really begun. Who would have thought that the mortal enemies of the night goddess and the god of war would join forces tonight to kill the resurrected phoenix ancestor? Azek's heart was racing, and he was shocked. This was a battle at the level of a true god. Even if the god of war is not on the ground and has just descended into an incarnation, Grey Carrie is still not in a complete state. In addition to her uniqueness, she should only have one copy of the sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics. In addition, the goddess of the night is watching eagerly from the side, and Grey Carrie has no chance of winning tonight. Azek just glanced at it and silently sentenced Grey Carrie to death in his heart. What made him even more horrified was that the god of war was so relieved to leave his back to the goddess of the night, without worrying at all that the goddess of the night would take the opportunity to trick him at a critical moment. Behind this, there must be other true gods involved. They endorse the goddess of the night, so that the god of war can deal with Grey Carrie without any scruples. It's almost time. The goddess of the night did not give Azek much time to think. She formed a black sickle in her right hand and accurately cut Azek's healed forehead. A black crack cuts through the flesh, revealing the ancient golden bird-shaped headdress again. His other hand reached over, held the ancient gold headdress, and pulled it out with force. Although Azek had been mentally prepared, he could not help but groan in pain when he tasted the pain of his soul being torn apart again. This kind of pain originating from the depths of the soul is more severe than cutting flesh and blood with a knife or breaking bones. It was comparable to the torture of having your entire body pressed down by a huge boulder and being crushed into dust inch by inch. The goddess of the night immediately mobilized the power of the night and pried open a corner of the phoenix's seal. Salinger's consciousness, which had been completely suppressed, woke up from his slumber again. As soon as he woke up, Salinger wanted to snatch control of Azek's body. As Salinger woke up, Azek's body changed again. A layer of dark green scales appeared on the surface of the body, and feathers with a light buttery stain grew out from the gaps between the scales. Deep in the eye sockets, a cluster of pale flames began to burn. Your battlefield is not here. The goddess of the night's calm tone was filled with undeniable majesty, and she waved the black sickle in her hand, easily cutting off all the changes on Azek's body surface. Scales and feathers were all swallowed up by the power of the night. Dark night. Azek made an angry and helpless sound from his throat. Salinger, go for it. This is your last chance. The tone of the goddess of the night seemed to be pronouncing a sentence that did not allow resistance. I won't do what you want. Then even your last bit of hope will be completely lost. Salinger's consciousness was silent for a moment, and he said bitterly, one day I will come to you to settle all my grievances. Even if she knew that the goddess of the night wanted to harm both herself and the ancestor of the phoenix, she could not refuse. Once the phoenix ancestor completely controls the death path, there will be absolutely no chance for him to wake up again. Only when the ancestor of the phoenix dies can he have some hope of retaining his consciousness and waiting for the opportunity to be resurrected again. Although after surviving, the unique path to death will most likely fall into the hands of the goddess of night or the god of war. He would also lose the chance of resurrection and return. But he could only gamble that the goddess of night and the god of war were not compatible and could not easily give up the unique path of death to the other. This is also the opportunity given to him by the goddess of the night. At the same time, he also has the original, which is an ally. So maybe something unexpected will happen. Now he can only try his best to influence and interfere with the state of the ancestor of the phoenix, so that he will die tonight. As Salinger's consciousness awakened and he fought hard, Grey Carrie, who was fighting the god of war, was greatly affected. Half of the wings were chopped into pieces by the sword in the dusk giant's hand, and turned into endless flames falling from the sky. At the same time, there was a mournful cry of a phoenix. The world that was originally shrouded in darkness. At this moment, because of Grey Carrie's injury, the raging flames turned into endless sky fire, falling vertically to the ground. People who are still sleeping fall into eternal sleep and sweet dreams. In this scene, even from far away, Backlund could vaguely see the night sky that seemed to be dyed red by clouds in the dark night. Bernadette frowned slightly and stared closely at the distant southern continent. Even though she was far away, she still noticed something was wrong. The wishing lamp was also shining brightly at this moment. Bernadette called it over and slightly opened the seal, allowing the ghost of the djinn to come out of the wishing lamp to breathe fresh air. It's incredible. The battle between gods has actually started. If I'm not mistaken, the protagonists of tonight's battle between gods are the god of war and the newly resurrected god of death. It's so secretive. Maybe the goddess of the night will be involved tonight. The three of them have a life or death relationship, so it wouldn't be surprising for them to have this day. What surprises me is that what they want to do tonight may not be that simple. What could it be? It's really troublesome. It must have been blocked by the goddess of the night. The secret authority is really annoying. As soon as the genie came out, he started chirping and talking without stopping for a moment. Bernadette just listened quietly, the light in her eyes getting deeper. At this time, a starry sky bloomed above her head, and a familiar palace of stars appeared in the field of vision of Bernadette and the jinn. "Pray to me sincerely," came the voice belonging to the stars. This voice was far more majestic and serious than before. "Obey the oracles of the stars." Bernadette lowered her head slightly, and then began to recite the names of the stars in ancient Hermes. The phantom of the lantern god next to him looked much more solemn at the moment. He did not expect that tonight's events would be related to the stars. Could it be that the new god of death is also a believer in the stars? The jinn god had some guesses about what happened tonight, and he wanted to go to the Hall of Stars to find out what happened. But the stars didn't call him, so he couldn't go there on his own. I can only be patient and wait for tonight's final outcome. Not only Bernadette, Zyle and Forsey also received instructions from the stars, and they chanted the names of the stars devoutly. On the sea, Nast, the king of the 5 seas, is also chanting the honorable names of the stars. In addition to them, all the followers of the spiritual religion in the southern continent who believed in the god of death received an oracle together at this moment. Everyone who is my believer, pray devoutly to the stars. Along with the oracle came the names of the stars that were burned into the depths of my mind. Chapter 350. Stars break through the night. The world is shrouded in darkness and silence. The phoenix has lost half of its wings, but the crown on its head is still as dazzling as the sun, and the golden flames deep in its eye sockets have never been extinguished. Looking at the starry sky shielded by the dark night, looking at the dusk giant holding a giant sword to cut off his head, looking at the southern continent being burned by sky fire everywhere, Grey Carrie let out a cry of pain. And at the same time, there was a burst of sarcasm. "Bad air. You will pay the price for trusting the night tonight. You will bring destruction for your defiance of the stars. I have seen the shattered scene of your palace at dusk. You will be swallowed up by the night earlier than me." Grey Carrie's words were only met with an answer from the god of war Bad Air. And then the attack continued without stopping. Under the witness of the 7 gods, night will not become the oath breaker. He dared to take action precisely because tonight's divine battle was witnessed by the 7 gods, and those who broke the oath would be punished by the other gods. The goddess of the night cannot step outside the scope of her divine kingdom, and most gods can come to help her. This is a prerequisite for her to take action. At the same time, the god of knowledge and wisdom is guarding outside the kingdom of the night goddess to prevent the night goddess from breaking her oath. On his side, he also secretly asked the Earth Mother Goddess to protect his divine kingdom to prevent other accidents. This is a risk he has to take. If he chooses not to deal with this new god of death tonight, then his positions with the goddess of the night will be exchanged. The one who is forcing the new death god to kill is the goddess of the night. Once the goddess of the night successfully kills the god of death, then the goddess of the night will gain the uniqueness of the path to the god of death, and her situation will be very bad. In the same way, if he kills the god of death, then the unique path of the god of death will be his trophy, and the goddess of the night will be in a bad situation. Therefore, he chose to be the one who took the initiative to attack. "Haha. You are still too stupid." Grey Carrie sneered and said nothing more. While suppressing Salinger's desperate counterattack, she responded to Badheer's attack, but her eyes were always fixed on the starry sky above her head. He was indeed facing a desperate situation. It was impossible for him, who had just returned from resurrection, to deal with Salinger's backlash while resisting the alliance between the god of war and the goddess of night. He had already seen the scene in advance. The future scene with the help of the stars naturally requires the power of the stars to decipher it. So in order to ensure that he could get through this situation safely, he chose to offer his faith to the stars. As early as when the contract was signed, he knew that his awakening this time was precisely because of the call of the stars. It was his call that awakened himself, who had been dormant for countless years. Since you can no longer distance yourself from the stars, you should completely throw yourself into the arms of the stars and let them protect you. For this reason, he passed down the oracle and asked all believers in death to become believers in the stars. And tonight, at this moment, they began to pray devoutly to the stars. And he is also a believer in the stars, navigator of the endless stars, master of the ancient starry sky, returner of the stars. Believer Grey Carrie prays for your help. Please use your mighty power to tear apart this dense night, and let the light of the stars protect everyone again. Be a believer. Grey Carrie's high-pitched prayer echoed throughout the night. The god of war, who was attacking with all his strength, began to feel an inexplicable panic in his heart. and the giant sword in his hand became heavier at the same time. Click! It sounded like something being torn apart. The god of war subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound, which was the starry sky above his head. The world that was originally shrouded in thick darkness was like a piece of black clothing embroidered with stars. At this moment, a hole was forcibly torn open by a powerful force, and a hole was forced in. First there was a beam of light, the light from the stars in the starry sky. Then the second beam of light, the third beam of light, the fourth beam of light. Hundreds of beams of light penetrated the dark night world. The light of the stars broke through the shackles of the night again at this moment, revealing its traces in the starry sky. The dark night cannot restrain the stars, nor can it block the light of the stars. The starry sky can be without darkness, but it cannot be without the shining stars. At the source of the stars' light, a bright starry sky lit up, and an ancient and mysterious palace appeared in the starlight. The Hall of Stars was completely exposed to all eyes tonight. The Hall of Stars tonight is a real manifestation, not an illusory state. Azek, the night goddess, the high-dimensional overlooker, and Adam were on hand to watch, as well as the true creator, the original witch, the hidden sage, etc., hidden in the darkness, as well as several other true gods, who were caught in the cracks in the initial barrier. Outside the starry sky, the fallen mother goddess, the mother tree of desire, the superstar master and other outer gods also paid their attention in the past, and they all witnessed this scene together. The stars are within the first barrier. Adam and the night goddess frowned subconsciously. This was not good news. An outer god from the past has actually penetrated the initial barrier and descended into the real world. Outside the starry sky and within the initial barrier. These are two completely different concepts. How powerful was a truly awakened outer god in the past? I am afraid that even the 7 gods cannot fight against him, let alone that as long as he is willing. He can attack the original barrier in reverse at any time and attack the outer gods outside the starry sky from both inside and outside. This is a huge threat. I now believe that the stars really have the power to deliver us intact within the first barrier. A meaningful smile appeared on the face of the high-dimensional overlooker. He stood up and looked at the solemn-looking Adam. You are provoking the stars like this. If he lures an outer god from the stars to here in a fit of anger, I don't know what you can do. Can't you just watch here calmly? Adam did not speak, just kept staring at the palace of stars. But at this moment, he could not penetrate the starry sky, let alone see through the palace of stars, and see the returner of the stars in the palace of stars. He won't act like that. Adam slowly withdrew his gaze. If the return of the stars really wanted to destroy the initial barrier and bring about the predicted doomsday ahead of schedule, then he could have done so long ago. His position is not completely consistent with the old days of the outer gods beyond the stars. It didn't happen before, but you can't tell for sure next time. The high-dimensional overlooker chuckled and said. And then the surrounding time and space changed, and he trapped Adam in the turbulence of time and space. Whether he needs my help or not, I always have to make my position clear. Now, it's your turn to be a quiet spectator. I have always been an audience. Adam looked indifferent, not caring about the sudden change of attitude of Galway, who was looking down at him. I care about the true identity you hide. The high-dimensional overlooker laughed, causing a chaotic time and space to hit Adam. Outside the starry sky, the disturbed superstar master stretched out a giant palm comparable to a star, grabbed a nearby star in his palm, rubbed it, and turned it into a white gold light ball that was pushed to the limit and threw it towards the original star, the direction of the barrier. The mother tree of desire also used actions to express its position. It stopped the fallen mother goddess, who wanted to take advantage of the chaos. After it became clear that the stars were within the initial barrier, their mentality changed slightly. The aura revealed from the Hall of Stars proves that the stars are fully capable of sending them into the initial barrier in advance. Even if it's just one day in advance, they can get the biggest advantage in the final battle. When the white gold ball of light thrown by the superstar master was about to reach the initial barrier, it suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the platinum ball of light appeared outside the gate of the God of War kingdom, pushing forward with a devastating momentum. Boom! Even if this is a planet that the superstar master randomly manipulates, and after a certain weakening attack, it can still easily destroy the kingdom of the God of War. A giant wearing decayed armor, holding a long sword, bathing in the dusk, is standing in his broken kingdom of God and roaring with anger. The superstar master was also surprised by this situation. His attack cannot penetrate the initial barrier to cause damage to the kingdom of the 7 gods. Otherwise, The kingdom of the 7 gods guarding the cracks in the initial barrier would have been razed to the ground long ago, and would not be able to survive to this day. There is only one explanation for this, which is that the stars drew his attack to the gate of the God of War's kingdom, and used his power to destroy the kingdom of the God of War. The superstar master just thought about it for a moment, then stretched out a palm comparable to a star, and once again threw 3 planets that were pushed to the limit. In this matter, he does not mind being a thug to the stars. He just hopes that the stars will get some rain and dew, and lead part of his offensive to the kingdom of the eternal blazing sun. The stars seemed to hear his voice, and pulled one of the 3 planets to the kingdom of the eternal blazing sun. Even though Eternal Fear Sun was on guard, his divine kingdom still roared hugely, and most of it collapsed, even himself being affected. As for the God of War, the situation is even more difficult. He, who is being taken care of, no longer wants to fight against Grey Carrie at this moment. He wants to return to his kingdom of God and face the attacks from the stars. But this time, he was blocked by Grey Carrie. Grey Carrie sneered and said, "Even if the goddess of the night benefits tonight, I will completely collapse your kingdom." Bad Air was furious, but he couldn't get rid of Grey Carrie's entanglement for a while. Under the night sky, the goddess of the night standing next to Azek slowly raised her eyes and stared at the kingdom of the God of War. Under the joint witness of the 7 gods, he would naturally not become an oath breaker and step out of the gate of the kingdom of God. But this does not mean that the God of War can stay safely in his kingdom. Tonight's situation was the God of War's own choice. He was greedy and chose to snatch the uniqueness of Death's path. He almost succeeded, but in the end, he couldn't compare to the God of Death, who offered his devout faith to the stars. It is hard to imagine how much power a true God-level faith can exert. But one thing is certain: the God of War will fall tonight. Beside him, Azek's eyes were slightly dull. He had heard of the existence of Chuanqing. Backlund had once vigorously searched for followers of Chuanqing. I originally thought that the stars were just a new identity of a certain true god. A trumpet. Unexpectedly, the power of this star could shake the God of War's kingdom. Who is the star? Azek couldn't help but ask the goddess of night beside him. Not sure? Have you not even found out his origin? Tonight is a good opportunity. Azek didn't ask any more questions and looked at the God of War, who was being stalked by Grey Carrie. He might be robbed tonight, when the kingdom of the eternal burning sun and the God of War was constantly bombarded. The God of knowledge and wisdom still stood outside the kingdom of the goddess of night, compared to the kingdom of God where the God of War was attacked. The most critical thing is to ensure that the goddess of the night does not leave the kingdom of God at this point in time. Once the goddess of the night breaks her oath, the God of War will most likely fall tonight. The collapse of the kingdom of God now has a great impact, but it will not cause it to fall. The God of War, who is having trouble coping with the situation in the God of War, finally allowed the mother goddess of the earth to step into his kingdom and help him protect it. A dark brown wooden staff was inserted into the kingdom of the God of War, and countless symbols of wheat ears, flowers, and springs began to flash. At the same time, countless huge green plants sprouted from the ground, covering the kingdom of the God of War in all directions, completely isolated from the outside world. At this moment, there are only 2 relatively leisurely true gods left among the 7 gods: the Lord of Storms and the God of Steam and Machinery. Because the Lord of Storms carried out a battle with the high-dimensional overlookers in Banseaport some time ago, his kingdom of God has already closed its doors and rarely pays attention to external affairs. Only the God of Steam and Machinery was left, and he still had the energy to take action. According to the previous discussion between the 7 gods, it was his turn to test the details of the star. Despite his reluctance, the God of Steam and Machinery chose to take action. One after another, the projection-like scrolls gathered into the torrent of the times and began to impact the palace of stars across the starry sky. Some of the scrolls record the primitive life of ancient ancestors before they mastered technology. Some record how generations of ordinary people began to master extraordinary powers through constant attempts. Some record warships and cannons after the rise of technology. And some contain countless knowledge. A history book of civilization with wisdom. These contents give the seemingly light picture a different weight, which is the weight of civilization. At the same time, a pillar of light that could not be seen by most extraordinary people also fell from the sky and rushed towards the starry palace of stars. This ray of light has no entity, as if it is a torrent of information that is made up of streams of complex information. Hidden Sage. It is he who is cooperating with the God of Steam and Machinery. Bernadette has successfully been promoted to Sequence 2 and is destined to be his enemy. Originally worried about the existence of the stars, The hidden sage did not go out of his way to trouble Bernadette. Now that the 7 gods are joining forces to plan, it is the best opportunity for him to take action. The combination of the god of steam and machinery and the hidden sage attracted the attention of many beings. When the torrent of the times carrying the history of civilization rushed through the starry sky, it was completely melted, without even a small splash. Compared with the vast years of the entire starry sky, human history is so short that it is less than a drop in the ocean. It is like a small drop of water dripping on the ocean. And even the waves that occasionally roll up are louder than this movement. The torrent of information from the hidden sage was also intercepted by the starry sky. Instead, the stars lit up, making the starry sky even more brilliant. The starry sky seemed to be the dividing line between 2 different worlds. The palace of stars was on the other side, and they were on this side. Although the god of steam and machinery and the hidden sage felt nervous, they continued to use their authority and constantly tested the power of the stars. At this time, a black ocean surged in, and across the starry sky, a huge figure of the hangman loomed, bringing corruption, shadow, darkness, and filth to help stop the hidden sage. True creator, the hidden sage spoke angrily. While he was speaking, the huge phantom of the hangman threw a black mountain from the air and pressed down on the hidden sage. The hidden sage could only give up targeting the stars and start dealing with the interference from the true creator. At this time, tentacles extending from the darkness, swirling the aura of disaster and destruction, also joined the battlefield. Those pythons with tentacles shaped like mountains each have an eye at the top. The eyes may be closed or open. Everything swept by the eyes turns into gray-white stones, and the parts touched by the tentacles. Then they began to twist and grow limbs and heads, turning into large or small women. Very good-looking witches. This is the original witch who has been peeping in secret for a long time. As soon as she takes action, she traps the god of war who wants to escape from here. A golden flame that had been brewing for a long time in the crown on Grey Carrie's head completely enveloped the god of war who was temporarily trapped. The situation suddenly reversed. Originally tonight, the god of war cooperated with the goddess of the night to kill Grey Carrie. But now the god of war has become the prey of Grey Carrie and the original witch. The original witch, Bad Air, the god of war, let out an angry roar. The decaying armor he wore was melted by the flames of the phoenix. His body was bathed in the terrifying flames that were hot and full of death. Even his soul and consciousness were being burned. Several tentacles of darkness struck hard on his arms and face, which were no longer protected by the decaying armor. His flesh and blood began to peel off and crack, turning into beautiful witches. The witches flew to other corners of his body that had not yet been touched. The god of war Bad Air was transformed from the most ferocious giant into a charming witch. Bad Air was angry and helpless. And in the end, he could only watch as Grey Carrie's golden flame-burning wings crossed his neck and cut off his head. Faced with such a sudden development, Isaac, who was watching the battle from a relatively close distance, quickly looked away, his heart throbbing. The scale of this divine battle tonight is so terrifying that it is almost turning into a mess. First there was a battle between Grey Carrie, the goddess of night, and the god of war. And then the stars appeared. The appearance of the stars attracted the god of steam and machinery, and the hidden sage to target. Somehow, the true creator also joined the battlefield and stood still. On the other side of the stars, the original witch was finally attracted. There are already 8 true gods involved. Fortunately, in the night world of the goddess of the night, if it were on the ground, the entire southern continent would have been shattered and sunk into the depths of the sea. This is still a battlefield that can be seen, and fierce battles seem to be breaking out in the distant starry sky. Just the vague aura and fluctuations make people shudder. A divine battle of this scale made Isaac suddenly feel like he had returned to the most intense battlefield of the 4 Emperors' War. The gods are bleeding. Corpses are everywhere, filled with blood and flesh, chaos and death. Isaac no longer dared to look up at the stars, lest he see something he shouldn't see and bring about his own destruction. He just turned his head slightly and looked at the goddess of the night, who was still holding the gold jewelry. "You failed tonight." The expression in the eyes of the night goddess seemed to be much more lively at this moment. He just raised his eyes and glanced in the direction of the kingdom of the god of war. Then let go and let the ancient gold ornament return to Isaac's forehead. "My promise stands, and from now on, you will be free." After the goddess of the night said these words, she looked at the murderous Grey Carrie and the original witch in the distance. She did not stay any longer and dispersed into the world of darkness and stayed away from this place. Naturally, Isaac did not dare to stay here for long, and chose to return to the palace of the East Balam Empire to wait for Grey Carrie's return. As the night goes away, the stars shine brighter. The god of steam and machinery and the hidden sage did not dare to continue fighting, and hurriedly stayed away from here and left the battlefield. The true creator did not choose to pursue him, and the huge phantom of the hangman merged into the black ocean and left. The eyes behind the shadow curtain glanced at the palace of stars across the starry sky, and followed the black ocean away. Whether you are Salinger or not, the covenant you signed is still valid. The voice of the original which came from an unknown space. And Grey Carrie just nodded calmly. The old covenant has been too long. But I will help you once. The original which said nothing more. And the dark tentacles with eyes merged into the darkness and disappeared. Also disappearing together were hundreds of extraordinary-looking witches, big and small, looking around the much cleaner battlefield. Grey Carrie looked up and saw the palace of stars quietly entrenched above the starry sky. Tonight, only the light of the stars still shines. Chapter 351 The Fallen God of War. Damn it! Damn secret! Backlund, the djinn who was watching the battle between gods in the distance with Bernadette, cursed in anger and annoyance. Just from the aura he sensed, the Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master all took action tonight, along with the stars. Not to mention the guy from the high-dimensional overlooker. He, who can move freely, will definitely run to join in the fun. Among the members of the Meeting of Stars, he is the only one who cannot participate in tonight's event, and is not even qualified to witness it with his own eyes. This is so irritating. When I thought about the next Meeting of Stars, other members were discussing tonight's divine battle, and he was the only one sitting on the sidelines unable to speak, and was constantly being ridiculed by the high-dimensional overlookers and the Superstar Masters. He felt very unhappy, and wished he could simply miss the Meeting of the Stars next time. But he also wanted to find out what exactly happened tonight. What a tangle! The genie was swinging the wishing lamp, jumping up and down, and uttering curses. All of this must be blamed on the damned mystery. Without him, why would I have to suffer so many grievances? This time, Bernadette rarely thought that the djinn was too noisy, but looked at him with interest. After a while, the djinn god stopped. He hummed softly and said, "The hidden sage also joined the battle tonight. He and the stars were completely at odds. You have to be careful in the future, and don't be suddenly killed by the hidden sage. Caught? Tonight is the victory of the stars. He will only hide further. Hide, and will never appear in front of me again." Bernadette was not worried about her situation at all. The deterrent power of the stars is enough to make the hidden sage dare not act rashly. It was okay for him to hide. But if he appeared in front of him, wouldn't he be afraid that the stars would directly lock on him and extract the uniqueness and extraordinary characteristics from his body? Based on her understanding of the hidden sage, he would definitely hide. And he would hide far away. Oh! A true god only needs to look at you to make you collapse. Then let's wait until he appears, Bernadette said, and glanced at the djinn again. If it doesn't work, I will throw you out. With your ability, you should be able to protect me for a while. Haha. I don't have that interest. I am a believer in the stars. Don't you want to have a good relationship with the stars? The djinn didn't say anything else. He felt that Bernadette was gradually losing her respect for him. Bernadette looked at the calm starry sky and whispered, "Is this the end of tonight?" Uncertain, the djinn is also looking up at the stars, his eyes looking towards the kingdom of the god of war. If she were the goddess of the night, she would definitely take this opportunity to sneak into the god of war's shattered kingdom and devour the god of war. Do you think anything else will change? Maybe the goddess of the night will take action. Before the djinn finished speaking, the starry sky that had calmed down suddenly changed again. At the cracks in the barrier, the kingdom of the god of war, which was cared for by the stars, was now in dilapidated condition, with only ruins and tiles left, and the smoke of war was still burning. The giant, wearing tattered and decaying armor and bathing in the dusk, sat on a stone step that was still intact with a look of pain and disbelief. At the heart of the Twilight Giant, a dark brown wooden staff pierced his heart from behind. It is frantically sucking the life out of the Dusk Giant, trying to drag it back to the earth and its mother's embrace. The owner of this dark brown wooden staff is standing behind the Twilight Giant, in the hands of a plump lady with a giant appearance, together with the withered flowers, grass, and trees on his body. It forms a unique autumn season. The Dusk Giant wanted to turn his head and look at the plump lady behind him, who he called his mother, but was unable to do so. He could only murmur a name in his mouth. Lee. See? It's time for you to return to the earth. The plump lady just spoke lightly, and the next second, The expression on the dusk giant's face completely froze, and his body began to collapse. Groups of orange light, the color of dusk, penetrated the dark world and fell towards the vast land. Under the gaze of the bright starry sky, a corner of dusk's light is burning. Some of the light clusters carrying the aura of dusk fell on the mountain ranges, crushing the entire mountains. And some fell on densely populated urban areas, causing disasters far beyond those of meteorites falling from the sky. Most of them fell into the sea and combined with the creatures in the sea that were lucky enough to survive the impact, giving birth to powerful and crazy monsters. In Backlund's suburban manor, a small ball of light also fell, turning the area within 100 miles into a twilight realm. Bernadette and the Jinn were lucky enough to observe this scene, watching the dusk collapse and dissipate in the dark night and under the starry sky. Is this the end of God of War? Bernadette, who was watching everything from a distance, felt an inexplicable chill spreading from her heart to all over her body. Tonight, a god has fallen. This should be the first god to fall in the 5th Black Iron era. Just like that, he fell lightly from the starry sky and completely lost his life. Even someone as strong as a true god would fall if he took even one wrong step. He was sequenced too, more like walking a tightrope, unable to make even half a step wrong. Only then did she truly understand why the stars wouldn't let her save her father. Even the true god is so fragile, let alone her. This is the fate of stupid people. The Jinn god could only give this evaluation. Madness? Otherwise, how do you think the god of war died? The Jinn god snorted disdainfully. If the god of war is not stupid, he only needs to hide in his own kingdom of God and not get involved in tonight's events. And he can naturally survive. There is no other possibility for his downfall except stupidity. In the southern continent, in the palace of the East Balam Empire, Grey Carey, who is on an adjacent path to the god of war, naturally also clearly sees the fate of the god of war. He was not too surprised by this ending. He had already told the god of war that he would definitely fall tonight. Did he think he would be safe if the goddess of the night didn't take action? Stupid. He didn't even need to guess. The fall of the god of war was definitely related to the goddess of night, and the uniqueness of the god of war's path would inevitably fall into the hands of the goddess of night. He will become the next target of the goddess of the night. Looking back carefully at what happened tonight, the goddess of the night has not contributed much. It can be seen that her goal from the beginning was the god of war. If the god of war successfully takes away the uniqueness of the path to death from his body tonight, then when the god of war tries to swallow this power, he will be beaten by the goddess of the night. In this way, the only condition required for the goddess of the night to advance to the past is the river of eternal darkness. No matter what the outcome of tonight's battle is, the goddess of the night will at least get a share of the uniqueness of the adjacent path. The only difference was whether he or the god of war perished. He once saw the future through the power of the stars. If he didn't come to the southern continent this time, he would fall before the god of war, the protection of the stars. Grey Carey sighed, and then realized that there was still Azek standing in the room. The god of war fell? Well, he fell at the hands of the mother goddess of the earth. To be precise, he died because of the plan of the goddess of the night. Hearing this answer, Azek was speechless. He had this premonition tonight when he was alone with the goddess of the night. Sure enough, the god of war still fell into the hands of the goddess of night. The goddess of the night is indeed the true god who needs to be vigilant the most. Let me help you solve a little problem. Grey Carey, who was in a pretty good mood, used the tip of her right wing to point the center of Azek's eyebrows to help him stabilize his soul again. The actions of the goddess of the night tonight still have an impact on Azek's soul to a greater or lesser extent. But the goddess of the night deliberately left part of her power behind. And Grey Carey used the power left by the goddess of the night to help Azek regain stability in his soul. Even if the other half of the soul does not return, he will not lose his memory again. But he will still die when he reaches his age and enter reincarnation again. Thanks. Azek took a deep breath, feeling sober and relaxed. That was different from before. From today on, he no longer needs to live with the heavy burden of the past, and can live a brand new life. An ordinary life that only belongs to Azek. This is the gift you deserve. Grey Carey flew back to the table and said with emotion, if it were me before, you would never have a choice today. Azek also felt something from his heart and said, reliving your life again will always add some humanity. Human nature? I don't need that kind of thing that belongs to humans. I just want to change my way of life. Grey Carey said, after being reborn, I washed away the confusion and madness in the past, and my sanity has never been the same as it is now. Sobered up like this, through his own resurrection experience, He has completely understood how to resist the growing madness. Whenever one's own madness reaches a critical point, one can die and live another life. Just like now. To cleanse away the accumulated madness. He didn't know if other gods had made similar attempts. Perhaps this method was unique to the path of the god of death. If a true god from another path dies, even if he has some backup, there is no guarantee that he will not be stabbed in the back during his resurrection. Once a new true god of the same path appears, they will completely fall. But he didn't need to worry about this issue. After all, the stars are watching everything, and they will naturally be watching his followers. Chapter 352 Path of the Stars. Grey Carrie had to admit that she chose to believe in the stars out of utilitarianism and coercion, and was not that pious. But if you think about it carefully, from the time you were born to the time you get through the difficulties now, all the stars have been helping you. Although his faith has not yet reached 100% piety, it is at least 60% above the passing mark. I'm going back to my room to rest first. And so are you. Isaac didn't stay long. He was really tortured tonight. His forehead alone was torn 3 times, and half of his soul was disturbed by shaking 3 times, so that his spirit was rarely exhausted. In addition, tonight's battle between gods was too exciting and shocking, so he needed to go back to his room, lie on the bed, and relieve his fatigue by falling asleep. Grey Carrie watched Isaac leave. After a while, he realized that he had other things to do. Sharon. On the one hand, I came to the southern continent to prepare for tonight's game. And on the other hand, I also wanted to protect Sharon. When he rushed back to Sharon's room, Sharon had disappeared. There was no scent of Sharon in the entire palace and the entire capital of the East Balam Empire. It was impossible for her to leave here tonight unless she was taken away. Chirp! Grey Carrie shouted and hurriedly rushed into the spirit world. He didn't want to lose Sharon just after receiving the blessing of the stars. Fortunately, he felt another breath from the spirit world in the room. Otherwise he would really be frightened. The spiritual world is his territory. Although he cannot control the spiritual world and become its master, it is still very easy to find someone. Soon, Grey Carrie was looking for that breath and came to a black castle floating in the light mist. This ancient castle has a tall spire, covered with vines, and a translucent woman stands on the top of the castle. She is almost as tall as the castle. She wears a complicated, gorgeous, yet dark and gloomy black dress. She has no head, and her drooping hands hold 4 blonde hair and red eyes. She has a bright and identical head. When Grey Carrie came here, she blinked slightly, but didn't pay much attention to it. The spiritual world is so big, and there are all kinds of strange creatures. His eyes looked at Sharon, who was sleeping peacefully on the big bed inside the castle. You're not bad. If you encounter any trouble in the spirit world, you can come to me. Grey Carrie affirmed the other party's behavior of protecting Sharon tonight, and a gentle force entered the room along the doors and windows of the castle, sending Sharon out, who was still sleeping. Seeing that Sharon was safe and sound, Grey Carrie breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at Renette Tentacle, who was at the same height as the castle. After looking at it for a while, a ray of golden flame turned into a stick, feathers with golden flowing light. This can help you get back to wholeness sooner. Thank you. Thank you. Renette Tentacle bowed slightly and saluted. Without saying anything else, Grey Carrie left the spiritual world with Sharon and returned to the real world. Renette Tentacle, who bit the feather with her head, just watched Sharon leave and did not interfere in this matter. Even if she really wanted to do something, there was nothing she could do in front of a god who controlled death. The stars are fading and the night is ending. The fall of the god of war has sounded the alarm to several other true gods. With the prophesied doomsday approaching, more divine wars are sure to break out in the future. This time, under the witness of the 7 gods, the god of war fell in his kingdom, although it was the Mother Earth who acted behind it. This was definitely inseparable from the goddess of night. The 3 true gods, the god of knowledge and wisdom, the eternal sun, and the Lord of storms, who are hostile to each other, are even more wary of each other at this moment. No one wants to become the next god of war. Among them, the god of knowledge and wisdom directly blocked the gate of the kingdom of God and prohibited the approach of other true gods. The eternal sun draws in the god of steam and machinery and becomes an ally with him to survive the next dangerous situation. The camp of the night goddess and the earth mother goddess is the most stable, and together with the storm lord, who has always been biased towards him, they have become the most terrifying force among the 6 gods. The will of the gods extends to the believers on the ground, which is the beginning of a huge war. Tonight, When the god of war falls, the oracles of the three gods, the Night Goddess, the Earth Mother Goddess, and the Storm Lord, have been quietly passed down. But these have nothing to do with Hastur at this time. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur is in his exclusive position. He closes his eyes and feels the changes in the Hall of Stars tonight with his whole body. As a Sequence 5 person, even if he had control over the Hall of Stars, he would still be far from being able to participate in tonight's divine battle. However, the prayers from Grey Carrie, Bernadette and others generated a huge force of faith, especially Grey Carrie, which suddenly leveraged the character and power of the Hall of Stars itself. Let the Palace of Stars truly manifest within the initial barrier and be exposed to the gaze of all eyes. There is only one thing that Hastur really does. He just borrows the power inspired by the Palace of Stars to quietly change the attack of the Superstar Master. Let the planets compressed into light clusters rush into the kingdom of the God of War and the eternal blazing sun, and use the hands of the Superstar Master to crush their kingdom. As for other aspects, it is all the power of the Palace of Stars itself. When faced with the sudden attack by the God of Steam and Machinery, Hastur, who was in the Hall of Stars, was indeed startled and felt a little uneasy. Although he believed that the God of Steam and Machinery would not be able to break through the Hall of Stars, he himself estimated that he would be affected. When the hidden sage joined in again, Hastur became even more worried. But they can't even pass through the starry sky, let alone affect the Palace of Stars. Hastur's hanging heart was relieved. Thinking about it seriously, even the Jinn sealed in the wishing lamp could not be destroyed by the true God, let alone the Palace of Stars. This is different from Mr. Fool's Origin Castle. The Origin Castle left behind by the Lord of Mysteries seems to be empty, and does not have enough defensive power. Even Amon, who has not yet become a god, can shake Origin Castle. This may be related to the calculation of the Lord of Mysteries. After all, he does not care who becomes the new master of Origin Castle. He may even open the door to high sequence extraordinaries in the 3 extraordinary paths of soothsayers, thieves, and apprentices, because in this way, he can wake up and return faster. As for the Palace of Stars, it has complete strength and strong defense. It is a heavily guarded fortress that can protect its master. Even if his rank is low, it will not have any impact on it. If he is promoted to a higher rank, it will only affect his control over the Palace of Stars. It's like in the game. When you are only at level 50, you get a level 100 artifact. Although you can't use the artifact flexibly, the artifact is still an artifact, and its power has not changed. When Grey Carrie's prayer shook the Hall of Stars and activated the true power of the Hall of Stars, it was like feeding herself an experience pill. Well, to be more precise, it was helping herself to solve the level restrictions on using artifacts, similar to an hourly artifact experience coupon. At that time, Hastur truly felt the authority of the Returner of the Stars. It turns out that the stars really can watch everything. This is not empty talk that he has been talking about, but a real and existing authority. The fallen Mother Goddess, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Overlord of the Superstar, the Son of Chaos, the High-Dimensional Overlooker, the Ring of Fate, the Original Hunger. There are also a lot of ancient outer gods scattered in every corner of the starry sky. They are all like stars, constantly emitting colorful light, waiting for themselves to wake them up. It was obvious that he was in the Hall of Stars, within the initial barrier, and under the starry sky above his head. But at that moment, he has a commanding perspective, and everything is under his gaze. As long as he is willing, he can use the authority of the Palace of Stars to bring the Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master into the original barrier. This discovery shocked him greatly. If he accidentally attracted an alien god from outside the starry sky, the end of the entire world would come tonight. He hurriedly stabilized his mentality, tried to stay away from the outer god old days entrenched outside the starry sky, and then silently led the attack of the Superstar Lord. This is also the use of the power of return, but with the blessing of the Palace of Stars. It seemed so incredible. He also witnessed the death of the God of War, and clearly saw how the Earth Mother inserted the dark brown wooden staff into the God of War's heart from behind, when the seriously injured God of War needed to recover from his injuries. We also saw how the Earth Mother Goddess and the Night Goddess completed the deal, each getting what they needed. When all the dust settled, the Hall of Stars once again experienced many changes due to this activation. Some new knowledge is constantly being poured into Hastur's mind. The most important knowledge among them is to understand an extraordinary path for those who return to the stars. But this extraordinary path of the stars only has sequence 4 to sequence 0. It does not have the extraordinary promotion route from sequence 9 to sequence 5. This made Hastur reasonably doubt whether this extraordinary path of the stars was an extraordinary path tailor-made for him by the Hall of Stars tonight. Sequence 4. Homeless People. Sequence 3. Enlightenment Saint Master. Sequence 2. Attendants of the Stars. Sequence 1. Star Singer. Sequence 0. Return to Zero. Chapter 353. The Kingdom of Lone declares all-out war. The Path of the Stars. An extraordinary path that is completely consistent with the Palace of Stars. This should be a good thing. Hastur himself is hesitant to jump to other adjacent extraordinary paths when he is promoted from Sequence 5 to Sequence 4. The timely appearance of the star path really gave him one more choice. But there is a serious problem here. After reaching high sequence, if you want to take magic potion to advance, you basically need an extraordinary characteristic. There should be no extraordinaries from other star pathways in the entire mysterious world. So where should I obtain the extraordinary characteristics for promotion? From the Hall of Stars itself? Hastur was thinking about the problem while receiving information from the Hall of Stars. After receiving this knowledge, Hastur opened his eyes, with a strange look deep in his eyes. In addition to the need for the Palace of Stars as a medium to jump to the homeless people of Sequence 4 and those who have returned to Sequence 0, Sequence 3, Sequence 2, and Sequence 1 can use the corresponding extraordinary characteristics of other extraordinary paths as a replacement. But there is a prerequisite. The extraordinary characteristics of the other extraordinary paths used must be the extraordinary paths possessed by the ancient outer gods, who went to the Hall of Stars to participate in the meeting of stars. This ability and requirement remind Hastur of the chain of order. The ability to replicate or match other extraordinary paths. For example, now, in addition to the Black Emperor path, I also have the related abilities of the Judgment path, the Destiny path, the Night path, and the Sun path. The chain of order. This name is no longer enough to describe its capabilities. It is more appropriate to call it the Chain of Stars. Hastur renamed the Chain of Order before moving on to other questions about the path to the stars. For example, the extraordinary materials required, promotion rituals, etc. Fortunately, the promotion ceremony of Sequence 1 and Sequence 0 requires a trip to the stars. As a returner of the stars, if he really wants to go to the stars, wouldn't it be like a delicious meat bun falling into a group of hungry dogs? It would definitely tear the skin to pieces and swallow it into the stomach. Not even a bit of dregs would be left. There may be other tricks. Hastur carefully thought about the requirements in the promotion ceremony, even studying every punctuation mark thoroughly. God of the Jinn, do you want to send him into the starry sky in advance? Hastur tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought. The night will eventually dissipate, and only the sun will shine in the sky. The weather in June and July is obviously the hottest time. But this year's weather is much cooler than before. For people who have been scorched by the sun in previous years, they naturally think this is a good thing. There are only some older wise people who have begun to worry about whether they can survive this colder winter. But before they could wait for the cold winter, they were greeted by the smoke of war. Without warning or alliance, the Kingdom of Lone and the Republic of Intis unanimously declared war on the Fasak Empire early this morning in the King's conference room. Once such a decision to declare war came out, not only the people of the Fasak Empire were shocked, but also the people of the Kingdom of Lone and the Republic of Intis found it incredible and unbelievable. Especially for the Kingdom of Lone. You must know that the comprehensive national power of the Fasak Empire has been steadily suppressing the Kingdom of Rome. Although the war between the two countries has won each other, the Fasak Empire still needs to concentrate on dealing with the other side, Republic of Intis. Moreover, the war in the southern continent has just stopped. At this point in time, shouldn't we be more worried about the southern continent's massive invasion from the north? What should we do if the southern continent takes advantage of the Lone Kingdom's attack on the Fusak Empire and takes advantage? However, these calls and arguments could not affect the determination of the kingdom's top leaders. The church members collectively kept silent and fully cooperated with the kingdom's decision to declare war. In particular, King George III of the Lone Kingdom has prepared to hold a large-scale pre-war speech across the country in 1 month. Backland is particularly lively today. Basically all the ministers and powerful nobles of the Lone Kingdom have been summoned to the palace to discuss the future direction of the Lone Kingdom. At Earl Hall's house, Audrey naturally also learned that the Lone Kingdom was going to go into full-scale war with the Fasak Empire. She was a little confused by the news, although she did not pay too much attention to the upper-level politics of the Lone Kingdom. She also knew that a climate was forming in the southern continent, and she might attack the Lone Kingdom at any time. It was for this reason that Mr. Hastur was specially sent to South Wales to guard the coastal defenses. At this moment, The Lone Kingdom actually declared a full-scale war on the Fuzak Empire directly and unilaterally. She didn't want to question the king's decision. But no matter how much she thought about it, she felt something was wrong. After thinking about it, she called Susie, who was hiding in her room and concentrating on studying the psychology works of Master Hermes. Susie, please stop reading for a few days, and help me listen to what Earl Hall is discussing with others in the study. Okay, Audrey. Susie accepted the errand and said, Audrey, you should change the way you subconsciously move around when you are worried. This can easily reveal your mental state at the moment. After Susie finished speaking, she turned around and left the room, heading to the study to find out the news, leaving Audrey alone in a daze. Southern Continent, East Balam Empire. Sharon, who has been here for 2 days, is ready to return to South Wales by boat. Because of Grey Carey, the East Balam Empire's attitude towards her was obviously flattering. As soon as they heard that she wanted to gather members of the original Temperance faction, they mobilized the entire country to help her accomplish this. Even when she was about to leave the Southern Continent, the East Balam Empire planned to send a large warship to send her back to South Wales. Sharon directly rejected the proposal and returned by boat alone with Grey Carey still by her side. This is a ferry that normally sails from the Southern Continent to South Wales. It is full of merchants and their relatives who come to the Southern Continent for business. Some of them are from the Kingdom of Lone, the Republic of Intis, the Kingdom of Fenaport, etc. Officials of the country. With the victory of the Southern Continent's native war, these ordinary official workers were not persecuted, but were only required to leave the land of the Southern Continent within a certain period of time. There was a mixed crowd on the ferry, and Sharon lived alone in a VIP room because the captain of the ferry was also specially sent by the royal family of the East Balam Empire. On the ferry with Sharon was Mr. Azek, who also stayed in a VIP room. At this moment, he is sitting in front of a desk full of books, holding a quill soaked in ink, writing a letter. This is a letter to his student Klein. It is a very good decision to hide yourself by feigning death. But before you can advance to faceless manhood, you also need an extraordinary item that can cover your own aura. I have an extraordinary item here called False Face. It can help you hide your true appearance and make it difficult to be discovered. It has only 2 negative effects. The first negative effect is that every 3 days you use the false face, there will be one day when you particularly want to tell the truth. On this day, you must reduce communication with others, or prohibit communication. The second negative effect is that the longer you wear the false face, the more likely you are to fall into a state of confusion between reality and reality. So every half a month, you have to take off the false face for a day to let it reset its effect. This extraordinary item was specially taken out by Azek from the treasure house of the East Balam Empire, and was specially prepared for Klein, who was currently adventuring in the sea. Azek paused for a while, then continued to write, I have retrieved my past memories. Although there have been many twists and turns during this period, I will always be your teacher, and I will use this identity to peacefully finish my life. This winter, I want to go to the north of the Fuzak Empire for vacation. If you have time, you can go skiing and fishing for seals there with me. After writing the letter, Azek summoned a messenger from the spirit world and sent the letter to Klein, who was still floating on the sea. After doing this, Azek got up and went to Sharon's room. Although he could not determine the relationship between this little girl and Grey Carey, he thought they must be very close. Perhaps by teaching Sharon, Grey Carey can be given a little more humanity. A god of death, who is full of humanity, and has not fallen into complete madness, will not bring too much death and war to the world. Facing Azek's arrival, Sharon stopped playing a puppet and began to learn and explore a lot of extraordinary knowledge. Grey Carey, who was standing by the window to enjoy the breeze, only glanced briefly and then looked towards the sky. He was thinking about whether to take advantage of the critical moment when the goddess of night absorbed the uniqueness of the god of war's path to make a sneak attack. But considering the secret authority of the night goddess, coupled with her ruthless and patient calculations, maybe she hasn't even begun to absorb the uniqueness of the god of war's path yet. If he went to the kingdom of the night goddess, he would probably never be able to leave, and instead, he would be advantageous to the night goddess. Thinking of this, Grey Carey felt a little gloomy. She lowered her head slightly to straighten the feathers on her chest, then flew to Sharon's shoulder and listened quietly to Azek and Sharon's chat. When he heard that he was bored, he dozed off, shook his body, and almost fell off Sharon's shoulders. Sharon could only reach out and lift him to the table and put him down. Even though she already knew how extraordinary Grey Carrie was, she still found it hard to believe that this little thing, at least, existed as a Sequence 2 angel. Isaac is quite satisfied with this. Grey Carrie's performance proves that he is becoming more and more humane. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In fact, both gods and ordinary people have their own shortcomings. Or it should be said that the world itself is not a perfect existence. So there is always a need to make up for each other. Chapter 354 I Have a Friend Series. On Monday, above the gray fog, Klein stood at the head of the long bronze table. He had a pretty good life during this period. As Gairman Sparrow, he hunted many famous pirates. Not only can you harvest a bunch of loot, but you can also go to relevant official organizations to exchange for high bounties. He felt that he had never been so rich. The bounty from a well-known pirate was enough for him to work hard in Backland for several years. Pirate hunter. This job really suits him. But he also needs to disappear for a while. Otherwise, he would become a public enemy of the pirates. Not only would hunting become more difficult, but he himself would be in danger. Mr. Isaac has retrieved his past memories and invited himself to go to the coastal city in the northern part of the Fuzak Empire in winter to ski and fish for seals. He can understand skiing, but seal fishing, Mr. Isaac is quite wild. If given the chance, he would enjoy a free life and give himself a perfect vacation. After thinking for a while and feeling that the time was almost up, Klein summoned the Tarot Club members to start this week's Tarot Club. Miss Justice, who was always warm and cheerful, seemed to be full of worries and a little depressed, although she still greeted her as before. Mr. Hangman, who is good at controlling his own mental activities, is also in a bad mood today, as if something big is weighing on his mind, making it difficult for him to breathe. Even the Magician Lady, who always just likes to be a crowd pleaser, seems to be worried, and the way she hesitates to speak has exposed her true thoughts at the moment. Little Sun is as innocent as ever, and Mr. Moon is still so heartless. Oh, no. He is just immersed in his own pure world. Klein calmly observed around, taking in the status of all Tarot Club members, and knew in his heart that something big had happened during this period. This week, Klein did not receive Russell's diary, and could only enter the conversation directly. Miss Justice and the Hangman each had their own concerns, and neither spoke first. On the other hand, Mr. Moon, who has never been very reliable, raised his hand in a small arc. When everyone's attention gathered, he put it down, coughed twice, and tried to make his tone as natural as possible. I have a friend who, for some unknown reason recently, often goes to the Mother Earth Church to help the priest there with work, cleaning the tables, sweeping the floor, and feeling the joy of the harvest. But he is a noble vampire. How can he betray the faith of the vampires? So this is a disease that needs treatment. I would like to ask you if there is any special way to help my friend change his current situation. If the method is useful, my friend is willing to pay a certain amount of money for it. Emlyn finished speaking calmly, but his eyes were a little evasive. The scene was silent for a while, and the look he looked over was a little playful, which made Emlyn a little panicked. Mr. Moon, I have a friend who used this rhetoric before. Audrey was really trying hard to resist the urge to cover her face with her hands when Susie accidentally swallowed the audience potion. She also used a friend of mine as an excuse. But Mr. Fool and Mr. Hangman still found out. It was such a shameful feeling. Alger looked strange, thought for a moment and said, "Let's first assume that your friends are pure vampires just like you." "It's not a vampire. It's a vampire. A noble vampire. How many times do I have to stress to you that we are different from those dirty vampires?" Emlyn said angrily. "Okay. Noble vampires." Alger corrected his title and continued, "The Church of the Earth Mother has always had the tradition of converting vampires into the church. For you, this is not necessarily a bad thing. With the Earth Mother, with the support of the Church of God, you can live more legally in the sunshine." "Oh, we noble vampires don't need this little convenience." Emlyn was very disdainful of this. Alger didn't bother to teach him more about science, and said directly, "I think there are two possibilities for the situation that caused your faith to waver. The first possibility is that the church priest has an extraordinary item in his hand that can affect your mind. You are subtly accepting the teachings of Mother Earth. The second possibility is that your own faith is not firm, which will cause your faith to be shaken." Emlyn listened attentively at first, but then he felt something was wrong. After thinking about it carefully, he blushed slightly and said angrily, "That person is not me. He is a friend of mine. I want it so easy to change your beliefs. Alger just let out a soft "oh" and said nothing more. Audrey resisted the urge to laugh and tried to speak in a calm tone. Mr. Moon, you don't have to worry so much. If you don't want to believe in the Mother Earth Goddess, then stay away from the church and the place where the Mother Earth Goddess believes. Is it enough to just stay away? Emlyn thought for a moment and said with a distressed expression, but that friend of mine always goes to the church of the Mother Earth unknowingly and helps the priest. When he was alive, he could always feel the strong recognition and joy from the bottom of his heart. Especially during this time. He almost regarded the church of Mother Earth as his second home. Audrey only felt that Mr. Moon was hopeless. The reason why he came to the Tarot Club to seek a solution was just to find a reasonable excuse for him to abandon the faith of the vampires. In fact, in his heart, he has completely believed in the Mother Goddess of the Earth. It is only because of his identity as a vampire, and because he does not want to be criticized by other vampires, that he shows such painful and contradictory psychology. Derek couldn't help but say, "Don't you already fully believe in the Mother Earth? This is the state I was in when I believed in the Creator devoutly." Audrey, Alger, and Forsey looked at Derek at the same time, with the same meaning in their eyes. "Little son, how can you be so outspoken and so quick to break through Mr. Moon's last stubbornness?" Realizing that he had said something wrong, Derek couldn't help but lower his head silently. Emlyn's face turned completely red, and he couldn't help but want to raise his voice several times to discuss this matter with Derek. What does it mean that he has completely believed in the Mother Earth? Damn it. The only one he believes in is Lilith, the ancestor of the blood race. But when Mr. Fool looked over, Emlyn changed from the fighting chicken form into a little quail, silently shut up and didn't speak. But his lips still murmured unwillingly. Derek breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought he was going to quarrel with Mr. Moon again today. With Emlyn's cheerful opening, Audrey and Alger's depression dissipated a lot. Alger looked at Audrey and said sternly, "Miss Justice, I want to know why the Kingdom of Lone declared a full-scale war on the Fasak Empire. I can pay you handsomely for this." "Good question, Mr. Hangman. This is also a question I have always wanted to explore." Audrey sighed secretly in her heart. During this period, she did not hesitate to send Susie to sneak into Earl Hall's study. But she did not get much useful information. It wasn't that Susie couldn't hear clearly what was important information and what was invalid information. It was because Earl Hall didn't discuss this with anyone else in the study, as if he had some unspeakable scruples. She also tried to ask Earl Hall face to face, but Earl Hall just smiled and told her not to worry about it, and was extremely confident in the victory of this war. I am also looking for the answer to this question. When I find it, I can share this information for free. Audrey gave a reasonable answer. "Thank you for your generosity." After Alger said that, he tried to look at Mr. Fool again, but Mr. Fool didn't seem interested in discussing this matter. Klein was confused. The Kingdom of Lone actually declared a full-scale war on the Fasak Empire. When did this happen? He had been at sea during this period, and was far less informed about the news than Mr. Hangman and Miss Justice. The latest version he heard at sea was the theory that the southern continent might attack the Lone Kingdom. Under such circumstances, the Kingdom of Lone dared to declare full-scale war against the Fasak Empire. This confidence was too great. Could it be that the military's technology had made some rapid progress? It seemed like I should go back to Backlund to see if Benson and Melissa were affected by the war, and at the same time learn about the latest facts. But this will have to wait until he is promoted to Sequence 6 Faceless Man in a while. At this time, Forsey, who had been silent all this time, dropped a bombshell with a slightly trembling tone. "I know why the Kingdom of Lone declared full-scale war on the Fasak Empire at this time. Because the God of War has fallen." When it came to the last sentence, Forsey's trembling tone became even more obvious. The God of War has fallen. Alger felt a huge shock, and he immediately understood why the atmosphere inside the church was strange during this period. The God of War actually fell at this time? How terrible. Emlyn trembled when he heard this, and suddenly felt that his little trouble was nothing at all. The fall of the God of War turned out to be the reason why the king chose to declare all-out war. Audrey was shocked at first, and then quickly calmed down. The gods have fallen. Is a new era coming? Derek was hesitant about this, and had strong expectations for the future. How did Miss Magic learn this big news? Klein was shocked and distressed, faced with this bombshell thrown by Miss Magician. How should I deal with it? I don't know anything about the fall of the God of War at all. Will Mr. Fool's true face be exposed in this way? Everyone looked at Forsey, who made an astonishing statement with different eyes. Forsey subconsciously shrank his neck back, wanting to lower his head and bury it in the sand like an ostrich. Chapter 355 Mr. Fool, the golden pound flew away with wings. It was naturally impossible for her to know about the god of war by herself. It was the sage who told her and Zio about the death of the god of war. At that time, the Lone Kingdom declared full-scale war on the Fasak Empire, which really scared her and Zio. During one meeting, Zio had the courage to ask why the Kingdom of Lone declared war on the Fasak Empire. Then she and Zio heard an answer that made their scalps tingle. The god of war fell, and the goddess of the night won. The brief words were so shocking that she and Zio had to support each other to avoid being so frightened that they collapsed on the ground. In the past 2 days, she and Sho had not slept well. When they thought about the death of the god of war, they couldn't help but wake up from their sleep. This feeling of carrying a big secret is really too tiring. So today at the tarot meeting, when she saw Miss Justice and the hangman worrying about this problem, she couldn't help but talk to them. After telling this news, Forsey finally felt much more relaxed, feeling like she had swept away the haze and seen the sun. As for the shock that could not be concealed in other people's eyes, and the confused feelings in their hearts, it was none of her business. She was just generous enough to share a piece of news. Well, that was it. Thinking of this, Forsey couldn't help but straighten her back, trying her best to appear inscrutable and calm, as if she just said something ordinary that everyone knew. After the shock, Audrey was the first to ask, "Miss Magician, is the news you just told true?" "It's true. I heard this from a big shot," Forsey replied in as low a tone as possible. His eyes were as calm as the sea, and he looked at Miss Justice without any waves. "This news is too important. I am willing to pay a generous reward for it. How about 1,000 gold pounds? After regaining her mood, Audrey began to prepare to use gold pounds to hit people. Forsey's breathing became rapid, and she almost failed. But she still held back the excitement in her heart and nodded expressionlessly. Such important information as the fall of the god of war was sold for 1,000 gold pounds, which was still too cheap. "As long as this news is true, I am willing to pay 500 gold pounds for it." Alger said this while enduring the pain. Is it a loss to buy information about the fall of the god of war for 500 gold pounds? This must be a lot of money. But 500 gold pounds is not a small amount for him. If Miss Justice hadn't offered to pay the intelligence fee of 1,000 gold pounds first, he would never have paid the high price of 500 gold pounds. There's no way around it. In the adult world, sometimes it's always necessary to pretend to be fat. After all, he proposed this commission first. If he had resisted the urge to ask just now, with Miss Justice's wealth and the importance she attached to this matter, she would definitely have issued the reward first. In this way, you can save an extra 500 gold pounds and get free information. What a loss. What a loss. Alger glanced at Little Sun and the vampire with complex and hidden eyes. The two of them could obtain this information without paying any price. What price do I have to pay if I want to ask what happened? Audrey still couldn't resist the urge to explore this issue. Anyway, her current financial situation is very rich, and she can accept expenditures of less than 10,000 gold pounds. Of course, if Mr. Fool is willing to popularize this information for free, she would be more willing to listen to Mr. Fool's story. This is not a matter of gold pounds. The credibility of what comes out of Mr. Fool's mouth is not on the same level as what comes out of Miss Magician's mouth. Thinking this way, I feel a little sorry for MS. Magic. Audrey quickly gave up this bad idea, seeing another large sum of gold pounds waving enthusiastically to him. Forsey's eyes were shining brightly. She coughed lightly, cleared her throat, suppressed the excitement in her heart, and said in a thoughtful tone, "Is it a separate transaction?" "No need." Audrey shared generously. After organizing his words for a while, Forsey slowly said, "The god of war fell just 4 days ago. That night when the dust-like light ball fell from the sky. If you haven't rested yet, you only need to raise your head to see the starry sky that night. Abnormalities below. I neither have nor dare to inquire about the specific content of the divine war. I only know that the divine war broke out in the southern continent. It was a divine war related to the goddess of the night and other gods. The final result is that the god of war falls, and the goddess of the night wins." Forsey didn't go into more detail. This was all she knew. That time, she and Zio were both shocked by the news of the god of war's death, and they didn't dare to ask too much about the specific content of the god of war. There was only one thing she didn't say. That night the stars were also involved in the divine battle. Judging from the sage's tone, the stars played a major role in this divine battle. She didn't know exactly what it was. The sage didn't seem to want them to know the details of the divine war. This was a kind of protection. The goddess of the night won? Audrey's mood was very complicated. It was naturally a good thing that the goddess of the night won. But this gave her the illusion that the goddess of the night was the mastermind behind this battle between gods. Her belief is the goddess of the night. But now, she seems to be starting to blaspheme. Audrey quickly suppressed the strangeness in her heart and promised to give the magician Miss another 1,000 gold pounds as a reward. This is already 2,500 gold pounds. Klein silently tallied up the money Miss Magic made tonight. He seemed to see gold pounds with an alluring smell flying towards Miss Magician's pocket with wings. And a satisfied and happy smile appeared on her face. If he knew the news about this divine war, he could let the world come forward and earn this huge sum of gold pounds. In other words, the gold pound in Miss Magician's pocket flew from her own pocket. Mr. Fool, can you answer our questions? Just when Klein was deep in thought, Miss Justice's voice came over. And others also paid attention to it. Klein, who had been thinking about it for a while, smiled and said, "And I'm doing this for your own good tone. It's not beneficial for you to know too much. On the contrary, it will cause unnecessary trouble for you." Having said this, Klein glanced at Miss Magician thoughtfully. This look made Forsey a little panicked. She really shouldn't have heard too much about the war between gods. But when she thought about the huge sum of 2,500 gold pounds she had made today with the news about the god war, her mood improved again. Compared to unknown troubles, this huge sum of money is more intimate and important. Klein took a deep look at Miss Magician and raised his voice slightly. "Everyone. The tide of the times has arrived." He didn't know what to say, so he could only summarize it with such profound-sounding words. As for what is the wave of the times? In this society, in this era, what happens every moment is a rolling wave. After the free conversation, Klein manipulated the world to sell the extraordinary characteristics and extraordinary weapons obtained from hunting pirates during this period. I don't know if the news of the God of War's fall is too exciting, which makes it difficult to sell the things in the world's hands. Klein couldn't help but take another deep look at Miss Magician. This made Forsey shudder. Mr. Fool's thoughtful gaze seemed to be looking through her at the stars standing behind her. After the tarot session, Forsey found Zio immediately. She restrained her excitement and tried to use tactful reasons to tell Zio about earning 2,500 gold pounds. What? 2,500 gold pounds? Forsey, you're not going to rob a bank, are you? Zio exclaimed, her tone very excited. She simply couldn't believe that Forsey could sell information for a sky-high price of 2,500 gold pounds. Since she started accepting various bounty tasks, the total money she has earned is less than 2,500 gold pounds. Shoo! Don't be so loud. Be careful that the walls have ears. Forsey quickly covered Zio's mouth and asked Zio to calm down first. She didn't let go until Zio almost regained his composure. Then he looked at the spot on his palm that was wet with Zio's saliva, and wiped it on Zio's clothes a few times, pretending to be disgusted. Sure enough, Zio's attention was immediately diverted, and she started making noises about breaking off the relationship with Forsey. Zio, who had completely regained his composure, asked in a low voice, Forsey, could it be that you sold yourself out and then deliberately found a reason to deceive me? Without waiting for Forsey to explain, Zio frowned and said, but how did you sell yourself for a high price of 2,500 gold pounds? Is there any secret to success? A black line flashed across Forsey's forehead, and he stretched out his hand to grab Zio's ears, telling her how she had sold out the news about the God of War's death. Just changed the Tarot Club into an extraordinary party with a high level. You are crazy about money, Zio exclaimed. You dare to sell this kind of news for money. You are not afraid of making money or spending it. Hugh, that's 2,500 gold pounds. Zio fell completely silent. After a long time, she murmured, Emperor Russell once said that people die for wealth and birds die for food. This sentence is so reasonable. After thinking about it, Zio opened his eyes wide and said, Then you told me this because you want to give me some of this huge sum of money? Nonsense. Otherwise, I need to explain so much to you. Isn't it nice to eat alone? Forsey rolled his eyes at Shio angrily. As for the sage, he didn't look down on this little money at all. Zio didn't pay attention to Forsey's eyes, hugged Forsey tightly, kissed her smooth face, and said with great satisfaction, Forsey, you are so good. Forsey also disliked wiping the saliva marks on his face, and said dissatisfiedly, Zio, you should pay attention to your image. Zio smiled and hugged Forsey's slender waist with both hands, stood on tiptoes slightly, kissed Force's other face again, and said happily, "It smells so good." Chapter 356. Audrey. Susie. Being too smart can lead to baldness. Earl Hall's house. Audrey, who had spent 2,000 gold pounds, was sitting at her desk. There was also a Bible from the Church of the Night on the table. She was atoning for the idea of questioning the goddess that came up in her mind during the tarot meeting. She did not have any blasphemous thoughts. On the contrary, she held a positive attitude towards many of the teachings of the Church of the Night. After reading quietly for an hour, she closed the book and glanced at Susie, who was lying at the bottom of the windowsill and reading the books carefully under the sunset. "Well, it is also wearing a pair of gold-rimmed round glasses, which was a gift I gave it some time ago." Susie, who noticed Audrey's gaze, raised her head and briefly retreated from the world in the book. "Audrey, are you worried today? What did you see again?" Audrey wanted to test Susie. "You are hesitating. You are doubting. You are ashamed of your unsteady thoughts. And you are still a little excited. You want to discuss it with me. But you don't want me to know too much." Audrey was silent. Her eyes turned to the cover of the book Susie was reading, on the correlation between behavior and psychology. "Should I also find time to take a look? Otherwise, if this continues, I will really be left behind by Susie." "Audrey, you don't like to read church books on weekdays. Did you encounter something related to the church?" Susie stood up from the ground, took 2 steps in the direction of Audrey, and said, "Your belief is the goddess of the night. Are you questioning your belief in the goddess just now? That's why you read the church books. Want to relieve yourself of the guilt of having unsteady thoughts?" It took a few steps closer and stared into Audrey's eyes with piercing eyes. "Did your pupil shrink unconsciously just now because I guessed something was wrong? You just experienced something important today. Or received something. News that can impact what you've long believed?" Audrey didn't speak, but her body straightened unnaturally. Susie came to Audrey's feet, rubbed her thigh with her head, waggled her tail, raised her head and said, "Audrey, it's really easy to understand what's going on." After a moment of silence, Audrey lowered her head slightly, stretched out her hand to rub Susie's head, and said with a smile on her face, "Susie, Emperor Russell once said that animals that are too smart tend to be bald." Susie looked surprised and her eyes were full of shock. "Audrey, are you telling the truth?" "Of course. Do you know a creature like a vulture? It's just because it's so smart that it uses its brain too much, resulting in a bald head with no hair. You can't be like it." Audrey spoke in a calm tone, which was a bit perceptive. Susie stopped wagging her tail and said seriously, "Audrey, do you finally think I'm smart? I've always felt this way myself. But the book says you shouldn't overestimate yourself too much, as that will lead to fame. For the proud devil." Audrey's expression was blank for a few seconds. She took away the hand that was rubbing Susie's head, turned her back to Susie, sat up straight, opened the book of the Church of the Night, found the page recording the commandments, and looked at it silently. Harvest Church, Bridge South District. Under the setting sun, Emlyn unknowingly walked to the door of Harvest Church again and looked at the inconspicuous-looking church. He encouraged himself in his heart that it was time to make a break. Just one last look today, and he will stay away from here in the future. Although the teachings of the Earth Mother Goddess are very good, and the harvest is indeed joyful, he does not want to betray the faith of his blood clan. Not to mention that the ancestor Lilith also entrusted him with the glorious task of saving the entire vampire race. As the future savior of the vampire clan, he must not have second thoughts. But before he knew it, his legs seemed to have a mind of their own and had entered the door of Harvest Church one step ahead of his mouth. "That's all. Let's just say goodbye to the priest for the last time." But when he saw clearly the situation inside the church, his eyes widened and a series of questions filled his mind. "I saw a group of senior members of their vampire clan coming to the Harvest Church. Even the vampire prince came in person, as well as the vampire youths who usually bullied him and didn't deal with him. They were crowded inside the small church. Some were busy wiping tables. Some were wiping glass. Some were sweeping the floor. Father Yutravsky was holding a sacred book from the Church of the Mother Earth and watching all this. Seeing Emlyn's arrival, Father Yutravsky smiled and said kindly, "It's up to you to teach them how to work correctly." "Okay." Emlyn's mouth had already responded to this matter. "Didn't you agree to end things with this Harvest Church?" After 2 or 3 seconds of silence, Emlyn shattered all these thoughts. Even the Blood Prince was condescending to work here at the Harvest Church. What did his personal honor and disgrace count? Moreover, there are not many opportunities to command these annoying guys to work openly. Emlyn's mood instantly became joyful. and his belief in the Mother Earth further deepened. Port Pudding, South Wales. When the ferry from the southern continent docked, a little black cat nimbly passed through the crowded crowd at the pier, dodged left and right, and then jumped onto a woman as delicate as a doll. Meow! Azhara was very excited and snuggled into Sharon's arms, meowing as if she was recounting her experiences during this period. Sharon lowered her eyes slightly, stretched out her hand to stroke Azhara's little head, and her expressionless face seemed to have a touch of tenderness. Just now, when the ferry arrived at Puddingport Pier, Grey Carrie opened the door to the spirit world and returned to the spirit world. A Grey Carrie left, and another Azhara came. When Sharon carried Azhara and walked out of the dock, she saw Hastur standing at the wooden fence on the side, waving to her. After a moment's hesitation, she waved in Hastur's direction. Sharon and Hastur did not choose to take the carriage back, but walked along the coast, admiring the sunset that was almost blending into the sea. Hastur did not ask about Sharon's experience in the southern continent, because he had already seen through Grey Carrie's vision how smooth her journey was. He briefly introduced his situation during this period and talked about Azhara's promotion to a Sequence 7 witch. She can't turn into a human yet. I don't know if she is pretending to be stupid with me on purpose or because she is too stupid. Having said this, Hastur sighed. He had been looking forward to Azhara transforming into a cat-eared girl. During this period, many methods were used, including threats and inducements. But even the invincible Xiao Yugan failed. Faced with the temptation of dried fish, Azhara deliberately showed doubts and confusion. And then, when he wasn't paying attention, she took the dried fish away and ran to the rafters of her home. Sharon just lowered her head and glanced at Azhara, who was pretending to be asleep. She already understood something in her heart and said calmly, "Maybe your expectations are too high." "Are your expectations too high?" Hastur frowned slightly and said, "Do I need to advance to a higher order to transform into an adult?" "It's possible." Sharon gave an uncertain answer. "Forget it. Let nature take its course." Hastur is not too demanding. He still has the resources to be promoted from a Sequence 7 witch to a Sequence 6 happy witch. If something was missing, he would ask the members of the Yellow Monks to help him find it. They had always been very professional in this kind of thing. Back in the study at home, when Hastur and Sharon were alone, Sharon asked about Grey Carrie. Asta chuckled and said, "Aren't all messengers in the spirit world like this? It's weird. At that time, even your teacher wanted to apply for the job of messenger. Then do you know his true origin?" Sharon deliberately emphasized the word him. "I know. I have signed a contract with him. You just need to treat him as a somewhat special messenger from the spirit world. You should let him do the errands for the letters that should be delivered by him." After hearing this, Sharon also understood that Hastur deliberately did not want to reveal the identity of Grey Carrie, so she did not continue to ask. Hastur looked at Sharon and said in a gentle tone, "His origin is a bit bigger, and the answer is a bit more outrageous than the answer you guessed." Sharon just nodded, indicating that she understood. Seeing that this conversation seemed to be dead to him, Hastur turned and smiled and said, "Didn't you bring some gifts to Azhara when you went to the southern continent?" Meow. Azhara, who was still pretending to be asleep, suddenly woke up and quickly moved from the windowsill to the sofa where Sharon was sitting. She put her two front paws on her legs, raised her head slightly, and looked at her with watery eyes. "I forgot to bring it." Sharon's gentle mouth said ruthless words. Azhara was about to cry. She lay on Sharon's lap and began to roll back and forth. Sharon stretched out her white fingers and poked Azhara's little head. "The things are in the suitcase. If it wasn't for the purpose of bringing something back, she would have left quietly when she disembarked just now, so as not to be surrounded by the crowd." Azhara immediately turned over, jumped off the sofa, and ran into the room where Sharon lived. "Do you have a gift from me?" Hastur also came over and sat in the empty seat next to Sharon. His eyes were somewhat similar to Azhara's, bright and clean. Sharon just looked at him without speaking. Hastur coughed lightly and said with a smile, "Actually, I am also very good at acting like a spoiled child." Chapter 357 Sharon's Knee Pillow. As soon as Hastur's words came out, the air seemed to solidify all of a sudden. Although Sharon acted calmly, Hastur could clearly see the slight surprise and smile flashing in her eyes just now. He continued to look at Sharon sideways, his eyes meeting Sharon's blue eyes, looking at each other at such a close distance. Sharon's long pale blonde hair tied into a bun was covered by a small black soft hat. There was a strand of hair hanging down on both sides of her earlobes, but it did not cover her small and exquisite ears. Sharon doesn't have the habit of putting on makeup on her face. Not even light makeup. against the background of the black Gothic palace dress. She looks even more white and smooth, like a piece of tofu so tender that it can squeeze out water. It's better to look at it up close like this. Sharon, who is watching from a distance, always gives people an aura that doesn't allow strangers to approach her. At this point, Miss Audrey's aura is more gentle and approachable, but her natural nobility and elegance still turn many people away. Coquettishly? You? After looking at each other for a while, Sharon spoke, the disbelief in her words unmistakable. It's either that people often say that a pet can be raised according to its owner. Azhara is so coquettish. But I have a good education. Sharon glanced at Hastur up and down without saying a word. But her eyes were full of distrust. And she seemed to want to see how thick-skinned Hastur could be. Hey, why do you always have doubts in your eyes? Sharon still didn't speak. Just stared at Hastur, wanting to see what his next move would be. Hey, Azhara, are you back? Hastur suddenly glanced towards the window, and Sharon's eyes followed. But there was no sign of Azhara. Only the weight of a head is on my thighs. Hastur, just lying on his lap, using his thigh as a pillow, lying on his back, looking at himself with burning eyes. Sharon wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. She just sat up slightly and looked straight at the rows of bookshelves in front of her. Hastur didn't speak, closed his eyes slightly, and enjoyed Sharon's lap pillow. After a while, Sharon finally spoke. Your gift has been given to you. Sometimes I really envy Azhara. No wonder she doesn't want to change into an adult. Hastur sighed, then raised his head from Sharon's lap, sat up straight, faced Sharon's probing gaze, and explained seriously, I give up. Azhara is still the best in terms of coquettishness. It's quite powerful. If I have time, I will study it for further study. He couldn't lie on Sharon's lap like Azhara, rolling back and forth. That scene was too shameful. Sharon said nothing, still just looking at him with lowered eyes. I like your gift very much. Hastur understood Sharon's pun just now, got up and left the study. After Hastur left the room, Sharon lowered her head slightly and looked at her thigh where Hastur had just pillowed her, and there was still warmth on it that had not dissipated. She stretched out her right hand and gently pressed it on her heart. Her heartbeat was much faster than before. What happens when a puppet has a heart? In the story Pinocchio that Hastur once told her, the ending was given. Meow. At the windowsill, Azhara was holding the dried fish brought by Sharon from the southern continent in her mouth, looking at Sharon with doubts. Without Sharon's beckoning, Azhara came to the sofa, lying on Sharon's lap while enjoying the dried fish, which was very comfortable. Sharon lowered her head and looked at Azhara for a while, then whispered, Azhara, you deliberately don't want to change into an adult, right? Azhara's body was stiff. The hair on her back almost stood up. Her blue eyes widened with a very frightened expression, and the dried fish in her mouth fell on the sofa. I won't tell him. With a slight smile on her face, Sharon reached out and stroked Azhara's head. Meow. Azhara meowed very gently, rubbed her face against Sharon's palm, and then continued to pick up the dried fish that was scared off just now and ate it peacefully. What Hastur said just now is right. People are usually not wary of a cute kitten. It can sometimes be more convenient to do things than becoming a human being. Azhara is very smart. This is something she has known early on, and many times, she is deliberately pretending to be stupid. Some people seem to be worse than a cat. Sharon raised the corners of her mouth slightly, her expression much gentler than before. The next day, the envoy of the Archduke of Southwell came to visit again, saying that his 30-year-old son was celebrating his birthday and wanted to invite him to the banquet. Caius habitually followed Hastur's orders and sent people away before returning to report the matter to Hastur. You're already 30, and you're still celebrating your birthday. Do you really think you're a kid who won't grow up? Hastur was teasing about this, but he did not refuse the invitation of the Archduke of Southwell this time, after pretending to be dissatisfied for so long. It's time to meet with the Archduke of South Wales to see what he wants to do. Hastur thought for a while, and decided to take a few members of the Yellow Monks with him, and take this opportunity to make the Grand Duke of Southwell be honest. Do you really think that if the Kingdom of Loan declares a full-scale war on the Fasak Empire, he can take the opportunity to take back the rights to the 8 ports? Those are 8 small gold mines that generate a lot of money every day. Your Majesty, do you need me to solve this problem? Caius made a suggestion with a fierce look in his eyes. The meaning was very clear. He would lead the Yellow Monks to take action to completely eliminate the Archduke of Southwell. Well, solved in a literal sense. Hastur waved his hand. Time is too sensitive. I will go back to Backland later. Understood. Caius nodded, excitement in his tone. This made Hastur ask him if he had a personal grudge against the Archduke of Southwell. Caius quickly said, I just want to relieve the Earl of his worries. This reason is too old. Come up with something new. Caius looked embarrassed and lowered his voice slightly. I want to do something to prove that I am the popular person in front of the Earl. It was a very honest reason. And Hastur didn't blame it. Thinking about it carefully, Caius was only sequence 5. And there were many people above him. In the extraordinary world. After all, we still believe in the principle of respecting the strong. After settling the matter with Grand Duke Southwell, you go to see Mrs. Lisa and ask her to give you some advice. Just say it was my idea. Yes. Caius nodded excitedly. Hastur waved Caius down, walked to the window, and looked in the direction of Backland. He had never regarded the Archduke of South Wales as his real opponent. His opponent was in Backland, in that splendid palace. The date when George III wants to hold a nationwide speech has been set. That day is the day when George III wants to wait for an opportunity to be promoted to the Sequence 0 Black Emperor. Although he may not necessarily take the path of the Black Emperor in the later period, it will not do him any good to let George III become the Black Emperor. Moreover, if George III cooperated with Adam and really allowed him to ascend to the throne of God, he would definitely be against him in the future. It would be better to join forces with Bernadette, Klein, and others to overthrow the throne of George III. This time things were a bit dangerous. He would return to Backland after settling the matter with the Archduke of South Wales. In that kind of chaotic situation, the role of Chaos Mentor is also of great benefit. Meow. Azhara walked along the edge of the windowsill, holding a half-eaten dried fish in her mouth. Hastur waved his hand, and Azhara hurriedly ate the small half of the dried fish in her mouth. Hastur took a step closer and flicked its head. Will I steal your dried fish? Meow. Azhara answered in the affirmative. Then the hair on its head was rubbed into a matted ball. Hastur carried the aggrieved Azhara to Sharon's room. She still liked to stand in a place where she could see the scenery outside and play puppet. At the moment, colorful clouds outside cover the sky over the sea, like an embroidered quilt. The numerous ships that come and go continuously contribute to the prosperity of the port, and workers carry various goods from different regions at the bustling dock. Before nightfall, the doors of the pubs along the street were already filled with tables. Groups of children were laughing from one end of the street to the other, and their laughter could be heard from a long distance away. I'm going to see the Archduke of South Wales in 2 days, and then I'm going back to Backland. Hastur held Azhara and stood next to Sharon, telling him what he was going to do next. He liked this way of getting along very much. Even Azhara yawned comfortably in Hastur's arms and fell asleep. She unconsciously licked her little paws. It must be that she was eating delicious fish in her dream. Dry. I haven't been back to Backland for a long time. Well, let's go back together. Chapter 358, What is the Beloved of Destiny? For the 30th birthday party of the Grand Duke of Southwell's son, all the famous nobles in the neighborhood came with carefully selected expensive gifts. In the study on the 3rd floor, the bloated body of Archduke Southwell was leaning slightly against a brown sofa that was obviously almost overwhelmed. He opened his eyes that were almost covered with lids, glanced at the 2 people standing opposite him, and said solemnly, I don't want any accidents to happen this time. Grand Duke, please rest assured. This time we specially invited a powerful Beyonder. He will definitely be able to complete the Grand Duke's mission. The 2 people opposite explained one after another, and cold sweat began to break out on their foreheads. Oh, if you disappoint me again, you 2 can just jump into the sea and feed the sharks. Of course, you can also wait for someone to chop you into pieces and scatter them evenly on the sea. The Archduke of Southwell snorted coldly, thinking that every little trick he made in secret was easily resolved by Count Hastur Campbell. And he even wanted to eat people alive. Those 8 ports are the 8 Golden Mountains. They were originally his, but now they have become the private property of others. The people, he said secretly, either fell ill and were hospitalized for no apparent reason, or they suddenly lost their minds and jumped into the sea to commit suicide. Some secret lines that have successfully gained a foothold always send back some innocuous news, with nothing that can be exploited. Also, the pair of sisters he sent out at the beginning have remained in the castle, making it extremely difficult to even deliver the message once. And the young Earl has been staying in Puning Port during this period. The 2 of them have played basically zero role since they were sent out. The kingdom has recently declared a full-scale war on the Fasak Empire, which means that the southern continent will not be a threat for the time being. Otherwise the king will not start a large-scale war. He can just take this opportunity today to deal with the Earl from Backland. After the two people left the room, Archduke Southwell glanced at the bookshelf in the corner and said, "Follow the people they found, and bring the sealed artifact sent by my father from Backland to ensure that tonight's operation is foolproof." When he said the word father, a faint sarcasm unconsciously appeared on his lips. After giving these instructions, Archduke Southwell leaned on the sofa and squinted for a while. It was not until the butler outside the room reported that the banquet had begun that he opened his eyes, stood up on the sofa, and left the room. As soon as he left the room, he had a kind smile on his face and greeted every guest he met. Today was his son's birthday party, and he didn't need to socialize too much. When he went downstairs and caught a glimpse of the young Earl, who was obviously different from the older nobles around him, he asked someone to bring him 2 wine glasses and walked in that direction. "Earl Campbell, your arrival has made the entire banquet tonight even more glorious." The Archduke of Southwell had a smile on his face and took a glass of wine from the waiter's tray nearby. "I heard that you came from Backland. You haven't gotten used to it since you came back. How is your recovery now?" "Thank you, Grand Duke, for your concern. I'm much better now. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to attend tonight's banquet." Asta smiled and raised the wine glass in his hand to touch it with the wine glass in the Grand Duke of Southwell's hand. The two of them stood and exchanged a few words, attracting the attention of many nobles. At this time, the Grand Duke of Southwell looked around at the nobles here and introduced warmly, "Everyone, some of you may not know me standing here. This outstanding young man next to us is Lord Hastur Campbell. He helped us solve the pirate problem on the coast of South Wales. Why don't you come and toast him?" Because of the introduction by the Archduke of Southwell, Asta drank more than 10 glasses of wine. After the banquet, he was already drunk. Archduke Southwell quickly asked someone to help Hastur back to the room that had been prepared to rest. Hastur, who was lying on the bed, lifted a corner of the quilt, looked at the dark room, and sighed. Really? Can't the Archduke of Southwell do something new? It was always such a crappy operation that it really made it difficult for him to cooperate well. You also need to deliberately pretend to be drunk to give them a chance to act. I don't know who he will send to plot against him this time. It should be some extraordinary person who thinks he is powerful. Hastur was not too worried. He recruited 4 people from the Yellow Monk members, 2 of whom were Sequence 4 demigods. Caius' previous lack of confidence was necessary, since he came to the Yellow Monk organization. Some Beyonders who had been trapped in Sequence 5 for several years have been successfully promoted one after another, as if blessed by some kind of good luck. In addition to Mrs. Lisa being promoted to Sequence 2, there is also a member who was promoted from Sequence 4 to Sequence 3. In the eyes of Lady Lisa and other members of the Yellow Monks, this is a gift from the gods. Hastur thought for a while, then covered himself with the quilt again, folded his hands behind his head, and waited for the hunter tonight. It wasn't until about 2 o'clock in the night, when Hastur almost fell asleep, that there began to be different movements in the room. A shadow flowed in like a pool of black liquid along the crack of the window, and then gathered at the corner, returning to its human form again. The extraordinary ability of the shadow. Did the Archduke of Southwell really invite an assassin? Hastur, who was lying on the bed, watched the scene in front of him. When the assassin was about to take action, he yelled, "Chaos!" The figure just stood there, seemingly unable to move at all. Hastur lifted the quilt and stood up, and shouted again, "Corruption!" The corrupted black aura began to rise from the ground and began to spread along the soles of the figure's feet. At this moment, the black figure, who should have been unable to move due to the confusion, pounced like a dexterous cat. The dagger in his right hand shone in the dark with a sharp enough edge to cut his throat. She was very fast, and it was obvious that she was not affected by the chaos in the first place, and was deliberately trying to let her guard down so that she could kill her with one blow. Hastur uttered the word imprisonment without haste, and 2 chains of stars flew out from his body. He tied her up before the person could react, and fell heavily to the ground from midair, knocking her over to the side of the tea table. The chair made a crisp sound of wood splintering. After the trouble was solved, Hastur had time to think about what had just happened. It is impossible for a normal person to be immune to the influence of chaos. So she is not a human, but a puppet, or a marionette. There is a secret puppet master hiding in the darkness tonight. The Grand Duke of Southwell was really generous. He actually invited a marionette master, and he is very cautious, using his own marionette to explore the path first, while hiding in the dark. This is a very standard way of fighting for a marionette master. Not to mention, Just knowing this skill is much better than Master Luo. He didn't mean to insult Luo, but told the truth. After a while, the man bound by the chains of stars suddenly stopped struggling. His eyes were as hollow as if he had lost his soul. Haster guessed that the secret puppet master hiding in the dark was caught. The marionette master can control his marionette with the spiritual thread. But there is a certain distance limit. This alone is enough for the yellow monks to easily find his foothold. Haster turned his attention to the marionette in front of him. This turned out to be a sequence 6 pleasure witch. Making a pleasure witch into a secret puppet. This secret puppet master is really amazing. However, if such a marionette of the pleasure witch is used for assassination, does it need to sneak in through the window gap like this? Shouldn't she appear in her room as a maid upright, while he is seduced by the charm of the happy witch, and then wait for the opportunity to assassinate? Wouldn't the success rate be much higher? Could this be another Master Luo? Maybe it's really Wulong and Fengxia. While Haster was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Haster said, "Come in." And the yellow monks, who were responsible for guarding the outside, brought a man and a head that had just been cut off and was still steaming. 2 people were assassinated tonight? Haster asked someone to light the lights in the room, and then looked at the captured middle-aged man. He is about in his early 40s, has a shaggy beard, and looks a bit handsome. He must have fascinated many girls when he was young. When Haster was observing him, his eyes were fixed on the pleasure which marionette tied to the ground. After confirming that she was not injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. And then his eyes were filled with disgust and disgust. What a complicated look. Intuition told Haster that there must have been some interesting story between the secret puppet master and the pleasure witch. Haster sat on the edge of the bed, looked at the head held by a member of the yellow monks and asked, "Is this also the assassin tonight?" "Yes. Our people saw him come out of Archduke Southwell's study with our own eyes, and then came nearby tonight. But before he had time to take action, we preemptively captured him. He is a sequence 4 fallen count. During the fight, we were unable to capture him alive, so we could only cut off his head and bring it back with his beyond or characteristics and the sealed artifact he held. This delayed us a little bit. It was because we made a mistake in our work that we allowed a marionette to approach your room. Please punish me," the member of the monks in yellow explained seriously and fearfully. Haster thought they had deliberately let a marionette into practice with him, but it turned out to be a work error. A fallen Earl of Sequence 4 died here like this. His luck was too good, right? But if you think about it carefully, there are 4 winners of the Destiny Path standing in this room. In my own words, they are 5 darlings of destiny who are loved by destiny. With such a high luck value, it is indeed possible for someone to be given a pillow for sleepiness. All I can say is thank you to the Archduke of Southwell for the birthday gift. Chapter 359, The Oath of Rose. Haster looked at the okay-looking marionette master again. "I'll give you a choice. Should you die first or your marionette?" "Let me die first." A painful struggle flashed in the man's eyes, and his voice was hoarse. It didn't sound like a normal timbre. It sounded more like he had been poisoned. "Tell me the story about you and this marionette. Satisfy my curiosity, and I will grant your wish." "Story? Ha. It is indeed a good story." The man's eyes were full of ridicule. He glanced at the happy witch who was tied to the ground, was silent for a moment, and then slowly began to tell his story. His real name is Roger Dolan. He became a diviner at the age of 18, and was promoted to a sequence 7 magician at the age of 25. He is also a member of the mechanical heart of the Church of Steam and Machinery, and has a bright future. Bright. It was at this age that he met Miss Emma. At the first sight, he determined that this person was the life partner he had always wanted to spend his life with. After his hard pursuit, he finally got married to her as he wished. A few years later, they gave birth to a lovely son. Everything was so beautiful. But beauty is meant to be destroyed. His wife usually hides it so well that even he doesn't notice that she is actually an extraordinary person and a member of the witch sect. When she was promoted to the pleasure witch, she couldn't control her desire for pleasure because he was away on missions for a long time. Perhaps she had never restrained this desire. Her corrupt private life and unfaithfulness to her feelings made Roger feel betrayed. After persuading her to no avail, after he was promoted to secret puppet master, he made her into a secret puppet, the only secret puppet that belonged exclusively to him. After that, he also left the Church of Steam and Machinery, became a wild beyonder, and began his wandering career. This time, he happened to be found by the confidant of the Archduke of Southwell. In front of the huge reward, he took over tonight's task. Assassin is the initial sequence of the witch path. In his opinion, Extraordinaries on the witch path do not need to use charming and joyful means to kill their opponents. Assassins only need to be proficient in assassination. Unfortunately, he misjudged his opponent tonight. Not only was the marionette captured instantly, but he himself was also captured. After listening to his story, Hastur raised his eyebrows slightly and clicked his tongue. He turned his once loving wife into a marionette. It was really a pathological possessiveness. Can I bury my bones with hers? After struggling painfully, Roger Dorling made this last request with an affectionate look. Just when Hastur was about to agree to this request, the marionette of the pleasure which was bound by the star chain, started to tremble slightly. Is this happiness? Do they have such a loving relationship as a couple? Hastur was slightly stunned, thought for a moment, and used the extraordinary ability of the night path to enter the mind and memory of the pleasure which, here, he saw a slightly different version of the story. This Miss Emma is indeed a member of the witch cult, and was already a sequence 7 witch before marrying Roger. She didn't like Roger from the beginning, but she couldn't resist his pressing and threatening, so she finally married Roger. As for the fact that she was a witch of the witch cult, Roger already knew about it before they got married, and even used this fact to force her to submit by threatening to report to the church. After marriage, Roger, as a member of the Heart of Machines, often performed tasks outside and did not come home for many years. As a member of the witch sect and successfully promoted to sequence 6 happy witch, she naturally cannot protect herself for Roger. Pleasure in bed is the best antidote for witches to avoid madness. Later, Roger returned from a mission, because he was too anxious when he was promoted to sequence 5 secret puppet master. His mood was unstable, sometimes crazy, and sometimes irritable. When Roger saw her lying on someone else's bed, his pent-up emotions exploded. She was no match. So she was cruelly made into a marionette by Roger, forced to stay by his side, and driven around like a slave. In Emma's memory, it was also mentioned that the child between her and Roger was actually a baby girl. But Emma followed the tradition of the witch cult, and sent the baby girl away to find someone else to raise her, and then stole it. A baby boy comes back to be Roger's son. Having satisfied his desire to eat melon, Hastur left the memory of the pleasure, and looked at Roger with a look full of mockery. You? What did you see in her memory? Roger became anxious, and his voice became much louder. Aren't you a fortune teller? Didn't you do your fortune telling carefully? Hastur didn't bother to listen to his answer, so he asked the yellow monks to take him down and deal with it. He could be considered to have completed the achievement of Jean Jian did tonight. As for this witch golem, Hastur also asked members of the yellow monks to handle it, and the whole room instantly became much cleaner. Tonight, in addition to obtaining a sequence for Beyond or characteristic of the Fallen Count and the Puppet Master, he also obtained 3 Beyonder items. One of them came from the Fallen Earl, and the other 2 came from Master Huluo. This secret Puppet Master is called Roger Dolan, and there is nothing wrong with calling him Master Luo. After Hastur figured out the abilities and negative effects of the 3 extraordinary items, he only left the extraordinary item that had the same path as his. This is a black ring with red lines. At the top of the ring, there is a black rose blooming, called the Oath of the Rose. It has 3 extraordinary functions. The first bud is ready to bloom, and a huge black rose blooms in an instant, which can wrap enemies who cannot dodge in the rose petals. A series of negative effects such as chaos, distortion, and corruption will devour the enemy in an instant. The second perception increase. It can effectively enhance the wearer's perception ability, with about a quarter increase. The third is to make a vow. The wearer can choose a person and make a vow with him based on certain rules. The specific content of the vow can be drawn up by himself. Rose Oath has 2 negative effects. Flowers have thorns. Every time you use the ability of Rose Oath, thorns that are small enough to pierce the skin of your finger will grow inside the ring. Every time you use it again, the dense thorns will become longer and penetrate deeper inside the flesh and blood of your fingers. If used without restraint, the entire finger will be completely penetrated, and this penetration will also be accompanied by corrosive infection, making the wound difficult to heal. Destruction of oaths, contracts, and agreements exist only to be broken. When you make an oath, you will always be tempted to break the oath. Once you break the oath, you will be punished for breaking the rules. It's probably like putting several layers of debuffs on you, such as feeling exhausted and weak, being inexplicably plagued by bad luck, being struck by lightning while walking on the road, mutating in various parts of the body, etc. Although the negative effects are a bit severe, the effects are equally effective. and they are easy to wear and easy to activate at critical moments. The only inconvenient thing is that the Oath of the Rose is easily recognized when worn on the finger. This fallen earl is most likely from Backland. There should be no such extraordinary and powerful person around the Archduke of Southwell. After all, it is not that simple to want a demigod to serve you. The next day, at dawn, the Archduke of Southwell, who had been waiting all night, sent someone to investigate Hastur's situation. When the people sent there saw Hastur walking out of the room safely and leisurely enjoying a cup of hot tea in the morning. After receiving the news, the Archduke of Southwell angrily pushed the books on the desk to the ground in his study. As for the two losers who had sworn to get things done, they realized that the situation was not good and wanted to escape. He had already sent people to chop them into pieces and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. He didn't care about the life or death of these two people. What he cared about was the people he sent out secretly. That man was his father, specially sent to protect him to prevent him from suddenly and inexplicably dying. Now, that person disappeared all night and did not come back. And no news was sent back. It is basically a very bad thing. Oh, Earl Campbell, you are so capable, the Archduke of Southwell whispered bitterly, with a flash of determination in his eyes. He came to the desk, took out a pen and paper, and began to write a letter, preparing to send it back to Backland to explain the matter. Before he finished writing the letter, Hastur sent someone to come and bring him a message. Thank you to the Grand Duke for your warm hospitality last night and allowing me to spend a wonderful night. I also hope that the Grand Duke will be happy every night in the future. Have a good sleep. The Archduke of Southwell was so angry that his teeth almost broke. But he still sent someone to reply to Hastur. There is still a long road ahead in life. I hope Earl Campbell will have a smooth journey. No illness or pain. And no unknown bad luck. When he received the good wishes from the Archduke of Southwell, Asta had already purchased some gifts in a store near the street. After all, I had to go out and bring something back with me. Otherwise Ashara's little guy would start meowing again. After returning to Port Punan, Hastur gave Caius full responsibility for handling the Archduke of Southwell. He only gave Caius a word. When he returned from Backland, he hoped that the situation in South Wales would be calm. After spending 2 days and arranging some things, Hastur took Sharon, Ashara, and Lady Lisa back to Backland. He also invited Miss Audrey's second brother by the way. He originally thought Alfred would refuse, but he didn't expect that he would also return to Backland this time. It was said that Earl Hall was planning to arrange a marriage for him in Backland. Out of curiosity, Hastur specifically asked Alfred's age. At the age of 26, a man is in his prime youth. Asta was thinking about another issue. Audrey had just turned 18 during the Chinese New Year last year, which meant there was an 8-year age difference between the two. This age difference. Count Hall is really getting older and stronger. Chapter 360 The current situation of Forsey and Zio. Backland, the home of Earl Hall. Today is a good day. Earl Hall, who has always been diligent in political affairs, has a rare day off. When he got up early in the morning, he specially asked the person in charge of the kitchen to go out to buy some fresh ingredients and asked the chef to prepare some delicious dishes. Audrey was a little strange at first, but soon she learned from Countess Hall that her second brother came back from South Wales with Mr. Hastur. As for her second brother, she had not seen him for several years, and in the past she had only communicated with him through letters. Susie, who was following Audrey and silently watching all the goings on around her, was also wagging her tail happily. She also had a snack today. At about 3:20 in the afternoon, Audrey led Susie and followed her eldest brother Hibbert to the steam train station to pick someone up. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the steam train coming from South Wales stopped firmly on the platform. Soon, Audrey, who was waiting on the carriage outside, saw her second brother and Mr. Hastur. Long time no see. My brother. Hibbert eagerly stepped forward to hug Alfred. With a joyful smile on his face, Audrey stood on the edge, glanced at the scene of deep brotherhood in front of her, and looked at Mr. Hastur, who was holding a little black cat. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and she couldn't help but think of the unusual behavior Mr. Hastur made the night before he left Backland last time. Meow? Ashara, who was lying in Hastur's arms, looked down from a high position, lowered her noble eyes, and glanced at Susie who was following Audrey without any trace. Is this the extraordinary dog who likes to read? The golden hair looks very vulgar, but it is not as beautiful and elegant as the shiny black hair. It also needs to follow its owner's side. unlike when it can be held intimately in its owner's arms without even needing to walk. No matter in every aspect. I am much better than it. Azhara raised her head proudly, retracted her gaze from looking at Susie, and continued to show a lazy look, curling up in Haster's arms. Hibbert and Alfred caught up with each other for a while, then greeted Haster warmly, and Audrey also chatted with her second brother for a while. After briefly renewing their friendship, Hibbert and Audrey invited Haster to enjoy dinner at home. For such an invitation, Haster just refused with a smile. The protagonist of Earl Hall's house today is Alfred. He will not come to the door at this time. He will visit later when he has time. When they parted ways with Audrey and others halfway and returned to their home, Butler Neal had already arranged everything. This time, he did not notify Butler Neal when he came back. He should have heard the news about his recent return from Earl Hall's house. I lay down in my own big bathtub and took a comfortable bath, washing away the travel dust along the way. If he didn't want to come back to Backlund in a fair manner, he wouldn't have chosen an extremely slow means of transportation like a steam train. Borrowing the path directly from the spirit world is many times faster. In order to make it easier to travel in the future, Haster has decided to formulate a rule related to the apprentice path for the chain of stars after promotion to Sequence 5 Chaos Instructor. My Sequence 5 self corresponds to the traveler on the apprenticeship path. In the future, I only need to open a space door to travel. After enjoying the meal prepared in advance by Butler Neal in the restaurant on the first floor, Asta sat on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor and listened to Butler Neal's report on what happened during this period. After understanding it, he went to the study room on the second floor to read the relevant financial reports and future development plans of the factory and the law firm. Because it's only been about a month since I last came back, so there aren't many things that have piled up. At around 8 o'clock at night, Haster left Azhara at home, got on the carriage and went out. He did not go directly to the Brave Bar to find Sharon and Merrick, but went to Furs and Zio's new residence. The address of this residence was what Audrey told him today. Since Adam helped cover up George III's desire to be promoted to Black Emperor, Bernadette should not be able to detect this with her ability. He needs to discuss this matter with Bernadette. As for the reason, all this is the will of the stars. When Haster knocked on the door of this big house, there seemed to be a sound of things breaking inside. And then, there was the sound of Zio complaining. After a while, Zio asked carefully through the door. When she learned that Haster was visiting, she slowly opened the door. What happened just now? Asta walked into the house and asked casually. Zio snorted softly and glanced at Forsey, who was cleaning the floor. It's not that someone's mental endurance is too poor. He was startled when he heard the knock on the door. He even spilled the coffee in his hand. Land. Shio. You have the nerve to accuse me. Aren't you shocked yourself? But I didn't spill the coffee. That's because you didn't have coffee in your hands at that time. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing Forsey's voice getting louder, Zio coughed twice, signaling that there were other people in Forsey's house. Forsey's face suddenly turned red. He hurriedly cleaned up the debris on the floor and put the garbage into the trash can in the kitchen. Zio glanced at the floor that was wet with coffee. Fortunately, that place was not covered with expensive carpets, and he was secretly relieved. After inviting Haster to sit down, Forsey had already made 2 cups of hot tea. He handed 1 cup to Haster and enjoyed one by himself. Seeing that Zio was about to say something, Forsey spoke first. I can only take 2 cups at a time. If you want to drink tea, go to the kitchen by yourself. Zio rolled his eyes, got up and went to the kitchen to get a cup of hot tea, deliberately sitting next to Asta and opposite Forsey. It seems that you have been living a relatively stable life recently. Asta saw the 2 people's little actions in his eyes, and said with a chuckle, Not good. It's not stable at all. Zio and Forsey each exchanged a sentence. Finally, Forsey smiled and motioned for Zio to tell about their life during this period. Zio took a sip of hot tea. The smoke rose, and she took a breath before telling about her life with Forsey during this period. Since the last time Forsey was contaminated, they moved to this place under the care of Miss Audrey, and then met a woman who called herself a sage. During this period, the sage sent Shio out to investigate the news, asking Forsey to go out more often when she was fine, to be a competent bait, and not to stay in the house all day. Not to mention, Forsey is still very qualified as a bait. Within a month, she encountered 3 waves of people who wanted to attack her. Although they all survived in the end, it also left a shadow in Forsey's heart. Fortunately for Zio, she had long been accustomed to the life of running around outside, and finding information was an old trade she was good at, thanks to the care and feeding of the sage. Zio and Forsey are now sequence 7 Beyonders. In the words of the sage, they can finally be of some use. But these are not the real dilemmas of Forsey and Zio. The trivial daily life of not being able to make ends meet is their biggest enemy. If Forsey hadn't sold the news about the God of War's fall for a sky-high price of 2,500 gold pounds last time, the two of them would have spent all their savings. Forsey said with emotion, living in such a good house. Daily consumption far exceeds the previous expenses. I always feel that buying too cheap things is polluting this big house. Yeah. Buying clothes and food. We can't go back to the poor days. Zio also felt sad. Asta understands this feeling very well. At this time, due to changes in living environment, consumption concepts have changed. Living in a big house, you can naturally continue to eat vegetables and live a hard life. But as long as you still have money in your pocket, you will gradually improve your consumption habits until it is worthy of the value of this big house. Consumption level. Haster smiled and said, I also have a high reward mission here, which can help you solve your financial problems. Zio shook his head and refused. Mr. Haster, it's not that we don't want to help. We don't have free time at the moment. Yes, our time already belongs to the sage. Forsey also agreed. I'm here tonight. In addition to visiting you, I also want to discuss matters with your sage. Mr. Haster knows the sage? Haster is also a believer in the stars? Facing the different questions from Zio and Forsey, Haster just nodded calmly and said, not bad. Zio and Forsey looked at each other. Although they were a little shocked, they were not too surprised. It was Haster who helped Forsey become a believer in the stars in the first place. So the possibility that he himself is a believer in the stars is naturally very high. So tonight is the meeting of the star believers? Zio and Forsey's eyes lit up at the same time. The sage was too high and unattainable, so they didn't have much of a feeling of being followers of the stars. But Haster is different. Very realistic. A meeting of believers in the stars? A green and crisp P-Vine appeared inside the house accompanied by a sound. The iconic P-Vine and familiar voice proved that the visitor was Bernadette. Haster looked relaxed and still sat firmly on the sofa, while Zio and Forsey stood up subconsciously.